So I'm literally the most powerful ninth circle Grand Mage in the world, but I was totally helpless against the final demon god. It wasn't because I was weak or anything. It's because right alongside the warrior. And get this, I actually gave the holy power that could have wrecked the demon god to that guy. Back then, I seriously thought the super righteous warrior would be better at leading us to a win. But now I know I was so wrong. As we traveled together, I figured out that warrior was totally unhinged. He would only do things based on his own sense of justice, stubbornly doing whatever he wanted. We'd face villains we could have one-shotted, and this goody two-shoes would deliberately let them get away. He shot down every single one of my plans, saying he didn't want to use schemes and tricks to win. Instead, he insisted on fighting the demons in some kind of honorable combat. Thanks to his genius-level decisions, we lost a ton of our friends. Before we even got to the final boss, he got himself completely owned. So there I was, facing the demon god and his insane army of monsters, and my friends could only put all their hope in me. One by one, they charged in, sacrificing themselves just to buy me some time. Finally, after the very last one went down for me, I completed the ninth circle Grand Magic. But sadly, even my most epic attack couldn't take out the demon god. I kind of expected it, but if I just died like that, how could I ever face my friends who were already gone? I had no choice but to use the forbidden power that all mages are terrified of, sacrificing all life in the world just to cast a soul-eating spell that could literally defy fate. But it seems I couldn't even finish the very last step before the demon god's giant hand came crashing down. My biggest regret was still not being able to take out that warrior myself. And when I opened my eyes again, I was back in my old room 20 years in the past. Seeing it, I couldn't help but grin. That legendary regression magic, the one with no known formula and only a 1% success rate, had actually worked. But then, I suddenly noticed the bandages on my head. The butler explained, "Young master, did you get your brain scrambled or something? You went begging Eileen not to break off the engagement and got yourself totally beaten up." That instantly brought back my cringiest memories. Eileen was the daughter of the Lindell Dukes, my fiancé, until I was 20. And I was the notoriously useless son of the Walpurgis Marquis family. Back then, my whole weak and pathetic personality was the exact type Eileen hated most. But now, I know there was another reason she dumped me. After the butler left, I thought about that warrior again. This time, I'm not going to make the same mistake. Meanwhile, the butler who'd left went to go find my dad. The Marquis, my father, heard I was awake and furious and declared he'd break my legs if I went chasing after the Duke's daughter again. But the butler said I had no plans to. "If you did, I would definitely tell you. And how do I put this? The young master seems really mad." Meanwhile, I was already summoning magic circles in my room. I successfully cast the regression spell to go back 20 years to win the next round against the demon god. I have to start prepping from this exact second. Now I'm ready to try something I was too scared to attempt in my last life. Every mage gets a mana core in their heart. But what I'm about to do is create 12 circulation points all through my body. This way, not only will I not have to train, but insane amounts of mana will be flowing through my body 24/7 to deal with what's coming. I have to do this. Luckily, I pulled it off even with all the risks. And by some lucky chance, I even leveled up to the 4th circle. Then I tried casting multiple spells but could only handle 2 at once. I guess that's my limit at the 4th circle right now. Just then, my dad suddenly burst through the door saying he knew about the embarrassing stuff I'd done and was going to break my legs. I quickly explained it was all part of my plan. I held up one finger and said, "Honestly, the Duke's family just ditching the engagement out of nowhere is pretty annoying." My dad, seeing that I might actually say something smart, sat down and let me keep going. I gestured and asked, "What were the conditions we set when we arranged the marriage with the Lindell Dukes family?" My dad looked confused, but obviously it was that they couldn't learn any of our magic training methods. After all, to have a proper heir, you can't have any other kinds of mana getting mixed in. I replied with a smirk. "That's right. Making an heir is the most important thing to a family. So, what if the Duke's daughter broke that rule?" "Yeah, in my past life I heard some rumors that the Duke's daughter had been secretly training in magic. And to trick my dad, an 8th circle Grand Mage, there's only one way she could have done it. It had to be an ancient magical artifact. Then I promised my dad I'd prove it myself. If even one word I said was a lie, I'd give up the Walpurgis name and my spot as heir, no problem." Meanwhile, over at the Duke's mansion, the Duke's daughter was practicing her swordsmanship. The Duke came over looking worried. "Has there been any word from Mikkel's side since that day?" Eileen just told her dad that that fool wouldn't notice anything weird. Hearing this, the Duke seemed a little relieved. After all, even though my family was famous for magic, there was no way they could possibly find the ancient magical artifact on his daughter. Plus, they were getting ready to host the Parloff Count's family today, and that meant Ryan Parloff was going to be there. Ryan was the one and only heir to the Parsoff Count's family, and a total sword prodigy everyone was calling the next sword saint. Eileen was so sure only a guy like that was actually good enough for her. Just then, a knight rushed in to announce, "Your Grace, the envoy has arrived." The Duke figured the Parloff family's crew was just early, but the knight was like, "No, it's the young master from Walpurgis." The Duke's heart totally dropped, and he told the guard to make an announcement right away. They had other plans and couldn't take any visitors. At that moment, the butler was stressing, thinking, "Young master, you already embarrassed yourself so bad last time. Are you seriously here to make a fool of yourself again?" I just told him I had my own reasons. Right then, the knight came back with the message, "So sorry, young Master Mal. Maybe try again another time." So I started to walk away.
All right, if that's how you want to play it. Just as the guard let out a huge sigh of relief, I plopped down under a big tree nearby. I'm kind of beat from the trip. I'll just chill here for a bit. The knight was thinking to himself, the Parsaw family is going to be here any minute. I can't let this useless punk meet them. But the second he reached out to try and make me leave, my whole vibe changed. Look, even if you guys decided to call off the engagement all on your own, I'm still your lady's fiancé. Besides, I'm the heir to the Walpurgis family, so get your hands off me. Seeing the look on my face, the knight totally freaked and snatched his hand back. I brushed off the spot on my arm where he grabbed me and kept going. Knight Moen, let me ask you something. You really think you have the right to put your hands on me? The knight dropped to his knees, totally terrified. I wouldn't dare. But inside he was thinking, this kid was too scared to even breathe around me just a few days ago. How did he suddenly turn into the completely different person? And then I said dead serious, if you want me gone, then you'll have Eileen come out and see me right now. When the knight passed along the message, Eileen just shrugged it off. Fine, I'll go see him. I'll just get rid of him like I did last time. The knight looked like he wanted to say something, but he chickened out. At that moment, I was thinking under the tree, perfect. The two families I need are all in one place, and I seriously can't wait to meet Ryan from the Parlaw family. He was an old buddy of mine before I was reborn, and I gotta move fast. Just then, the butler randomly asked me, Young master, have you been secretly practicing some other magic behind the Marquise's back? The power you just showed off. For a second, there's no way a third circle mage could have that. I'm not a mage myself, but working for the Marquis all these years has given me a pretty good eye for this stuff. I knew exactly what the butler was getting at. He thought I was using some shady forbidden magic to level up. So I just held out my hand all casual, letting him check it out. After he took my hand, he totally scanned me and figured out I'd hit 4th circle mage level music. And for real, he found 0 signs of any sketchy forbidden magic. Only then did he finally relax. Right then, music. Eileen came strolling over. What are you doing here again? I thought we were done with this last time. But I stood up, hands on my hips, and shot back, maybe you're done talking, but I'm not. Eileen was just trying to get rid of me fast, telling me to stop wasting my time and just go home. Hey, what's the rush? Let's actually talk. What's going on? You expecting someone important today or something? And then I totally saw Eileen's shoulder flinch and her face got all weird and unnatural. I couldn't help but crack a smirk knowing my plan was working. Ryan Parsoff was the kind of guy who never cared about family or political status. He was all about mastering the sword. He probably had 0 clue about the drama going on with the family he was about to meet. But one thing was for sure, he absolutely hated people who broke their word. If he found out that his potential fiancée just bailed on a previous engagement all on her own, he would 100% not be cool with it. The guy had this crazy strong sense of justice. Seeing Eileen just standing there quiet, I kept going. You're right, we did agree to break it off, but that was based on one thing, that there was nothing wrong with the engagement in the first place. Then I started to slowly walk closer to Eileen. At that point, I just casually said I wanted to head inside the Duke's mansion for some tea. The knight, trying way too hard to protect his master, actually shoved me, saying, even if you're the Walpurgis heir, you can't be this bold. That seriously made me laugh, but not in a fun way. Are all the knights from the Lindell family this rude? Eileen immediately told the knight to back off. The knight turned his head like he was about to argue, but Eileen yelled, McCann, don't make me repeat myself. Then, trying to get back on my good side, Eileen offered to have me inside for tea at the Duke's mansion. The knight tried to remind her about the Parlaw family, but she just said, we'll figure that out later. And just like that, I was in. I couldn't help but say out loud that the place hadn't changed a bit. The butler looked at me all confused. Young master, isn't this your first time here? You sighed just now like some old dude who's seen it all. That kind of ticked me off. Hey, I wasn't that old. Then the butler started worrying about me again. The Marquis isn't here. What are you planning to do all by yourself? I just turned my head and gave him a smile. What are you talking about? You're right here with me, aren't you? You're more trustworthy than anyone. Pretty soon it was just me and Eileen alone in a room. The first thing I said was, you lied. You totally broke our deal about not using magic while we were engaged. But Eileen was so sure I was just faking it. She was all like, if I had a problem, I could check myself. Which was perfect for me, because I had no intention of actually checking. Music. So to make this whole inspection thing fair, I need you to prove yourself in front of the Parloff family when they get here. Music. Eileen was shocked at first, then got super mad, yelling, you have no right to ask me to do that. But surprise, I came prepared. Music. I whipped out the crest of my family, the Walpurgis. Holding this thing basically means every word out of my mouth is the official position of the Walpurgis family. By that same token, music, Eileen has to answer to her family for whatever she says. Right then, Eileen started stuttering and totally clammed up. The Duke, who'd been music, completely eavesdropping, couldn't just stand there anymore and threw the door open. Eileen, zip it, not another word. And honestly, music,
My main reason for being there was to meet this guy, Duke Lindell. He was the 5th-ranked knight in the Empire and one of the Music 12 swordmasters. Even though he's gonna lose everything to the demon god, later he's a crucial player for the crisis that's coming. The Duke looked at me all confused and asked, "Are you for real, Mickey?" I shot back, "The one and only." The Duke mulled it over. "I guess it is you. Same build, same personality. Music." "It's just, your whole vibe is different. Did Marquis Walpurgis finally find that dragon star for you or something?" But I was like, nah, I've never even seen the music thing. My dad's way too stingy. He won't even let me get a look at it. The Duke totally got it. Yeah, that sounds like him never showing his collections to anybody. Can you believe he won't even show his own son he's a Marquis now and still such a cheapskate? Hearing me say that, the music Duke actually started laughing. "Kid, I didn't realize we'd get along so well." I figured the vibe was chill enough to get down to business. "So, Your Grace, what's the deal with this whole situation?" But surprise, this Duke was a total sly music fox, and he said sarcastically, "We only wanted to break the engagement because your personality was trash." Music. And he kept insisting Eileen hadn't trained in magic, saying she was one of the Empire's top 5 music knights. Like, how could he not know his own daughter was training in magic? Yeah, right. There's no way he didn't know. Eileen, probably. Music. Just figured out how to use magic all on her own. And after he found out the Duke was weighing his options, his useless future son-in-law versus his daughter's insane sword, music, skills trying to see which was more valuable. And he'd been putting out this super intense pressure vibe since he walked in. Most people would totally music freak out and not be able to think straight. But that kind of intimidation, not gonna work on me. Dealing with this old fox, I decided it was time to put all my cards on the table. A little while ago when I went to see Eileen, she kinda slipped up while I was bugging her. It was only for a split second, but I saw something on her neck. That thing she was wearing. I think, music. Your Grace knows exactly what I'm talking about. Even though the old fox was totally shook when he heard that, he still tried to play dumb. You must have seen things. So I just stood up to leave without saying another word. Oh, music, by the way. I heard Ryan Parloff is on his way. I'll probably just bump into him on my way out. That's when Duke Lindell finally cracked, scrambling and yelling for me to wait. I just turned and asked, "Ready to come clean?" Duke Lindell had no choice but to music. Drop the act. But what he said next literally made my jaw hit the floor. "Can we just pretend this never happened?" That's when I remembered this. Music Duke was famous for being totally shameless. Anyway, after some negotiating, I got exactly what I wanted and bounced music with a smirk on my face. After I took off, Eileen was all stressed, clenching her fists and saying she'd find a way to deal with the fallout. "This is all my fault, I wasn't careful enough. If I'd just take the fall for everything." But the music Duke told her this was a family problem, not something she could handle all by herself. Besides, I'm the one who said you could train your magic. I mean, who would have guessed Eileen would just figure out magic training music all on her own with no help? The girl's a sword prodigy. I wasn't about to let that talent go to waste. But then the Duke tried to calm Eileen down, saying, "That kid is way smarter than you, music think. You should probably start keeping an eye on him." Meanwhile, I had already cut Ryan off on his way to the Duke's music place. I stuck out my hand to Ryan and said, "Join my crew." But the guy had never met me. He just knew me as the idiot young master who just got dumped. Music. On top of that, I was just randomly blocking his path, so he immediately hit me with this super intimidating aura. I was thinking, music, yep, that's the next-gen sword saint for you. But I just waved my hand and poof, his whole vibe was gone. Music. Before Ryan could even process what I'd just done, I told him to chill out and let me finish talking. Music. Ryan was totally floored. He'd heard the Walpurgis kid was a total loser, but he could tell the guy standing in front of him was on a whole other level. I didn't even try to deny what he was music thinking. I mean, I really was like that once. And right now, the biggest thing is getting ready for the demon god's invasion. But just saying demon god made me think of that scumbag hero music all over again. Pure rage must have flashed across my face. I will never forgive him. Seeing me like that, Ryan actually took a step, music back. I snapped out of it real quick and signaled that I had something important to tell him. Ryan gave me a serious nod, music, telling me to go on. I sighed to myself. He hadn't changed a bit. He had this wild streak that made him seem unpredictable, but deep down he was super solid. My anger, music. It all depends on this situation. He called it like selective anger management. So I just straight up asked him, "You're here to lock things down with Eileen, right? If this all works out, you're gonna be her fiancé." Ryan totally thought I was there to stir up drama, all salty about the whole broken engagement thing. I had to laugh, seriously as if. Eileen means nothing to me now, but then I pointed right at Ryan. "Actually, it's you I'm interested in." Hearing that, Ryan immediately backed away. I had to quickly be like, "Whoa, hold up, I'm into girls. I just meant I want you on my team." Ryan was completely floored. "Okay, so you're not an idiot, you're just insane." Seeing his face totally threw me back to that battle in my past life. Ryan had absolutely wrecked the Demon God's 3rd Legion, giving it everything he had. And he personally took down the Legion commander, that psycho Hajam. but it cost him big time, leaving him with wounds he couldn't come back from. In his last moments, he called me over. Ask me something, Mickey. Was there seriously no other way you couldn't have been the hero then? And now here I was trying to get Ryan to fight with me again. But of course the Ryan of today wasn't buying a word of it. Aren't those holy rollers always stirring up trouble with their bogus prophecies? Heroes and demon gods aren't real? We're living in chill times. Yeah, he was right. Before the demon god became a real threat, there was a prophecy. Cassandra's prophecy. It somehow got out to like every corner of the world, but at first everyone just blew it off. I knew I couldn't just get Ryan to believe all this stuff. It was our first time meeting, so I told him it didn't matter if he believed me. What mattered was teaming up, but he still thought I was spouting nonsense and turned to leave. But what I said next totally stopped him in his tracks. The Mulier Aura training method. Even for a new-gen sword genius like him, you can't just coast through everything. Yep, right around now, Ryan had totally hit a wall with his sword training. Not because his aura technique was lame, but because it was incomplete. So for sure, when he heard me being all mysterious, he started getting impatient, asking me what I was talking about. I just calmly laid out my deal. If you agree to my proposal, I'll tell you the complete Mulier Aura training method. But even after I said that, it was obvious Ryan still didn't believe me. I mean, he got crazy lucky and found just one of Mulier's journals, and even that thing was missing pages. I told him straight up that I had the rest of the Mulier Aura training method. And to get it, he'd have to agree to be my partner. Ryan had no choice but to stick around, but he was curious about one thing. You say you don't care if I marry into the Lindell family, but that doesn't mean your family is cool with it. I just laughed. Are you seriously underestimating the Walpurgis family? Hearing how confident and okay, maybe a little arrogant I sounded, Ryan felt like I was his kind of guy after all. My first impression of you was legit terrible, but you're not so bad now. But even though he said that, he still needed to see if this Mulier Aura training method was the real deal. So I took him straight to the training grounds and told him to show me the Mulier Aura training method. And yeah, just like the book said, these special marks from the Mulier Aura technique started showing up on his skin. But they were kind of faint, only converting about 50% of his aura power, when the real Mulier method could boost that number to 70%. Then I grabbed a sword and took a quick breath. The next thing you know, Mulier's marks started popping up on my skin. When Ryan saw that, he literally just collapsed on the ground. A mage was using a skill that only a swordsman should know. Too bad I could only keep the technique up for about 30 seconds. But that was enough to make Ryan question everything. He asked if I was for real a mage, and I told him it didn't matter. So you believe me now that I know the whole method right? But honestly, Ryan was too shell-shocked to even process it. Ryan totally lost his cool and yelled, "Can't you just tell me the complete method?" And before I could even answer, he was already thinking all bummed out that there was no way I'd just give up a technique that valuable. But then I surprised him, and was super casual about it. Sure you want to know, I'll tell you. But this isn't the place. Just swing by my house later. The truth is, that training method was originally Ryan's anyway. In my past life, when he knew he was about to die, he passed the whole method on to me. Now I was just giving it back to its rightful owner. But even after I was long gone, Ryan was still just standing there, totally stunned. Right as I was about to head out of the Duke's mansion, I saw the Duke himself, who'd clearly been waiting there for a while. I had to hand it to him, what a sly old fox. He must have seen that entire scene. And then get this, the Duke actually bowed and apologized. He said his family was totally in the wrong and he'd give me whatever I wanted as compensation. I was polite back and said sorry for just showing up. I told him I hoped everything worked out for Miss Eileen and Master Ryan, which left the Duke totally speechless. He couldn't help but get sarcastic like, why do I get the feeling this marriage is completely doomed now? I just smiled and said I'd only given Ryan another option. And it's true. Ryan's a careful dude. He always thought Eileen broke off the engagement because I wasn't good enough. But this time he saw my skills for himself, and who I really am firsthand. He'd figure out the rumors were fake, and that there was some major drama behind the broken engagement. But to the Duke, none of that mattered anymore. After seeing what I pulled off today, he had someone he was way more interested in than Ryan. Can we get back in the Walpurgis family's good graces? I just smiled back. Totally. We're cool with that as long as you're actually sorry. Then I dropped the real bait. So what would you do if there was this music amazing teacher who could totally level up Eileen's sword skills? Hearing that, the Duke was totally hooked. After seeing my insane understanding of sword fighting today, music, he definitely thought I had some legendary master teaching me on the down low. Then I added the catch, but this would only happen after our families make up. Music. The Duke had no choice but to think it over. You're a crafty one, kid. The second I got home, my dad messed up my hair all proud. That's music. My son, who else could have seen through that old fox's game? I just gave him a look. That's not what you were saying before I left. Dad quickly changed the subject back to business. Before you got back, the Music Lindell family sent a message. They said they're coming over to apologize in person. Looks like they want to deal with this on the quiet side and are asking us music not to put them on blast. I mean, their whole family is about that spirit of chivalry. If this got out, it would totally wreck their reputation, Dad said with music a smirk. But we can make a huge profit from this. He's hated the Lindell family's whole vibe for a long time. Then Dad asked what the Duke and I talked about. I said nothing crazy. They just asked if they could get back in the Walpurgis music family's good graces, and I said yeah, as long as they prove they're for real. Dad was happy with how I handled it. Good. No matter what music you're really feeling. And not letting them see it was a smart move. I totally jumped on that opening to make my pitch to Dad. Please let Music Me take charge of this whole thing. Dad hesitated, but he agreed since I was the one who cracked this case. If it weren't for me, the whole family would still be clueless. Finally, as Music I was about to leave, Dad suddenly called out to stop me. Mickey,
You killed it today. I was super proud. Music. That kid who never got anything when he was young finally seems to have grown up, and Dad was just standing by the window feeling proud all over again. How am I supposed to let people know I outsmarted that old schemer anyway?
I was thinking about more important stuff. In my music past life, even though the Purgis family were the Empire's top mages, their reputation got destroyed overnight. For Music, a family that powerful and stable to just fall apart, there was only one reason: drama from the inside. The vassals were bickering every day trying to climb the ladder, and they used me, which pretty much caused the Music family's downfall. The biggest snake behind it all was Viscount Nostra. Thinking about that, I called out to the butler behind me. Could you go get Viscount? Nostra for me? He's probably just sitting around waiting for me to call. In my last life, this guy didn't just start family drama. He also taught me some shady training, music methods to get to the third circle, which totally stalled my progress even with all my talent. I had no choice but to ditch my old power and relearn all the magic circles from scratch. And because he was Dad's old war buddy, even at Music, the very end, Dad couldn't bring himself to stop him, which is how he got the family to bow down to the demon god. In this life, I'm not letting any of that happen. But I didn't let any of that show. Instead, Music, I said, before you become my teacher, I have a proposal. Let's have a duel on equal terms. I don't mind learning from you. The music question is whether you're even qualified to teach me. Nostra looked confused. Didn't I help you form your third circle that day? Isn't that enough? I said. It definitely wasn't enough. I want you to prove you're worth it. And I made an official declaration in the name of Walpurgis. If he won, I'd be his student. If not, you'll be my student. And without a second thought, Nostra agreed instantly, probably already celebrating in his head. Even though fighting Music at the same level sounds like a bad deal for him, the power gap between the 7th and 4th circle is massive. Music. After I left, he totally showed his ambitious side. He knew he could never be the head of the family, but he was after a position that even the head couldn't touch. And he never thought the chance would just fall in his lap. Music. And right when he was getting all hyped up, he had no idea he'd already walked right into the trap I'd set. A little later, the butler came running to Music my room totally out of breath. He'd heard about my duel with Viscount Nostra. It was obvious who leaked the news. He spread it so fast. Looks like he's scared I'm gonna bail. I calmly told the butler to chill, but he couldn't calm down. I heard if you lose, you'll Music become his student. That would just give him more power. I didn't deny it. But why are you so positive I'll lose? I'll never forget how Nostra bent the knee to the demon god's followers in my past life in iMusic. Have to do this to bait him. Then I asked the butler seriously, do you know why Nostra is still allowed Music in the family, even though he's so arrogant? The butler thought for a second. Because he and the Marquis have been friends since they were kids. Yep. Dad is super loyal, so he, Music, won't make a move on Viscount Nostra first. So I have to be the bad guy and use this bet to keep him in line. Wagers between mages are backed by the power of words, which means they're magically binding. In other music words, if you win the bet, the winner gets absolute power over the loser. But when he heard me say that, the butler just silently pulled out a resignation letter. If I keep listening to this, I'm gonna get an ulcer, Music, from stress, so I think I'm gonna quit. I waved my hand and burned the letter right in his hand, asking the butler to trust me just once. His 7th circle was gained through some sketchy methods. So his power is super unstable, which means he can fake the vibe of a 7th circle mage, Music. But he'd get totally smoked by a mage on his actual level in a real fight. But get this, after hearing that, the butler starts digging in his pockets again. I was like, dude, even if he pulls out 100 letters, Music, there's no way I'm letting him quit. After that, I went to find my dad again, hoping he'd be the official witness for Music this whole throwdown. And just as I expected, Dad was furious and said he was gonna break one of my legs. I just told him, for real, Dad, I don't plan on losing. I mean, isn't the whole point of a bet to win I'm gonna win this music duel and make Nostra my own disciple? I was hoping that would convince my dad, but nope. He just pulls out a stick totally ready to break my legs for being such a pain. I had to keep trying to reason with him. Look, Viscount Nostra works for our family, right? So as the heir, isn't it totally my place to put him in line? The stick in Dad's hand was literally whistling through the air. He goes, have you even thought about what happens if you lose or what I'm going to do to you? So finally, Music, just to calm things down, I had to make him a promise. If I lose, he can have one of my legs. Music. So yeah, I got to the magic practice room early and decided to test out a few spells. As Music casually lifted my hand, a magic missile just zipped out. The missile totally tracked my hand switching directions on a dime. And yeah, it's technically just a first circle spell mostly, because they're usually kind of hard to aim. But for a pro like me who can control it perfectly, music, its power is easily on par with a fifth circle spell. Then I just whispered, explode. And in the next second, the magic missile blew up right over my head. But that music was just me messing around. What I was about to do was on a whole other level. Soon enough, Viscount Nostra rolled in. The Marquis had just gotten there too. As soon as the Marquis took the head seat, the bet was officially on. The Marquis raised his hand and these magic chains just shot out music, nerfing Nostra's power down to the fourth circle. Nostra went first, trying to hit me with a slow spell, trying to slow me down so he could take control of the music fight. But I just casually hit him with a confusion spell which totally broke his concentration and made him music back up. Nostra started demanding to know how I learned that move, because confusion magic is supposed to be one of the toughest fourth circle spells. I just told him he didn't need to know. So he immediately attacked again, multicasting a fireball and a wind cutter, and at the same time using music and earthbreak to make the ground under me crumble and throw me off balance. But I just effortlessly put up a mana barrier and blocked all his spells easy. Normally, since Nostra was also at the fourth circle, I shouldn't have been able to block that stuff so easily. But magic is so unfair compared to sword fighting. No matter how hard you grind the gap, music with swords is all about physical strength and willpower, but magic, that's just about having a brain that's killer at math, music. So thinking that I cast that magic missile I was warming up with. But unlike my practice run this time, I fired off multiple music shots. Instantly, like a million magic missiles rushed straight for Nostra. As a seventh circle mage, Nostra instantly spotted all the different techniques I'd mixed in: music free control, multicasting, multiple explosions, and like dozens of other skills all woven together. Was this something a fourth circle mage was supposed to be able to do? Nostra could only panic and throw up a shield to defend himself. But when my second explosion hit music, his shield just instantly shattered. The Viscount was so mad he started demanding to know what kind of moves I was using, yelling, "Those aren't a move someone at my level can use, you must have." Music used some forbidden dark arts. I was so ticked off I slammed my fist into the pillar behind me. "Viscount, you better watch your mouth. I bet the honor of the entire Walpurgis family on this duel with music you." Seeing that Nostra started trembling and fell to his knees, I spoke out of line. So I immediately hit him with the same technique again. This time a bunch of missiles hit their target, kicking up a huge cloud of smoke. Nostra was just lying there looking pathetic in the middle of it all. But then he got back up super confidently. "Good, very good. You've performed way beyond music what I expected. But this time I'm going to show you what it really means to be a seventh circle mage." And as he said it, Nostra instantly threw up a 2-layer shield to block the missiles. And this time it totally worked. Then Nostra started multicasting again, but music this time was on another level. He cast 3 fourth circle spells at once. Even the Marquis was shook, probably wondering how much power Nostra was hiding this whole time. He must have thought the match was over. Music. There was no way I was supposed to block an attack like that. But right when the spell got to me, I just casually caught the fireball in my bare hand. I gave my fist a little squeeze and poof, music, the magic was gone. Just admit it, this is what a talent gap looks like for mages. And in the next second, hundreds of magic missiles appeared, music all around me instantly blasting toward the Viscount. I remember hearing someone say once, art is an explosion. Right when it looked like Viscount Nostra was about to tap out my fist, music shot out like a freight train and shut his mouth for him. See, in my past life, I had a whole bucket list of things I wanted to do before kicking it. Music. And one thing on that list was to personally deal with this traitor. Seeing that if I kept this up, Nostra might actually check out for good, the terrified Marquis scrambled down from his seat, jumped up to stop my final hit. I totally lost it, screaming, "Why should I stop? He hasn't tapped out yet." But Nostra was already so wrecked he couldn't even talk. I was literally begging my dad to let me land just one more punch. But he was like, "If you hit him again, I might have to hit you." In the end, the Marquis had to zap Nostra out of there with a teleport spell, warping Nostra to safety. Once he saw I'd chilled out a bit, my dad said my name. "I had no clue you got this strong right under my nose. That move. The one you just pulled off, that's from that old school mage, the Twilight one, right?" I played it off like it was nothing, but my dad totally wasn't buying it. And I knew exactly where he was going with this. Way back when, there was this apostle mage, kind of a tragic story, who got ghosted by all the other mages and just vanished. I had to be real with my dad. "Don't you think you kind of slept on me before?" Dad thought about it for a sec and was like, "Yeah, you're right. To even pull that off perfectly, you'd need some insane next-level magical talent." Then, he gave me this super intense look. "So what was the point of all this? What were you trying to prove to me with this fight?" I knew he'd figured something out. Even if you wanted a new teacher, there was no reason to go this hard. I had to come clean and tell him this wasn't just me being random. "Dad, you were never going to ditch Viscount Nostra because you guys are friends, right? But his ambition is getting way out of hand, and someone needs to put him in check. So from now on, I'm the one pulling the Viscount's strings." Meanwhile, Nostra was in his room totally freaking out. He just got owned by a lowly fourth circle kid, and both the Marquis and Purgus saw the whole thing. There was no way he could spin this. Just when Nostra was about to lose his mind, I popped up in front of him. "What's the big deal?" I asked. "You weren't good enough, so you gotta face the music." But Nostra was still clinging to this tiny shred of hope. He was thinking maybe this useless young master only made a bet with him because he respected his skills and wanted his help, and this whole beatdown was just a way to prove himself. The thought actually made Nostra sit up straight. "I know what you want. You've been waiting for years for a chance to show what you can really do. I'll help you." I just smirked. "Nah, I just really wanted to wreck you." "Disciple, you're running your mouth way too much." A little later, I took Nostra to this empty spot. He had to call me master even though he hated it. Because deals between mages are locked in and enforced by these things called monocircles. If you break the deal, the circle shatters and it's bad news. So he just had to suck it up. Honestly, I thought he was getting off easy, especially when I remembered his betrayals in my past life. Even trashing his entire future wouldn't be enough for me. But so annoying, I still needed him for some stuff. So I was like, "All right, since I'm your teacher now, I guess I should teach you something." Nostra was probably thinking, "What could this kid teach me?" since I was a lower level. So I just gave his chest a little poke with my finger. Next thing you know, he's on the floor screaming in pain. See, you're not supposed to be able to form a circle without hitting transcendence. But this dude wanted to catch up to the Marquis so bad he used the apostle technique to cheat the system and skip the whole enlightenment thing. He got to 7th circle power, sure, but it came with a huge price tag. It was super obvious during our fight. "You were grabbing your chest the whole time we were dueling, weren't you? That's a classic sign of a crazy unstable mana circle, right? I'm telling you, the way you are now, you don't have much time left." Nostra just looked totally stunned. He was like, "Are you saying I'm gonna lose my magic?" I did a little "you're finished" gesture. Nope, not even close. You're just gonna drop dead." Seeing him start to panic, I told him there was only one way out of this. "Let me suck out all that power you got from cheating," I said. "It's the only way your mana circle can fix itself before it completely falls apart." But even then, Nostra totally fought back. He'd worked so hard to hit the 7th circle. I was like, "You're so wrong. That thing inside you isn't a mana circle. It's a ticking time bomb that could take you out any second." Yep, in my last life, this guy got slowly eaten away by the mana circle he made with that apostle technique, and in the end, he caved to the demon god's whole deal. You only scraped by to the 7th circle with that trick because you had a major inferiority complex about my dad. What you did is totally hollow and means nothing. You think my dad didn't know you were rushing things? As soon as I brought up the Marquis Nostra's expression finally changed. "You mean, the Marquis knew about all of this?" "That's right. My dad knew everything. You get what I'm saying right now. You see how lame your plan to use me was? To try and take over this family." At that, Nostra finally looked like he felt bad. The whole reason the Marquis never called him out was because he actually thought of him as a real friend, even with Nostra plotting against the family. In the end, Nostra agreed to my deal. After I did my thing, my power jumped to the 5th circle, and Nostra's got knocked down to the 5th circle too. But this was no time to chill. According to the prophecy's schedule, the demon god is supposed to come back in like 7 years. Last time, everyone just blew off that prophecy, and it was a total disaster. Even though the demon god's army wasn't even at full power, nobody could stop them. Not until the demon god himself one-punched the Empire's 7th knight, Kelby, in the Iron Wall and took him out. That's when everyone finally got how serious things were, but like way too late. So with the demon god having already taken over half the Empire, the temple music scrambled to throw together an army of warriors to take him down. Yeah, the monster fighting crew I was in Argo. That prophet Cassandra who nobody music ever believed was like 2 years younger than me. She'd be 18 by now, or so they say, since nobody ever bought what she was selling. So she just bolted from the temple all by herself. Right then, the butler pops in to tell me I've got a music visitor. I didn't even have to guess. I knew it was Ryan. And sure enough, the second he saw me, he was all over me about the training method. I told him, "Hold up before music. We get to that, I'm adding one more condition." Hearing that, Ryan totally slammed the table and jumped up. "What kind of game are you playing? Didn't you literally just say all I had to do was go with you to music the temple to check out that prophecy?" I was like, "Chill, I'm just adding one little thing and it's not like you're gonna lose out." "It's music. This has your territory found a dungeon. I'm super interested in that dungeon." Yeah, because in my past life, the Count Parloff's music family sent out 5 different search parties, and basically none of them made it back. The Parsoff family was so desperate for that marriage music alliance with the Lindell family, because sending all of those teams totally wrecked their finances. Seeing I had my facts straight, music, Ryan knew he couldn't play dumb anymore, but he was still suspicious. This whole thing has been a top family secret for years, kept totally under wraps. Is there a mole in the family? Not a chance. I just pieced it together from rumors floating around the Merc world. Ryan had music to admit. He couldn't make the call himself. This was something his dad would have to decide. So I got ready to head out to the music Parsoff territory right away. But first, I had to let the Marquis know I was taking a trip to the Parsoff territory. When music my dad, the Marquis, heard about it, he totally flipped, thinking I was still salty about the Lindell music family calling off the engagement, and that I was just going there to stir up trouble. He even whipped out the magic gear he used back when he was a battle mage. I had to music tell my dad that wasn't it at all, and that I had other reasons for going. Dad, you're gonna believe me, right? When he heard that my dad finally put the magic stuff in his hands down. Yep, my dad always had my back even in my past life when I totally went off the rails. Music. But he trusted me completely right up until he died, which just makes it hurt even more. I've kicked myself a million times wondering why. It took my dad's death for me to finally start living like a real person. Music. That's also part of why I ditched the whole hero thing to keep my dad from stressing out. I told him this was also part of handling the whole Lindell family situation. So my dad gave me the green light. Just then, I suddenly felt another ripple of magic in the room. Dad, are you expecting someone else? My dad glanced around. Nope. You see something? I just said I must have been imagining things. Music. Right after I left, the butler stepped out of the room. The Marquis glanced over. He only saw you for a second, but I think he sensed you were there. As the butler who's been keeping an eye on that kid, you must have noticed something. The butler replied that the young master has definitely been going through some major changes lately. Music. He seems way more relaxed, and his magic skills have seriously leveled up, but I can promise you he's not messing with any dark arts. The young master might just be a late bloomer with his talent, and a sudden awakening isn't exactly weird for the Walpurgis family. I mean, the Walpurgis family today carries the will of generations of our ancestors. The Marquis just sighed. The potential passed down. Huh. Anyway, after Ryan and I got the carriage ready, the butler came running up totally out of music breath. I asked him, "You're not in the best shape. Why are you pushing yourself to come along?" The butler just said it was an order from the Marquis. I watched music the butler's little performance totally helpless. It was a perfect excuse, I'll give him that. But he can't seriously think I don't know who he really is. Before long, our carriage rolled into Parsoff territory. Ryan noticed I was staring out the window with a super serious music look on my face. He asked, "What's with the intense look? Does our territory look that lame to you?" I replied, "No, the opposite. Your dad's an amazing lord, you can tell from the vibe on the streets and music." The looks on people's faces. This place is run really well. To be honest, all that fancy stuff on the surface doesn't mean a thing. What really matters, music, is if the people living here are actually happy with their lives. Your dad is a seriously capable lord. You should be proud of him. Ryan got this huge, satisfied grin on his face when he heard that. I, music, never thought I'd hear something like that from a Walpurgis. You're right. This territory is awesome, all thanks to my dad and I. Music, totally respect him for it. I wasn't shocked by what Ryan said because in my past life, Ryan had always been super proud to be a Parsoff even when he was the last one left in the family. A little later, Ryan went to his dad and said, "Mikhail Walpurgis is here." Hearing music that, the Count started frantically chugging down pills. "Okay, I'm calm. Go on." So Ryan continued. "Mikhail Walpurgis is waiting in the reception room downstairs." Hearing that music, the Count grabbed the medicine bottle again and downed the other half. The Count, calming down again, said it was still something he could handle. Anything else? Ryan thought music for a sec. Nah, nothing. Except for the tiny little detail that he knows we have a dungeon on our land. When he heard that, the Count's face went totally pale, and he started fumbling around in his coat. Look, I've been running this family for long enough. It's time for this old guy to retire. His reaction wasn't even over the top, because the Walpurgis family is on a whole other level than us. If they found out about the dungeon on our land, they'd for sure just take it. But Ryan said he doesn't want to swipe the dungeon. He even said, he wants to help us out and will teach me the complete Moyer aura training method. Hearing that, the Count shot right up. Are you for real? Ryan was like, yeah. And even though he only gave me a quick peek, it was seriously legit and I made a pact with him. You know how binding a mage's pact is. After hearing that, the Count started to really think it over. He's actually putting the priceless Miera method on the table. What in the world is in that dungeon? With that thought, the Count was on his feet. I need to speak with Mikhail Walpurgis myself. Just like I planned, I got the Count on board pretty quick, because my condition was that I'd clear the dungeon myself in just one day. Turns out this dungeon the Parsoff family kept hidden for years was a place I'd totally been to before. And back in my past life, my squad actually got the ultimate divine artifact, Set's Storm. That thing could have been a major game changer in the fight against the demon god, but the hero totally wasted it. So this time around, I have to be the one to master it and unlock its real power. Right then, Ryan just tried to charge straight into the dungeon. I hit Ryan with a stop spell like immediately. The whole entrance was rigged with traps. Charging in like that gets you kicked out instantly. Then I lifted my hand and shot a fireball. The second it flew through the doorway, some invisible barrier just shattered. And just like that, we were inside. Ryan was looking around all curious, confused why the dungeon looked brand new. I told him that time is basically frozen in here, keeping it looking like it was just built. I was thinking to myself, man, if he only knew. He'd totally freak out knowing a dungeon this massive was built in one go. Just then, I stuck my arm out to stop them. There was a whole goblin army up ahead. Ryan wanted to fall back and get soldiers, but I shut that down. Ryan, chill. This is just the first test, and this whole place was designed for one person to beat. After I said that, I started scraping some powder off the wall with my dagger. Ryan was like, what are you doing? I showed him the powder. This stuff makes goblins go completely nuts, and this gem powder, it's got substitution effects too.
Then I used a little magic, rolled the powder into tiny balls, and chucked them hard right at the goblins.
After a crazy bright flash of white light, the goblins started turning on each other. Yeah, to beat this dungeon, you need brains, not just brawn. As long as you get how goblins work and know a thing or two about magic, passing the first level is a piece of cake. Then I saw one of the goblin bodies start to glow.
I pulled it off and took a look. It was a dimensional pocket, and a top-tier one at that. The weird thing was, I never saw this thing in my past life. But thinking back, I bet that hero kept it for himself. I'm so mad. He better pray we never meet.
Ryan was staring at the dimensional pocket, totally shocked, and said,
"Scoring something this good right at the start?
You think we'll find legendary items later on?" I was like, nah, that was a total fluke. Probably won't happen again. Then I asked Ryan for the pocket.
Yep, just as I thought.
There was ancient writing on the inside. Every single item in this dungeon shows up for a reason. It's all part of some puzzle. But what was this one trying to say?
Offer up the greatest greed. The creator wouldn't let anyone cheese this with outside items, so the answer had to be in the dungeon itself. Then it hit me.
The Goblin Chief's greatest greed has to be the most valuable magic stone around here. I probably just need to pull the magic stone from the Goblin Chief and drop it in the pocket. Ryan offered to do it since pulling magic stones is tricky business. But I guess I looked skeptical, so he suggested a competition. There were 2 Goblin Chiefs here, which meant we could get 2 magic stones.
Whoever pulled the better quality stone gets the pocket. I was totally down for that. Ryan got to work right away.
In like no time, he pulled out a super high-quality magic stone.
But when he looked over at me, his jaw dropped. The magic stone in my hand was literally glowing. That only happens when a magic stone is absolutely perfect and still has all of its leftover magic.
Ryan totally conceded. I tossed the magic stone into the pocket, and the next thing you know, this huge pillar of light shot out of it.
A key showed up and made this energy gate right in front of us. I was thinking because of that idiot hero, we never even saw this place in my last life. Looks like we found a shortcut.
So I walked through the gate first.
Ryan whispered to the butler, "Yo, what's Mikhail's deal? He doesn't act like any other kid our age." The butler just sighed and said, "The young master
is exactly like the rumors say." Ryan was surprised the butler was being so blunt. The butler just calmly said, "I'm only telling you this because the young master said it was okay." That just made Ryan even more curious about me. Most people would try to bury an embarrassing past. Is he really cool enough to own who he used to be? Then the butler added, "The young master changed like overnight." NGL, even I was shook by how fast that went down. I had to pause because this massive stone door just appeared out of nowhere. Looks like we totally skipped the other checkpoints and warped straight to the 4th level. I read the ancient script carved into the door, and it was basically like, don't even try to see through me. So just to be safe, I cast a mind protection spell on the butler and Ryan. The moment I stepped through that door,
everything went totally dark. I was not expecting a trip down memory lane to my past life, especially not on the dungeon's 4th checkpoint. Then the Ryan from my past started walking towards me super slow and deliberate. He grabbed my shoulders all pissed off and spat, "You're the only one who escaped that hell, you freaking coward." But I just calmly replied, the Ryan I know would never say that to me. And just like that, my whole aura changed. "Don't you dare trash my friend's name."
As soon as I said it, the whole illusion started to fall apart. The butler rushed over, and then we both started scrambling to find Ryan.
We found him pretty quick, curled up on the ground and just trembling all over. His big scary illusion was the weight of his family's expectations, and even though we were proud of him, all that pressure was slowly eating him alive. When he saw me getting in closer, his eyes were totally lifeless.
He was thinking, Mikhail Purgus, if he were gone, wouldn't this whole special dungeon belong to my family? And with that thought, Ryan drew his sword and came at me, probably thinking that as long as it was for his family, it was the right thing to do. I just casually raised my hand and fired off a couple of magic missiles. Ryan's eyes went clear in a second. He was awake, just watching me walk right past him without a second glance. You could tell Ryan was still freaked out. What a terrifying guy. As we pushed deeper into the dungeon, the mist around us got super thick. I had a hunch someone set this whole thing up just to meet me. And yep, soon enough, I spotted this young woman sitting in a pavilion at the end of the path, smiling at me and saying, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The girl was just about to introduce herself when I cut her right off. "I know who you are. You're Set, the Guardian of Storm, the #1 shard of the old goddess Asar. So let's skip the boring explanations. I've already proven myself. I'm pretty sure I'm qualified to get your reward." Before Set could even say anything, I jumped back in. "And don't worry, I'm gonna fulfill your wishes. That's the whole reason I'm here." Seeing that I already knew everything, she just cut to the chase. She started doing her thing, and the magic circle on the table lit up with this insane light. "This mysterious necklace just appeared in front of me," Set explained. "This is a divine artifact, and it's full of my power. As long as you wear it, it'll be your spear and your shield. It doesn't have a name yet, so just go ahead and use Mindset Storm." As I looked at the necklace in my hand, I felt this pang in my chest. So this was the real Set Storm. But the one I got in my past life was completely different. The artifact that countless people sacrificed their lives for was actually a fake. Set totally picked up on my confusion. She said that if a challenger hadn't reached this checkpoint, or hadn't found the divine hint on the 3rd level, it meant they weren't qualified to get the divine artifact. Because if it fell into the wrong hands, it would just become a useless piece of junk. The moment I put the necklace on my body just exploded with this brilliant light. That's when I realized Set's body was starting to disappear.
She let me know it was her time to go. My only job was to pass on the divine artifact. Since I've done that, it's natural for me to leave. I started thinking, does this mean the time-freezing magic covering this entire tomb just broke? So I looked right at Set.
Seriously? If you could choose not to disappear, would you want to stay? Set just looked kinda sad and said, forget about it. Repairing the old magical barrier takes 9th circle magic knowledge. You could never pull that off. But if it were possible, I'd still love to see the world change with my own 2 eyes. I just calmly walked up behind Set. I totally get how you feel. Then I went over to the magical barrier's control panel and slapped my hand on it. Since you want to see it, I'll show you how I'm going to change the world. The moment my hand came off,
Set's body suddenly erupted in this brilliant light. I looked at the barrier I'd just fixed up and was like, ha, perfect. But Set was not on the same page. Perfect my butt, what is this? I honestly thought she was overreacting. Hey, it's kinda cute, and it's the only way to keep energy consumption at a minimum.
Set totally fired back. Cute my butt, you know, despite how I look now.
I was still an apostle who served a god, then Set just sighed.
Whatever. Are you a grand mage or something? Like a 9th circle one? I was like, not quite. I'm a genius. And a genius who's going to save the world. So after we got back from the dungeon, I started training Ryan myself on his sword skills. But I basically tormented the poor guy because my teaching method is a little special. I make him feel the flow of magic power by literally beating him up. A moment later, Ryan got hit with another magic blast. He screamed in pain. What kind of psycho invented this training method? And hearing that just made me snap. You idiot! Your own future self came up with this. Then I told Ryan to try circulating the magic power inside him. He tried it, and was shocked that his body didn't feel so sluggish anymore. Yup, making him circulate his magic to fight back against my magic is literally part of the training. If you can just remember this feeling of how the magic flows, then you'll naturally be able to master the method when you're training. With my help, Ryan picked up the training method way earlier than in his last life. I can't wait to see him reach his ultimate form.
Level of the Moyer Aura training method.
Once training wrapped, I started messing with the divine artifact I snagged from the dungeon. Set got all smug like music. If you want to know about it, I can totally tell you. I've been guarding this thing forever. I know it inside and out. But I was like, everything you know I already know. And the stuff you don't. Yeah, I know that too. Music for real.
A divine artifact level item was never going to be that simple.
Pretty soon, with me calling the shots, this insane storm of magical power started swirling around it. Before I was reborn, storm wasn't mine. Music. But you know a mage's curiosity, so I studied it a ton. And then I had this theory. What if I could use it for my free circulation method? The music free circulation method was my own signature training style that lets magic just flow through your whole body. So what would happen if I tossed Storm into that mix set totally freaked? Music. Are you insane if you try to circulate Storm with your mana? Your body will literally blow up. But then the next second, all that wild music magic inside me just chilled out. Yup, my research from my past life was spot on. Before I knew it, I whipped up a mana circle using the power inside Storm, reached out my hand, and drew out a 6th circle mage's spell. The music very next moment, I cast the 6th circle magic fire field. Set was completely blown away. 6th music circle. How are you already at the 6th circle at your age? But she had no idea what was coming. I immediately busted out a 7th circle spell. The 7th circle magic gravity went off with a music boom. Meanwhile, Ryan had been grinding on the Moyer Aura training method for a whole week without me even noticing, and he'd already mastered it completely. Looking at where Ryan was at, I was pretty sure he could hit master level in just a few years. Ryan Music asked, so what's next? Are we hitting up the temple? Wasn't the whole deal for giving me the training method? That I had to join the temple's hero recruitment thing. That totally snapped me back. I was so focused on grabbing the first divine artifact that I completely spaced on that. Music. Before we headed to the temple, I had to lock down the location of that prophet girl Cassandra. But how was I going to find her? Just as Music was thinking it over, a guard ran up to report something, saying there was a visitor, but the guard was acting super sketchy around me. I knew right away it had to be Eileen. Music. That definitely got my attention. Meanwhile, over in the reception room, Eileen was looking totally bitter, because she felt like she'd brought shame on the entire Lindell family. She had to prove herself to her dad. If she could just take down Ryan, the guy they're calling the new generation sword saint. Music. She thought she could prove she was a worthy knight. But surprised, the next thing she knew, I was standing right in front of her. Seeing her totally shocked music face, I told her I wasn't there to give her a hard time. I don't have any beef with you anymore. Music. Because after I went to the Duke's place that day, he told everyone the real story. After our families talked it out, the engagement was officially Music. Called off. And not because Mikhail W. Perus wasn't good enough or whatever. Honestly, I'm super happy with how it all turned out. Though I'm guessing Eileen feels the exact opposite, right? Music. Then I asked her why she was even here. Eileen got all awkward and was like, as someone from a sword family, I just wanted to check out another family's style.
And that's when a light bulb went off. Eileen was actually legit talented with a sword. Music. Thinking about what was coming, I knew the more allies I had, the better. So I gave her this wicked little smile. Music. You could tell Eileen was a little freaked out by my vibe. Then I slammed the table and shut up. You say you came here to see some sword skills music? Which means you want to get stronger, right? All right, I'll give you a shot. Next thing she knew, I had Eileen out on the training ground. Ryan, music backed away like he'd seen a ghost. My gut is screaming that when you make that face, and nothing good is about to happen. And he was music totally right. Eileen was now part of my hellish training routine. Eileen tried to argue that this had nothing to do with just watching music, some sword fighting. But then she saw Ryan going through the exact same thing. He was handling all the attacks like it was nothing music, and they were both getting hit with the same stuff. I asked Eileen, so you seen enough yet? Eileen just collapsed on the ground, totally defeated.
Yeah, music. I didn't just see it, I had a full-on epiphany. Compared to me, Ryan is perfectly fine. Seeing that I'd totally broken through her mental walls,
I knew my plan was halfway there. Then I held out my hand to her. How about I introduce you to a really good teacher? But being her proud self, Eileen shot me down instantly, saying she didn't show up because she needed a teacher.
Besides, how could a mage like me even be qualified to judge a swordsman's training, music methods? That's when Ryan, who was standing off to the side, jumped in.
Lady Eileen, you can totally trust him. He's the music one who taught me the training method in the first place. Eileen's eyes went wide like she was completely stunned. Even if Ryan's saying it, could this mage for real teach me the Moyer or a training method music? To completely crush any doubt she had left, I laid it all out. Look, I can't use the training method myself like you swordsmen can, but I understand the theory behind it completely. So teaching it is no problem at all.
Eileen glanced over at Ryan's innocent but super music intense face, probably worried she was going to end up just like him. However,
Ryan was like the best swordsman of our generation, a total pro at training methods.
If even he gave me props, then I must actually have some real skill. She said she was sorry. Music. For being so rash, and then she finished with this super deep bow. NGL that threw me. I never expected a princess type like her to actually apologize on her own. I held out my hand to Eileen and was like, forget the apology. Let's talk about this teacher. But you're gonna have to pay the fee up front. Eileen totally zoned out thinking it over.
Can we maybe hold off on the fee? I really want to meet the teacher first.
Yeah, hard pass. Who knows if you picked up your dad's habit of ghosting on debts, payment comes first.
Eileen patted down her clothes. Then she pulled out this gem that was glowing with an insane purple light.
And get this, it was a flawless mana stone. I definitely didn't expect her to be carrying a treasure like that.
That thing was her bargaining chip for her deal with Count Pars, since it can make clearing dungeons way less of a nightmare, a super rare ability. And just like that, it all clicked. This whole marriage deal wasn't just about two powerful families teaming up. The Lindell family wanted a cut of the dungeon profits. You gotta admit the Duke is one sneaky old fox. I took the mana stone from Eileen. See, the teacher I was gonna introduce her to was an old friend of mine. That person is the one and only Miriam Araran, the arbiter of the lawless zone. In my past life, she was the legendary hero who took down the 7th Legion commander of the Demon God's army. The second Ryan heard her name, his jaw basically hit the floor. That's the Sword Overlord of the West, one of the top 3 swordmasters on the entire continent. Eileen obviously thought I was just talking big. Like, even for someone from the Walpurgis family, you can't just call up a legend like that. I just smirked and gave her a little whatever wave, not saying anything else. You'll get it when you see it.
Then I told Ryan to get ready for our trip to the temple tomorrow because 3 major players were about to make an appearance.
The Pope is about to choose a hero.
Meanwhile, the arbiter of the lawless zone, the same woman who's supposed to be guarding the western border, is already here in the capital.
It was time to make our move. I turned to Eileen and said, you better get ready too. Tomorrow you're coming with us to the temple in the capital. She was completely stunned by the sudden invite. Once she finally found her voice, she demanded a good explanation. I just gave her a little smirk. After all, I'm the one pulling all the strings in this game. Night fell pretty fast, and I was just spacing out looking out the window. Seth, who was standing nearby, couldn't resist asking, why do you act so much older than you are? You're literally just a kid, you know. I just smiled back at her. Guess I'm just more mature than most. Can't help it if I'm a genius, right? After that, I looked back at the mana stone on the table. Seth asked what my plan for it was, seeing as it's a key ingredient for a ton of divine-level artifacts. I just grinned and said, I'm a mage. Obviously, I'm gonna make a magical item. It's not like I can just switch careers and become a swordsman like them. The biggest problem now is finding something that could handle all that power. I mean, you need wood that's over 100 years old to even take the output from a mana stone like this. I told her not to sweat it because I already had the perfect sacred wood in mind. And funny enough, it's actually connected to her. Set was totally floored by that, like she couldn't even imagine how any sacred wood was related to her. I didn't leave her hanging. The sacred wood I need is none other than a branch from the world tree. Set was shocked that I knew so many of her secrets. She immediately started protesting.
You literally just took my storm yesterday. And now you want a branch of the world tree. I'm not your personal ATM. But honestly, it wasn't that Set didn't want to help. She just literally couldn't write at that moment. I totally got that. So I told her we didn't need to make the item right this second. We were still just in the prep stage. Then I figured it was time to start refining the mana stone. After all, the orb is basically the core of any magical item. The second I pumped my magic into it, hundreds of glowing circuits just popped up all over the mana stone. Since she's a divine messenger, Set knew exactly what I was doing, the engraving, the imprinting, my mana control, all of it. To have that kind of mastery over such complicated skills. Could a kid really be that good? When Set gave me that doubtful look, I just played it cool with my usual I'm a genius excuse. I mean, it's not like I could just tell her I've been reborn. Pretty soon I was at the very last step. All I had to do was add a drop of my own blood to the mana stone. It would then slowly start to morph into an orb under the influence of my magic. But looking at the pure black orb, Set couldn't help but ask, "Hey, why is it colorless? It's supposed to glow to show what kind of magic you have." Wiping the blood from my finger, I explained, "That's because I'm an attributeless mage. I can adapt to any and all magic, and that's how I'm going to guarantee your happiness." To prove it, I instantly cast a second circle firebolt, and it just exploded into existence. In the very next moment, the black orb in my hand blazed a brilliant fiery red. Just like I figured, the orb totally changed color depending on the magic I was slinging. Music. I decided to test its juice. And my guinea pigs, those unlucky folks in the back mountain. The very next morning, Ryan came in whining about some crazy, powerful person who basically torched the demi-human settlement in the back mountain overnight. Count Parsov was apparently up all night freaking out over this little revenge plot. Hearing the news, I wasn't surprised at all, since you know it was my work. But I guess my face gave it away because Ryan got super suspicious. He suddenly grabs me by the collar, all like, "Male, did you have something to do with this?" I just smirked and played it cool. "Yeah, well, the demi-humans in your territory made for some awesome test music subjects." The whole room went dead silent. Just then, Eileen walked up slowly. Once she heard the reason we were hitting the capital was because of some music prophecy, she immediately said that was a dumb idea. Nobody believes in prophecies these days. All that talk about music demon gods showing up is just a bunch of nonsense. I totally got why Eileen was skeptical. I mean, the world was totally chill, no bad vibes or anything. Just this one super vague prophecy. Music. Back then, being a hero wasn't even a big deal. 'Cause a hero's real worth is only proven if they can actually throw down with the demon god. Music told Eileen, "Don't even worry, this trip to the capital is going to be totally worth it for you. Because your future mentor, the ultimate judge of all things lawless music, is there right now." Then I turned and asked the butler if they'd found Cassandra yet. The butler said that there was still music, no word, and even the divine country couldn't track her down. But changing the subject, he said the prophet left a message before she dipped. "I'll be waiting for you there." The second I heard her last known spot was near the divine country, I whipped up a magic circle and teleported Ryan and Eileen straight to the capital. Ryan clearly couldn't handle the long-distance jump. He got sick the second we stepped out of the circle. After he recovered, he started complaining about why we didn't just take a carriage. I just pointed into the distance. Because carriages can't exactly teleport. The epic view in front of them totally blew Ryan's mind. Even though he was the oldest son of a count's family, music, their territory was way out in the boonies and not that rich, so he'd never seen a city this decked out. Meanwhile, Eileen and I, coming from money, were music totally used to scenes like this. The capital was whatever, not even as poppin' as my family's territory. These upper-class types always gotta flex. Just as I was about to head to the central temple, Set motioned for me to check out a nearby alley. A robbery was going down in there, and yet music. Why was this little girl giving me a seriously weird, threatening vibe? Could she be? With that thought, I immediately shot my hand out, about to use time-stop magic to music save her. But some knight beat me to it, swinging their sword and sending the bald guy flying a few dozen meters. And yeah, the heroic rescue thing might look cool, but doing that here is basically music a death wish. Pulling a sword is a big no-no in the capital center, and rule breakers could literally lose their heads. I told her to sheath her sword, saying I could just pretend I didn't see anything. At that music moment, the girl also piped up, "Please sheath your sword, Sir Arling." After that, the girl gave me a polite little greeting. But her next music words totally threw me for a loop. "I'm so happy to see you again." Hold up, this was 100% our first time meeting. So why did she say again? Did she see my future or something? While I was trying to process that, Ryan nudged me from behind, telling me we needed to bounce from this messy situation. A whole crowd had already started to form. I glanced around and realized, yeah, we should probably make a quick exit. Becoming the talk of the town on day one was not music the move. But before we dipped, there was one thing I had to handle. I cast an imprisonment spell on the bald guy, then I gave him a thorough pat-down. A second later, I found a package on him. Music. It looked like this young girl really was the one I was searching for. The bald dude tried to claim the thing belonged to her. But the moment I pulled out a pendant, he shut his mouth real fast. See, that pendant was his proof of connection to the divine country, a perk only for those at rank 4 or higher. I leaned down and whispered in his ear, "Hey, my guy, please, music. Pass a message to that sewer rat. Tell him the Walpurgis family is looking for him." Then I gave the package back to the music. Young girl. She paused for a sec, totally silent. Then she looked up and asked if I needed her to reintroduce herself. Music. Eileen and Ryan were completely clueless.
Are we even on the same page here?
At that point, the butler explained, "She is the prophet we've been searching music for Cassandra." Meanwhile, in the sewers somewhere else,
The bald guy passed my message to the sewer rat.
"The Walpurgis family is looking for you and music. Get this, it's that useless young master. Okay, this is getting good.
But you failed this time.
So how are we going to settle this? You should know how important that package was to me." Just as the bald man tried to explain himself,
That sewer rat dude wasted 0 time and went for it.
"You're useless trash, not even worth keeping around. Might as well let my pet have a snack." In music, the next second, like a million tentacles just shot out from under the bald guy's feet.
Then came this gnarly chewing sound.
When it was over, all that was left was the top of his skull. Music. So the Walpurgis family decided to crash the party, making things way more complicated. How am I supposed to play this now?
Just then, footsteps echoed out of the nearby shadows.
The sewer rat looked up and it hit him. Oh right, I almost forgot the great swordmaster herself was still posted up here.
The Arbiter of Lawlessness showed up, demanding to know what went down and why she hadn't gotten the intel she wanted.
She slammed her sword to his throat, her voice like ice, warning him.
Don't even think about pulling any music stunts.
Start talking before I totally lose my patience. The sewer rat just gave this creepy smirk. He said, "Whoa there, Your Honor the Arbiter. Chill out."
Oh look, it's not that I don't want to give you the intel.
It's the Walpurgis family, they're messing everything music up. If you can help me deal with this, then whatever you want, I'll hand-deliver it to you tomorrow. But honestly, I was totally clueless about the danger heading my way, because at that moment, music, all I could see was Cassandra, the legendary prophet I'd been searching for across 2 whole lifetimes.
Cassandra asked if we could talk, just the 2 of us. What she was about to say was super important to music, and she could only tell me. Hearing that Ryan said he was going to head to the temple and get registered first. He told me to catch up as soon as I was done. Eileen Music, meanwhile, gave me this major side-eye and snarked, "I'm heading to the temple too. Just try to remember her age, okay? Don't do something stupid you'll regret for music all of eternity."
I just sighed. Seriously, is that really what you think of me? I patted her shoulder and told her to be careful. "If you run into trouble near the temple,
make sure you scream the word Karamen."
Music. Once those 3 were gone, I turned back to Cassandra and asked, "So what did you want to tell me?"
She balled up her fists like she'd just made some huge life-changing decision. Then she blurted out, "Mikhail, did you get the gift of prophecy too?" Turns out Cassandra had been able to see little bits and pieces of the future since she was a kid.
For her, it was just like a thing she could always do. Sometimes she'd see a friend die. Other times, music, she'd see a carriage totally crash.
And even though she tried everything to stop these things from happening, it always ended in disaster anyway.
Music. And this time, she'd even seen the demon god coming down.
And the world getting totally wrecked. To stop music, a total nightmare from happening, she ran and told the Pope. But the Pope completely blew her off. He even literally kicked her out of the temple. And so she's music been dealing with this hell all by herself for 5 years. The pain was just constantly eating her up inside music, and she was about to totally lose it.
Then this fuzzy vision popped into her head, some guy standing in a fire believing every single word she said, no questions asked. And that guy was Music You, Mikhail Walpurgis. After she told me all that, I had to break it to her. "I'm not a prophet. I can't do what you do." Cassandra looked down, totally crushed, and whispered, "Music. Oh, right. Sorry to bother you."
Seeing her get so bummed out,
I gently brushed her dark hair and told her, "Look, I can't see the music future or anything, but I believe you. I believe your prophecy. The demon god coming, the world ending. I believe all of music it." And in that moment, all the pain Cassandra had been holding in for years just came pouring out as tears. She choked music out. Why do you believe me? Everyone else just calls me a liar." I mean, for real, she wasn't asking for the world. The only thing she ever wanted was for one person to believe her, but I couldn't just tell her the actual music truth. I can't just be like, "Oh yeah, that's because I was already taken out by the demon god and got reborn," can I?
So I had to be kind of vague. Let's just say I'm a mage who's into all kinds of mysterious stuff.
Music, especially things like fate and prophecy. I really want to know if you can actually change it. Hearing that, she wiped her tears away, looking way happier, and said, "You're Music, a really weird dude, but I can tell you're being sincere." After that, she grabbed my hand super tight, saying she wanted us to be friends forever. Music. And just like that, I was in with the great prophet Cassandra. Meanwhile, over at the temple square, Ryan's music face was beet red,
begging some staff guy to let him sign up as a hero.
The dude was looking at him like he was a complete idiot. I mean, it's peacetime. Music, who needs a hero?
He probably thought Ryan was either nuts or just plain dumb.
At this point, Ryan's face was so red, it was practically glowing.
He just exploded, yelling, "You music jerk! You baited me into this whole hero thing, and then you don't even show up! You're making the entire Parcel family look like a joke!"
Eileen and the butler were just on the sidelines, totally eating up the drama.
They just kept egging Ryan on.
Just then, Music, we heard someone running up from behind. Ryan, thinking it was me, spun around all excited. But it wasn't me. It was a woman decked out in iron armor, the swordmaster. Music, the arbiter of lawlessness herself. She whipped out her sword and demanded, "Where is that child now?" The pressure coming off the Arbiter was insane.
Ryan and Eileen were totally frozen for a sec, but then they snapped out of it, whipping out their swords, music, ready to throw down even though they had no clue who this chick was. They just knew she was a total pro with a blade. The Arbiter hit him with another question. Where's the kid who can see the future, music? And that's when it clicked for Ryan. She was after Cassandra. He shot back with an icy tone. Don't see why I'm obligated to tell you a thing. But he barely got the words out before she zipped right over and grabbed his music head. No obligation, you say? Well, let me give you one. With a huge crash, the ground just exploded into a million pieces. That insane power made Eileen's heart sink. But for Ryan's sake, she music had to get it together and warned her, "Yo, this is the main temple in the capital. You pull another move like that and the Pope and the whole empire will hunt you down forever." But music, the Arbiter just smirked, totally unfazed. "Sweetie, did you forget about the mask? No one's gonna figure out who I am." She got even cockier, adding, "Besides, a family like the Parlos wouldn't even dare to music. Come after me. If their precious little master kicks the bucket, they'll just groom a new one." Eileen couldn't believe her nerve, like nothing could touch her. Just when she felt completely lost, a memory from earlier just popped into her head. She'd just met Cassandra, the girl who could see the future, music, right after getting to the capital. And Mickey had mentioned her teacher was around. Could this mystery sword-wielding lady be the one she was looking for? With that thought, she yelled out, "Carriaman," just like I told her to if she was ever in trouble. And just like that, music, the Arbiter of Lawlessness, dropped her plan to off Ryan. But then she turned all that deadly energy right on Eileen. "You little punk male! I hope you choke on water for the rest of your life." The second she said that, I finally made my entrance. To save Eileen, music, I went straight for Circle Expansion, a spell that boosts the number of circles instantly. And even though I'd leveled up to a 7-circle mage, I was still no match for her. One swing of her sword and I went flying. "You wanted to talk, right? Then show me you're even worthy." The moment she said it, she started pouring a crazy amount of spiritual energy into her holy sword. Ryan, who was right there, was screaming at me to run. As a swordsman, he knew that attack was way out of my league. But music, I didn't back down. Instead, I stood my ground and faced that energy head on, cause this was all part of the plan. Set now. As Set unleashed the power of the divine artifact music, a massive storm just exploded around me. I managed to block her insane sword blast, but I still got pretty messed up. Yeah, with music, my current power level handling that much raw magic was just too much. The Arbiter of Lawlessness looked totally confused and was like, "What kind of magic music was that? How'd you block my attack?" "You do know I was only using half my power, right?" "Of course." I wasn't about to tell her I used a divine artifact. Music. I mean, Set Storm is a one-shot-a-day kind of deal. So instead, I just asked if I was finally worthy of a real conversation. The Arbiter of Lawlessness, music, went quiet for a second. Then she put her holy sword away. Guess that meant she finally respected me. So then, I told her the whole story of how I knew the name Carriaman. About 2.5 years back, I stumbled upon this kid who was super hurt, like on the verge of death. He was just wandering, trying to get to some specific place. After I hooked him up with some food and water, he told me where he was headed and music why he was going. When the Arbiter heard that, she grabbed my shoulders all frantic and demanded, "Where is he now?" I just played it cool and said, "I'm not obligated to just hand over info for free, and besides, it didn't seem like the kid wanted you to know." Then I added, "But I can tell you this one thing first. The guy you're working for now, he's the one who almost took out Carriaman. How's that little news bomb feel?" Oh wait, I should probably be calling you Carriaman's mom. Yeah, it turns out, music. Sewer Rat wasn't just the biggest shady group in the capital. They were secretly running this messed up operation with kids. They would basically brainwash noble kids to be music, their personal puppets, and sell them for a ton of cash to the new money crowd, cause those sickos got their kicks from messing with the old school nobles. And Carriaman, he spent decades of his life locked up like that. Right then, Sewer Rat was probably sitting somewhere feeling all smug, thinking he had the Arbiter wrapped around his little finger. He had no idea she'd already flipped and was on my side. Meanwhile, music, our crew walked into the temple's main church. I laid it all out for Archbishop Arlie how I wanted to be a hero by taking down Sewer Rat music. But Arlie kinda hinted that just beating some bad guys wasn't enough to get hero status. So I pushed him, music a little, asking, "But what if they're not just some regular bad guys?" His eyes went wide, as he whispered music, asking if I meant they were mixed up with heretics. Exactly. I just got some intel from William. Turns out Sewer Rat can control shadows. And as an archbishop, Arlie knew exactly what that meant. That power is the signature move of the odious monarch who was one of the 12 freaks that used to roll with the demon god. He just stood there thinking it all over. For a sec. Then he whips out this magic pen like he's ready to draw up a contract with me. He basically said if I could prove Sewer Rat was really the odious monarch's reincarnation and take him down, he'd totally have my back on becoming a hero. After that, we bounced from the church. On the way, Milliam was like so grateful. "Thank you. For real. If you hadn't shown up, I'd probably still be that creep's puppet. But can you actually help me find my kid?" I told her, "Duh, but what's in it for me?" Milliam just whips out her holy sword.
With this awesome asterisk shing asterisk sound, she slams it right into the ground. I hate making deals, especially about my kid. You help me find them and fix things between us, and I'll be your sword and only yours. That was literally everything I wanted. So I was like, deal. From Milliam, I found out that Sewer was legit the odious monarch reborn. So obviously, I decided I was gonna go take him out. Right then, Sewer was planning a midnight escape because his own guy leaked that the arbiter of the lawlessness had turned on him, which meant she now knew all the shady stuff he'd been doing. He was too scared to face the wrath of one of the continent's top 3 swordmasters. However, the odious monarch possessing his body wasn't about to back down because he had to absorb the great prophet Cassandra. It was like a super important step for getting his memories back. Seeing that Sewer was dead set on ditching, he instantly morphed a ton of tentacles, wrapping up Sewer's body super tight and sneered, "If you're too chicken to face them, I'll just take the wheel." Meanwhile, we just rolled up to Sewer's headquarters. Milliam was in charge of leading Ryan and Eileen to cause a diversion, while I went with Set to end the odious monarch. A flash of a sword zipped past, and the guards at the gate were instantly dropped. The other guys just freaked out and ran screaming for their moms to save them. Seeing that insane sword work, Eileen couldn't help but be amazed, like, is that the future I'm chasing? With that thought, she started trying to copy the moves, but the wild surge of spiritual energy made her suddenly cough up blood. Was I too hyped? My body can't handle this chaotic energy anymore. Milliam saw the whole thing. That Purgus kid wasn't lying after all. You really do have talent. But if you want to become a true swordmaster, you need a training style that actually matches your own spiritual energy, Milliam said. Hearing that, Eileen's eyes went wide. She immediately bowed low and pleaded like her life depended on it. "Please don't turn me down. Teach me how to use a sword." Milliam agreed right away. She then turned and motioned for Eileen to follow, ready to start teaching her swordsmanship on the spot. Eileen hesitated and asked, "Shouldn't we be helping Mael defeat Sewer?" Milliam just reassured her, "Don't even worry about it. That guy is way stronger than you can imagine." The scene flips to the odious monarch who had completely taken over Sewer's body. "Come at me, you little bugs. I can't wait to devour you all." Suddenly, a holy vibe put him on high alert. Didn't expect to find one of Asar's servants here. How fun. To make sure he'd win, he planned on using the kids in the dungeon to mess with us. Meanwhile, Set and I had made it to the entrance. Using some detection magic, I confirmed the odious monarch was in the dungeon where they were keeping the kids. I immediately got a really bad feeling, and I was also super confused. Eating those kids wouldn't help him, so why would he do that? After I said that, Set instantly figured out his plan. He's planning to use all these kids as hostages. Soon enough, I got to the secret chamber in the sewers. As soon as he heard my footsteps, the odious monarch opened his eyes and said, "You finally made it." He stood up and demanded to know where Cassandra was hidden, saying he wouldn't hurt me if I cooperated and would even let the kids go. Obviously, I wasn't buying his garbage. I just gave him a cold look, letting him figure out what that meant. What made him so cocky? Was it because of Asar's divine artifact? But the mark on his neck was a dead giveaway that he'd already used it today. The odious monarch thought I was just bluffing and that my only trump card was the divine stone next to me. With that thought, he reached behind him where the kids' prison cells were. Waves of dark energy poured from his hand, instantly morphing into black tentacles that shot right at me. I immediately threw up a shield. A golden barrier of light blocked the tentacles' attack. The odious monarch just smiled, totally satisfied, and said, "You're even stronger than I thought. Devouring you is going to be a serious power-up." Then his whole body just erupted with even more terrifying dark energy. To avoid any distractions during the fight, I told Set to protect the kids while I handled the odious monarch personally. As I was saying it, the tentacles were already right in my face. I used a quick blink spell, teleporting right above the attack. In that split second, I realized something. Even though the tentacle attacks could still morph into all kinds of shapes, like in my past life, they were way weaker. This meant this odious monarch wasn't at full power, and definitely hadn't gotten all his memories back. My multicast wind cutter totally shut down all his tentacle attacks. The sheer power I was throwing down clearly freaked out the gross monarch dude. But when he saw Set was like 100% focused on protecting the kids, he gave me this evil smirk and was like, "You little brat. The storm can't save you now, music. So how many more of my attacks can you actually handle?" His fingers started to curl up. A second later, all the tentacles just morphed music into this giant black moss like it was about to swallow me whole. Seeing that, I immediately hit blink music and teleported right in front of that nasty monarch's face. "You idiot! You really think getting close to me is gonna help?" As soon as he said that, a tentacle shot right, music through my chest. But honestly, that was the exact opening I was waiting for. I used that chance to smack him right in the face with my palm while I was mentally chanting the eulogy of charity. It's the super old text that used to be the go-to weapon for wrecking demon gods. But music, since it hasn't been used in centuries, its power has gotten pretty weak. Still, the demon gods are just as greedy for this world as ever, and this music eulogy of charity was basically a mark left by the last hero who literally gave his life for it. If I can just zap his soul with my magic music and burn this eulogy deep inside him, I can totally erase him. Peace out. The disgusting monarch Beelzebub, I said, keeping a tight grip, music on his face. The monarch stared at me totally shocked and was like, "How did you know my name?" I music. just made a fist and he was instantly squashed, turning into a puddles of black goo. But in that moment, Music Set looked super worried because taking out a monarch-level demon without a game plan is basically asking for an even bigger disaster. Music. The nasty monarch had turned into black sludge, but then it reformed into an egg. Totally humiliated, the monarch decided to just trigger Music a massive catastrophe right then and there. He wanted to take the whole city down with him, and he taunted me saying I was going to pay for being so reckless. To that, Music just gave him a confident smirk and said, "You don't seriously think I took you on without any kind of prep, do you?" After I said that, I started drawing a magic circle on the ground. A few moments later, a full circle lit up right under the monarch. Music. He didn't even pay attention to it, though, since he could tell it was just 7th circle magic. And he knew you needed at least an 8th circle music mage's power to break a curse. I mean, technically, with my current power level, I shouldn't be able to break a curse that strong. But in my past life, I was the world's #1 9th circle Grand Mage. Curses like this are a piece of cake to break with just a little bit of analysis. At the end of the day, curses are just a type of magic, and magic only works if you use the right rules and formulas. Casting a spell is basically like solving a math problem. You need a bunch of calculations and steps to get the answer. All I had to do now was work the problem backward and reset the magic to square one. Before long, the giant egg just collapsed into a big blob. Even though the curse, Music, wasn't 100% gone, it wasn't a big deal since I'd weakened it a ton. Besides Music, I'd already lined up swordmasters all over the city to handle this kind of thing. As the hideous monarch screamed die, the whole vibe got way more intense. His heart started pounding like crazy, like it was about to explode out of his music chest. Then a huge wave of dark energy just erupted into the sky. I took that as my cue to dive right into the dark energy. I needed to check something out, because you don't get a lot of chances to fight a demon curse with your bare hands. Meanwhile, Music up above the city, the dark energy was spreading a nasty cursed vibe in every direction. Watching all this from nearby, the butler couldn't help but sigh. The young master is such a handful, giving an old guy like me so much to do. Behind him, Milliam asked with a curious look, "Why do you even stick with the Walpurgis family? Does Mikhail know your whole deal?" The butler just waved her off. "We can Music get into all that later. Let's just focus on the problem in front of us." After he spoke, he held his hand out toward the dark energy, signaling for her to follow his lead. Milliam gave a little nod to show she was on board. Music. She smiled. "This totally brings me back to the old days." In the next second, a crazy bright flash of light shot across the sky, slicing the massive pillar of dark energy in half. The scene cuts to outside the music church in the Holy Country. The Archbishop grabbed my hand with a huge smile, saying, "I seriously never thought you'd handle this so fast, Music, and without the city getting a single scratch." But I had to remind him. "You remember our deal, right?" Arlie looked stunned for a sec. Music. Then he smiled and said he definitely remembered promising he'd publicly back me during the hero selection. He also let it slip that the Empire already had its eyes on some guy they were planning to music name as the next hero. That didn't surprise me at all, because I knew exactly who it was. None other than that jerk Sigford Music Sigurd from my past life. While I was zoned out thinking, Eileen's voice popped up beside me. She said, "Hey, thanks for helping me find a teacher, but I've got to go now. There's someone I really need Music to find." I got that she was there to say her goodbyes. Then Eileen got all awkward and apologized for breaking off our engagement earlier. Looking at her all shy, I just gave a small smile and said, "Like I said, Music, before, I'm totally over you now. You do you." Hearing that, Eileen got all confident and told me to just wait and see, saying, "Music, that the next time we met, her sword skills would definitely be better than my magic." Just then, Milliam walked over. I knew Music. She was there to ask where her son was, so I told her he was all right. "Don't sweat it, I'm a man of my word. I'll spill on where your son is right now." So Karen's rolling with the Condor Mercenary Corps. She was totally floored by this because joining them means you gotta ghost your entire past. Your name, your old life, all of it. Karaman chose his own path. Is it even my place to go find him now? Hearing that, I literally couldn't stop myself from rolling my eyes. Like 2 seconds ago, you were begging to know where Karaman was, and now you're getting cold feet. What's up with that? Milliam was feeling like a total failure as a mom, thinking she'd only ever brought her son bad vibes. So she was like, "Do I even deserve to see him?" I gave her a small smile and said, "Look, even if a kid bails on their parents' can't just bail on their kid, right? So for real, I think you should go talk to him." After I said that, I gently put my hand on hers. "This is some medicine I whipped up for Karaman. Make sure he gets it." My pep talk totally worked. Miam balled up her fist. "You're right, young Walpurgis. I can't just give up on my kid." And just like that, she took off to find the Condor Mercenary Corps. After Milliam bounced, Ryan was right there asking when we were gonna dip, saying he was super hyped to get in on that hero recruitment action. I told him to pump the brakes because we had to meet someone first. And yeah, that someone was my dad, Maris W. Perus. Since I just basically yeeted a demon lord like the odious monarch out of existence, the news was probably all over the Empire, even though I kind of forgot to give my dad a heads up that I was coming. When he heard that, Ryan's eyes went wide with fear and he was like, "Wait, you're telling me the Marquis has zero clue what you're up to?" I just nodded like, "Yep." He grabbed me by the collar and yelled, "Are you insane? That's your dad, the most OP Grand Mage in the entire Empire. How did I get stuck in the middle of you two? Nope. I gotta find a place to hide like right now.
I just smirked and told him it was way too late because Dad was already here. The second I said that, a bolt of lightning zapped down from the sky. I instantly threw up a multi-layered shield to block it. Ryan was just staring totally shook and asked, "With an opening move like that, are you guys sure you're father and son and not like mortal enemies?" I tried to calm him down saying, "Dude, relax. This is basically a normal hello in the Walpurgis family." Then I yelled into the thick smoke, "Dad, you made it!" However, the Marcus totally flipped out, throwing up a nasty gesture and screaming, "Just drop dead, you little punk!" Then he just started blasting me with a ton of music, as like 4 magic orbs came flying right at me. I couldn't help but be kinda impressed with my dad's skills. He literally made a spell just for roughing someone up without any collateral damage. Low-key, that's seriously impressive. However, the Marcus totally took it as me mocking him, and he got even more ticked off. He raised his hand and shot a lightning spell right at me. In a flash, this crazy lightning storm was all over me. If Set hadn't jumped in, I probably would have had to get on my knees and beg him to stop. My dad was not expecting me to have an elf with me, especially one who was so crazy powerful. I took that chance to finally explain to my dad what I was doing here. I want to be a hero and take down demons. After he heard me out, the Marquis just laughed all cold-like and said, "Son, you can't seriously think I'd fall for some crazy rumor like that. The odious monarch is a top-tier demon lord. Even I would have a hard time with him, let alone you. And isn't it kinda sus that a demon that strong showed up and didn't even scratch the city?" Right then, Archbishop Arley stepped up and was like, "Lord Marquis, it's all true. No cap. If the young master hadn't stepped in, our whole divine country would have been toast." Then he started gassing me up big time, saying I was for sure the one with the hero's soul. The Marquis was just stunned, probably thinking, could my idiot son actually pull something like that off? To check if something was fishy, the Marquis raised his hand and cast a teleport spell. 1 second he was there, the next poof, the Marquis was gone. 2.5 minutes later, he popped right back in the same spot. By sensing the magic levels in the capital, he could tell the Archbishop and I weren't capping. The vibe left behind was definitely from a monarch-level demon. Then the Marquis asked if I was for real about trying to become the hero, because that meant I'd have to face some seriously scary demon gods down the line. I knew if I couldn't prove I was strong enough right then and there, my dad would never let me go. So in a flash, I just let loose with Set's storm power, and this insane storm energy just exploded all around me. "Father, as you can see, I'm rolling with the gods now, so you really don't have to worry about me." Then I pointed over at Ryan behind me, letting him know I'd already picked my partner. Seeing how dead set I was, the Marquis didn't say anything else. "Since you've made up your mind, I'm not gonna stop you. Do what you want." After saying that, he just turned and bounced. As it turned out, after I finally got my dad to let me go for this hero thing, Ryan was totally bugging me to get going to the Divine Country, probably scared I was gonna drag him into more drama. I told him to just chill, and explained that yeah, the Divine Country was the end goal, but we had to make a pit stop at the Elven Forest first. This whole time, flashbacks of the World Tree kept hitting me like non-stop. In my past music life, the first time I ever saw the World Tree, it was already dead and shriveled up, all thanks to the Great Demon. That whole thing totally broke my old friend Jihad, the 8th Elven King. I mean, the dude was an elf, so he basically saw music the World Tree as his mom his whole life. On top of that, the epic divine gear and magic items I needed to craft had to be made from branches from the World Tree itself. So yeah, I was dead set on doing whatever it took to save it. This time the scene changes to me leading Ryan and the crew to the edge of the Elven Forest. And dude, what we saw was a total wasteland, just dead withered trees everywhere. It was obvious the World Tree's health had taken a nosedive. That's when Cassandra was like, "So how are we even getting into the Elven Forest music? 'Cause you know the World Tree is this super powerful being, and you can't just waltz in without an invite." However, I wasn't really sweating it. The World Music Tree's roots are basically connected to the entire planet. Like every single place is linked back to its core. So all I had to do was find one of its roots to music. Get to where the World Tree was. By just touching the ground, I found the path I needed super fast. I put my hands together, whispered a little spell to lock on, and then in the music. Next second, bam, I was in this whole other dimension totally cut off from the real world. Then Set just popped up next to me, which was a total shocker, since the spell I just used was supposed to be a private line to the World Tree, and I was supposed to be the only one who got teleported here. Set was super ticked off, yelling that she didn't even choose to come. "I'm literally a part of your soul now. You basically just yanked me in here with you." I had no idea my connection with Set was that deep music. But hey, it might not be a bad thing, because I knew all about Set's history with the World Tree. One of them was Ashar's divine messenger, and the other was basically a music root system that broke off from Ashar, so they had to be old pals. Pretty soon we got to the World Tree, and it felt like it knew we were there. Little specks of green light started glowing all over its music body. Then this gorgeous girl with golden hair just materialized out of nowhere. "Hey there, it's nice to meet you. I'm Idrisil, the World Tree. Music. So what brings you here looking for me?" Then she spotted Set just chilling on my shoulder. "Whoa, didn't expect to see you here. It's been forever, sis." Set just let out this helpless sigh. "Music. You haven't changed a bit. Still so chill no matter what happens."
Aren't you even a little curious why I'm hanging around with this guy? After that, Idrisil Music got the whole story about me from set. When she found out I was there to help her get out of the mess she was in, Idrisil was clearly giving me some serious side-eye. But when I brought up that her music whole situation was probably linked to the demon god or some other crazy powerful being, her eyes went wide. How did music you know that? Then Idrisil held out her hand to show me how the demon god's corruption was literally breaking her apart. As you can see, the problem is this a leftover gunk from the demon god. Music. Seeing that it finally clicked why the super powerful world tree was about to kick the bucket. The scariest thing about the demon god is that you can't ever really get rid of it. Its leftover energy just seeps into everything, and the world tree basically absorbed it all to save the world. Music, like she put it. She willingly drank a poison that has a 100% chance of taking you out. I asked Idrisil how much time she had left. I mean, based on that dead forest we saw, she was already in super bad shape. When she said she had 4 days, I was actually relieved. That music meant the demon god's nasty goo hadn't gotten to the world tree's core yet. There was still a chance to save her. Back in my past life, the world tree decided to go down with the ship, taking the demon god's junk with her to save everyone. But right when she died, the demon god saw this tiny crack in the world's defenses. And that's how the demon army got in. It basically made her sacrifice totally pointless. Music. But this time, things were different. We actually had a shot at changing the outcome. I just had to get rid of that gunk before it hit her core. I promised Music, Idrisil. I'll have you 100% healed up in the next 4 days. Said even went over to Idrisil to back me up. Don't let his looks fool you. He's actually legit. Music. Idrisil's face just froze when she heard that. I don't think she ever let herself imagine she could actually survive this. Then without even thinking, she balled her hand into a fist. If that's music for real, then I'm putting all my trust in you. Right then I stuck my hand out, making it clear this wasn't a freebie. I told her I'd need a little something up front for my troubles. The second I said that, Music set pinched my cheek, trying to get me to shut it. Can you not be such a hustler for 5 seconds? Idrisil just asked what I wanted as payment. I pointed and said my request was super simple. I wanted her absolute best, most ancient music branch. And it wasn't just because I wanted to make some epic magic items for myself. The bigger deal was that this specific branch was the only thing that could fix her problem. As soon as Idrisil gave me her oldest branch, Music, I got right to work on that part of the plan. The Elven Forest, cause I seriously needed help from an old buddy. At that music moment, in front of this massive dead-looking tree, Jihad was bowing his head, praying to the world tree. Mother, what do I have to do to save you? The Music. But no matter what, the giant tree was giving him nothing. Mother, have you totally given up on us elves? And just then, whoa, the giant tree just started glowing this insane green, and then this soft voice was like, my child, the darkness is trying to totally Music eat me. I need your help now. Hearing that, Jihad totally freaked out and rushed to ask the world tree, what do I gotta do to help you? The world tree told him, someone carrying my light is gonna show up soon. If you can help that person, the light of hope will help me kick the darkness to the curb. And just as Music finished, the green glow on the tree started to fade. Jihad panicked and reached out with both hands, trying to grab onto it. Mother, please don't leave. And where's this person you're talking about? Where else? I'm right behind you. And boom, just like that, Music, I popped up behind him. What's up? The name's Mikkel Wergus, messenger for the world tree. So cut to the next scene. Me and Jihad are walking the path to the Elven Palace, and I'm taking the lead. This totally made Jihad start asking some music questions. Dude, have you been to the Elven Forest before? How do you know this path so well? I just played it cool with a lame excuse, cause I couldn't exactly tell him I was reincarnated. Right, I mean in my past life. When I was here, the demon god had torched the whole forest, but this one path was still standing. Right then, Music, we heard footsteps running up from a distance. Your Highness, it's bad news. 4 intruders just flew in from the sky. But Jihad wasn't buying it. The Elven Forest is super secret, and on top of that, flying way up high, Music is a huge no-no. It was totally forbidden. But then he looked up and saw 4 figures in the sky, and he just froze. No way. How is that possible? What happened to Music? The top secret security and the no-fly zone. How are they even doing that? Seeing all this, I couldn't help but grin. I knew the butler was going to bring everyone into the forest, but I didn't think they'd make such a dramatic entrance. After the Music 4 of them landed, I totally laid into them. The butler was the first one to talk back. Young master, this is all on you for ditching us at the edge of the forest without saying anything. If we're gonna get real about it, it's 100% your fault. Pfft, only an idiot admits they're wrong, so I just kinda scoffed. My attitude made the butler's face get all stormy. Like Music say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Today in the name of the... But before he could even finish, I had Jihad lock him up for trespassing in the Elven Forest. That whole scene, Music, made Cassandra crack up. You Wergus family people are seriously something else. Then Ryan asked if I got the World Tree's branch and what we, Music, had to do next. I told him, yeah, I got the branch, but it was basically a down payment from the World Tree. So now they had to tag along for another super important thing. Scene change. And our crew rolls up to the Elven Palace with Jihad leading the way. The giant doors creak open, and this old dude, Music, appears in front of us. Turns out he's Gillen-Hadatus, the current Elven King and plot twist Jihad's dad. It's been a while since humans have been here. Welcome, everyone. I immediately gave a respectful bow. Greetings, eternal guardian of the elves. Thanks for having us. My words totally threw the Elven King for a loop. He didn't expect Music, a human, to know all the proper elven greetings. He turned to Jihad and asked why he brought a bunch of humans to the palace. Jihad told his dad to brace himself for what he was about to say, because it was all because Mother asked him to. He said Music had just shown up a few minutes ago. Hearing that, the Elven King shot right out of his bed. Son, for real? You actually saw Mother just now? Then his face got all serious, and Music, demanded proof from Jihad, saying that words you can't back up are worthless. This totally put Jihad on the spot. He didn't have a phone or anything to record it, so he had zero music proof for his dad that he saw Mother. That's when I put my hand on his shoulder. I gave him a look like, don't even Music sweat it. I got your dad. Then I whipped out the branch the world tree gave me. Elven King, you of all people should know what this branch means. The Elven King's voice was all shaky. That's Mother's branch. You really are her messenger. For the elves, having this branch is like a Music VIP pass from the world tree. And it's also like hard proof that I actually met her. With a Music thud, the Elven King dropped to his knees in front of me. I, Gillen-Hadatus, the current Elven King, bowed to the messenger. Please, you, Music, have to save our mother. I told him that saving the world tree was definitely the main quest, but there was something else I needed like ASAP. The Elven King was immediately like, whatever you need, if I've got it, it's yours. Right now, Music. And that was the exact moment I was waiting for. To turn this branch into a legit divine level magic item, I need to use one of your special elven crafting spots. Music. Yup, the Udel spring of the elven race, the one left behind by Udel. The goat of all elven blacksmiths in music history. Since this was all for the world tree, the Elven King was on board immediately, no questions asked. He told Jihad to take me to the Udel's spring, while he went to round up all the knights and soldiers in the elven forest to stop any sneak attacks from the Music leftover demon god cronies. I turned and told Ryan to go help the king, because I knew that once I started making this magic item, the demon god's followers would totally sense it. Alright, squad, it's time to roll out and save the world tree. And the scene cuts over to Jihad, leading me straight to the Udel spring. Yo, messenger, gotta get something straight first. Since Udel kinda ghosted us on how to use this spring before Music passed, I'm probably not gonna be much help with making magic stuff. His words didn't faze me. In my past life, I'd made tons of magic items here, and knew the whole process like the back of my hand. First, I juiced up the branch with some magic. Then, with a splash, I tossed it into the spring to start the Music structural analysis. Yep, the secret ingredient for using the Udel spring was straight-up magical power. Cause the legendary elven craftsman Udel wasn't just some artisan, he was a legit mage. Though he was a pretty decent mage, his talent had a pretty low ceiling. After figuring that out, Udel made a major call. If he couldn't be a top-tier music mage, he was gonna crush it in a different field. So eventually he used this spring to become a world-famous master of magical artifacts. Staring at the Music bubbling spring water, I finally got it, the magic water was scanning the branch. But a complete analysis wasn't gonna be easy, Music. Cause this thing was a parasite from the world tree, a special material that had soaked up all of the world tree's life force. Normally getting a 100% perfect music processing job on this material would be practically impossible. But what if I only used magical elements? A little smile crept onto my face at Music that thought. Just then, Jihad asked what was up and if there was anything he could do. I told him processing this parasite would Music take about 4 days and that nobody should bother me. Then, pointing at the spring, I let him in on a little secret. Music. Somewhere in there is a magical tool Udel made for the Elven King. You could try to find it. For the next 3 music days, the soldiers of the Elven Forest were on super high alert. Because of the total radio silence from the demon god's residue during those music days, Ryan asked Cassandra if she could see the future. Cassandra said that her ability to see the future clearly was music kinda limited, but one thing was for sure. The situation was not good. And for real, right after she said that, the ground started to music crack all over, and every flower and blade of grass in the forest just withered instantly. While everyone was just standing there totally confused, a dark shadow exploded from under Music, the broken ground. A second later, a giant serpent with 3 blood-red eyes was coiled around the great tree. This was the actual physical form of the demon god's residue. Seeing it, Cassandra, Music immediately told the two of them to run, sensing the snake's insane power was way out of their league. But Ryan was all, I'm not bailing on a fight, it goes Music against my knight's code. But after the giant serpent let out a deafening roar, Ryan's confidence started to crack. That insane power sparked some serious Music fear in his heart. Dang it, there's no way I can beat it. At that moment, he gritted his teeth, hating his own weakness, wishing he could be stronger. And when is that Mickey finally gonna show up? Luckily, the Elven King had a plan, and showed up on the scene with his elven soldiers right away. He first ordered all the soldiers to raise their bows and fire Music, using the massive volley of arrows to slow the serpent's movement. Then taking the opportunity, he had the mages create a magic formation. The next moment, music. A huge barrier appeared in front of the serpent. They thought that would be enough to stop it. However, after the serpent slammed its head against it a few times, the supposedly unbreakable barrier was totally cracked. Music. The Elven King knew this wouldn't last long. Now his only hope was that I'd show up and fast. Meanwhile, back at the Udell Spring, I had finished analyzing the parasite. Looking at the staff in my hand, music, was pretty proud of myself. As expected of me, it's flawless from every angle. Set told me to stop being so smug and hurry up and combine it with the music orb from before because she had just sensed the demon god residue's aura get like 10 times stronger than before, which meant it had definitely made its move, music, which was exactly what I was counting on. As I pushed the red orb into the staff, the orb immediately exploded with music. Brilliant light. Seeing this, I was secretly hyped. Looked like it worked. Meanwhile, on the other side, the barrier was about to be destroyed by the serpent's attacks. At this moment, you could see the total despair on the Elven King's face. God's music. Is there really no way for us to stop it? As they watched the giant serpent get ready for its final strike, Ryan yelled for everyone to scatter music warning that the barrier was about to shatter. Sure enough, with the serpent's next attack, the entire barrier was blown to pieces, just as everyone thought it was all over. They were so done for, but then this awesome pillar of light just zapped down from the sky, taking the serpent out in one shot. Then I stepped out of the smoke. Tell me I didn't miss the main event. Cassandra was like so thrilled to see music me. Yeah, right. She was all, hold on, didn't you say making that magic thing would take 4 days? So why are you here on day 3? I was just like, what can I say, a guy's gotta be ahead of schedule. Right then, music the serpent started to get back up. I mean, looking at this absolute unit of a creature right in front of me, I knew some basic 5th circle holy light magic wasn't gonna be enough to take this thing down. Plus, if I didn't have this staff made from the world tree's most precious part, my last attack probably wouldn't have even scratched its defenses. But now the real problem was how to actually finish this serpent off. The demon god's gunk had been leeching off the world tree for decades, sucking up tons of its power that whole time, so trying to end it with just this staff was a total long shot. Luckily, I remembered its weak spot from my last life. There's a core deep inside its gut and wrecking that would be game over for the serpent. The only tricky part was that to actually get inside its body, I needed someone to keep it busy on the outside. Just then, the serpent went for it, lunging at me with its huge nasty mouth wide open. At the same time, a crazy sharp arrow zipped across the sky, and right after, these insane blue flames just exploded all over the serpent's head. The blast was so strong it knocked me back a few steps. Whoa, that was the Elven Sovereign's sword for real. I glanced down to see. And yep, Jihad had arrived. Looked like he got his hands on that magic tool Udell left behind. This Elven Sovereign's arrow was something Udell made specifically for the next elf king, so it packs a major punch and has the strongest holy power. Too bad none of the elf kings after him ever got it to accept them. Otherwise, this demon god parasite wouldn't have been acting so bold. But hey, Jihad showing up right now? Perfect timing. His attacks could totally get the serpent's attention. The serpent was already shaking off that arrow, though it was looking seriously wrecked, with like half the skin on its face blasted off. I quickly cast a speed-up spell on myself, waiting for the perfect moment when the serpent opened its mouth to roar in pain. I zipped right into its mouth fast as lightning. After a super gross 2.5-minute flight through its dark guts, Set and I finally made it to the serpent's stomach area. And what we saw was just a whole swarm of creepy creatures made of black goo, and there were like a zillion of them. Set told me these were demon god clusters, that the residue summoned to protect itself. Super dangerous, she said. But I was like, they don't look that tough. Which of course led to Set giving me a whole lecture on these monsters. She explained their danger isn't that they're strong one-on-one, but that they can just keep coming back to life as long as they're inside this demon god gunk. And right as we were talking, the creatures just swarmed us. Seeing that, I immediately cast my circle expansion magic, which boom tripled my magic power. Then I lifted my staff and quietly cast Divine Gate. The next moment, a disc glowing with the holy vibe slowly floated up over my head, and its white light just vaporized the monster swarm. At the same time, I chugged a bunch of tomato juice. Okay, this is definitely pushing my limits, but it should be plenty to take out your whole squad. So I made the disc blast out this beam of white light, and it literally zapped the monsters into dust on contact. Seeing music, that Set's jaw literally hit the floor. What in the world is this? She asked, pulling on my cheeks demanding an answer. From what she knew, these things were not supposed to be this easy to beat. Her reaction was totally understandable. I mean, Divine Gate is a spell I cooked up myself just for situations like this, using everything I knew from my past life as a 9th Circle Archmage. This spell is super hard to pull off and eats up a ridiculous amount of magic. In my current state, I can probably only keep it going for like 5 minutes tops. So yeah, I had to take out the demon god's residue within that time limit. Set and I hustled over to where the core was. Finally found you, you piece of trash. The thing in front of us totally freaked Set out. She never guessed the residue's real form was the demon god's eyeball. No wonder it had been giving Idrisil such a hard time. With only 3 minutes left on my circle enhancement, I had to wrap this up fast. But the demon god's eyeball seemed to know what was up and let out this creepy hee-hee laugh. Then it sent a bunch of tentacles flying right at me. Ugh, seriously, I don't have time to play tentacle tag with you. I immediately cast a blink spell. The next second, I popped up right in front of the eyeball with only 1 minute of my enhancement left. Seeing this, the eyeball tried to open up its tentacles to just straight up swallow me, but I was way ahead of it, pulling out a signal stone. Then I just squeezed my fist and crushed it. With a whoosh, an arrow glowing with green light appeared out of nowhere, slicing through all the tentacles in front of me. That arrow, that was from Jihad on the outside. The giant serpent with a new hole in it just roared like crazy as you could literally see its life force fading away. Floating in front of the eyeball, I yelled, "Did you really think the World Tree would just sit there and take your abuse without a backup plan? Even though in my last life the World Tree didn't escape and went down with you, she never really lost, because a long time ago she planted a little seed of hope right inside you. A spell made just for the World Tree." As I lifted my staff and called on the 7th circle unique spell, Idrisil, tons of fresh sprouts just instantly started growing inside the serpent's body. They started spreading and climbing super fast, then shot towards the eyeball at an insane speed. Meanwhile, way off in the distance, Idrisil totally felt those seeds starting to sprout. "Thank you, Mikhail. And Purgus," she whispered, tears of pure joy just streaming down her face. On the flip side, the serpent's body was literally just breaking down and vanishing. Seeing that, Jihad just started bawling with happiness. "We actually did it. We took out what was left of the demon god." He was still shook like it wasn't even real until this epic beam of green light came zooming in from far away. It just silently melted into the giant tree. A second later, the dead-looking branches were suddenly bursting with life. Super green leaves started growing like crazy under this golden glow. In just a few moments, the whole tree was covered in this flowing golden light, putting out this insanely strong life force vibe. Amazing. Mother is finally back. The scene totally flips and boom, I was summoned back into the World Tree's little world. The second Idrisil saw me, she was all about the gratitude. "Thank you so much for your help. Now I can watch over the elven forest and take care of my children again," I told her. She could totally skip the thank yous. I was more into concrete stuff like a reward. Idrisil was not expecting me to be so blunt. "I see. You want my essence, is that it? But getting my essence would just up your circle count. And honestly, considering my whole vibe, that reward seems pretty weak. So I've decided to give you a part of me." Hearing that, Set immediately started freaking out. "Who just gives away something that major? If you give away a piece of yourself, how is the world's order and balance supposed to work?" "Sister Set, my reason for doing this is the exact same as your reason for picking this kid, so you really shouldn't try and stop me." Set's face turned bright red at that. "Fine, do what you want. Give him whatever. I'm staying out of it." Seeing Set's super salty expression, I had to tease her. "That's what you get for meddling. Got shut down and now you're speechless." Then I went ahead and accepted Idrisil's awesome offer and asked her, "So how do I use your power, Idrisil?" Then placed a single glowing strand of her hair in my hand. I was not gonna lie, a little disappointed. "So, it's just hair." I opened my mouth to just eat it, but Idrisil stopped me real quick. She told me all I had to do was tie it around my wrist and then I could control her power. And you know it. When I closed my eyes and gave it a shot, this insane power just exploded from my wrist. It was pure life energy, and it shot through my entire body. I was like, whoa, so this is the World Tree's power. It's not just for healing all my wounds and totally recharging my magic circles. So I held out my right hand, ready to test out this new power. The magic started spinning like crazy and instantly slammed through my body. The crazy thing was the World Tree's healing was way faster than the magic was tearing me apart, so I didn't just, explode. After going through that total nightmare, I finally locked in my 6th magic circle. Boom! I was officially a 6th circle mage. When I got back to the Elven Forest, there was this massive party going on around a bonfire. Seeing everyone so happy, I was just thinking like, man, it'd be awesome if the world could always be this full of joy and laughter. The whole vibe was seriously beautiful. Then out of nowhere, the Elven King slides in next to me. He asked if I was hurt. I told him I was fine, but that there was something super important he needed to know. I said he had to guide Jihad the right way and get him to meet the fairies, because that kid has the potential to make a pact with a fairy king. Hearing that, the Elven King just smiled softly. "Thank you, honored messenger, for thinking so highly of my son. As his father, I'm incredibly proud." I glanced over at him, thinking he was exactly how Jihad always described him. In my past life, Jihad would literally always tell me, "My dad is such an amazing person," and he wasn't wrong. The Elven King was a legit good guy. Luckily, I actually managed to save him this time around. Right then, the Elven King suddenly stood up, getting ready to announce something to everyone. "Let's all raise our glasses to the honored messenger. Without him, we never could have saved our mother. So I swear on my name as Elven King that from this day forward, we elves will be allies with Messenger Mikhail Walpurgis, and we won't be hiding away in the Elven Forest anymore." After he said that, everyone threw their fists in the air, shouting, "Long live the honored messenger! May the World Tree Mother live forever!" Then they started tossing me in the air like some kind of champion. I totally didn't see that coming from the king. It was a seriously awesome surprise. Still, why did I have this nagging feeling I'd forgotten something? What was it? Oh, right. Meanwhile, back in the Elven dungeon, the butler had been locked up for exactly 4 days. With the whole world tree drama wrapped up perfectly, our crew finally hit the road for the Divine Country. The entire way, Knight Helen kept bugging me with the same question, "Who are you really?" I rolled my eyes so hard, telling her I was obviously the one and only son of the Walpurgis family. "What, you think I'm your dad or something?" That's when Set chimed in that she totally got where Helen was coming from. Even she was starting to doubt if I was human, considering all the stuff I'd been pulling off was basically impossible for a kid my age. I had no choice but to clear the air. So Mikhail started spouting total nonsense with a perfectly straight face. "Look, you guys, the reason I can do all this impossible stuff is because I can hear the voice of the gods." The second I said it, they all looked at me like I'd completely lost my mind. "Stop trying to be cool, Mickey. Not even the Holy Maiden can hear divine messages these days. What makes you some random mage think you can—" Set totally backed Ryan up on that one. As a divine messenger, she knew for a fact that ever since the god Ashar pieced out no divine messages had come down to this world. I just gave them a little smirk, turned away and said, "Believe it or not, the gods did give me a message. And that message is let the divine country burn." As I said it, I threw a certain one-fingered salute up at the sky. For real, though, the current divine country was rotten to the core. The holier-than-thou attitude and greed of the high archbishops were the main reasons the demon god waltzed right in during my last life. My words really hit home for Cassandra, because nobody knew better than her how corrupt the divine country really was. "All right then, team, let's go crash the party those old dudes in the divine country have planned." Pretty soon, our squad rolled up to Nuke, the capital of the divine country. At the city gates, the cleric at the front desk asked us what our business was. I just handed him a scroll. "It's a letter of recommendation from Archbishop Arley. I'm guessing you've heard of him." The second he heard Arley's name, he practically tripped over himself to unroll it and check my ID. After confirming I was recommended by Arley to try out for the hero spot, he told me to put a single drop of blood on the scroll since that was the only way to make it official. And get me a pass into the divine country's main temple. The whole way there, all the followers were whispering and gossiping. From the moment I walked into the city, everyone knew I was a hero candidate. And even though being a hero is basically just a title to most people these days for the divine country, no matter how much a hero's rep has faded, a hero is still a hero. Seeing everyone staring at me, Ryan just grinned and said, "Wouldn't it be way more fun if we made an even bigger entrance?" Ryan's words gave me an idea, so I grinned and called over to Set. She shot back this wicked smile. "Oh, I think I know what you're planning." Then she fired up the divine artifact, Set Storm. Music, then boom, a legit storm just exploded all around me. Everyone's jaws were on the floor when they realized it was packed with holy power. How is that even possible? My whole flashy music power-up wasn't just for show, you know. The real point was to make sure the little spies in the crowd got a good look at my strength, so they could run back and tattle to those crusty old archbishops. Right then, my butler, Music, totally clocked the spies. He slid up to me super low-key and gave me the rundown asking what the game plan was. I just blinked Music my big eyes, letting him know he was getting a 3-day vacation. "Butler, you've been grinding way too hard. So for these next 3 days, go have some fun. Whether that's, catching rats hiding in music, the shadows, or playing some of those so-called puzzle games." The butler just froze for a sec. Then this tiny little smirk appeared on his face. "Ah, young master, you've really got a way of getting things done." Meanwhile, in some room at the church, a cleric was spilling all the tea to Archbishop Killian. Music. "You're saying Mikhail has holy power?" "That's impossible. The Walpurgis family is a line of mages, and mages, Music, absolutely can't have holy power. Magic and holy power are like two forces that just don't mix Music ever. To have both at the same time, he'd literally have to be the main character of some fantasy novel." Before Killian could even process that, the cleric dropped another bomb, telling him Cassandra had shown up with our crew. In a different part of Music, the church, this priest named Sihon, who was supposed to meet me, was totally geeking out. "You have to be Lord Mikhail. The hero candidate, His Holiness the Pope, is already waiting for you inside." I'm looking at this kid and thinking, wow, the divine country must be seriously short-staffed to have a kid as a mid-level priest. Music told him to lead the way, but Sihon got all awkward and explained that the Pope only wanted to see me, alone. Ryan and the others couldn't go into the main temple. Hearing that, I was like, whatever, no biggie, they can handle themselves. But before I went in, I gave Cassandra a heads up. "Killian's people have probably spotted you by now. Music. Be careful." Cassandra just looked kind of bummed out and said, "I know. In this whole country, they're the ones who are most paranoid about my prophecies." Then I turned to give Ryan his orders. Music telling him to stick close to Cassandra, because I had a feeling this meeting was going to take a while. At Music that moment, Cassandra suddenly called out my name. "Remember how you asked why I left the divine country? I think it's time I gave you the real story." I was like, go Music for it. "I just figured you bounced because they didn't believe your prophecies right. The prophecy everyone knows now is that the demon god would invade and wreck the music world, but her real vision was way more intense than just that. See, she also saw a lion with a golden mane standing right beside the demon god. And the craziest part, Music, it had an upside-down sun hanging around its neck. In the divine country, the sun is literally the symbol for heroes. So music, the archbishops took that to mean a hero was going to fall from grace. Right then it all clicked and I finally got why the divine country refused to believe Cassandra's prophecy. The music whole idea of what a hero is in the divine country is way bigger than we could ever guess. So of course music, they wouldn't want outsiders to hear about prophecies that made their heroes look bad. But getting back on track, what was up with the golden-maned lion? Suddenly music, it hit me. Golden mane, golden hair. Oh shoot, of course. It's that scumbag hero Siegfried. Music. The scene changes and now I'm inside the main hall with Saihan. The whole walk over Saihan was just gushing about how awesome I was. Especially when he brought up my little divine power flex at the city gate. Music, turned into a total fanboy saying, Lord Mikhail, you have to become the hero. The first and only hero in the divine country's music, entire history who can actually use magic. But I told him that might be kinda tough since I heard they already had a hero candidate. When he heard that, Saihan got all hesitant and said, Oh, you mean Lord Music Siegfried? I mean, he's a nice guy. But you know how people say he's all brawn and no brains? That's totally music. The vibe I get from him. The next second he realized what he'd said and started bowing over and over. I'm so sorry I totally spoke out of turn just now. I was like, nah, you weren't wrong. Your take on him, music, was pretty fair and honestly, I like it. In that moment, I made a mental note about this mid-level music priest Saihan. With judgment that sharp, he was definitely going to be someone important soon. We finally got to this door, and he let me in on its secret. Only people who were willing to be humble could get through. Then he bowed to me and said, His Holiness the Pope is just behind this door. May the grace of God Heka be with you. I reached out to push the door open. Time to see what this legendary Pope Gregorius is really like. As the door slowly swung open, my eyes went wide for a solid music 2.5 seconds. Are you kidding me? Why is that washed-up excuse for a hero the first thing I have to see? At that moment, Siegfried tried to greet me all politely, but I literally wanted to curse out his entire family line. A bunch of insults were right on the tip of my tongue, but I swallowed them down with the last bit of self-control I had. I just clenched my fists and told myself to chill. Getting impatient would totally wreck my master plan, and right now becoming the hero was everything. So I gave the Pope this super deep bow and was like, My respects to the most humble dude in this holy land. It's like a total honor to be seen by Hika's awesome eyes. The Pope looked kinda shocked by my act, probably because someone from the Walpurgis fam being this polite was a major plot twist. Music. Alright, let me get you two up to speed. As of right now, music, you're the only two who even meet the requirements. Therefore, one of you will be the new hero. Just then, Siegfried sticks his hand out wanting to have some bro talk about hero powers or whatever, but I was so not in the mood. Still, music. I had to play nice, so I shook his hand. And surprise, surprise, the second we touched, Siegfried blasted me with all his holy power. Dude, seriously, music. A bit bold of you? I shot back. But fine, if you want to play, let's play. Then I just straight up siphoned his holy power using the World Tree's music juice. Siegfried totally freaked when he realized something was off and tried to pull back, but no way was I letting him off that easy. While I was draining his power, music, I hit him back with a blast of my own. After that little power exchange, Siegfried looked like he was about to pass out. Set warned music me, You don't overdo it. If we accidentally off this guy, we're in deep. I just scoffed at that. Then I dropped his hand. The Pope, who saw the whole thing, said, Mikhail, your holy power is crazy pure. Music. I mean, in terms of just purity alone, it seems like it's even stronger than mine. Did you get a divine revelation? Yep, your music holiness totally got one. My ability to lie with a straight face left Set completely speechless. He was thinking, when did you become such a shameless music liar? Right then, Siegfried screamed, That's impossible after the prophecy war. God Hika stopped giving revelations to people. Even his holiness hasn't gotten one. What makes a plain old mage like you so special? Hearing music, that I just burst out laughing. You're asking what right I have. Because the hero is like a special case. We don't need the Pope's stamp of approval. A hero's music, only real ride or die is the one and only God Hika. Were you just trying to diss the whole idea of heroes? Not to mention your dumb little stunt just dragged God Hika's name through the mud, making her sound like some regular person. Realizing his epic fail, Siegfried immediately ducked his head. My bad, Lord Mikhail, I take back what I said. At that point, I was so over this clueless dude. The real issue was finessing this whole revelation story, since it's not like anyone knew what a real revelation even was. I was getting ready to make one up on the spot. But just as I was about to spin this epic lie, I suddenly saw a girl who just appeared in the crowd. Who was she and when did she even get here? The girl totally caught me staring. She just smiled music and asked, You can see me, can't you? I tried to play it cool like I didn't hear her, but the sweat dripping down my face was a total giveaway. The girl snapped her fingers. In the next second, the entire room just froze. Music, seeing that my mind was completely blown. Only one person could pull off a crazy miracle like freezing time. Music. You're God Hika, right? I felt pretty awkward right then, seeing as I just tried to use her name to tell a massive lie, and got caught red-handed before I could even finish. Music. And with that mischievous look on her face, she was giving off major Set vibes, not God vibes. Set totally read my mind and was like, "Hey, I'm sensing some serious disrespect in your thoughts about me." That's when Music Hika noticed Set was there too and said,
Well, look who it is. Fancy meeting you here, Set. You've gotten pretty quiet. You're really in a position to talk because I could totally spill all that embarrassing tea music about you chasing after Asar. But before Set could even get a word out, there was this huge crash, and Hika just straight up shoulder through him. She hit him so hard he almost went to see Asar for real. Then Hika asked me that question from before. You've got a real attitude problem, you know that. Sure, you've got Asar's legacy, but I'm the only god running the show now. So why don't I see even a little bit of respect for me in your eyes? Her words seriously set me off. Whether it was when the world tree was dying or when the demons were taking over, you just sat back and did nothing right. So why exactly should I be bowing down to you? When she heard that, Hika actually looked stunned for a sec. Then she cracked a smile. You're definitely an interesting one. Music. If you're mad that I haven't been answering any revelations, all I can say is it's complicated. Then Music, putting a finger to her lips like it was a secret, she went on. I don't answer because my words literally can't get through. Everyone calls me a god, but I'm not perfect like Asar was. For some reason, nothing I say can reach people. Even my backup plan, the prophecies totally flopped, nobody believed them. Hearing this, I was just floored. But you're a god. What in the world could possibly stop you? Hika replied. It's a long story. I'll fill you in some other time. Right now you're the only human who can actually talk to me, so I need you to do something for me. For some reason, her words, Music, weren't getting out, so she wanted me to help her figure out why. The deal was, she helps me become a hero. Not that I needed it. I was totally confident I could pull it off on my own, but her problem sounded like it was tied up with the demon god, so I agreed. With another snap of her fingers, boom, time started moving again. Right then, Siegfried was still bugging me, desperate to know what kind of revelation God supposedly gave me. Since you're dying to know, I'll spill. God said she's super disappointed in how the divine country is being run right now. The second I said that, Siegfried totally lost it, calling me disrespectful for daring to diss the divine country in front of the Pope. I saw that coming a mile away. You haven't even checked if what I said is real. And you're calling me out. I think you're the one who doesn't take God seriously. A clueless dude like you should just zip it. Then I looked over at the Pope. Oh right, God mentioned something else. A long time ago, Your Holiness, you took in 2 kids, didn't you? One you kept close and the other one, you totally ghosted. When he heard that, the Pope's eyes went wide. For real, only a handful of archbishops knew that secret, and here I was spilling all the tea with perfect detail. At that moment, he was 100% convinced I'd actually gotten a message from Heka. The truth. Those weren't Heka's words at all. They were my own game plan. The divine country's whole system was a corrupt mess, and things had to change. Besides, it didn't even matter if they believed it was a real revelation. After all, once I made it all happen, it would basically become one. The Pope then announced the hero selection chat was over for the day since he needed to huddle up with the archbishops. After I bounced from the church, I noticed this weird patterned mark on the back of my hand. Set told me it was the special symbol for Heka's legacy, which meant I'd officially taken her job. Then Set got all sarcastic, pointing out I had 2 marks now, asking if I was going to end up as some kind of street boss with a full sleeve of mythic tattoos. You know what? That could actually happen. While I was joking around with Set, Ryan was about to have a full-on meltdown. A major showdown was about to go down right in front of him. This guy, Hab, the divine country's top holy knight, showed up, and he was there to drag Cassandra away. Obviously, Helen, as Cassandra's guardian knight, was not having it. You have no right to see her. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for what happens next. Hearing that, Hab just let out a little sigh. Then he took one step and the ground literally cracked under his foot. Hasn't anyone ever told you how dumb it is to pull a sword on a holy knight? Besides, Lady Cassandra is part of the divine country. Isn't it only right that I take her home? Seeing the guy was about to make a move, Ryan jumped in front of Helen to protect her. That move seriously ticked off Hab, who warned Ryan that if he didn't get out of the way, he'd be considered an enemy too. But Ryan just declared that Helen was his friend, and just standing by would be a disgrace to the Parsoff family name. With that, Ryan whipped out his sword and got into a fighting stance. So you're the Empire's golden boy, Ryan Parsoff. For your family's sake, I'll give you one last chance. Move now and I'll pretend this never happened. But Ryan wasn't backing down. I already told you there's absolutely no way. I'm moving. The second he said it, Ryan charged, sword first. He was feeling a mix of terrified and totally pumped terrified because his opponent was the strongest holy knight there is. Pumped for the chance to fight someone so powerful. But the instant their swords clashed, Ryan knew just how outmatched he was. I can't beat him. Just then Cassandra yelled, "Stop!" And just like that, the super one-sided fight came to a halt. Hab, even for the commander of the Holy Knights, you can't just come barging in here like this. Hab just said it was his duty, and that Archbishop Killian was sorry for what he did and promised it wouldn't happen again. So, please come with me. Cassandra knew exactly what was up. This guy was on Killian's side. If she went with him, she'd just be locked up again, trapped in the divine country forever. If I say no, are you gonna drag me away by force? Hab said yeah, he would, telling her, I'm not here to negotiate all to keep Ryan and Helen, who were protecting her, from getting hurt. Just as Cassandra was about to give in, my voice cut through the air.
Who says she's going anywhere with you, purple hair, a massive pillar? A fire shot up into the sky right between them. Seeing it, Hab's eyes bugged out. That's sixth circle magic. I had no idea Lord Mikhail was that powerful at his age. However, this is the Divine Country's business. Even if you're a hero candidate, you have no right to butt into the Holy Knight's affairs. I just laughed at that. Tell me something. Commander, have you actually read the Divine Country's rulebook? Because for the Divine Country, a hero is never an outsider. If you really don't know that, I'd be happy to school you. Hab was totally stunned. Then he admitted he messed up. But the guy just wouldn't quit trying to bring up how Cassandra just vanished. I had to set him straight. Cassandra isn't missing. She's been with me, a hero candidate, this whole time, so you have zero reason to take her. When I saw he still wasn't leaving, I got ticked, pointed at him, and asked, "You're still here? Are you seriously trying to challenge a hero spot in the Divine Country?" Faced with a call-out that heavy, of course, he wasn't about to own up to it. My bad for the drama today. I'll get going now. After watching Hab bounce just as Helen and Cassandra were about to chill, I hit him with a stone-cold look. All right, we need to talk. Once we got back to our place, the first thing I had to do was figure out Helen's whole deal. So Helen, take off the helmet. And you won't believe this, but Helen's real identity, hiding under all that armor, was that jerk hero's sister, and her real name wasn't Helen, it was Nibiron. This was already way more than I bargained for. The reason I asked her to take off the helmet was because hanging with her gave me this weird vibe I hadn't felt in forever. I kinda thought she might be one of my old friends, but I totally didn't see this coming. Then I asked her why she'd stick with Cassandra after she got booted from the Divine Country. You could have had a way easier life back in the Divine Country. After all, your brother is the new big shot in the Golden Lion Knights and a hero candidate. Hearing me say that, Ida's eyes got all distant and she started to tell me about her childhood. My brother and I were orphans left on our own when we were just kids. We had to count on each other to survive in an alley run by some shady people. As everyone knows, kids in the alleys were treated like they were trash. And even though that life was way too harsh for me back then, it was also the happiest time of my life because my brother would always jump in front to protect me, no hesitation. But everything changed when Archbishop Killian showed up. The sacred temple became our new home, and we didn't have to dig through garbage for food anymore. But at some point, my brother started to change. After he joined the Golden Lion Knights, the super arrogant side of him started to show, and he just stopped listening to anyone. And the worst part, the very first thing he did after becoming a hero candidate was to take out all of the Prophet's closest supporters. This was actually news to me. To think Sigrid was the one who got rid of everyone around Cassandra. Ida told me it was because the Archbishop totally messed with her brother's head using the fact that the prophecy was super vague to twist it in all these different ways. The Archbishop totally used that playing on her brother's hero complex by only showing him the people who got screwed over by the prophecies. Now it all made sense why Cassandra just disappeared. It was all a setup by Archbishop Killian. I let out a small laugh. If all this was true, it was seriously ironic since the prophecy came from Ka himself. Yet the ones pushing back the hardest were the Archbishop and the hero candidate who claimed to be his biggest fans. Now, all the clues pointed straight to Archbishop Killian. It looked like I had to investigate him. Maybe we'd even find out why Hika went radio silent. Meanwhile, in the Divine Country's plaza, Siegfried was all alone thinking over what he'd done. Have I really been a worthy warrior? He couldn't stop thinking about how his sister's glares had been getting more and more intense. He felt this insane sense of loss, especially after his sister left with nothing but coldness in her eyes. Totally depressed, he just swung his sword at the air, asking, "Why is this even happening? She's my only family in the whole world, so why can't she get me?" Just then, Archbishop Killian walked up with a big smile. "Secreted, am I interrupting your sword practice?" Creed quickly replied, "Nah," and asked, "What brings you here, your grace?" Killian sighed a little. "I came to tell you something. Remember that kid Wal Peruse who came to the Divine Country as a candidate? Well, right now he's hanging out with the Prophet and your sister." With a loud clang, the sword fell right out of Siegfried's hands. "What did you just say, your grace? They came back with Mikhail. Does His Holiness know about this? What are we supposed to do?" Killian just gestured for him to chill out, saying, "The great god Heko is with us. But God doesn't just help those who sit around, so we have to make a move." As the two of them plotted how to deal with me, they had no idea someone was watching them from the shadows. A week flew by in a flash. The entire Divine Country was debating like crazy about who should be the hero. And thanks to Archbishop Killian's scheming, most of the archbishops and priests were throwing their support behind Siegfried, becoming the hero, figuring that as a member of the Holy Knights, he was a better look for the Divine Country. At that moment, Ryan was anxiously running his hands through his hair. "Mickey, what are you even doing? They're already out there acting like they're the chosen ones. And you've been hiding in this room for 7 whole days. Are you planning on just dropping out of the hero selection?" I shot him a look that said not to worry because a super important person still hadn't made their move. Plus, there was a major reason I jumped into this whole hero selection mess, music, and that was the upcoming hit on the Archbishop. 2 years after it all goes down, people would find out that demons were behind the whole thing. Only then did the Divine Country start taking the demon god prophecy seriously and begin picking heroes to prep for the war. This was my golden opportunity. If I could stop the Archbishop from getting taken out, music, and get rid of the demon who did it, then I could totally get the neutral archbishops on my side. With that person's influence on top, the hero spot would be all mine, no question. After that, I asked Cassandra if she'd gotten in touch with the guy in question. She was like, I did what you asked, but I can't say for sure if he'll actually show up. Her answer music didn't faze me because there's no way that guy would ever turn down a request from Cassandra. And sure enough, like 2.5 seconds later, there was a knock on the door. As the door creaked open, a middle-aged dude in a cloak walked in. Music. He went straight over to Cassandra's side and said, These years have been tough on you, kid. The new arrival. It was none other than His Holiness, the Pope. After about music 2.5 minutes of catching up, I cut to the chase and told the Pope I wanted to be the hero. Your Holiness, about that vision I told you about last time. Music. There was something I left out. Then I flashed him the pattern on my right hand. I'm pretty sure you get what this mark means. Music. The Pope's eyes went wide, totally shocked. You have Heika's inheritance. You've actually seen her. I told him I had, and that the goddess Music straight up told me the divine country needed a major shakeup. So for the sake of the great goddess Heika, I'm gonna need Music, your help, your Holiness. The very next day, Archbishop Killian was in his chambers literally shaking with rage. Because during the divine country's big council meeting just hours earlier, the Archbishop, who was supposedly neutral, suddenly announced he was backing my music run for hero. This totally floored everyone in the room and got them all talking. Everybody knew this Archbishop was the Pope's music right-hand man. His support basically meant the Pope was on my side. The Archbishops on Killian's side started complaining about the Pope's move, music, arguing that Siegfried was a better look for the divine country both for its rep and what he stood for. Why would the music Pope back some underdog kid like Walpurgis? Just because he took down one big demon one time? Hearing this, Archbishop Killian gritted his teeth, totally furious, and was dead set on not letting me build up my rep and music become the hero. Then, with a seriously nasty look on his face, he said to his buddies, My brothers, for the sake of the divine country, and what's right, we might have to get our hands dirty. Once I knew demons were mixed up in all of this music, I grabbed Ryan and we went straight into the divine country's night order. Right before this, by showing off Heika's symbol, and with Cassandra putting in a good word, I'd managed to get the Pope to back my bid for hero and everything was going exactly to plan. But I was the only one who knew the hardest part was still ahead, because the Archbishop's music takedown is about to happen. To be exact, it's Archbishop Naren who's about to get hit. That whole incident was what would make the Pope's already shaky position even more of a mess. So my #1 priority was to save Archbishop Naren. As I was thinking all this over, my butler who'd been gone for days just appeared out of nowhere behind me. It freaked me out so bad I teleported 2.5 meters away, and I was just about to yell at him for being so creepy. Music. The butler told me he'd picked up on some demonic energy inside the divine country, and it was coming from the Holy Knights. I gotta admit that surprised me a little. For real, the most dangerous place is usually the safest. Those demons really know how to pick a hiding spot. Young master, I have one more thing to report that Archbishop Killian seems to be plotting something against you. On top of that, I'm getting a seriously evil vibe from him, like he's been tainted by something disgusting. Music. Hearing that, I just smirked a little. Things were definitely starting to get interesting. The scene switches to me and Ryan walking over to the Knights' headquarters. On the way, Ryan was totally confused. Mikhail, why are you trying to start trouble with the Knights? And why'd you have to drag me along? Payback music, obviously. Their commander tried to mess with us earlier. Shouldn't we return the favor? Hearing that, Ryan got all fired up. I'm starting to like your style, kid. By the way, I've got something for you. You're gonna be the one to deal with that commander. As I said that, I tossed him a mold, but Ryan was just staring at it dumbfounded. Are you for real? You seriously want me to take on Habe? Then he looked down at the mold in his hand again. And what am I supposed to do with a sword hilt? I just held up my hand, telling him to music push his aura into it. Trust me, you're about to get a pretty awesome surprise. And for real, the second Ryan pushed his spiritual energy into the artifact, a magic sword of insane power appeared right in front of him, and music, as the aura he'd built up kept getting stronger, the magic sword straight up transformed into a swordsman. I told Ryan, look, this sword's skills are way beyond yours. You can't have a two-way chat with it or anything, but training with this thing will literally double how good you get. Faced with this insane gift, Ryan got all awkward and was like, what do I owe you for this? I just clapped him on the shoulder and said I didn't want anything. If you're serious about thanking me, just focus on leveling up. I'm gonna need your help down the road. Pretty soon we rolled up to the Holy Knights HQ. The 2 guards at the gate totally knew who I was, a hero candidate, and asked what was up. I'm here to see your commander, Habe. Go tell him I'm here. Hearing that, the 2 of them got super sketchy. Sorry, Lord Candidate, but the commander's not in right now. Maybe come back later. Their whole vibe just screamed that I was right. Something was seriously messed up with the Holy Knights, so I just ignored their lame attempt to block me. I was about to bust my way in, pulling the hero candidate inspection card. Just then, I heard footsteps close by. And surprise, surprise, it was Commander Habe himself. Well, talk about perfect timing. Did you come all the way out here just to say hi, Commander? Habe, looking super down, asked what I wanted, and when he found out we came to throw down with him, he was totally stunned for a sec. Then it clicked that this was about him trying to snatch Cassandra. My bad, Lord Mikhail, for real. I messed up with that whole thing and I'm officially sorry. But I can't accept your challenge. Holy Knights don't fight innocent people. When Habe tried to back out, Ryan started running his mouth right to his face. Oh, you don't fight innocent people, huh? Sounds more like you're scared to take us on and just making up excuses to bail.
I decided to pour some fuel on the fire, saying, so are the Holy Knights just a bunch of bullies who pick on the weak and run from a real fight? Are those the kind of people who should be serving God? That really hit a nerve. Habe's whole look went ice cold. Lord Mikhail, take that back. I accept your challenge. Then with Habe leading the way, we headed into the Knights' barracks, where we saw a bunch of knights sparring in the training yard. Ryan was totally geeking out since he's wanted to be a Holy Knight since he was a kid. Seeing them train up close just made him want it even more. As we walked past this banner, I immediately felt this sick vibe. There was no doubt about it. A demon was hiding in here, and it was one I'd run into before. Since this holy country has like all the most devout and powerful priests in the world, it's basically impossible for a demon to last here. But this one was different, with some kind of natural immunity to holy power. On top of that, it was a master at pretending to be someone else using some serious acting chops to mess with its targets. But this thing had one fatal flaw. Once it successfully copied someone, it would completely forget it was just an act and start thinking and acting exactly like the person it was mimicking. So I turned to Habe and asked if anything weird had been going on with the knights lately. Habe looked at me and said no, and even though he looked kind of frosty, I knew he wasn't lying because the whole time we talked, his eyes were totally steady. Since I wasn't getting any useful info out of him, I figured I had to check things out myself. I fired up my detection skill. My eyes instantly went jet black. Nothing weird here. Nothing over there either. Just when I was thinking this whole trip was a bust, I suddenly sensed this black thing squirming around underground. No wonder I couldn't find the little creep. It was hiding underground the whole time. So I told Habe I wanted to check out what was downstairs. The second I said that, his pupils totally shrunk. I totally caught that tiny change in his face. He was definitely hiding something. I asked him again what was down there. He gave me the same answer that he didn't know anything. Seeing he was just going to keep stonewalling me, I decided to go check it out for myself. When Habe saw I was serious, he couldn't stop me, so he offered to come with. I shut that down immediately, pointing at Ryan behind me and saying, "This is the guy who's challenging you. You should probably worry about how you're going to beat him." Then I told him I wasn't going alone anyway, because my backup should be here. And right after I said it, I heard someone run in up. And who shows up? None other than that jerk warrior Siegfried. I brought him along so we could expose the demon hiding out in the nights. So I dragged Siegfried with me down to the underground area below the barracks. The entire way there, Siegfried would not stop complaining, whining about why I even wanted to check this place out, insisting it was just some abandoned warehouse down there. I shot him a look and told him something seriously gross was lurking below. Your job right now is to shut your mouth and follow me. We got to the bottom floor pretty fast. And just like Siegfried said, it was totally an abandoned warehouse with nothing but a few busted up wooden crates. Siegfried shot me this smug little smile. See, told you there was nothing here. The Holy Knights would never hide something like that. I just told him not to speak too soon, or he'd end up looking like an idiot. Then I called on Set, asking her to help me fire up the divine artifact's power. An emerald green light flashed on my staff, and this crazy powerful wind just blasted through the whole warehouse, packing the punch of a hurricane. Music. Under the divine power's influence, something lurking in the shadows started to show itself through the smoke. Once the smoke was totally gone, this gross throbbing ball of flesh just appeared in front of us. Seeing it, Siegfried was totally speechless. I shot back at him. So this is your idea of nothing here? Then I raised my hand, powering up music. A light magic spell. And with a nasty squish, I totally obliterated that flesh ball. Seth told me this thing was the same kind of gunk that was messing with Yggdrasil, just way weaker. Music. That basically meant there had to be more of them, because you'd need at least a few hundred to corrupt the whole divine country. On top of that, there had to be an even more terrifying presence pulling the strings. I mean, a problem so big that Heka herself had to ask for music. My help had to be more complicated than just some leftover slime. Siegfried, finally getting himself together, asked me what that thing was. I told him it was demon god gunk, and that he needed to help me nab someone. Meanwhile, over at the Knights' training ground, the showdown between Ryan and Habe was about to go down. Ryan first juiced up music, his magic sword, with spiritual energy. Then in a total blur, he charged straight for his opponent. Facing Ryan's energy assault, Habe didn't even seem to care. He just casually pulled out his sword to block, shutting down Ryan's attack like it was nothing. Music. You seriously think becoming commander of the Holy Knights is that easy? Right now, you've got zero chance of winning. Let's just end this joke already. But music. Just then, a flash of red suddenly showed up in Ryan's eyes. Then he let loose with a bunch of energy waves from his sword. Every time their swords clashed, you could totally see Habe starting to struggle. Music. How is he getting faster? This could get ugly. Then after one super intense clash, they both backed off to get some space. Music. Habe was completely floored, like he couldn't believe a kid could have that much power. But there was no way he could lose this fight. As the commander, he had to protect the Knight's rep.
He channeled all his spiritual energy into his right hand, planning to finish it with one massive strike. Let me show you what real insane power looks like. But at that exact moment, a huge explosion music just went off at the edge of the field. Turns out I got tired of the stairs and just used some explosion magic to blast my way up from underground. This left Habe totally baffled. This isn't your place. You don't care about the damage, do you? I just smiled and told him not to sweat the small stuff. Music. I've got an announcement. Starting today, all Holy Night activities are on hold. Everyone, music was stunned silent for a second, and then they all started freaking out. Even if you're a hero candidate, you can't just shut us down for no reason. I let everyone know this was happening because some demon had set up a secret base right under their feet. And just so you know, Siegfried Music is totally on board with this. So this is a joint decision from both hero candidates and you guys have to deal with it. Music. To catch the demon hiding in the crowd, I lifted my staff and cast Sanctuary Declaration. The next thing you know, this blue light just surrounded the whole Knight's Order. Then I tapped into the power of both the World Tree and Heka. With those two divine powers in play, not even the strongest demon could keep up its disguise. Come on out, music. You disgusting creep. The whole place got terrifyingly quiet, with no one even daring to breathe, scared they'd get mistaken for the demon and get taken out. But that silence was broken by a few coughs. When I heard that, my eyes went wide and I yelled, "Who just coughed?" Two knights nearby saw their buddy was struggling and immediately rushed over to check on him. "Mason, you good?" I walked over to where the sound came from. When the guy saw me, he started frantically explaining that he was a holy knight, and there was no way he could be a demon. But while he was talking, his eyes started turning pitch black, and this dark energy began pouring off his body. So it was you all along. First you offed your buddy, then you used your copycat powers to take his form. Music, and then you just hid out with the humans. You're a pretty good actor, I'll give you that. But your little tricks won't work on me because I'm not falling for your games. And with that, music, I lifted my staff and brought it down hard. With a crazy loud sound, the holy power from the staff, music, just blasted right into his body. Once his disguise was shattered, he showed his true demon form. It really is you, Doss, the demon pulling the strings from the shadows. Right then, Doss was super music confused, because he had no clue who I was, but I seemed to know all about him. It was all because of the woman behind him, Meryl, the 6th Music Corps commander under the demon god. Doss wasn't just Meryl's right-hand man, he was literally a part of her body. What I said totally got Doss's attention. "Since you know I'm Lady Meryl's #1, how dare you mess with me?" I just gave him a smirk. Because to me, you're just a pathetic copycat. Being dissed like that totally set Doss off. "Kid, you better hope you can back up that talk." With a snap, he just vanished, leaving behind a huge cloud of smoke. This was Doss's signature move. First he uses smoke to blind you, then he zips behind you for the final blow. But right when his gnarly claws were like an inch from my neck, a crazy green storm just appeared and totally blocked his attack. Music, turns out I'd already summoned Set's divine storm the second he pulled that smoke trick. The pattern on my neck started giving off this faint green glow and boom, a mini tornado instantly formed right there, sending Doss flying to the ground. Music. In that moment, he finally realized he was totally outmatched. And just as he was scrambling to get up and bolt a huge hand shot out of the mist, music. The next thing you know, I had a perfect grip on his throat. Looking at Doss struggling in my hand, I knew Mariel was watching me through his eyes. "Mariel, I have no clue what you're planning with the Divine Country, but let me make this perfectly clear. Music. Whatever schemes you've got, I'm gonna wreck every single one of them." After that thought, I went straight for the 6th Circle Magic Holy Lance. A second later, music. A spear crackling with tons of lightning bolts appeared in midair. I just pointed and the spear shot forward with a whoosh, music, punching right through Doss's body. But this guy's will to live was seriously insane. Even with injuries that bad, he wasn't dead. So I raised my hand again for another evolution magic. Music. By this point, he was completely powerless against the holy power. And finally, his body started to get dissolved by the orb of light. Music. After I was completely done with Doss, I turned and aimed my spear at the knights, because they were the ones who teamed up with Archbishop Killian to bully Cassandra, so I totally had to get her some payback. Honestly, I'm super disappointed in all of you. A demon was literally wearing your friend's skin. Music. And you never even noticed. How can you even call yourselves proud holy knights? And I hear your holy knight order is buddy-buddy with a certain archbishop even taking his orders? Is that true? Hearing this, music, Hab rushed forward to deny it. As holy knights serving Heka, we only ever follow divine revelation. Then how do you explain helping Killian raid the first temple and chase away the great prophet Cassandra? Hab went totally silent when he heard that music. And after he snapped out of it, he tried to make excuses about prophecies. But I just turned and cut him off. Music. I don't want to argue with you. At the end of the day, this is your Knight Order's drama. But I hope you remember what the Holy Knight Order was made for, to be loyal only to Heko, and to fight demons. Music. Then I looked over at Siegfried. Don't you think I'm right, Siegfried? I mean, since we're both hero candidates, it's not a good look if I'm the only one thinking this way. Music. At that moment, Siegfried just froze, completely rethinking whether he actually had what it takes to be a hero. Music. Especially compared to me who just took down a demon. He, a so-called holy knight, couldn't even tell his own friends were demons. It was a massive embarrassment for him. Music. He was so angry and frustrated that he clenched his fists super tight.
No, I can't give up now.
Music. Even if I'm not worthy of being a hero right now, I can make up for it by trying harder because God would never give up on someone who gives it their all.
With that thought, Music, his eyes got super determined.
Mikhail, you're right. But now I'm challenging you to a duel. I need to see for myself if you're really worthy of being a hero. Of course I wasn't going to turn him down. My biggest wish since I was reincarnated was to beat this jerk up, and I was just looking for a good reason. Just then I noticed the saint's pendant. Music.
He was wearing. So I suggested a bet telling him that taking risks is the only way to get a true fighting spirit going. Music. If you win, I'll drop out of this hero selection. But if I win, you have to give me that saint's pendant. Right then, Siegfried was all about proving himself. So Music, he took my deal without a second thought. Seeing him take the bait, I couldn't help but smirk. This guy was still as clueless as he was in my past life. Even though fighting him with my current strength was probably a bit unfair, I just couldn't resist the chance to thrash him. However, Music, just as said asked if I wanted to use the divine artifact's power, Siegfried had already made his move. Music, his slash as fast as a lightning bolt. Seeing him go all out right from the start, I thought, man, he really wants to win. Who uses their ultimate move at the very beginning, I immediately threw up a 5-layer shield magic to defend myself. Music. But then Siegfried suddenly twisted his wrist, changing his sword's energy path. With a huge boom, his strike shattered my shield into a million pieces. Okay, I might have underestimated you, I thought. I gotta say, Music, your battle sense is pretty on point. So out of respect, this is probably gonna hurt a little. As I activated the 5th Circle Magic 1000 Sword release, instantly hundreds of mana swords appeared behind me. This 1000 Sword release was a spell I actually made a long time ago, Music, to help Siegfried train so it had 0 lethal power. But after being reincarnated, I tweaked the mana swords. They're still not deadly, but I gave them another ability. Music. That makes heavy sword users suffer like you wouldn't believe. Seeing the flying swords, about to surround him, Siegfried immediately shot out an even more intense wave of sword energy. Music. With a massive boom, the two forces collided in midair, causing a huge explosion, and Siegfried vanished from his spot the second the dust kicked up. Music. Did this guy not just see how I beat DOS? Why is he using the exact same trick? But it didn't matter how he tried to hide his presence. Music, like I could totally pinpoint his location with my eyes shut. He's so basic, he'd definitely try to attack me head on. Music. In his tiny brain, a mage. It's totally gassed after dropping one huge spell. So he wasn't about to try any sneaky stuff. Music. Too bad for him, I'm not the kind of mage he's used to. This time while I was casting 1000 Sword release, I also casually slapped a 5-layer slow magic on him. The next music second, Siegfried felt like his body was made of lead and he could barely even move. What came next was him getting absolutely wrecked by mana swords and screaming his head off. Even though the magic was making him question his entire life, the stubborn dude still swore he could keep fighting. NGL, I kinda respected the hustle. The feeling of finally getting a satisfying all-out fight was just epic. I pointed up and told him, "Oh, I know you can still fight. That's why I prepped another 100 mana swords in the sky, Music. Just for you." Hearing that, Siegfried's brain just shut down and he started shaking uncontrollably. No way, that'll literally kill me. I gotta bounce. Before he could finish, I pressed my finger to his music lips. Then I hit him with a playful tone. What's all this crazy talk? The night is just getting started. My cryptic words totally fried Siegfried's CPU. Music. What night? It's the middle of the day. Before he could even figure out what I meant, the first half of the mana swords came raining down. Music! And scene! Siegfried was now passed out cold, foaming at the mouth. Seeing that the knights all got major chills. Like, Lord Mikhail, aren't you being a little extra? Music. Seeing all this, Ryan couldn't help but be like, that guy is completely unhinged. The next day, as soon as Siegfried came to, he handed over the saint's pendant just like he promised. The second I got the pendant, said immediately, Music knew this thing was seriously OP. Not only does it amp up the user's holy power and give them a crazy healing boost, but the real kicker was, beyond those two music functions, its hidden ability is what makes this thing a legit holy relic. But that part was still locked for now. After getting completely owned, Siegfried was totally dazed. Mikhail, Music, thanks for the clean fight. I lost because I just wasn't strong enough. Hearing him say that, I was just speechless. Music. This dude was just as clueless as he was in my past life. Still not getting what his actual problem is. So I had to ask him, if this wasn't a duel, would you have fought me any differently? This question was clearly too much for Siegfried's brain to handle. He had zero idea what I was getting at. Whatever, let me spell it out for you. In that situation, Music, would you go for a sneak attack or use some hidden items? Hearing that, Siegfried looked totally disgusted. What are you even talking about? That's the kind of cheap stuff a real hero would never do. I clapped back. Even if it meant hundreds of people would die, you'd still stick to your principles. Siegfried's eyes went wide. You could tell that thought had never even crossed his mind. Can you really call yourself a hero if you can't protect everyone? I kinda hoped my words would get through to him, but seeing his conflicted face, Music, and his fists clenched up, I just turned and walked.
Not worth my time, for real. This guy is the exact same as he was in my past life, so there's no point in trying. I've heard that same old speech so many times it makes my ears want to fall off. On music, the way back. Ryan asked if I was being too harsh. From his POV, Siegfried isn't a bad guy, just a little slow music. I turned and explained, look, if he was just some random dude, I wouldn't be on his case like this. But the responsibility that comes with being a hero candidate is way bigger than you can even imagine. As Ryan was walking and thinking that over, I suddenly stopped dead in my tracks. Music. Ugh, seriously? Why is that crusty old man here too? And the person I couldn't stand was none other than Archbishop Killian. Ryan saw him too, and asked what my game plan was, mentioning that he wasn't exactly an easy guy to handle. Game plan, music? What game plan? I'm just gonna go deal with it. I walked right up to Archbishop Killian. I was expecting this big dramatic showdown, sworn enemies finally meeting, but the next second we both just put on these huge fake music smiles and even shook hands like we were besties. Well, if it isn't Lord Mikhail. I never thought I'd run into you here. I must be truly blessed. Listening to Archbishop Killian's super fake praise, I just smiled back. Oh, you're definitely blessed, seeing as it's a huge win for you and the entire divine country that the great prophet got away from those demon plots. You could literally see him freeze up when I mentioned demons. I kept smiling and said, trying to run off the great prophet is something only demons or total trash would do. I mean, music. Who else would hate on the great prophet? He's such a huge asset to the divine country. Then I switched it up. Oh, by the way, a big shot like you, Archbishop, you couldn't possibly be the kind of scum I'm talking about, right? By now, Killian was practically shaking with rage from my words. Even though he knew I was basically calling him trash to his face, he couldn't start a scene, and music could only force a smile and agree with me. However, Lord Mikhail, about you wanting to be a hero, I just don't think you're cut out for it. I cut him right off with a smile. Music. Yeah, your opinion is completely irrelevant to me because the one who actually decides who becomes a hero has never been you, but our music. The so-called wise Lord Hekau. Killian totally couldn't handle my comeback and just dipped guess he couldn't take the heat. But then this super nasty smell just hit us out of nowhere. Set instantly covered her nose. Ugh, why does it smell like a demon in here? I shot a look over at the three of them. And yep, no surprise, Archbishop Killian was looking extra sus. That nasty smell was 100% coming from him. Set was like, can you tell which demon this is? And I was like, oh, for sure, because it smells a lot like that demon we already took out, Das. And get this, he's got an infamous twin brother. Das was the demon who was all about copying people to take them out. But his little bro Rouse is a pro at sneaking in and messing with people's heads. I was planning on hunting him down and taking him out before he could wreck the divine country anymore. But Set was like, nah, he's not the priority, and told me we should check out the rest of the country first. Cause she just felt the vibe of the demon god's right eye somewhere around here, and she thinks that's why Hekau got shut up. If the demon god's right eye was for real in the divine country, that would totally explain why there are so many pieces of the demon god just chillin' here. If that's what's up, then let's go find it. Scene change. So Set and I rolled up to the creepiest spot in the whole divine country, the tomb of the first hero. The place was massive and Set was kind of blown away. Whoa, this tomb is huge. You think the demon's eye is really in a place like this? But while Set was having her doubts, I was pretty sure it was here. I mean, come on, it's the last place anyone would ever think to look. Then Set got all curious. So if you actually become a hero, what number would you be? I told her there have been 7 heroes so far, so unless something crazy happens, I guess I'd be number 8. For real though, if the first hero saw what a mess this country is now, he'd probably roll over in his grave in anger. Anyway, we walked into the main hall, and I got this super bad feeling. And yep, my gut was right. The demon god's right eye was definitely hiding in here. I was just really hoping it wasn't in that asterisk one place. And by that asterisk place, I meant the coffin with the first hero's body inside. So I put my hand on the shield around it. First hero, sorry about this. And just as I said it, the whole shield just exploded into a million pieces. Set was totally floored. In her mind, there was no way the demon god's eye could be in the same place as the hero's body, and that shield was supposed to prove it wasn't in there. But what if it got into the hero's body before he died? Set looked totally freaked out by that idea. Clearly, my crazy theory shook her up. To see if I was right, we had no choice but to open the coffin and check it out. But the second I cracked it open, my whole mood just dropped. Just like I thought the coffin was empty. Instead, there was just this bottomless pit. Mikhail, what are we gonna do now? This is seriously bad. Set was freaking out, but I was pretty chill. I told her it wasn't the end of the world. In fact, we should be glad we found this out now. Then I just jumped right into the hole. Since we found the problem, now we just gotta fix it. Pretty soon Set and I hit the bottom of the pit. And sitting right there was the body of the first hero. And then his right eye twitched. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you. After he said that, the first hero's body stood up laughing like a total maniac, and at the same time, this gross black energy started swirling in his hand. Then whoosh, a black energy ball came flying at me super fast. Seeing that, I instantly threw up a ring expansion spell, then followed it with the 6th circle magic flame shockwave. The second the 2 attacks hit, there was this massive explosion. I was like, whoa, this really is the first hero's body. Even with its power almost totally drained,
It could still throw down that much power. Just then, the demon god's eye went for another attack. A ton of black tentacles just popped up right in front of me. Looked like it was trying to end me with one hit, but too bad for it. Ever since I became a 6th Circle Mage, I can use the ring expansion spell to amp up my magic and cast even crazier stuff. I just raised my hand and cast the 8th Circle Magic Ice Throne. A giant wall made of ice crystals appeared out of nowhere in front of me, freezing all those black tentacles solid. Just as Set was about to be like, nice one, her eyes went wide, because she saw the first hero's body, which was totally being puppeted by the demon god's eye, pull out its holy sword. Tons of magic circles popped up behind him, and the scariest part, they were all 6th Circle magic. Before I could even process what was happening, all those spells came flying right at me. Luckily, I managed to cast Set Storm real quick. This crazy powerful storm just blasted out from my hand with a huge boom. The explosion was even bigger this time. I used that chance to teleport right on top of the demon god's eye. Then I just grabbed it by the head. You little punk, finally gotcha. But the demon god's eye didn't even flinch. Since like normal magic wasn't gonna do a thing to a piece of the demon god, but I was totally ready for that. I just copied this insane custom magic from my best bud, from my past life, the Beast King. Gonna have to borrow that holy fist. The second I threw that punch, this insane red power just surged right into the demon god's eye. The energy was so wild that the eye just exploded and was totally wiped out in this blinding flash. Suddenly my mind was zapped into this pure white space. Everything looked different, but I knew right away this was Hekau's doing. So when are you gonna show up? A deep voice asked from behind me. Don't rush it, he said. She needs a minute to get ready. It was the first hero here to say thanks. If I hadn't gotten there in time to save him, he would have just spiraled into total despair. I gave a small smile. All those years of pain are over. You can finally rest. Ha ha. You're a pretty interesting dude. But with your kind of vibe, I feel good about it. I'm leaving the future of this world in your hands. And with that, his body started glowing white and just faded away. Right then, Hekau just popped out of nowhere and jumped on my back. You totally crushed it. You didn't just fix my whole being silenced problem. You also got rid of that nasty thing that was latched onto the first hero. She was getting more and more hyped as she talked, patting my shoulder and asking what I wanted as a reward. Hearing that, I had to think for a second. Maybe this reward could be for Cassandra. Like, could you give a blessing to that girl who sees your prophecies? After all, she went through so much crap that she never should have, all because of you. She said she'd bless the girl, but since that was something she should have done anyway, it didn't really count as my reward. So for real, is there nothing else you want? When she said that, I kinda held my chin and started thinking again. I mean, I already got the divine symbol. And thanks to that auto-circulation training thing, mana's not a problem either, so what else was there? Then it just hit me. How could I have forgotten about that one major thing? When she heard I wanted the divine stigmata, she looked totally shocked for a second. I held up my hand and was like, you heard me right. The divine stigmata is like the ultimate blessing a god can give, and it's literally the most valuable thing I could get from you. Hearing that, Hekau got this sneaky grin on her face. You're seriously interesting. Honestly, I kinda wanna see what happens when you get the stigmata since I've never given it to any kid before. But let's be super clear. The stigmata is literally a piece of godhood, so I can't promise you won't lose yourself to it down the road. Even knowing that you still want me to put it on you. I looked her straight in the eye and said, yeah, because I'm gonna need this power to face the demon god later. So then Hekau took my right hand and started drawing on it. She told me getting the stigmata wouldn't be an instant power-up, but it would boost my divine side and that effect would get stronger and stronger over time. After she let a drop of her blood fall on my palm, she announced the stigmata was all done. The second she said it, this crazy stinging pain shot through my right hand. You could literally see red patterns spreading all over my body. Keep getting stronger just like this kid. I can't wait to see how crazy powerful you're gonna get in the future. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the real tomb. Set ran right up to me and asked if I'd gone to see that woman, Hekau. When I said yeah, she started shaking her little fists all mad. That girl is just as petty as everyone says. Just 'cause I threw a little shade last time, she totally ghosted me. And right when she was still majorly ranting about Hekau, a giant stone pillar just dropped out of the sky and landed right on top of Set. After it crashed down, I saw a white robe and a letter sitting on it. I opened it up and it was from Hekau. Tell that little brat Set to go take a hike for me. And this robe is for you. This was actually the Saint's robe, which is like a must-have for all the past heroes, and basically her way of saying she sees me as a hero. At that point, Set crawled out from under the pillar. Is this Hekau's gift, man? That woman is so cheap. After I put on the robe, I showed her that wasn't it. This is her gift. When she saw it, Set's jaw dropped. She actually gave you the stigmata. Set started freaking out, checking me all over, because she knows how dangerous that thing is. In the worst cases, it can make you lose like your whole self. She finally chilled out after making sure I wasn't having any bad reactions. After that, Set and I bounced out of there. Since I took out Doss and the demon god's eye one after another, Mariel, who's been pulling the strings this whole time, was finally freaking out. She couldn't risk her super long game plan for the divine country failing,
so she decided she had to take me out herself at the hero selection ceremony 3 days from now. But the divine country has the strongest holy power on the planet, so she couldn't just roll up in her true demon form. So, she sent Rusis to find someone in the divine country to possess. Right then, Archbishop Killian was in his room totally losing his mind because I showed up and not only wrecked his control over the whole hero election thing, but also messed up his big plan to overthrow the Pope and take over. And at that exact moment, the priest Heron, who was really Rousis in a disguise, popped up in front of them. Killian, suddenly getting his nerve back, was all like, "Heron, did you get another message from God or something?" He totally believed Heron was some kind of miracle kid sent just for him. 'Cause whenever he did what Heron said, all his problems just vanished. Heron just smirked and was like, yeah, he totally heard from God. Apparently God is super not happy with the current hero selection, and said there's no way they can let a magical family like the Walpurgis mess up the Divine Kingdom's vibe. As he was saying this, Heron got right up in Killian's personal space, putting his hand on his face. Then with this seriously twisted look, he was like, "For asterisk that person's sake, I hope you're ready to get messy." Under that dark energy's influence, Killian's eyes went all dark and empty. Just like that, his body wasn't his own anymore. Anyway, time skip 3 days flew by. I was just chilling in my room waiting for this whole hero selection thing to kick off. Archbishop Naren was staring at my recommendation letter, totally confused about what I'd been up to for the past few days. I mean, I didn't just get most of the on-the-fence archbishops on my side, I even flipped the ones who were Team Siegfried. I just casually threw out there that maybe he wasn't even trying to get votes, especially after the major beatdown I gave him. With only 3 hours left till showtime, Siegfried was still a no-show. Just as Archbishop Naren was starting to wonder if he was gonna bail, I just smirked and said he'd totally be here because I wasn't done messing with him yet. And what do you know, 2.5 minutes later I run into Siegfried hustling to the church. He was still super bummed out, moping about how his old buddy was actually a demon in disguise, and how he missed a hero in training. Totally missed it. It was making him question his whole hero journey. Even though I've always thought you were the last person who should be a hero, I gotta admit, what you did was actually pretty heroic. So now I'm just super lost. Mickey, can you just tell me what to do? Hearing that, my whole mood soured. You really don't get it, do you? Then I balled up my fist. Bam! I landed a solid one right in his gut. The hit was so hard Siegfried's eyes rolled back as he went flying dozens of meters. I turned my back on him and said real cold, "You want advice? How about you try fixing that empty head of yours? You want to know why I'm so ticked off? It's 'cause you're all talk about wanting to change, but you never actually listen to anyone, you punk. If you were serious about changing, you wouldn't be asking me. You'd go listen to the people you've been a jerk to." As I said it, my face was probably all twisted up with rage, and I really wanted to punch him again. Seeing the look on my face, Siegfried started sweating bullets, getting a super bad feeling. "Mikhail, not the face man. Can't you go a little easy on me?" For the next 2.5 minutes, all you could hear were Siegfried's yelps outside the church. With his face looking like a total mess, Siegfried whined, "Mikhail, did I wrong you in a past life or something? Why do you always have to go off on me every time we meet?" I just kinda shrugged and was like, "You could say we've got history. If Cassandra hadn't shown up when she did, you'd probably be in a whole lot worse shape." Just then, some figure came running up from way off. He was totally out of breath and told me something awful had gone down. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, Archbishop Killian showed up looking completely zoned out. He was there for one reason, to take out Cassandra. As Killian got closer, Edita, who was on guard duty for Cassandra, whipped out her sword and was like, "Archbishop Killian, I'm warning you, don't take another step. Don't make me forget who you are and put you down." However, right as she said that, this huge hand reached out. "You disrespectful little kids. God's on my team." And then bam, a massive blast of energy shot right at her. She managed to block it with her sword, but it still sent her flying back dozens of meters. That's when Edita realized something was seriously off. The power Killian was using wasn't holy at all. 'Cause he was surrounded by this creepy dark energy, nothing like the vibe an archbishop from the Holy Kingdom should have. Then Killian spread his arms and this black goat thing just materialized out of the shadows. Edita was like, "What the heck is that thing?" When suddenly a huge pair of goat horns were coming right for her face, way too fast to dodge. Her whole life flashed before her eyes. "Is this really it for me?" But then with a loud clang, a giant shield just appeared out of nowhere and blocked the hit. Seeing it, Edita totally grinned. "Took you long enough, Lord Magician." I just deadpanned while holding on to Siegfried. "I'm not late, and even if I was, you can thank your brother for that." The second Killian saw me, he started getting even more worked up. His body was shaking like he was about to say, "This is where you die." But then in a total 180, he smiled and held out his hand to Siegfried. "My boy, come over here, quick. You don't belong over there. Don't forget who brought you up and showed you the way." Hearing that, Siegfried just looked down totally torn. He quietly asked me what he should do. I told him, "The choice is yours, man. It always has been. But you gotta own whatever you decide." And just like that, he wasn't confused anymore. He drew his sword and got ready to fight. His eyes were blazing as he shot back, "I'm a holy knight. I'd never side with some demon-possessed freak, even if it's you, Archbishop Killian, the guy who raised me." That totally sent Killian into a full-on rage, like he was literally shaking. He just couldn't process being betrayed by Siegfried, the kid who had been his little puppet since forever. But whatever.
He got over it quick because ever since Har's little touch, he'd been hearing messages from God.
Yeah, right. Asterisk God is on my side. I literally had to laugh.
Bro, what you're hearing isn't some holy memo. It's more like your death warrant, and I've just been playing along this whole time. Mariel, don't you think it's about time you dropped the act? At that, Killian's face twisted into this wicked grin and a pair of massive black horns just ripped out of his head. After a quick chat, Mariel figured out I was the mage who took out that disgusting monarch. But even then, she was totally unimpressed. Look, whatever trick you used to beat that pathetic king, you've got zero chance against me with some basic six-circle magic. I'm a greater demon, sweetie. I've been around forever. I just stared at her like she was absolute trash. Cut the act, you psycho. That vile monarch might have been a pawn you threw away, but he was still a greater demon. Don't even try to pretend you weren't freaking out after you saw how completely I wrecked him. Hearing that, Mariel's lips curled into a nasty smirk. You're pretty cocky. Let's see if you're still running your mouth in a few minutes. She was so confident because she'd already sent Rouse to the Holy Temple. Once he pulled it off, the whole divine country would basically be hers. Then it wouldn't matter what ace I had up my sleeve. There'd be no way for me to win. But did she really think I didn't know about her little plan, please? That's exactly why I'd already sent Ryan to the Holy Temple. But when he got there and scoped the place out, Ryan was completely lost. Everyone looked totally normal with zero signs of being possessed. The most frustrating part? He was a swordsman, but he couldn't sense a single drop of demonic or holy energy anywhere.
Mikhail, you jerk! Why'd you stick me with this insane mission? Right then, a bishop walked past him. Suddenly, his demon sword started humming and glowing with a faint blue light.
That sudden glow totally snapped Ryan to attention. Wait a second. Could the demon sword actually tell who was possessed? With that thought, he immediately yelled for the bishop to stop. And yep, there it was, a black goat perched on the bishop's right shoulder. That had to be the demon's mark. Ryan instantly poured his spiritual power into his sword and snapped into a battle stance. In a flash, a wave of spiritual energy slammed into the bishop, taking him down. The black goat on his shoulder got totally fried by the power too. But even so, Ryan felt this deep sinking feeling in his gut. All of a sudden, he felt this totally disgusting vibe. He spun around and saw a figure standing in the corner of the temple. It was the demon Rotus wearing Har's face. He flashed a sickening grin.
Too late, little human. You're all gonna die here today. The second he finished speaking, this thick black energy started oozing out of all the bishops present. This dark aura
just kept clumping together, forming more and more black goats that got bigger and bigger. Seeing the nightmare unfold, Ryan raised his demon sword, but faced with that many of them, he was totally frozen. Just when it looked like the bishops were about to be completely swallowed by the darkness and turn into monsters, the temple was suddenly filled with tons of golden orbs of light. Bathed in that glow, the black goats started screaming in agony. The possessed people slowly started coming back to their senses as the dark energy vanished. Seeing it happen, everyone dropped to their knees, totally freaking out. It's a miracle. Our God is here to save us. Ryan had no clue what was going on, but in that golden light, he could feel this insane holy power surging inside him. All right, let's see what this holy power can really do. In a blink, he plunged his demon sword into the ground, and a blue barrier erupted around him. As the shield expanded, endless beams of blue light started shooting out from it. And just like that, all the black goats were blasted into nothing but dust. Meanwhile, Mariel instantly felt what was happening at the temple. How is their holy power that strong over there? Did a god actually step in? Seeing the look on her face, I couldn't help but grin. Looks like someone's big plan they've been working on for years is about to go up in smoke. But hey, I should actually thank you. Because of you, the divine country finally remembers what it's like to have a little faith. Realizing she'd been played, Mariel went absolutely ballistic. You little brat, I'm going to end you right here, right now. As she said it, she threw her hand out to finish me off, but the second her dark energy got close, this insane green storm just exploded out of me, blocking her attack like it was nothing. That just made Mariel even more furious. She refused to lose to some nobody mage like me. So she unleashed everything she had, and the pressure was so intense, it literally started cracking the ground apart. But I was just standing there totally chill. Normally, yeah, I'd have no chance against that kind of power. But Mariel forgot one tiny detail, whether Killian's puppet body could even handle that kind of power surge. Plus, we're in the divine country. Not only does it have the strongest holy power in the world, but it's also the one place where God's power is at its absolute max. And right on cue, HK showed up at my side straight from the temple. You arrogant piece of filth daring to cause a scene in my divine country? And then, so like this massive blue beam of light just zapped down from the sky, totally nailing Mariel's spot. The holy power was so insane she had to ditch her body and bolt. Don't get too hyped. Mickey, sooner or later, I'm gonna end you. I just laughed like, yeah, okay, bring it on. Meanwhile, the bishops outside the church saw these crazy beams of light just blasting into the sky. They all totally dropped to their knees, hands clasped all devotedly, because in that moment, every single one of them could feel it. The deity who'd been MIA from the divine country forever was finally back. The scene flips to Mariel looking like a total wreck, finally making it back to her evil lair. She was screaming, "Curse you, Mickey Walpurgis!
How could you wreck my years of planning and make me lose all those souls I worked so hard for? Next time we meet, you're toast. But first, Rouse, you got some explaining to do, don't you?
And just as she said that,
This freaky black goat just charged out from next to her. It opened its mouth super wide and Rouse just came flying right out. Rouse totally scrambled to his knees in front of Mariel, shaking as he talked.
"Great Lady Mariel, thank you for saving me. I can totally explain what went down at the Holy Temple."
Mariel's eyes went ice cold when she heard that. Your pathetic life means zip to me. As she spoke,
Bam! A giant black horn just speared right through Rouse's body.
It's just your memories that are actually useful to me. That's literally the only reason I brought you back.
As Roos's body completely faded away, only a single red pill was left there. Mariel snagged the pill and popped it in her mouth. Now let's see what really happened inside that holy temple. Fast forward 3 days later in the Divine Country, and they were throwing a whole hero appointment ceremony.
And no surprise I was officially made the 8th generation hero. Set standing next to me was like,
"It's only been a few days since that whole demon fiasco. How'd they make you a hero so fast? The Divine Country is like super efficient." But what Set had no clue about was that the Divine Country literally had no one else to pick. 'Cause just yesterday, Siegfried totally dropped out of the running. He was feeling super lost after his whole idea of being a hero got completely shot down.
Add that to Archbishop Killian's betrayal, which left him totally crushed. He was convinced he had zero right to be a hero and was dead set on quitting the selection.
So yeah, that made me the only one left.
The second they put the hero crown on my head, this insane pillar of light shot down from the sky and just wrapped all around me. It was Heka's blessing, basically, a cosmic high five for me becoming a hero. Seeing it Set looked kinda bummed. Looks like Heka's really into you using up all that energy on you. Even though I
totally nailed the becoming a hero thing this time around, I knew for sure this was just the start. This was the moment I finally got the green light to actually take on the demon god and start to close the gap
between me and him way faster.
The day after becoming a hero, I hit the road with Ryan for a new adventure.
Our destination, Count Draculian's turf. When he found out where we were going, Ryan basically had a complete meltdown. He was desperately questioning why Heka would pick a hero who was just like looking for a way to get themselves taken out. Watching his super dramatic freakouts, I seriously thought he must have maxed out his comedy stats. So not the serious hot guy he was in my last life. Of course, I kinda got his reaction. After all, Count Draculian's territory was this legit terrifying place known as the Land of No Sleep. It was a pretty happening place like 100 years ago, but then Count Draculian, in his quest to become immortal, went and chomped on nearly half the people in his territory. For that totally unforgivable crime, the Divine Country sealed up the whole place. Ryan was still super confused about why
I was so dead set on going to such a creepy place. I told him there were 2 big reasons. First, there's a dungeon seal there, kinda like the one on your family's land. Second,
Count Draculian's seal is about to break. The butler, who'd been quiet the whole time, totally cried out in shock. That monster's getting out, but like theoretically. That sealed coffin is supposed to be impossible to open from the inside. I didn't really get into the details with them. I mean, I couldn't just tell them I was reborn, so I had to play the Heka's revelation card. After hearing it was Heka's will, Ryan got all serious and asked if I actually had a plan to take him out since Count Draculian's whole immortal monster title wasn't just for show.
I gave Ryan a look to just chill, letting him know I already had a plan.
But before that, you're gonna need some serious training. When he saw my totally evil grin, Ryan started trembling all over, knowing I was about to mess with him again. And yup, the very next second, I hit Ryan with a sleep spell. The butler knew right away I was casting illusion magic, basically planting a bunch of virtual me's inside Ryan's dream. Then I turned to the butler and asked if he wanted to get stronger. I've got a specially designed training system for you too. The butler was all for it, but he regretted that decision like instantly. My training for him was to have a horse ride *him*, meaning he had to hold up a horse with his magic for 2 whole days and nights. After getting all that sorted, I hit up Set for some info on the next dungeon. But Set said my whole vibe was basically cheating, and as a divine messenger, she had to be all about fairness. But like after I bugged her enough, she finally spilled some deets. She told me Draculian's whole deal was being terrified of getting old and dying, which is literally the exact punishment the dungeon guardian hits you with if you fail. Set also mentioned her dungeon was basically easy mode compared to the other Assertombs, since the other dungeons are filled with creatures that are just straight up insane. A couple days later, we rolled up to Count Draculian's turf. The butler, all shaky, asked if his training was finally over, and if the horse on his back could, go back to being a horse. Once I gave him the okay, the butler just face-planted on the ground. Dude, I'm so wiped. Then he was about to just crash on the grass for a nap. Seeing that, I just had to sigh. Seriously, you're gonna sleep right now. Maybe check your magic levels first. So he checked, and the butler found out his magic power, which had been stuck for years, had actually leveled up. He was totally floored. Young master, what kind of training was that? It was this auto-circulation thing I cooked up, that I custom-made just for him. It's designed to fix all the messed up side effects from that hardcore training he did in his past life. This time, I'm gonna make sure you break past that 8th Circle Mage limit. Pretty soon, we got to the main city in the territory, and man, the ghost town vibe proved just how bad things were with Draculian. That huge wall in front of us was a magic barrier meant to keep all the nasty contamination contained both inside and out. Way back when. Hey, the Divine Country sent in their top-tier holy knights to lock Draculian down, and they went all out on the materials for the seal. That's why they were so sure it was unbreakable. Too bad for them, this wall isn't gonna hold for much longer. Just then, Set, who was next to me, started hacking like crazy because the whole place, especially the contaminated zones, just reeked. This place smells like a freaking livestock pen. I had to laugh at that. A livestock pen, huh? Yeah, that's a pretty solid comparison. Ryan piped up from behind me, asking if we were just gonna charge straight in. I held up a hand and pointed. Nah, chill. We're gonna start our little cleanup project over there. I was pointing at this village on the outskirts of the city. When we got there, we saw a bunch of people were actually still living there. Ryan was like, why are they still here? Aren't they scared of the sealed-up monsters or the contamination? I told him they were probably the ones who survived the original disaster. I mean, the Divine Country only sealed Draculian after he'd already snacked on half the population. The only reason they'd stick around is if there were some serious perks. All the monsters around here are too terrified to get close because of the whole Draculian incident. Plus, no lord is brave enough to claim this land, so the people living here don't have to pay any taxes to the Empire. My whole vibe got serious when I said that. But this little peaceful setup is about to get wrecked because Draculian wasn't some idiot. He's been planning his comeback ever since the second they locked him up. The butler quietly asked me, so did the goddess say how Draculian cracked the seal? I'm dying to know how you break something that's supposed to be impossible to open from the inside. I told him he had help from a demon, though we have no clue how strong it is yet. Then we ran into the village chief, who told us the place was called Pyaku, and that it was basically the boomtown of the whole territory right now. The chief asked if we were planning on staying, saying he could hook us up with some sweet rooms. I looked up at the guy and grabbed his hand like he was my new best friend. Oh, thanks, chief. You're seriously the best. We were totally just looking for a place to crash. Ryan and the butler both flinched when they saw my super fake nice-to-meet-you smile. They knew this chief was about to have a really bad day. On the way, the chief made some small talk, but then he just switched gears and asked why we were even here. I mean, it's not like this place is a tourist trap, so since he was being so blunt, I just straight up told him we were here to find Draculian. The second he heard that, the chief stopped dead in his tracks and gave us this seriously nasty look. So you're from the Divine Country? I gave him a little smirk. As if. I told him we were just here looking for Draculian because we're like total history nerds. Well, in that case, hope you guys have a great stay. And with that, we were at the village inn. I asked the butler for his take on the chief. The butler said the guy is definitely working for a demon. That whole act he pulled is a classic demon trick, and he's looking at us like we're cattle. The fact that we basically walked right into his trap just saved him a ton of work. Hearing that literally made Ryan's brain short-circuit. He could not wrap his head around how he suddenly ended up on the menu. I told Ryan the butler was totally right. The demons have already marked us as the next sacrifice. Then I held up both my hands and flashed the number 6. Dude, did you not notice there are 6 other villages around this one? 6 is like the demon's go-to number for sacrifices, but Ryan still looked totally lost. But wait, if you count this one, that's 7 villages total. That has nothing to do with the number 6. That's because this village is the massive center of it all, with the other 6 villages circling it. In magic speak, it creates a massive magic circle, and we're basically the sacrifices to power it up. Ryan totally lost it and slammed his fist on the table. Freaking heck, are all these people trash? How could they do something so messed up? I motioned for Ryan to chill. These villagers are just being played. Our real targets are Draculian and the demons lurking in the shadows. Music. Ryan was like, so what's the plan? We just gonna sit here and wait to get sacrificed? I told him not to sweat it, that I already had a game plan. Right now, we need to music go meet a super important person first. Then I led the 2 of them out of the inn and deep into the forest. Before long, we got to this huge wall where a knight in full armor was just sitting at the base, looking like he was its guardian. All of a sudden, the knight who'd been completely still got this fierce look. Music. And his eyes started glowing with a creepy red light. The butler instantly clocked the guy's demonic vibe. Young master, want me to take him out? But before he even finished his sentence, a flash of cold steel music zipped right in front of his face. The knight was already lunging at me and the butler with his spear. Seeing this music, the butler just casually snapped his fingers. A shield made of pure magic popped up in front of him, totally blocking the knight's attack. Well, this is our first meeting. Jumping straight to violence is pretty rude, you know. After he said that, the butler pointed his finger down. Music instantly. This insane pressure slammed down on the knight's head, pinning him completely. The knight's eyes went wide, like he couldn't believe he just got owned. As his frustration got music stronger, a dark aura started pouring off his body. Seeing he was about to be totally consumed by all that bad juju, I yelled, "Stop, music!" That sudden shout made him flinch and his head slowly started to clear. Then I gave the butler the signal to back off too. This guy's totally different from other demons. The night music slowly got up and asked who we were and what we were doing at this wall. Hearing that, I pulled out the hero's medal from my shirt. I'm Male W. Peruse, and as you can music see, I'm the hero chosen by the gods for this generation. When he heard that the knight just plopped down hard, he let out a bitter laugh. A hero, huh? Never figured the gods would be this late to the party. Music. Where were they when everything went down? What good is sending you now? I told him the gods never meant to just sit back and watch while the whole Draculan devouring thing was happening. They wanted to step in, but some seriously messed up stuff went down that stopped their message from getting through. Then I asked him why he was still guarding this barrier wall, instead of just taking off. He said he was a music, cursed person who couldn't be around other people. As soon as he finished talking, he gripped his spear and shoved it right through his own body with a nasty squelching sound. Seeing that Ryan's music jaw hit the floor, he was seriously wondering if the guy in front of them got some sick kick out of pain. Like, why else would you just stab yourself for no reason? But the next second, music, his pupils shrunk to pinpricks, because he could not believe what he was seeing. The knight's gnarly wound healed completely in the blink of an eye. This guy's immortal, a power music only demons have. Realizing that, Ryan moved to take him down without a second thought. But I told Ryan to put his sword away, saying he wasn't our enemy. Ryan yelled, "Why not? The guy's obviously immortal. He has to be Draculan's lapdog." The knight also asked why I didn't try to end him. Isn't music that your job as a hero? I told him I wouldn't do that, because as a hero, I can't treat someone who wants to be human like a monster. Music, isn't that right, Cephas Dracilian? Looking at that familiar face, I remembered the guy from my past life who fought like hell just to become human again. He was once known to the world as the Blood Spear, and after taking out countless demons, Music, with his spear, he earned the title of the Immortal King. During the Draculian disaster, he had tried over and over to stop his messed up father's evil plans. Music. In the end, he was just another victim fighting a losing battle against fate. When they heard me say his name, Ryan and the butler were totally floored. This guy is Music, actually Draculian's son. So you know who I am. What are you gonna do with me? I showed him I wasn't gonna do anything, but I was hoping he could help me out. Help me put your father Draculian to music rest for good. Hearing this, Cephas was stunned for a second, then he let out a bitter laugh. Looks like I really don't have a choice, Music. I can agree to what you're asking, but first you need to hear some things. After Cephas agreed to help me take down Draculan, he led us through Music, a secret passage to the other side of the wall, to the contaminated zone the world calls the Land of the Unknown. Looking at the completely wrecked and deserted town in front of me, even though I thought I was ready for it, I was still, Music, shocked by the tragic scene. Draculian has to be stopped, and the problems in this contaminated zone need to be fixed like yesterday. Cephas told me not to be fooled by how trashed it looks now. This place used to be one of the Empire's best. Back in the day, my father was a solid, reliable lord, and the people in his territory loved and Music respected him. But everything went sideways after my dad found a dungeon. I asked coldly, "Your father tried to conquer the dungeon and failed, didn't he?" "Yeah, my father failed, and after he came out of that dungeon, he went completely insane overnight." As he said this, he squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out all those painful memories. I kind of frowned. This whole thing with Draculian going nuts was totally new to me, not something I'd heard about in my past life. After we walked for a bit, Cephas stopped. "We're here. This is the dungeon we found on our turf." Staring at the entrance, which was literally glowing with rainbow-colored light, I was just, wow. So dungeons can actually look this cool. This is so much better than that gloomy dungeon Set was guarding. Hearing that Set's whole vibe just darkened. Don't even think you're getting any info about this place from me. However, I can tell you one thing. The guardian of this tomb is a super sweet girl, but it seems like she's kinda lost her way. "Thanks for the heads up," I said. Then I raised my hand to start analyzing the dungeon. As my right hand was scanning it, the dungeon suddenly exploded in this insane white light that completely surrounded us. When I opened my eyes again, I was in some place I'd never seen before, and my whole look had changed back to how I was in my past life. I stood up and checked out my surroundings, noticing the sky that used to be dark was all clear, and even the land that the demon god had totally trashed was fixed. Just when I was wondering what was going on, I heard a bunch of familiar voices right behind me. I whipped my head around to see who it was. It was my old crew from my past life, and they were all smiling at me. "Thanks to you, Mikhail, we finally beat the demon god." The nun sat down next to me and filled me in on what happened while I was out cold, saying my 10th circle magic was crazy powerful, taking out the demon god and his entire army in one shot, and even bringing everyone back from the dead. "Thank you, Mikhail. You put an end to everything." I just kind of smiled and looked off into the distance. It's nothing, really. An ending like this would be perfect. But no matter how awesome it seemed, it was all just a beautiful dream. It was time to head back to reality. The nun asked me when I figured out it was all fake. I just gave her a confident smirk. "Don't worry, this isn't gonna stay a dream forever. In the future, we're definitely gonna get to live a life this amazing for real." Hearing that, a smile spread across the nun's face. "I believe in you, Mickey. We're counting on you for what comes next." As soon as she finished talking, her body started to fade away, and the whole place went back to being a blank white void. At that moment, a girl just appeared above me, telling me, "It's okay to chill out for a little bit. In here, you can have anything you want." The one talking was this dungeon's guardian Nefertiti, who was in charge of the divine artifacts. I had originally wanted Set to pop out and have a chat with her colleague to make getting the divine artifact way easier for me, but I looked and my shoulder was empty. She didn't even come in with me. After landing, Nefertiti slowly walked over to me. Since you're not here to just relax in this illusion, you must be after the divine artifact I've got. I closed my eyes and was like, you got it. But before we get to that, I need to check something. You know about Draculin, right? Nefertiti nodded, basically saying he was the last guy who tried this. Then he must have seen what he wanted most in an illusion, just like I did. Do you have any idea what he's become because of you? He's not just using the people in his territory as sacrifices, he's turned into a complete monster himself. Hearing this, Nefertiti just said softly, I'm sorry. I deeply regret what he's done. Her totally chill attitude made me furious. I thought about a lot of things before I came here. I know you're a really kind person, using illusions to show everyone the things they want most in their hearts. Honestly, your kindness isn't the problem, but you seriously crossed a line. Then I asked her straight up if this dungeon had been hacked. After I said that, Nefertiti just looked down at the ground. But her silence was all the proof I needed. The dungeon wasn't breached the normal way. This guardian broke the rules and did something she absolutely shouldn't have. Because even though Draculin clearly failed to beat the dungeon, he still got the divine artifact. Which makes it pretty obvious that Nefertiti just gave the divine artifact to Draculin herself. Nefertiti told me I was smart, that I could see right through everything in a second. I turned and said, was it really that hard to figure out? For a guardian of divine artifacts, you barely have any of that special divine vibe left. Anyone could tell the divine artifact isn't in this dungeon anymore. Then I laid out the whole tragic story that her cheap sympathy caused. After getting the divine artifact, Draculian didn't just devour hundreds of thousands of innocent people, but he also poisoned huge areas of land, turning them into dead zones where nothing could survive. After hearing all that, Nefertiti hung her head even lower, just mumbling, I'm sorry, over and over again. Then I finally got the real story out of her about why Draculin went on his rampage. Draculin had challenged the dungeon countless times. And with every try, he got more and more lost in the perfect illusions where he could get back what he'd lost. If you think about his whole quest for immortality that way, his real goal wasn't to live forever at all. It was to make the illusion real, to bring his dead wife back to life. Are you kidding me? This whole catastrophe was because some guy was so obsessed with his dead wife he wanted to revive her. At this point, Nefertiti asked if I was going to punish her. I told her that wasn't my plan. However, you're gonna have to make it up to me. I don't want much. Just pretend I beat the dungeon. This whole dungeon, and hand over the management rights to me. Nefertiti closed her eyes and was like, fine, whatever you want. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Ryan was totally freaking out, shaking me so hard my bones were about to pop out. Just then, Set rolled up and asked what loot I scored in the dungeon, since she could tell I wasn't rocking the divine artifact's vibe. I told her the artifact wasn't even in there, so I cut a deal with the Guardian for something else. From now on, this entire dungeon, it's all mine. The butler was bugging out like, young master, you basically just jacked Draculin's whole territory. I just laughed and was like, you bet. He swiped my divine artifact, so I swiped his turf. Tit for tat. Then Cephas asked if I could give him the rundown on what happened in the dungeon, wanting to know what his dad actually went through in there. I was like, look, I don't have all the deets, but one thing's for sure. He's totally trapped in the past, completely hung up on your mom. Hearing that, Cephas's whole body started shaking as he mumbled, so that's what it was all about. I told him, dude, no matter the reason, the evil stuff Draculin did can't just be forgiven. I really hope you get that. Cephas gripped his spear and promised me, as his son, I'm gonna be the one to give my father peace. It might be the best thing I can do for him. That's the right attitude. Now I've got a mission for you. I need you to play the part of Count Draculin for a bit. Turns out right after I took over the dungeon, the village chief ran off to tell the sage all about what we did that night. He was convinced we were spies from the divine country, since we definitely didn't look like any tourists he'd ever seen. And seriously, what tourist hangs out at the barrier wall in the middle of the night? The sage just told him not to sweat it. Just keep the villagers from panicking and make sure they don't leave the village. After he gave the chief his orders and sent him away, the sage immediately dropped the act. So they're from the divine country, interesting. Should we just take them out? And right at that moment, the door was suddenly thrown open. It was the village chief back again, shouting, Sage, it's a total disaster. It looks like Draculin's been resurrected and he's in the village. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Cephas was doing his best impression of his dad Draculin, just like I asked, giving off this super creepy immortal pressure with every step. Seeing him, the villagers totally lost it and ran away screaming, help us, the demon Draculin is back from the dead, where are the guards? But the guards were just as scared, their hands shaking so bad they could barely hold on to their weapons. To really sell the panic, Cephas stepped forward with his spear. With just a casual flick, he pierced and totally shattered the city wall 2.5 meters away. That insane display of power scared 2 guards so badly, they wet themselves and started crying for their moms. Seeing that the job was done, Cephas made his exit. I'll be back. And then he bounced from the village. After he got back to my side, he was super confused about why I had him pretend to be his dad just to scare all the villagers away. It was to smoke out the guys pulling the strings behind the scenes, I told Cephas. The demons want to use a magic circle to sacrifice the villagers? So we have to make everyone realize this place is a death trap.
And make them want to get out. That way the masterminds have to step in because there's no way they'll let their sacrifices just walk away. The very next day, the village chief was desperately begging the residents not to leave, but after the trauma of seeing Draculin yesterday, nobody was sticking around. And this total chaos was exactly what I wanted to see. As long as the chief couldn't get the situation under control, the people behind everything would have to show their faces. And sure enough, just like I predicted, it wasn't long before some smiling old guy walked up a dude everyone called the Sage. I frowned, thinking, his clothes totally scream Divine Country, so why can't I place this guy? Everyone please calm down. The person who attacked the village last night wasn't Draculin, but that evil vibe was 100% his, the Sage explained. If it was really that monster Draculin who came here, he would have corrupted this entire area. Look at the ground. Do you see a single trace of death or undead energy here? His words actually started to calm everyone's nerves. Then the Sage told them yesterday's attack was a setup by outsiders because powerful people out there have started getting greedy for this place. They want to destroy the peace in our village. While the Sage was still rambling on about unity, and all that the people around him suddenly got these wide eyes, and then they all rolled back in their heads. The sudden shift totally threw me. I thought he was just making lame excuses, but his real play was brainwashing. The Sage had finally dropped his fake nice guy mask. With a sick smile, he was straight up mind-controlling everyone. Seeing that made me furious. The one thing I hate most is mind control stealing people's free will and turning them into puppets. It's the most disgusting thing in the world. My butler saw the look on my face and immediately stepped behind me, probably figuring this Sage was about to have a really bad day. Then I walked toward the Sage, clapping slowly. Oh wow, respected former Sage, you've really got my admiration. I guess when you get to your level, you can even make lies sound this epic. At that moment, the Sage totally pegged me as the outsider the village chief warned him about, saying I had no business butting into their affairs. Music, and yeah, as an outsider. I've got no right to stick my nose in. But tough luck, cause this time I'm here as the hero I said as Music. I whipped out my staff. Even though mind control has always been the most annoying demon power, driving me Music absolutely crazy in my past life. After coming back, I found the simplest, most savage solution, which Music is to just hit 'em. Hard and direct. I mean, if you rock someone's world so hard they forget their own name, they're not gonna have the energy to puppet anyone else. Getting totally pumped, I unleashed a combo, my fists coming down on the Sage like a thunderstorm. The villagers had never seen a hero get this brutal. They were all screaming that I had to be a fake, demanding I let their precious Sage go. Music. But the more they doubted me, the more hyped I got. I figured I just wasn't hitting him hard enough. They were obviously still under the mind control. With that thought, Music, I smacked the Sage across the face 99 times while yelling at the top of my lungs, "You freaking demon, get out of the Sage's body right now!" After a bit, some of the villagers started snapping out of it. So Music, I needed a solid excuse to keep the beatdown going, like, for instance, a sweet innocent Sage who's been possessed by a demon. By then the Sage was pretty much out cold, but I was still winding up with this wicked grin. You nasty demon, I know you're still hiding in the Sage's body. Music. Get out of him right now. Seeing my fist about to drop again, the Sage frantically tried to explain he wasn't a demon. But was I going to give him a chance? Music to talk. Nope. I zapped him right in the face with a lightning bolt. Shut your trap, demon. I'm not falling for your tricks. Some of the nicer villagers just couldn't watch anymore. Hero, Music, please stop. Even if the Sage is possessed, you're going to kill him if you keep going. Don't sweat it, I told them. A hero's fists are packed with divine music power. They only hurt demons, so the Sage will be totally fine. After saying that, I stomped my foot right on the Sage's face again. Music. Finally, after all my tender loving care, the Sage passed out. Once his mind control was broken, I told everyone that Draculian was about to make a comeback. I'm so sorry, everyone, but this demon inside the Sage jumped the gun and let Draculian loose. Music. After I said that, I couldn't help but give him a few more kicks. The villagers were now way too freaked out to care about what happened to the Sage. Music. Hero, you have to save us. So with my little suggestion, all the residents bounced from their villages for the time being. After handling all that, it was time for a little heart-to-heart with my dear friend, the Sage. After I woke him up, he was totally terrified, claiming I was a fake. Music. Saying he never got the memo about the Divine Country picking a hero. I shot back coldly. Just because you're out of the loop doesn't make me any less real. Besides, Mariel is way too busy to send you an update. That's when he spilled the entire story about the Draculian mess. Music. Since the demons couldn't get into the dungeon, but were dying for the divine artifact inside, Mariel had ordered him to manipulate Draculian into getting it. At the time, Draculian had just lost his wife and was completely falling apart. So you lied to Music, him telling him he could bring his wife back if he beat the dungeon. And that's when eventually, the whole horrifying Draculian catastrophe exploded. But you totally, Music, didn't expect the Divine Country to move so fast, sealing Draculian away before you could grab the divine artifact. So, you were stuck here helping to gather up sacrifices to break his seal, and Music, finally get your hands on the artifact. The Sage started screaming like a maniac. So what if you know everything now? Draculian has already absorbed most of the sacrifices. Music.
There's no way you can stop his revival. True, I can't stop him, but you can, can't you? I said, holding out my right hand with a seriously evil grin. The spell that made Draculian came from you, so obviously you have to know how to undo it. Then I grabbed Music his face. Instantly, a pale blue spirit energy spread from my palm. The sage's face twisted in pain as I started ripping his soul out. Music, you monster! You're more of a demon than we are! Hearing that, I just laughed. If turning into a demon is what it takes to completely erase creatures like you, then I don't mind being one. By digging through Music the sage's soul, I found out he'd placed a technique called reversal on Draculian. This was a spell that Music used magic chance to shatter the body's limits, constantly sucking power from divine artifacts, to feed itself, basically granting immortality. This was giving me Music a massive headache. Not only did Mariel power up the divine artifact, but she also cooked up this ridiculously annoying spell. Luckily, Music, I managed to pull the original chant for reversal from the sage's mind. Otherwise, breaking this spell would have taken forever and been a total pain. Music. By this point, the sage was a blubbering mess from my interrogation. Go to hell, you piece of trash! As he finished his sentence, he focused a ball of light magic in his hand. Music. With a huge bang, his body and soul were both blasted out of existence in a flash of holy light. Outside, Ryan and the others heard all the noise. What's the situation, man? Did you figure out a way to deal with Draculian? I just nodded to let them know we were good to go. We could now head to the place where Draculian was sealed. Soon enough, our crew showed up outside the Fancy Count's mansion. Looking at this building I hadn't seen in so long, a flicker of pain. Music flashed in Cephas's eyes, because this was the exact place his father had turned him into an immortal monster. Back then, he had been so desperate. Music. He was literally begging his dad to stop, but all his dad said back was, "Aren't you happy?" Like he could tell his dad wasn't trying to be evil, just obsessed with him becoming immortal. But he just couldn't, Music, accept turning into a monster as the price for all that power. Seriously, what a messed up way to show you love your kid. Before we went into the mansion, I got real and asked Cephas, "Are you, Music, actually brave enough to fight your own dad? 'Cause if it's too much, you don't have to face him. We totally get it." But Cephas's answer was, Music, crazy firm. He said, "I'd rather be a terrible son who does the right thing than let my dad keep falling apart." Music. And with that, he just reached out and shoved the mansion's doors wide open. The second we stepped inside, it was just roses everywhere. It was actually Music. Kinda romantic, not creepy at all, which was a total shock. The butler leaned in and whispered to me, asking when Draculian was gonna break the seal. I told him he could pop out right now if he really wanted to. Music. But judging by the vibe, he was probably happy chilling in his coffin for a bit longer. But that wasn't about to stop me. I pulled out my staff while I was talking. Music. You're cool with me trashing your house, right? After I got the homeowner's blessing, I raised my staff and cast Music the 5th circle earth hole spell. In a flash, the entire place started shaking like it got hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Music. Just then, this angry roar blasted from the coffin. "You dare destroy my mansion, you might as well be dead!" The second he said that, a huge hand shot out of all the smoke. I totally smirked when I saw it. Music. Finally coaxed you out of your hidey hole, you coward. After Draculian came out, his face was super serious. Instead of just attacking, he checked out our music power levels one by one. But pretty quick, he spotted someone familiar in the group. "Cephas, is that you? Come here, my son. These people are trying to destroy this mansion." Music. "Destroy this place that's full of memories of your mother. They're enemies to both of us." Cephas didn't answer him. He just lowered his head and yelled, "That was a long, long time ago. The moment you chose to become a demon, Music, Mom's memory vanished from this place forever." Hearing that, Draculian scrambled to explain, "No, son, listen to me. That Music person told me how to bring your mother back. Once we get the divine artifact, we can be a family again soon." If you're talking about that demon, Music, I'm afraid I already took care of him myself. Draculian's eyes went wide like he'd just heard the most impossible thing ever. I told him, "You should probably just let us purify you, Music, while you still can. Whatever crazy plans you have, they are never ever happening." Right then, pure hatred flooded Draculian's eyes. Music. "Don't you dare try to stop me from bringing back my love. Die, you annoying little bugs." Just as Draculian was about to go totally ballistic, Cephas gritted Music his teeth and charged straight at him. "Father, please don't hold this against me. The day Mom left, she made me promise to take care of you. But I couldn't stop you from becoming a demon. Now the only thing I can do is send you to your next life." But right as his spear was about to connect, a red mist just burst out of his dad's body, blocking the attack like it was nothing. You could just see the despair, Music, on Cephas's face. That attack took every ounce of his strength, and he still couldn't give his father peace. Music. He was completely lost. I just patted his shoulder, letting him know he'd done enough. "I'll take it from here." Music. I could feel him watching me as I walked away, a guilty look on his face. He knew he hesitated when he faced his dad, even though he knew that man was a demon now, a heretic who could never be forgiven. Hearing his thoughts, I gave a small smile. "You don't need to feel guilty. He's your only family in this world. The fact, Music, that you even aimed your spear at him proves you were ready to be seen as a bad son for the rest of your life. That's enough. Music. As a hero, there's no way I'm gonna let you carry a burden like that. Let me handle the purification stuff. After I said that, I immediately used Circle Music Expansion Magic to power up my mana, and in that same moment, Draculin launched his attack, sweeping his hand and sending dozens of skull heads flying right at me. Seeing music that I instantly fired off multiple Holy Hammer spells. Tons of blue light pillars rained down from the sky. Music. Perfectly blasting every single skull on the field. But in that short time, Draculin had already molded the blood music mist into a sharp crimson spear. With lightning speed, he lunged at me with the spear faster than you could even see. Ryan dove in front of me to block the hit. The clash of the sword and spear music made this awful piercing screech. Afterwards, Ryan's arms were shaking uncontrollably. This guy's strength is insane. Even if he music had to fight 3 sword masters at the same time, he probably wouldn't even lose. The butler asked what we were supposed to do, saying we were totally outmatched at this rate since music, his immortal body just gave him endless power. I told them that there was a way to get rid of him, but I needed more time to make it happen. As we were talking, Draculin summoned a bunch of even nastier skeletons, music, to attack us. I threw up my hand and cast a bunch of firewall spells. Instantly, a wall of roaring flames shot up to protect music us. Ryan and the butler got ready for a fight. Mickey, you just focus on your prep. It doesn't matter how long you need, we'll buy you that time. Right at that moment, even Cephas, who'd been quiet this whole time, stepped up to help. He was totally over all the drama with his dad. All he wanted was for his father Draculin to finally be at peace. When Draculin saw his own son actually standing against him, he just couldn't get why. Like, why was Cephas fighting him when everything he did was to bring back his mom? For all these years, he'd just been doing whatever that sage said. When he was told they needed sacrifices, he took out almost half the people in the territory. When he was told he needed the divine artifact from the dungeon, he jumped right into that dungeon, no hesitation, never giving up, even when he was getting totally wrecked. He even convinced the tomb guardian Nefertiti to break the rules and just hand over the divine artifact. Thinking about it, Draculin just roared, "I was so close to bringing my wife back, and all the people who died for this. Why do you have to stop me now?" Facing his dad's freakout, Cephas yelled back, "Why can't you see you've been played? That sage was never going to help you. He just wanted to create some monster for his own twisted plans." Hearing that, Draculin stopped his attack cold, and you could see the fear on his face. "You have to be lying to me. There's no way everything I've done was for nothing." Right then, he remembered the sage's warning. "In the future, you're going to be messed with by fake visions. You have to beat them to get what you really want." Thinking of that, Draculin didn't even hesitate, and made a gnarly blood-red energy ball. "All of you have to go. As soon as I get rid of these illusions, my wife and my son will come back to me." Just then, a figure in pure white stood in front of him. Seeing them, Draculin froze. "A white mage. Are you the new hero from the divine country?" Since he was paused, I took my shot and immediately cast the 6th circle holy light magic. A super bright white light just blasted out of my chest. It instantly zapped Draculin's blood energy ball and torched both his hands. But with his immortal body's insane healing power, he grew his arms back in the blink of an eye. "Don't get cocky, kid. Hero or not, this is my turf." With that, he lifted his hand. Using his life force, he cooked up hundreds of crimson spears. I'd seen this attack before, so I knew our small crew couldn't possibly take that many blood spears. But hey, you're not the only one with a divine artifact. After summoning Set, I asked if she could pin Draculin down for 3 minutes. Because I got the reversal spell by, cracking open the sage's head, and now there are 3 minutes left till the spell break kicks in. Set said it was no problem. She could handle not just 3 minutes, but like 2.5 hours if we needed it. Then with a hum, a huge green storm swept over the whole area. Trapped in the wind wall, Draculin was totally shocked. "This is the power of a divine artifact. How could you have power like this?" I just laughed. "If a piece of work like you can have a divine artifact, isn't it kinda obvious a hero like me would be guarding one? Besides, I actually earned my artifact. Yours was just a pity prize. So don't even think you can get out of my storm," Draculin sneered. "So what if your artifact is stronger? I've got all the time in the world. You think your short little life can compete with my immortality? Worst case, I'll just wait 100 years for you to die." I held up one finger. "I'm not planning to drag this out. You should really enjoy your last minute." As the countdown hit 0, dozens of magic circles linked by rings appeared behind me. After I said the words, "cancel immortality," all the blood spears shattered at once. Draculin's arms exploded the second they hit the magic array. He looked down horrified when he saw his arms weren't growing back. That's when he finally got it. His precious immortal body had lost its immortality thing thanks to my attack. Even then, he refused to believe I could actually destroy his immortal body, because that would take like infinite life force and magic. You can't blame him for doubting it. With my current power, pulling that off should be impossible. Sucks for him though, because while he just had a divine artifact in this dungeon, I had admin rights to the entire dungeon. Draculin was still screaming, "I became the master of this artifact a long time ago. Even if you're the dungeon lord, you have no right to control its power." "Dude, haven't I told you you got your artifact because the guardian felt sorry for you? Ashar doesn't recognize rule breaking like that. As the dungeon lord, I totally have the authority to control it." "Is that right?" Draculin lay on the ground looking totally crushed. "To think all my hard work ended up being for nothing. As he closed his eyes, waiting for the end, a pair of hands gently held his head. Father, please don't run away this time. You need to apologize for the disaster you caused.
Son, I did nothing wrong. Everything I did was to bring your mother back.
At that, Cephas couldn't hold it in anymore and screamed, "If you're so innocent, then what did those people do to deserve getting caught in your greed?"
And what about me? I am the one forced to carry the weight of everyone you sacrificed. Do you have any idea how much I hate this immortality you gave me? Because of it, the world left me behind for so long, and now I'll probably live the rest of my life hating this so-called blessing you gave me.
Totally crushed, Draculian finally got how bad he'd screwed up. He was desperate for his son's forgiveness in his last moments. Music. But he knew he couldn't even hope for it, knowing how much he'd wrecked Cephas's life. Just then, Cephas's voice was right there in his ear. Hearing that music, Draculian slowly lifted his head. But then, Dad, no matter what you did wrong, you're still the person I love most. I'm gonna live a good life to make up for your mistakes. I hope you and Mom can finally be happy together in the next life. When his eyes, music, landed on the happy family photo of the three of them on the wall, he finally let go of his obsession and music, the darkness that had been eating him up for years. I'm so sorry, kid. I put you through so much. Please from now on take good care of everyone in the territory. With those words, he music shoved his hand right into his own chest. Instantly a stone glowing with red light appeared in his palm. Hero, here's that divine artifact you wanted. I'm done with it now. I said, my voice like ice. You don't have anything else to say to Cephas, music? He reached out and gently touched Cephas's cheek. I don't think I need to. My son's all grown up. I only have one thing to say. Son, I've been so sorry, music, this whole time. After the whole Draculan situation was finally over, I took the divine artifact to the dungeon. Nefertiti immediately knew what I was there for. Music. You want the divine artifact to be imprinted on your body, don't you? After I gave her the nod, she said I'd passed the dungeon's trial and was totally worthy of getting the imprint. With that music, she lifted her hand and started the process. The next thing I knew, golden flower petals were spreading across my right cheek. Then a matching flower pattern showed up on my right hand. Right before I took off, I asked Nefertiti for her take on the whole incident. Nefertiti, music, straight up admitted it was all on her. She'd been hoping Draculan would use the divine artifact to do good things, and never in a million years thought he'd do something like that. Yeah, this is 100% your fault. You really should have thought it through before just the divine artifact. As your punishment, I'm not closing this dungeon. You should use this time to seriously think about what you've done. Who knows, maybe some new challengers will drop by soon. And you can bet I'll be watching your every single move. Anyway, after I handled Nefertiti, I started to deal with the whole polluted land situation. But I found out that the messed up land hadn't bounced back after Draculian's defeat. It was actually getting even worse. I had no choice but to use my divine power to start cleaning it up myself, even though the whole process was a total drag. Set told me that fixing the pollution around here would take a year minimum. It's not like we had to stick around and be guardians or anything, especially since we had way bigger things to worry about. I just gave him a helpless smile. Who said I was going to clean this land up personally? Did you forget my family practically specializes in purges? For magic families like ours, fixing this kind of pollution is basically just a matter of throwing some money at it. And as for this land, I've got much bigger plans for it. And right then, I heard Ryan's voice from behind me. I turned and saw him sprinting my way. Mickey, some super important noble just showed up in the village, like their rank is off the charts. You have to come back with me. I just smiled and said, no need to freak out. You must be talking about Duke Lindell. Ryan was totally shocked. How did you know that? Wait, don't tell me you can read minds now. I can't read minds. It's just that His Grace the Duke is literally standing right behind you. Later on, the Duke and I went to this little tavern where he told me why he was there. He came all the way here for the Emperor to give me a reward. He was all, because you completely crushed the Draculian incident, helped the Empire take out a huge threat and made it so this territory could be reclaimed by the Empire. So Miki, have you figured out what you want? I glanced over at Duke Lindell. Offering rewards this fast didn't really fit his usual cunning fox vibe. But whatever, I already knew what I wanted. I told him straight up that I wanted to set up a restricted zone. The super sly Duke Lindell immediately knew what I meant. I wanted all of Draculan's old territory to create my own autonomous region. With a huge bang, Duke Lindell's fist slammed down on the wooden table. Mickey, do you even hear yourself right now? His eyes went wide as he talked. Then this seriously terrifying pressure just crashed down on me. I was so over it. Was this the only trick Duke Lindell knew? He pulled the same move when I first came back to life and went to break off the engagement with Eileen. But now that I was a hero, that kind of stuff was totally useless against me. Seeing how I just casually took his pressure, Lindell looked a little surprised, probably thinking, how did this kid get so strong so fast? He finally said, Mickey, creating a restricted zone inside the Empire's territory is illegal. You're trying to break the law on purpose. I can't grant you this reward. I answered calmly, Your Grace, if this was just some ordinary land, I wouldn't dare ask for something like this. But do you have any idea how many soldiers it would take to protect this place? The Duke held up one finger, trying to say a count's garrison would be enough. I cut him right off. Your Grace, are you mistaken? This place needs the entire military force of a duchy at least.
Lindell jumped to his feet. Impossible. No matter how dangerous demons are, there's no way we'd need a force that big. That's because you don't really get what demons are. Battles against them are fundamentally different from wars with humans.
Fights between people are really just nations flexing on each other, but fighting demons is a war between entire species. Those creatures aren't just powerful, they're like walking disasters. To completely wipe out a demon, you need the blessing of divine power.
Duke Lindell thought for a second.
I see your point, but I'm not getting the connection between a restricted zone and demons. Seeing he was on the fence, I laid out my whole plan.
I'm going to create a sanctuary here for non-humans and people twisted by dark magic or demonic influence. They all have insane fighting power, and with the right training, they could all become demon hunters. Since the Duke was still quiet, I told him to look at it from another angle. Once the Empire has a restricted zone, it's like having its own personal demon-suppressing force. Besides, the capital is still recovering from that massive demon incident with the odious monarch. I'm pretty sure His Majesty the Emperor will be on board with my proposal. Since you've made your case, I'll report to His Majesty immediately. Let's just wait here for the Emperor's word.
After he left, I went to the cemetery to find Cephas, who was visiting his parents' graves. I asked him what his plans were, and then I told him I could help him with his immortality problem. Even though the curse of immortality is one of the most complicated curses ever, with my theoretical knowledge from my past life as a 9th Circle Grand Mage, I can totally break it if you give me enough time. But as soon as I said it, Cephas refused. He said that after all this, he really understood that demons have no place in this world. If he lost his immortality, he'd just be a normal guy and lose his power to hunt them down. I had to admit I liked his way of thinking. I mean, in my past life, this guy was a legend, the king of immortals, the baddest demon hunter out there. My only hang-up now is his obsession with revenge. Don't get me wrong, hating demons isn't a bad look, but letting that vengeance eat him alive would be his biggest L. So my main mission for Cephas was to make sure he never crossed that line. I cracked a smile and told Cephas I'd totally help him get his payback, promising that not a single demon was getting away. Then I laid out my whole restricted zone plan for him. I spilled everything, how we'd turn this territory into a legit hunter's paradise, cook up strategies for demon raids, and even my current talks with His Majesty the Emperor. So how'd you like to be the leader of the demon hunters in my territory? Cephas looked totally shocked by what I said. You could tell he wanted to jump on it. But he felt like as a Draculian and the son of the guy who started this whole mess, he had no right to be a leader. I just gave him a confident smirk. My read on people is always on point. In that last battle, you showed some serious guts and grit. So stand tall, dude. Nobody's a better fit for this job than you. Hearing that, Cephas dropped to one knee like I was his hero or something. I'll gladly accept your offer. And just like that, I locked in my own power base. Now all I had to do was wait for the Emperor to hit me back. When the Emperor got the news that I wanted to set up my own autonomous zone, he immediately called in my dad, Maris Walpurgis. Let's be real, Maris. I'm not thrilled with what your son is doing. Heroes and mages are supposed to be two different things, but your kid went and mashed them together. That's already a major threat to the Empire's whole system. And now he has the nerve to demand Draculian's land for himself. Maybe you can shed some light on this for me. The Marquis was just as clueless, saying that Mikhail was basically out of his hands. Isn't he your son? The Emperor asked, all curious. Your Majesty, if I can be blunt, that kid is a total rebel. I couldn't get a handle on him at home, and now that he's out doing his own thing, I've got zero pull. Just look at the Draculian mess and this whole restricted zone idea. He didn't give me a single heads up. Plus, I think we're missing the point. It's not about who became a hero, it's about what a new hero even means. Has your Majesty heard about that huge demon incident in the capital recently? You mean how the odious ruler was building an army right under my nose? Yeah, that was super annoying. The Marcus just kept going. Heroes pop up to fight demons, period. So trying to guess what a hero is going to do next is totally pointless. The Emperor just laughed a cold one, totally getting what the Marcus was laying down. Are you just trying to say that heroes are supposed to be wild cards? Fine. Then he stood up. I didn't call you here just to chat. I've already greenlit your son's request for the territory. But since you're his dad, shouldn't you show a little appreciation? Maybe it's time you did something for me. Seeing that slick grin on the Emperor's face, the Marquis knew he'd been played big time by his own pain-in-the-neck son. But he was in a corner and couldn't say no, so he had to bite the bullet and agree to whatever the Emperor wanted. The very same day they wrapped things up, I got an official decree from the capital. It basically said that from now on, the land that used to be Draculian's was being remade into Mikhail Walpurgis's divine autonomous territory. I passed the good news on to Cephas and handed him a badge. I told him it was a magic item I cooked up myself. It wasn't just a symbol to show he was the acting boss of the territory, but it would also hide the whole evil vibe coming off his immortal bod. This way you can help me run this whole place without anyone freaking out and discovering you're a Draculian. Cephas still couldn't wrap his head around why I'd trust him with all this. I broke it down for him as a hero. I can't be stuck in one spot forever, so I needed someone to run the show for me. And as the head of the demon hunters, you've got to stay here and train everyone anyway. Plus, being a Draculian, you know this turf better than anyone. From any angle you look at it, you're the perfect guy for the job.
I then told him I wasn't just gonna dip out on him, promising I'd stick around and get this place on its feet for the next 3 months. First on the list, we've got to find all the hunters who've gone underground. The second I got back home, Ryan was all over me. Mickey, are you for real gonna stay here for 3 months? Isn't that like overkill? I told him the time was totally necessary. I explained I had to build a super solid foundation for the territory. After I said my piece, I looked over at both of them. Besides, you two need to chill and focus on training. After everything that went down with the demons, you need time to process it all. Especially you, Ryan. Your fighting skills have leveled up like crazy since we first met. But you gotta feel it right, that your style, your whole training method still has a long way to go. If you seriously want to get stronger, my advice is to get tough like a weed that just won't quit. So I had Ryan go out and basically clear the area of any magical beasts. For my butler, though, my plan was like way simpler. I just opened the door and was like, after you. Yeah, the training I cooked up for him was a casual 1,000-kilometer run. 'Cause you know, a healthy body means a healthy mind, especially for a guy about to hit the 8th circle of magic. The main goal was just to get him in awesome shape. But when he heard that, the butler totally freaked, saying, "Young master, there's no way I can run that far. Isn't that just a death sentence?" Seeing him panic, I just laughed and put a hand on his shoulder. "Dude, what are you even saying? I literally remember you carrying a horse that could run for 3 days straight. This time you're not carrying anything, so 1,000 kilometers is gonna be a piece of cake." After I said that, I didn't really care if he was on board or not and just straight up dragged him out the door. "Butler, I'm gonna be watching you 24/7. You know what'll happen if you try to slack off." So after getting Ryan and my butler's new workout plan sorted, I got started. My next project was to totally transform this land. The first thing on the list was the farming situation. Looking at the ground all cracked into a million little pieces, I could tell Set was thinking that this land was basically dead and couldn't grow anything. But then she saw the smirk on my face and knew I had something up my sleeve. "Mickey, what are you about to do?" "It's easy, really. The dirt is just missing some life force. All we gotta do is pump it back in and we're golden. And lucky for us, we know the one person who controls like all the life energy in the world." After I said that, I just held out my hand and traced some glowing runes in the air. A second later, this emerald green light started shining in my palm, and when Set saw it, the thing in my hand, her face was pure shock. 'Cause I was holding the seeds of the world tree, and not just one, like a whole handful. She started freaking out, asking me what I did to Yogg. I mean, the world tree only makes these seeds once every 100 years, and each one is crazy valuable. The ones in my hand were basically Yogg's entire prized collection. She knew Yogg well enough to know she'd never just hand all these over. I held up a hand telling Set to chill. Yogg did give me a world tree seed for real, but just one. These are just copies I whipped up with magic using the real one as a template. They don't have the insane life force of a real world tree seed, but they're more than enough to handle this. And for real, the second those seeds hit the dirt lush green trees just exploded out of the ground. Seeing it happen, Set's jaw was literally on the floor. "You can actually do that. What even are you?" I just kinda laughed. It's not like I could tell her it was a trick I picked up in my past life, you know. But in this life, since my magic level's still kinda low, these seeds are basically cheap knockoffs with only a 1-year lifespan. After that, they'll just stop growing. Still, these trees are enough to cover the whole territory and keep the demons in check for a year. That's when Set asked who was going to take care of all of them. I told her I was going to hand the job over to Nefertiti, since she still feels like she owes me one after that whole divine artifact thing. Set totally agreed it was a good call. With a sweetheart like Nefertiti looking after them, the trees would definitely be fine. "So have you named them yet?" she asked. When she said that, I kind of blanked. I honestly hadn't even thought about it. "How about the trees of dreams?" Set just gave me this look of total disgust. "You are literally the worst at naming things." Anyway, a few days went by, and I was on a call with my dad through a magic crystal. With the whole farming thing handled, the only problem left was the nasty pollution Draculin left behind. "Dad, I'm gonna need the Walpurgis family's backing for my territory. I sent you a list of everything we need. Get it to me ASAP. You've got a lot of nerve, hero. Do you have any idea that I just got seriously chewed out by the Emperor because of you?" As he said that, my dad pulled out the old rod he used to use back in his close combat mage days. "For real, Mikhail, if you weren't my only kid, I would 100% break your legs right now, no questions asked." After that, we had a totally harmonious chat. The end result was my dad with fire in his eyes agreeing to every single one of my demands. "Oh, and by the way, son, even though I took most of the heat from His Majesty, the Emperor still wants you to come to the capital. He wants to have a serious talk about this whole hero business." The second I heard that, I could feel a headache starting. This was going to be way more complicated than it sounded. But since it was a direct order from the Emperor, it's not like I could say no. I had to go to the capital. Right then, my butler was in the middle of the strength training I'd laid out for him, doing 10,000 push-ups with a giant rock on his back. I told him to take a break. I let him know I was heading to the capital, and that it wouldn't be a super long trip. I asked him to hold down the fort while I was gone. When the butler heard I was going to see the Emperor, he was totally floored. "Young master, what did you do to tick off His Majesty this time?"
The next morning, I was on a carriage to the capital super early. Set was looking around at everything, wondering why Ryan wasn't with me. Like, aren't you guys attached at the hip? Don't be ridiculous. Ryan and I are just bros, totally platonic. Guys just aren't my thing. Just when we were about to change the subject, Set dropped some other news. Apparently, as my divine power leveled up, she started changing too. That made me stop for a sec. Changes? Like, what kind of changes? Set got this super sly look on her face and was like, beg me and maybe I'll show you. Her big change was turning from her tiny 18-centimeter self into a full-sized human. Okay, that was a total shocker, cause I used time freeze magic to get her out of the dungeon. I seriously thought she was stuck in her mini form for good. I never expected she could go back to her OG size. So how long can you stay like this? Set said she could hold the form for like 24 hours a day. Then she showed off what she could do now just by waving her hand. Right away, I felt the vibe from the monsters around us get cut in half. But just as I was freaking out about that, there was this sound like a balloon letting out all its air. Turns out a hole popped open on Set's head, and all her, internal gas started hissing out. She flailed around for a few seconds, and then poof, she was back to her tiny 18-centimeter short-legged self. Whoa, didn't you say you could hold that form for 24 hours? You didn't even last 3 minutes. Perhaps I got too hyped and lost control of my power. Burning through all my transformation time at once, Set said, tapping her little head all embarrassed. But honestly, I didn't mind at all. I kinda like her better in her tiny short-legged form anyway. We still had a while before we hit the capital, so I decided to do a mental recap of all my achievements since I was reborn. And the biggest deal were the 3 sacred power markings on my body. There was the sacred power from the world tree, the fertility and storm powers from 2 different divine artifacts, and then Hekko's holy mark. As I focused on them, I realized my own magic had totally fused with these 3 sacred powers, especially the world tree and fertility ones. They were basically one and the same now. Right then, Set suddenly gasped. Turns out while I was zoning out, trees had literally started growing out of my body, which is something only druids are supposed to be able to do. Even though druids and mages can both sling all kinds of magic, they're fundamentally different. Mages use magical energy, but druids pull their power from nature itself. They can get help from plants and trees and even get different animal powers. I was seriously trying to wrap my head around this whole situation. As a human, I was never supposed to have any natural connection to nature. But now I could literally sprout trees from my body. This was so not on my bingo card. Set looked totally confused. She couldn't figure out how a human like me could mix Yogg's power with fertility, since you know sacred power isn't something humans can just mess with. The people from the divine country could barely even use it, and only because Hika tweaked it for them. But here I was, straight up merging the 2 purest streams of sacred power. It was completely blowing Set's mind. But I had a theory about it. Heka once said I could become a demigod, and I had a feeling this was connected. Right as I was thinking that, some little figure caught our eye. I looked closer and saw a tiny elf had just appeared in our ride out of nowhere, looking all cute and confused. Hey, little guy, who are you? What's your name? The little elf pointed to himself. Are you talking to me? I don't even know who I am, but I know you're my dad and I want to be near you. After he said that, he turned around and started shaking his little butt. Set was floored. What is this kid doing? Is he like a mole or something? After his little wiggle dance, the little elf came up to me and a golden yellow leaf just appeared in his hand. No way it was the sacred grass of Taxis. That's the magic herb that makes all the alchemists go totally nuts and fight over it. Every alchemist has this one dream to create a cure-all potion, and the sacred grass of Taxis is the key ingredient to make that happen. So you were shaking your butt to make this thing? The little elf had already given the sacred grass to me. The little elf said all cheerfully, Papa, it's the first time we've met. This is for you. Look, I'm not your dad and I'm not an alchemist. I don't want your gift. Hearing that, the little elf looked like his whole world just shattered. Wah, Papa doesn't want me. Seeing the little elf so crushed, Set yanked my hair and told me to stop messing around. This kid was totally born when you were awakening your power, so you have to take responsibility. Looking at the elf's sad little face, I felt pretty helpless. Even though I wasn't exactly looking to be a dad, all of a sudden Set had a point. This little dude showed up because of me, so I had to step up. All right, fine, I'll take your gift. The second I said that, the little elf's sadness just vanished, and he had this huge, bright smile. So what's your name anyway? The little elf said he didn't have a name and wanted me to give him one. And just like that, it was time for the one thing I'm terrible at, naming stuff. I thought about how he made that Taxi sacred grass and he totally looked like a mole doing it. So I decided to call him Moley. When Set heard that, she just stared at me. She whispered in my ear all judgy, Are you seriously being that lazy? He's your first kid? Like, could you at least try to put some real thought into his name? But get this, the little elf was totally stoked, just chirping Molly over and over. So of course I had to clown on Set, who said my naming skills are trash. Look, he's totally vibing with it. Anyway, the trip to the capital was super chill, no drama. The second we got there, Set was all, So you gonna go see the Emperor right away? I was just like, nah, cause I wasn't about to walk into a meeting with His Majesty and get played. My first stop was Archbishop Arley, who was way too hyped to see me. He was holding my hand, just going on and on about how great I was. But for real, hero, why'd you just pop up at our temple? Did HQ give you a mission or something? I told him I was here to see the Emperor, but I kinda need your help. The moment I said that, Archbishop Arley's whole mood shifted. Hero, you know the vibe between the Empire and the Divine Country hasn't been great. Like, it's been super tense for years. We're just being fake nice, so I don't think I can really help you out. Hearing that, I just let this little smirk play on my face. Don't say no so fast, Archbishop. I hear you've been running things in the capital for a long time, and you've got some serious dirt on His Majesty. As soon as I said that, Archbishop Arley was totally shook. How do you know that? I just laughed and said, Dude, I'm the hero. I know all the tea on you, Archbishops, and you better not even think about turning me down. You should know I'd rather watch someone else get embarrassed than take an L myself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the capital, some dude was just spacing out, staring out a window. His guard reported, Young Walpurgis is in the capital and he's talking with Archbishop Arley right now. The guy just cursed under his breath. Freaking heck! How did that clueless kid become the hero? The guy talking was Viscount Gibbs, who's been posted up in the capital for years. His beef started with my dad, the Walpurgis Viscount. The story goes they were like major rivals for my mom's affection. In the end, she chose my dad. Ever since Viscount Gibbs has hated our entire Walpurgis family. My lord, the young Walpurgis is here in the capital. What are your orders? Gibbs signaled him to chill out and not do anything reckless. Even though that corrupt divine country has zero credibility left, the fact that His Majesty personally sent for him probably means the Emperor is leaning toward the Walpurgis family. There was no way he was going to let the power balance between the four great families get messed up, so he immediately started plotting how to deal with me. On the flip side, I was just thinking about why life has to be so dramatic. For instance, my dad was literally holding me up by my head, and the wild look in his eyes made it clear he wanted to give me some serious tough love. Turns out just a few minutes before, I had scored the info I wanted from Archbishop Arley. But right as I walked out of the temple, a familiar voice called out from behind me. Son, where do you think you're going? I got this super bad feeling. It hit me instantly. I spun around, and yup, it was my dad, the Walpurgis Viscount. He had this crazy intense stare and was holding that huge wooden staff he used back in his battle mage days. Dad, I've missed you so much, but could you maybe put the staff down so we can have a normal conversation? The Viscount just twirled the staff around, saying this was his way of talking. Why should I put it down? It's not like any father would use a staff to crack his own kid's head open, right? He had this sly grin, and I just muttered to myself. Other dads probably wouldn't, but you definitely might. By the way, Dad, didn't you say you went back to our territory? How'd you just show up in the capital? Obviously. To have a serious talk about everything that's been happening, he said, then lifted the staff and started chasing me dead set on breaking my legs. After that, the Viscount dragged me back to our place in the capital. Okay, let's talk about your meeting with His Majesty. You seem pretty calm. I just said freaking out isn't gonna help anything. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. I took a sip of tea and was like, getting His Majesty to agree to fight the demons isn't the hard part. The real issue is the four great families. The whole empire is basically run by a bunch of nobles. And out of all those nobles, the four great families are the biggest players. Each one is like a super important part of the empire. But as of right now, the only families I can actually trust are the Lindells and our family, the Walpurgos. The Viscount went quiet for a second. Are you saying there's a problem with the other two families? Just thinking about Gibbs gave the Viscount a headache. If we're trying to figure out which family is going to cause trouble, it's 100% the Gibbs family. Then my dad asked me what my next move was. I told him I'd already figured out a way to shut down the Gibbs family, but that I was going to need his help. After saying bye to my dad and leaving the house, Set just couldn't resist, making a comment on my relationship with the Viscount. You and your dad are so weird. If you guys didn't have the same red eyes and blonde hair, I'd swear you were found in a dumpster. Just then, my eyes snapped over to a nearby alley. Are we being followed? I immediately maxed out my perception skill. And yep, I spotted 3 people tailing us. Okay, so 2 on my right, 1 on my left. Gotta be the Dark Forces Guild, right? I was expecting to get followed, but this is like super amateur hour. At that moment, I felt this tiny vibe from behind me. And boom, it clicked. These 3 were just decoys to get my attention, while the real tracker was someone else way more hidden. Shaking this person would be a total cakewalk. But I was kinda curious to see what the whole underground scene was like after I took out the sewer rat, the capital's biggest baddie. I mean, it would seriously suck if another major demon like that nasty monarch popped up because I got careless. So yeah, I had to check this out. At this moment, the girl actually tailing me snuck a peek, probably thinking, is this seriously the hero everyone's talking about? She was checking out my skinny arms and legs, totally doubting I could have taken down the capital's big demon. And that Draculan thing. Right when she was trying to figure out how to scope me out, she suddenly realized the street was dead empty. Totally shocked, she thought. Whoa, what just happened? I looked away for like 1 second and he's just gone. Then she started beating herself up like, ugh, I can't believe I made such a rookie mistake. So she started frantically scanning the crowd, knowing she had to find me like ASAP. Looking for someone, I popped up right behind her with a grin. The next second, my whole vibe went ice cold. You better tell me who you work for if you don't want to get wrecked right now. Hearing that, the girl just poofed into a black shadow, putting some major distance between us in one move. Then she just vanished into the crowd moving crazy fast. She was probably freaking out wondering how I even spotted her. After all, her stealth skills are so good that even master-level pros can't see her. But me, I saw right through it in a second. Now she was 100% sure of one thing. I'm the real deal, a legit hero, and she totally has to report back to her guild. To try and lose me, she took this super roundabout way, zigzagging like 7 or 8 times. By the time she got to her guild's front door, she was totally winded, thinking, finally I'm safe. But before she could even finish that thought, I was right there next to her. So this is the secret clubhouse, huh? The girl let out a shriek like she'd just seen a ghost. How did you follow me? I just ignored that and called her out. That shadow meld thing you did total dark elf move, which means Talia took over the sewer rat's turf after he bit the dust. The girl got super defensive. How do you know I'm with Talia? I just laughed. Was that supposed to be hard? Seriously, the only dark force run by dark elves around here is Talia. It's not rocket science. Then I told her to take me to her boss. But she looked super embarrassed doing that nervous finger-poking thing and asking, can we maybe just not do this? I guess since she's an officer, getting dragged back in would be a total nightmare for her rep. Obviously, I told her no way. So I just raised my hand and hit her with a sleep spell. She managed to get out a U-jerk before her eyes rolled back and she was out cold. Seeing the whole thing, Set started giving me grief about not being a gentleman.
She looked so pathetic. Couldn't you have been a little nicer?
I don't have to be nice to some rando from the Dark Forces Guild. Besides, even if I drag her in there like a stray dog, the people in her guild won't do a thing. That definitely got Set's attention. What's that supposed to mean? I looked down at the girl I was holding and said real chill because she's the adopted daughter of the Talia Guild's president. I slung Mia over my shoulder and kicked open the guild's main doors. The place was packed, so I just dropped Mia on the floor right in front of everybody. Seeing me manhandle their precious Miss Mia, all the guild members figured I'd jumped her. They all flipped out and started rushing me. Guess I had no choice but to use my magic. Bind. Man, what an overreaction. This has got to be the Talia Guild. Instantly, magic circles popped up over everyone's heads, freezing them in place. They all just dropped before they even got close to me. I just spread my hands at the whole scene. Anyone want to say they're innocent? Nobody's talking? Guess that means no one is, I said with a smirk, looking over at Set. Set was just staring like, they're all under a spell. How are they supposed to talk? Yeah, I know. I walked right past all the guild members on the floor. President Talia, don't you think it's about time you showed your face? I just casually sat down. Nobody answered, so I got ready to cast another spell to totally wreck the place. For me right now, instant casting. Spells is basically no sweat. Lord Hero, please stop. A dark elf just materialized next to me. I am President Talia Hydos. I'm so sorry for what happened with my daughter Mia. Looks like your dad finally showed up. You gonna keep playing dead or what? This is so not fair. It's totally humiliating. How could you do this? I was just trying to check you out. Since she was busted, Mia dropped the act and sat right up, waving her arms around all mad, totally venting. That's enough, Mia. Stop. Mia had no choice but to shut it. It was my call. We needed to get some intel on you first. That's why we had you followed. We are an intelligence guild after all. Lord Hero, again, I am sincerely sorry. Hydos actually bowed to me. Lord Hero, I'll do anything. Please, you have to forgive my father. Mia was getting all emotional, and once her dad showed up, I figured it was time to cut to the chase. Music. I just laid it all out for them. I wasn't there to call them out for tailing me. I wanted them on my team to be my eyes and ears music, and gather some intel. See, in my past life, Hydos got totally wrecked by the sewer rats. His story was tragic for real, but in this life, he's built his own guild, Talia. That's a total wild card. That music definitely didn't happen before. For my big plan to work, I have to control this new piece. So I said, if I'm right, you guys took over the sewer rat's old turf. The mood instantly turned sour. Mia got all worked up yelling, taking over territory is completely normal, so what? But I was like, yeah, but some of the crew you hired are leftover sewer rats. I wasn't just guessing. Music. I grabbed one of their guys who had the sewer rat mark tattooed on him and showed it to them. The second Mia saw that tattoo, her face, music, went ghost white. She knew exactly what that meant. Hydos spoke up real slow like he totally saw this coming. So what's the plan? You gonna arrest us as heretics? Music. His stare was intense like he was aiming a bunch of daggers right at me. Okay, so this dude's an assassin grandmaster. Music. He wasn't about to go down easy, even if it was just a look. The pressure was insane, but hey, in this life, I'm not that same useless kid from before. I totally brushed music off the pressure and pointed right at his heart. Didn't expect to run into an assassin grandmaster here. But your heart, it's giving off a weird vibe. How'd you know that? Mia just blurted it out, totally shocked. I'm a hero who literally hangs with the gods. Music, isn't it kind of my job to know this stuff? So do you know how to fix it? The desperate look in Mia's eyes was actually kind of pitiful. Music. Yeah, I know how, but I've got some conditions. Tell me now, I'll do anything. Mia grabbed onto me like she was afraid I'd disappear. Whoa, chill out. The conditions are easy. I'm not some evil dude. I'm just wondering how much info you've collected. All you have to do is gather intel for me, clean out the rest of the sewer rats, and turn this into a legit organization. I said it all with my friendliest smile. Hydos knew deep down that Talia was a small-time guild. They had to music take my deal, especially since the Walpurgis family is one of the 4 great families. He really had no choice but to sign the contract I laid out. After I lifted the curse, I told him to go track down my father, Count Walpurgis. As I walked off, I knew the father and daughter realized the only thing they could do now was trust me. Trust the hero's promise. Music. Even though I was playing chess with this plan, the next key player is the guy who just made Paladin. Music. So I headed over to the palace gates and showed the guards I was the hero. They totally scrambled to verify who I was since, this is royal property with major restrictions. Music. After they figured out I was the real deal, they set me up with a knight to guide me. And that's how I met Marin Gribos. He was the one and only guide knight who took down his own music. Corrupt father for the greater good, only to sacrifice himself for his friends later. The failed hero, Marin Gribos. Music. Looking at his totally pure smile, I made a promise to myself. This time, I'm going to save him, and not just for some greater good, I'm doing it for him. Marin Gribos, it's awesome to meet you. Music held out my hand with a smile. I can't believe it, the famous Lord Hero actually knows my name. Marin was obviously surprised that Music I knew who he was, but he still shook my hand with a big smile. So Marin, you haven't been a royal knight for very long, right? I asked, keeping it casual. That's right, Lord Hero. Music. I'm really proud of it. I know I can't compare to you, but I'm pretty happy. Marin scratched his cheek. Nah, becoming a royal knight at your age is seriously impressive. I told him for real. Hearing you say that makes me even Music more proud. Marin's smile got even wider, and seeing that genuine joy on his face. That's how he's supposed to look. It made me even more dead set on saving him. Music. To pull this off, I have to get him in on the game myself. I want to save him, but I can only point him in the right direction. I purposely dropped back a step. Marin, what's your opinion on Marcus Gribos? What do you think about the shady stuff going on in the capital? Music. The second I said that, Moran's head dropped. His whole expression just froze up. His smile completely vanished. I'm just responsible for protecting His Majesty. My father is a very capable man. But what if His Majesty gave you the green light to handle it? If you're down, I'll talk to him about it later. But I couldn't ask you to go to that trouble, Music, for me. Marin kept his head down and his voice was shaking a little. It's no trouble. I've got my own conditions anyway. I knew what Marin was really after. Music. He was dying for freedom, so we made a deal. I'd help him get his freedom, and he would work for me. Not long after I finally met the Emperor Tarsus Leap Alexandros, an old guy who just radiated imperial power. Music. The top dog of the entire empire. Your Majesty, it's an honor to meet you. I gave him a cool bow, but the Emperor saw straight through me, though he didn't look mad. You don't feel Music honored. You're just bowing because I'm the Emperor. I'm not buying that whole respect act you're putting on. How interesting. I never thought the Walpurgis family would ever produce a hero. How Music lucky for the Empire to finally get one. So obviously I looked into you, Mickey Walpurgis. You used to be a pretty useless rich music kid, weren't you? The Emperor really put some spin on that last part. Seemed like he was really trying to figure me out. You used the past music tense, I said, so I'll take that as a compliment. Hope I didn't step on any toes. The Emperor was totally sizing me up. Not at all, but for the record, I'm like the 2.0 version of that useless guy. I shot him a deliberate smirk. I wasn't about to let him put me in a box that easily. Your Majesty, if I messed up, my bad. Even though my words were on point, I kept my cool. Haha. Well, if a Marcus tried that kind of attitude wouldn't fly. The Emperor cracked a smile. But you're cool with it, right, Your Majesty? You're a bigger person than that? Yeah, I smiled right back. The Emperor finally dropped his intense stare down and his whole vibe got serious. Hero, give it to me straight. Is the crisis already here? If we start prepping now, we'll be good. But I'm telling you, a huge disaster is coming. I dropped the smile too and got real. How bad it gets all depends on how we handle it. So the disaster is unavoidable and the Empire is gonna get hit. The Emperor was mulling it over. We've had major demons cause chaos before in history. It's not just major demons, their boss, the demon god of sin, is gonna pop up too. The demon god. Since the church has your back against the demon god, my empire isn't just gonna sit on the sidelines. I'm not asking for anything. You're the one calling the shots. I used the Archbishop's playbook to hit the Emperor back. Interesting. So you're saying don't ask, just do whatever you want. The Emperor was clearly not feeling that. If that's how you want to take it, fine by me. It'd be awesome if you could see this as me trusting you, though. Too bad I'm new to this whole hero gig. You for sure don't act like a hero. In that case, I'll be blunt. The Emperor turned away thinking, I'm putting together an anti-demon knight squad. And here, take this. The Emperor tossed a brooch at me, his personal symbol. As I caught it, the Emperor's voice cut in. Hit me up if you need anything. Whatever the church can offer, I can probably top it. Anything else, nothing major, but I'm asking for your permission to let Marin investigate the real deal behind the capital's underworld. Tell young Grievous if he wants to get out there, he better actually accomplish something. Even though the Emperor didn't say yes, I totally got the message. Your Majesty, I'll get out of your hair then. Right before I left, I spun around. Your Majesty, if there's a chance. I'd love to chat with the person hiding behind that pillar. And with that, I bounced no hesitation. Looks like that hero totally spotted you, Commander of the Knights. Things are getting interesting. A mage who can see right through me. Hector Lamb stepped out from behind the pillar. Things are getting out of control. That's what makes it fun, isn't it? The Emperor was obviously stoked. After I left, I met up with Marin again and gave him the rundown. Marin was looking way happier. So what do you need me to do for you? Marin, you know about that sewer rat that got possessed by the nasty monarch, right? I need you to dig up the truth behind it. Come find me the second you know something. Even though I already know what's up, Marin needs to figure it out for himself. Yeah, I got it. I'll report back the minute I find anything. Marin gave me a happy look. And just like that, he started down the path I laid out for him. Meanwhile, Hydos and his daughter, who I sent to my dad, were getting wrecked by my father's melee magic weapon. Good thing I showed up when I did, or those two would probably be short a few legs. These two are sketchy. Why'd you bring them here? My dad sat there giving me the death glare. Actually, I'm an assassin grandmaster. Hydos cut in. Did anyone ask you shut it? My dad raised his giant wooden staff like he was gonna smash Hydos. Hydos and Mia immediately went quiet. Dad, I trust them. Why else would I send them to you, Our family is kinda lacking an intel group. I'll train you up, but you'll work only for the W. Perus family. Dad finally put his weapon down. Seeing that Hydos and his daughter were super relieved, thanked him and took off. After I explained the whole situation to my dad, including the palace drama. But one thing caught me off guard. His Majesty gave me this brooch. I showed my dad the pin. There's one more thing. This is about Mark Grios' second son, isn't it? My dad almost never used that tone. He sounded so helpless and sad. Me and him, we both went after your mother. But after your mom and I got married, he still wouldn't give up. He was still trying to get with her. So he's a real piece of work. You're 100% right. Though it's mostly on me. If I wasn't so indecisive back then, maybe. Anyway, just so you know. Sounds just like the Nostra situation. I get what you're saying about Marin. I've already handled it. Hope your plan works out. My dad's help was totally essential for the path I was making for Marin. A family that massive. To fix it, you have to start from the inside. Marin was slowly starting on the path I made for him instead of just spiraling out like in his past life. I decided to give him a little push. Let him figure out how messed up his family is sooner. Step by step, he's getting closer to a truth he knows nothing about. Let him face the Grios family's dark side early. The scene changes. Marin, on the mission I gave him, captured Jack, the boss of the shady hyena guild. He was staring at the kids Jack had been trafficking and hurting. Marin was totally livid, like he'd never been this mad in his life. How could a scumbag like that even exist in the capital? And even while Marin was wailing on him, Jack kept swearing he didn't have any backup. Yeah, right, like Marin was gonna believe that. How could anyone pull this kind of stunt in the capital without someone powerful watching their back? Just as he was about to bail, he spotted something on a table across the room. He walked over to check it out and was totally floored. Lying on the table was a handkerchief, and right there embroidered on it was the Grios family crest. Even though he'd already had this gut feeling about his family seeing the proof right in his face, he just couldn't make himself believe it. How could his own family be mixed up in this mess he had to be getting set up? Someone was totally trying to frame them. He just tossed the handkerchief aside and walked out feeling completely crushed. The second he got home, his phone rang. It was Marquis Griot. Morin seriously couldn't believe what he was hearing. Son, cut this crap out now. Dad, the king himself, gave me the green light to investigate the shady stuff going on in the capital. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? For me to build up the family's rep? I said no. Until I get to the capital, you will not do anything reckless. That's an order from the head of the family. The Marquis's tone was all, don't even think about arguing. But why call right now? The timing was way too perfect. Could it be that handkerchief? Marin just stared out the window, totally spaced out, too scared to even finish the thought. Meanwhile, perched in a tree outside, Hydos was watching Marin's every move. Looked like it was time to report back to Lord Mikhail ASAPs. The plan was going off without a hitch. As for me, I was using magic to hit up my butler. Young master, everything's smooth sailing over here. The World Tree and young Ryan are both growing like crazy, it's insane. Good, stick to the plan. By the way, how's that workout routine going? The butler's smile just vanished. Young master, I'm a dark mage, not some grunt. An old guy like me having to run with this giant rock every single day. Don't you have any pity? Nope. Just make sure Ryan has everything he needs. End of transmission. After cutting the link, I gave Hydos the signal to start his report. Lord Hero, everything's clear on Marin's end. Also, the Marquis just rolled into the capital. What's our next move? I just said there is no next move. We just watch from the cheap seats. And scene. Marin was letting his dad into his place. Father, what's with the surprise visit? I came to make sure you're actually listening to me, and there are a few other things we need to discuss. Even though the Marquis didn't say it out loud, Marin had a pretty good idea this was about the hero. And even though the hero's been keeping a low profile, there's no way a Marcus wouldn't know what's up. But neither of them brought it up, totally dodging the whole hero conversation. I didn't pull strings for you to join the Royal Knights just so you could do asterisk this asterisk. You think the Knights' reputation is all about you? But Dad isn't our family's rep already solid? It was always like this. Ever since he was a kid, Marin felt like a puppet on a string. Every single move controlled by strings he couldn't see with rules he could never break. The Marquis was so not happy with Marin's attitude. You think our family was built on asterisk reputation asterisk? Marin just stayed quiet. It was like the strings controlling him had finally snapped. After a super long, awkward silence, Marin finally spoke up. But I believe what I'm doing is right. The Marquis absolutely lost it. Marin.
I told you to drop it. This is my order. It's an order from the head of the Grios family. Are you seriously going to defy me? Why are you trying to stop me? Why did I find our family crest at that crime scene?
What?
Someone is obviously trying to frame us. They're just trying to turn us against each other.
The Marquis knew that just yelling at him wasn't going to work on Marin anymore. Fine. If you're so set on investigating, I won't stop you.
Just let me know if you need anything.
Don't need it. I already asked Lord Hero for help.
What? Why would you go running to someone from the Walpurgis family?
He's not a Walpurgis. He's Lord Hero. Inside, the Marquis was fuming. Damn that Mikhail Walpurgis. What is he planning? This is such a headache. So annoying. Marin must be under his spell. Damn that whole Walpurgis family. For the Grios family, Marin is one of a kind. Not just anyone can become a royal knight. Seeing his dad's reaction, Marin's silence said everything. He was just so disappointed.
In his father and in the whole Grios family. In front of Hydos, I was using magic to spy on the family drama. Perfect. Everything is going exactly according to plan. A hazy night settled over the Serpent Guild's hideout, but nobody was there to enjoy the view, 'cause they'd all been taken out by some mystery dude. The Serpent's boss, Bert, was on the ground totally defeated, staring up at the guy who did this.
My lord, we've got no beef with you. Why do you have to wipe us out?
True, we don't have beef, but you know too much, and that's your crime. A crime that needs to be punished.
You promised to keep your mouth shut, but dead men tell no tales. Am I right? After offing everyone there, the masked guy pulled out some corrosive juice ready to scrub the whole scene clean. Oh, corrosive liquid. Kinda reminds me of the stuff I played with as a kid. Who's there? How did you sneak up on me like that? The masked man whipped around. I'm Hydos, the Lord of Talia. It's not too late to give up. I promise if you surrender now, you'll get to live. This guy's power is way above mine. I can't win in a straight-up fight. My only shot is to catch him off guard when he gets cocky. Now's my chance. What, you dodged it? Who the hell are you? A dark binding device. You're the assassin Grandmaster Hydos?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just told you that. What are you, deaf? Not gonna back down, fine, just go ahead and die.
Mia, grab him. We're bouncing to find Lord Mackey. Hydos had to jet back to report like way too many people bit the dust. Meanwhile, Marin was giving me the full rundown on his investigation. Lord Hero, I'm pretty sure my family is mixed up with some dark forces. Music. Oh, for real, spill the tea. I played it totally cool, but Marin was visibly shook.
Wait, Lord Hero, you knew this whole time. As the hero saving the world, I guess. Music. It'd be weirder if you didn't know, right? So when you had me look into the dark forces before, that was all part of the plan.
Yo, Marin, I'm not gonna deny it. It's all good. Everything's going according to plan. Marin can still be saved. He's just living in a fantasy world. And yeah, music. It's gonna be rough, but I have to use this chance to completely shatter that illusion for him. Bring him in, Hydos Mia. My lord, they're all here. Lord Hero, music. Who are these people? Aren't you like dying to know who they are? What's really under those masks? And with that, I rip it off the mask. Marin got a clear look at this person's face and was just like totally speechless. You're the executioner, one of the guys from Death Row. Chris, music. How are you even alive and in here? Just chill, Marin. These are the assassins sent after the Dark Force members tonight. But wait, there's more. The masks came off one by one. Every single person was a criminal the Griot's music family supposedly executed. How is this even possible? And just like that, Marin's whole world came crashing down. Despair, disappointment, rage, all these messed up feelings just washed over him. Marin just dropped to his knees, completely lost. Music. At the same time, Marco Gribos was getting an update from his crew. All the assassins he sent after the dark organizations were gone. With their skills that just shouldn't happen. How could this be? So does that mean music the mission's a total bust? The Marquis shot to his feet. All the assassins just vanishing? Someone must have stepped in. Then it hit him, Marin saying he was gonna get help from the hero. So it was him, Mickey Walpurgis. Where is he right now? My lord, he's at the Central Temple. Are you going to? You bet I am. I'm going to find him first thing tomorrow. The Central Temple. Well, if it isn't Lord Marquis. Long time no music, see. Wonder what brings the head of such a big-shot family all the way out here. I'm sure it's something worthy of the family name. The Marquis scowled. Let's take this somewhere else, Mickey.
Was that you?
What are you even talking about, sir? My name is Mikhail. Music. And Mickey is me. I'm talking about the one who pushed my son Moran to trash our family's honor. Was that you? I just had him dig up music the truth behind what the Dark Force has been doing. That's not so awful, is it? The vibe in the room got super tense, like instantly. We were coming from totally different places, so there was no way we'd agree. The Marquis was quiet for a long moment, then finally he slowly started to speak. What our Griot's family stands for is the capital's necessary evil. Do you really think the world is just black and white? Even if music, it is someone's gotta play the bad guy. You seriously think we can control dark forces while hiding it from His Majesty? You're so naive. Music. But His Majesty never signed off on trafficking kids. Even if you get exposed, you just have to sacrifice some nobody. And then His Majesty won't look too deep into your business, am I right? But this is the Central Temple, and I'm the hero. If you're only treating me like some rep from the Walpurgis family you can cut a deal with, then I'm afraid you're about to be seriously disappointed. I'll give you two choices. Either you drop music, the dark forces, or you stick to your so-called necessary evil. Marquis Gribos, you have to make your choice right here. Or else. I watched him slam the door and storm out, but music wasn't sweating it. Instead, I just looked over at a certain spot. Marin, come on out. You heard every word of that, didn't you? The second I stopped talking, black smoke just poured out from behind the bookshelf. The smoke music slowly cleared. Marin knew everything. In that exact moment, he finally made his decision. The family needed a fresh start. Marin, raised by the Gribos family since he was just a music little kid to be a royal knight, was intentionally kept in the dark about the family's shady dealings. The family's original plan was just to get a spy inside, Music the Knights. But who would have guessed Marin would turn out to be the family's last bit of a conscience growing up in that perfect little bubble? He was now seeing the family's darkness up close and personal. Music Lord Hero, I've made up my mind. I want the family to be reborn. It can't keep going down this path. I have to music change everything. That necessary evil crap is just a pretty way to talk about doing ugly things. I'm guessing that's why you chose me, isn't it? So what do I do now, Marin? Music, do what you know in your heart is right. They say everyone has their own cross to bear, but I'm just one person. I believe in you, and you need to believe in yourself. Don't you dare forget the fire you feel right now. Don't let your emotions blind you. You're definitely going to grow into an amazing hero. I know Marin can lead his family back to the right path. Bring back your family's honor. If you need some backup, hit up the temple or our family. The winner of this war, I'm betting it's going to be Marin because he finally sees everything for what it really is. So much for necessary evil. There's no way he's buying that now. Back at the Griot's family mansion, the Marquis angrily chucked the table lamp onto the floor. Right then, he was just wishing that lamp was Mickey. That kid dares to threaten me. Even though music, he was totally furious. As head of the family, he had to keep a level head. Morons don't get to run things. As long as he got Marin back under his thumb, music. Everything Mickey did would be for nothing. Just then, one of his guys burst in to report something. The Marquis had to ditch his angry music face. The guy stammered out the news that the Archbishop just read a holy decree to eliminate the dark forces. Hearing that news, the Marquis knew his chance was gone. The whole dark force business music he'd so carefully built up using his position as head of the family. So the birdcage he made for Marin was like totally falling apart. And while the Marquis was fuming, Archbishop Arlie was basically beaming. Guess he didn't think I'd make a move so fast and get the Emperor's A-OK. Then out of nowhere, he whips out this huge spiked mace. Apparently it was his go-to weapon back in the day that made demons totally freak out. As the Demon Crusher, he'd racked up some serious military awards. So I introduced Moran to the Archbishop and told him the Emperor was cool with it. Mikhail Walpurgis, what do you think you're doing, the nerve? Who even gave you the right to do any of this? Marquis Grios came storming through the temple doors looking totally ticked. He blew right past the Archbishop and marched toward me just yelling questions. But I wasn't even sweating it. I just gave him this sarcastic look. Sir, I'm the hero. Marin has the Emperor's blessing. And the Archbishop, that's a no-brainer. So I'm asking you, which one of us three isn't qualified here? When he saw his whole tough guy act wasn't working on me, the Marquis turned on Marin. Marin, what is all this? Stop this nonsense and come home with me. But Marin wasn't backing down either. Father, I'm doing the right thing. If we're talking about family honor, taking out some evil forces is a pretty big boost for it. You know that, so you're not gonna stand in my way. Marin just walked right past the Marquis without even slowing down. Seeing that, Marquis Grios' anger just exploded. He gritted his teeth. Take one more step, and I swear I'm disowning you. Father, feel free to try. Marin just walked away, didn't even look back. The Marquis looked like he finally realized the invisible cage he kept Marin in was completely busted. And Marin the bird in that cage was long gone. Mikhail Walpurgis, why are you doing this? This is all your fault. The Marquis whipped back around to me, but I honestly couldn't have cared less. Sir, I'm just doing what a hero's supposed to do. The Marquis threw a massive fit in the temple but got absolutely nowhere. 3 days later, the Archbishop and Marin led the temple crew and completely wiped the floor with the dark forces. And just like that, Marquis Grios' last little fantasy was toast. With all that handled my business in the capital was pretty much done. After all, the clock was ticking. I still had a ton of stuff I needed to handle myself. A year and a half later, over in Count Draculian's territory, which I guess is my territory now, Cephas and I were leading over 30 demon hunters, fixing the place up so people could live there again and training these hunters. They were all people who'd been cursed, the only ones who survived, and every single one of them was packing some kind of cursed ability. Their hatred for demons was on a whole other level, but that much hate can seriously mess with your head. Luckily, I had Cephas take them to find Nefertiti, even though she totally messed up before I was willing to trust her now. As long as I could manage her whole misguided kindness thing, she could actually help me. Cephas was super not into finding Nefertiti, even after I tried to convince him.
But he finally went along with the plan. Still, just to be safe, I went to find Nefertiti first.
I told her what I needed, and crazily enough, she was on the same page. So after that,
it was all up to Cephas and Nefertiti. Right after Cephas and the hunters took off, someone else showed up.
"Hey, Mickey."
It was Ryan.
Only he looked like a total train wreck. His head was wrapped in gauze.
He was leaning on a crutch and his left arm was in a sling.
Banged up like that, but he's still grinning and limping over to me. Then he gets this super confident smirk and just chucks the crutch. "Mickey, watch this. This is gonna be my first step into the divine realm." But before he even finished the sentence, his broken leg hit the ground and just snapped. Obviously, the leg that was already busted was now double busted. I just stared completely speechless as he lay on the ground trying to grab his broken leg with his broken arm. Then, because his arm broke again, he just started howling. "Dude, you really are about to meet God." "Ah, my arm, my leg." Turns out while he was practicing that Moliere aura training, he found out he could use not just spirit power but holy power too. "So you were just trying to use holy power to fix your broken bones and surprise me?" I was giving him the most deadpan look. He's on the ground trying to pop his dislocated jaw back in with his broken hand.
Though I have no idea what his deal is.
I guess doing this had some kind of meaning for him. So then I told him to go look up info on that Moliere person's achievements. But that kind of brutal training, yeah, probably only a weirdo like Ryan could handle it. Watching him try to kick me with his broken foot, I was so over it and was about to send him on his way to research Moliere. But before that, since he apparently gets stronger from getting beat up, I figured as his good friend, I totally had to help him out. So I instantly summoned like a million flying arrows and locked them all onto Ryan. The second he saw them, he grabbed his crutch and tried to make a run for it. But with that limp, how was he going to outrun my arrows? Just in case I still zapped him with a binding spell. Then so kindly launched the arrows, completely ignoring his pathetic screams. I just spread my arms and soaked in the art of explosions, such a sweet sound. A month later, Cephas gave me an update on Nefertiti. She actually did it. All the hunters were successfully healed from their psychological trauma. So I took Cephas to see her. The two of them were still bickering, of course. Seeing their little spat was about to blow up, I quickly jumped in and brought up the healing thing. Nefertiti didn't want to keep fighting either, so she told me her method. She let them see the dreams they thought they had lost for good. Even though I wasn't 100% healed, it was good enough. Next, I asked Nefertiti to let me dive into her memories, or more like music, the demon god in her memories. In my last life, I only ever saw that thing with my own 2 eyes. I had 0 intel on it, so it's not like I really saw the demon god. Music. Nefertiti knew just how terrifying the illusions she cooked up were. She wanted to stop me, but Set stopped her because Music Set knew I wasn't going to give up that easily. Nefertiti knew trying to talk me out of it was useless, so I just closed my eyes waiting for her to do her thing. Even though I could only see it from her point of view. Music, that was all I needed. Opening my eyes again, all I felt was this endless pain, despair, and death. All these messed up thoughts were totally taking over my brain. And boom, I was in some hell-like world with bodies everywhere. Welcome into the age of myths. Then music, the sky suddenly started to rain. Except it was blood falling from way up high, making this gnarly blood rain. The second I turned around, a huge black shadow appeared out of the mist. Music. Seeing those bull horns, dragon wings, and glowing red eyes, I knew this was the demon god. The moment we connected, the pressure was too much and I couldn't take it. Music. And I dropped to my knees. My survival instinct was screaming at me not to look at the demon god anymore. But if I was scared of dying, I wouldn't be here. I'm not that useless kid anymore. I pushed through the awful feeling and stood up and stared right back into the demon god's eyes. I needed to burn this into my soul even if it killed me. All of a sudden, the demon god's pupils turned into slits. Music. No way. Did it notice me? Is it actually looking at me right now? This is impossible. This is an illusion. It's totally fake. But how did the demon god see me? The demon god with a mouth full of fangs started to open its mouth. Music. Some messed up curse I couldn't understand flew out of its mouth. Instantly, the whole place started shaking like crazy. This is wrong. I realized this wasn't just an illusion anymore. Someone else jumped in. The only one who could crash Nefertiti's illusion is the demon god itself. But I wasn't scared. I just stared it down. Never thought our first real meeting would be music like this, huh, demon god? Back in reality, demonic energy was flooding my body. Nefertiti's hands were shaking uncontrollably. Set grabbed Nefertiti like, "What did you do?" But Nefertiti just shook her head, trying to signal it wasn't her. She was already sweating like crazy. That thing, it crashed the illusion. How could the demon god do that? Music. Set was too stunned to even speak. No, Set. It can't be the actual demon god. The barrier isn't weak enough for it to just pop into an illusion. That means it's Music, a great demon. That thing must have found a hidden crack somewhere. Set calmed down. If it was the real demon god, he'd be toast by now. Music. Set. I have to end the illusion. You can't just turn off an illusion whenever you want. But Nefertiti was ready to sacrifice Music herself to get Mickey back. If If the owner of a divine artifact dies, the fallout is unimaginable. But as long as she, the source of the illusion, disappeared, the illusion would disappear too. Just as Nefertiti was about to make her move, music, Set suddenly stopped her. Turns out holy power was swirling all around my body. Seeing that music, Nefertiti and Set decided to just wait a little longer. The game had changed. Even if it's the demon god, so what? I never once underestimated it. This whole situation is still going according to plan. Music. Even though you showing up was pretty random, and even though I have no idea why you're here, my goal has always been the same. I slowly got to my feet. Music. And seeing me shakily stand up, the demon god just laughed its head off. A pathetic little bug dares to face me. Hilarious! I quickly focused all my holy power into my eyes. The second I locked eyes with the demon god, I slammed into its mind. Just like that, I was seeing its memories. The demon god roared at the sky, kicking me out. It definitely had an effect, so I gave the demon god a smug look. I finally got in. Music. But you kicked me out so fast, that's just heartless. But the demon god was done playing around and attacked me instantly. But I wasn't the same guy who first came in here all bogged down by negativity. The moment I broke into the demon god's mind, I instantly music. Condensed the seventh circle. So what if it's the demon god? This is just an illusion, not its home turf. And since it's an illusion, I'm gonna smash it. I gathered all my power to shatter the fake space. As I was leaving, I threw up a certain one-fingered friendly gesture and yelled, "Music. See you later, I'm Mikkel Purgus." Hearing me shout my own name, the demon god's eyes went wide with fury. Music. Even though I don't get the big deal about the name, I just yelled I wanted it to know that this time the winner is Mikkel Purgus. After I finally got out of Nefertiti's illusion. Music. I heard Set's worried voice calling my name. I slowly opened my eyes and saw Set looking down at me. I was lying in her arms and all I could see was her face with tears in her eyes. Music. I knew you'd make it out. I just knew it, but I was still so worried about you. Set was shaking me like crazy. It finally clicked why she was crying. She was worried sick about me. At that moment, Nefertiti came over and told me, Music, I'd been out for 3 whole days. That meant Set had been freaking out next to me and watching over me for 3 days. I'd only been in that illusion for what felt like a second. But 3 days had passed in the real world. Music. But I guess that tracks seeing as the demon god itself decided to crash the party. It would be weirder if things weren't completely messed up. I can't believe the music demon god actually interfered. Set said, totally ticked off. Nefertiti asked what I managed to get from the demon god now that I was back. Music. Made it back in one piece. And yeah, besides staring into a black hole of pure hate, I finally got why a being that powerful gets called a demon god. If you're asking what I got out of it, it's that I totally leveled up to my 7th ring and can now sling some serious 7th ring sacred magic. Nefertiti and Set were completely floored. They never thought I'd hit the 7th ring at only 22. My progress was way faster than they expected, like totally off the charts for a normal person. I didn't bother explaining why they were so shook. I mean, in my last life, I was already a 9th ring Grand Magus in my early 40s. Plus, I felt this crazy destructive vibe from the demon god, a power I'd never seen before. So I was like, I'm gonna try and copy that with my own magic. That special something the demon god was throwing around. First step, I had to totally scan the rock in my hand, figure out its whole deal, and then basically hack it while pumping my magic into it. Manifest. And just like that, the stone in my hand just poofed into nothing. Not even a speck of dust left. Seeing it vanish proved my theory was totally on point. But man, it was super inefficient. Making one tiny rock go poof drained all my 7th ring magic. Yeah, using this trick in a real fight is a total no-go for now. Right when I was thinking that, I turned around and saw Nefertiti and Set basically clinging to each other, totally freaked out. Set was even pointing at me like she'd seen a ghost. I asked her what was up. I was not expecting Set to just start yelling, "What do you mean, what's up? Are you for real right now?" Then Nefertiti chimed in all serious, "The power of annihilation. That's like one of the demon god's signature moves. The power of annihilation literally makes things just cease to exist in this world." Hearing that, it finally hit me just how insane the thing I just did was. I just kind of scratched my head like, whoops. Set was practically screaming at this point. You just copied the demon god's power with magic. Which, yeah, was wild, but it was also exactly what I was aiming for. After that, I went to find the butler and Ryan. I decided they were coming with me to Gorton. They had no clue why. I mean, Gorton isn't part of the Empire or the Church's territory. It's its own little independent nation. Gorton is one of those super rare labyrinth cities with all these crazy winding paths, but drop-dead gorgeous views. No matter where you go, you're gonna see some epic scenery. And the locals, who are blessed by the gods and called pathfinders, are there to guide tourists. The god the Gorton folks worship, Rudder, is considered a total heretic by the Church. That's all about Heko. Even though our vibes were totally different. Music. But I had my reasons, I had to bounce. So I was like, I'm heading to Gorton repping the gods to spread the word. And when they heard that, even Set started making the sign of the cross with the other two praying for divine protection or something. I tried to tell them, guys, chill, this trip is going to be totally safe. Nothing's gonna happen. They really didn't need to be so extra. But of course, after I said that, Ryan and the butler immediately started writing their wills and getting their stuff in order. I seriously couldn't take it anymore. Do I really give off walking disaster vibes? The three of them suddenly got this look on their faces like it just clicked and were like, wait, aren't you? I was so over-explaining myself. The real reason for this Gorton trip was to find the Great Tomb in Mariel. After all, according to that one guy, this tomb was the only one set up by a share. The tomb Mariel both were huge reasons why I had to bounce. We were like totally running out of time. If I let Mariel finish her prep in Gorton and pull off her plan, it would be game over. I told him the rudder the Gorton people are all about right now, not the real god. The butler and Ryan were totally shook. Then I laid it all out. Rudder is real, but his true self is nothing like Heko. He's actually the guardian of the Great Tomb. And it's the tomb itself that's blessing the believers. That's why I'm going to Gorton to preach. If they've got the right idea, I'll stay out of it. But if they're wrong, I'm gonna step in and set them straight myself. The butler finally got what I was putting down and was on board for the trip. Ryan's opinion didn't really matter. He was coming whether he liked it or not. A week later, over at the Pathfinder's hangout spot, some young dude was going off like, I can't believe the Great Chief is letting that woman into the Holy Land. The Holy Land has never let outsiders in. He was convinced the Great Chief was totally under the spell of that witch Marion, a super shady person who hasn't even taken the oath. Letting someone like that into the Holy Land was totally unheard of and went against everything their ancestors taught. But the chief, completely spellbound, wouldn't listen and just got mad, accusing this guy Coom of having weak faith. In the end, he kicked Coom out, stripping him of his high-ranking Pathfinder title. So Coom's just walking down the road, totally bummed, looking back at the Holy Land. Even though he's known his whole life how important the Holy Land is, there was nothing he could do. As a Gorton Pathfinder blessed by the gods, his whole mission is to guide travelers and save Gorton. Now their only hope was that legendary warrior Malevolent Purgus. And just as Coom was thinking about the warrior, his eyes went wide, cause three people just appeared in front of him. A blonde mage, a silver-haired swordsman, and a white-haired butler. Just like in the stories. Could it be the warrior? He actually came to Gorton. Coom couldn't believe his eyes. And while he was still freaking out, Ryan was totally bugging over how epic the Pathfinders looked. Music. I had to stop him before he dropped a ton of cash on one and broke it down for him. Dude, I'm a warrior who literally hangs with the gods, not some regular dude, so we don't need to hire a Pathfinder. Ryan just gave me this look like I was a total moron and started walking. Music. All right, genius, if you know the way, lead on. He was so over my so-called bragging. I yanked him back by his collar. Hold up, we actually do have to wait for a Pathfinder. Ryan instantly got ticked off. Like, make up your mind, dude. First no Pathfinder now, yes. Music. What is your deal? Ryan had no choice but to plop down next to me and watch the crazy crowd. A minute later, this buff guy walks up, asks if we need a guide, and introduces himself. Music. He said his name was Coom, a high-level Pathfinder from Gordon. Ryan was so confused. So we did asterisk wait for a Pathfinder. This is so random. It's an honor to meet you, Warrior Walpurgis. Music. But honestly, he didn't look thrilled about it. Set picked up on some weird vibes from Coom, but I shut her down. Coom just led the way, looking super serious. Music. Taking us to this area where like nobody was around. On the way, I asked how he knew I was the asterisk warrior. Coom claimed it was his God-blessed high Pathfinder intuition, or whatever. But I knew the real tea, it was his tomb Pathfinder spidey sense. Music. Coom totally dodged that topic and instead asked why I was even in Gordon. I didn't give him a straight answer, just asked if any seriously dangerous things had shown up in Gordon lately. Coom's whole face, Music, went dark. He hesitated for a sec, then decided to spill about the Great Chief acting super weird. Our Great Chief has been totally mind-controlled by some witch and is trying to get into our sacred Holy Land. Meanwhile, back at the Chief's place, this dude is sitting on his throne, Music, getting his brain totally scrambled by Mariel. She was just gassing him up, telling him how awesome he was, all while trying to get him to let her into the Holy Land. And after being under her spell for so long, Music, the Great Chief was completely out of it and caved, agreeing to let Mariel in. The second she knew her mind games worked, Mariel tossed the goat skull she was using, Music, as a disguise, and flashed this super evil grin that only a greater demon could pull off. Manipulating humans is like way too easy. Music. See, in my last life, Mariel had already taken over Gorton and conquered the Holy Land. My crew and I finally made it there, just in time to hear Mariel gloating, "You silly humans, you couldn't stop me after all. Ha ha." I was so mad I muttered under my breath, "You're a monster, Mariel, you've hurt so many people, destroying innocent lives." But then I just dropped to my knees crying. I should have just told you and brought you here from the get-go. I looked up totally heartbroken. The garden is supposed to be for welcoming guests. Music. But back then I had no clue what garden Coom was even talking about. Anyway, fast forward to now, I laid out the whole Gorton situation for the crew. And yeah, it was not looking good. When Ryan heard Mariel was back on her BS music, he looked so annoyed. Oh, this chick is relentless. Even after getting owned over and over, she's back. So Ryan, Music, asked me what the game plan was, but I was just like, let's wait and see. The butler and Ryan both repeated it like I was crazy, wait and see look. I knew Mariel understood how high-stakes music her plan was for me. She was obviously going to guess what I'd do and be totally ready to counter me, but I had zero intention of playing her game, Music, which is exactly why I said, We're gonna wait and see first. With that in mind, I told the butler to chill that Mariel couldn't just crack the Holy Land's code overnight. We still had time, music, before things got real. So let's go check out the sights first. The two of them getting shoved along by me just gave each other this look, music totally clueless about what I was up to. When Kum heard we wanted to play tourist, he looked kinda stressed. I mean, after all, the whole Mariel situation was bugging him. Warrior music, didn't you just say there's a greater demon in Gorton, so why? But for real, I don't know this place, and a city built like a maze has a million possibilities. So yeah, I said touring, but what I really meant was recon mission. You can't just fight evil without scoping things out first. As a music tourist trap, Gorton had all sorts of pretty scenery. And one spot was supposed to be insane, the legendary Garden of Rudder, but it was super hard for regular people to find. And guess who was one of the few pathfinders who could get there? Our boy Kum. So, I asked if Kum could take me to see this epic view of Gorton. Kum didn't say no and started leading me toward the Holy Land even though I was a total outsider. But get this. As we got close to the Garden of Rudder, this crazy thick fog rolled in and blocked out everything. I literally couldn't see my hand in front of my face. It was just fog. Music. When it finally started to clear, Kum was standing right in front of me, but his whole vibe was different. Hey, warrior. Any idea where we are right now? Even for a complicated place like Gorton, this spot is hidden super deep. The music. Let me guess, this is the real Gorton Holy Land, isn't it? Kum was like, you really do know what this place is, warrior. I mean, duh. I'm a warrior who chills with the gods. Knowing stuff normies don't is kind of my thing. Warrior music. This is the actual Holy Land of Gorton. The Garden of Rudder and that place the witch is after. That's just a fake out to trick outsiders. And just as music expected, the Holy Land Mariel was obsessed with was a total fake. Just like that divine artifact storm the warrior got in my past life, music was all just a distraction. Stuff that ends up in the wrong hands. Warrior. So you're repping the god Heka, huh? And you're the church's guy, so your whole mission is on like a whole other level, isn't it? Cam asked me all calm. Set leaned in and whispered, dude, that's a loaded question, Mickey. Of course I knew. I just didn't want Siegfried to be the warrior anymore, so I stepped up. But what am I even supposed to be fighting for music? Warriors have always been a thing because of the gods. They get chosen and then just do whatever the gods want from start to finish. At least that's how it was for the guys before me, but I'm built different. I'm here for humanity. I'm not going to be a puppet for some god named Heka. In other words, music, I can be the church's warrior or I can be Gorton's. My job is to protect people and my relationship. With the church is just a tool for that. If Heka ever tries to harm humanity, then I don't care, music, what it takes. I will absolutely shut her down. Hearing my answer, Cam got this little smirk on his face. How'd I do hope you're happy with that answer, guardian of Gorton's great tomb, Lord Rudder? The second I said that, music Cam dropped the act. White wings exploded from his back. Crosses appeared on his cheeks and his hair flashed light blue. This was Gorton's god Rudder, looking like music, some kind of holy angel just dropping in glowing with this insane powerful aura. He turned back with a smile. Not bad. His smile was honestly captivating. You're a pretty interesting dude. When did you figure it out? I saw through your act a long time ago. The fog and the weird questions were a total giveaway. In music. Where's the real Cam? I sent him back to the entrance. The poor kid could only get that far anyway. So how long are you gonna hide back there, Set, Shunai music? Rudder looked right at Set, who was hiding behind my shoulder. Set totally flinched, and then slowly came out. You're the worst, Rudder. Long time no see, little guy. The moment you walked in, you became a challenger. I gotta admit, I didn't expect you to figure out the tomb's secret. Music. You really are a remarkable warrior. I knew what he was getting at, so I lied. Yeah, well, it was all thanks to Thoth's records. At that, Rudder just threw his hands up helplessly. Music. Ha! I never thought that stubborn old Thoth would slip up. But you got your hands on two divine artifacts. Music. The World Tree Asterisk and Asterisk Heka's Mark. Looks like you really are qualified. Rudder leaned in, looking me over. But being qualified doesn't mean you can pass the trial. I knew he'd pull something like this. Rudder was a total stickler for the rules, even if the divine artifacts were shattered and the world was ending, he'd never break his principles. So what's the test, Lord Rudder? The original trial system got trashed by demons, so Rudder had to change it up. Making challengers take trials was his whole deal, but he was willing to adjust the what and the how. He temporarily gave me control of the divine artifact's labyrinth music, basically handing me the keys. The old school trial was just to solve the maze and find the artifact, music. But now the game had changed. Turns out Rudder was super ticked off about Mariel's invasion. But he couldn't do anything to a challenger himself, music. So he wanted me to stop her for him. If I could pull it off, the artifact was mine. So music, this whole test is basically a spear versus a shield. I could see the gears turning in Set's little head. Exactly. So challenger, think you've got what it takes to be a shield that can't be broken. Rudder confirmed what Set was thinking, but I wasn't just planning on playing defense. I was going to beat her here and now and completely shatter that spear. I already wrecked her first two schemes, so she was still powered down. At her best, she was the weakest of the 7 greater demons. So she was even more pathetic now. I was going to finish her here so she'd never get a chance to power back up. At that very moment, the Great Chief was lying in Mariel's arms, totally mesmerized, like he couldn't even see her creepy music goat eyes and horns. Mariel was just soaking in the high of controlling stupid humans. She was so close to getting her power back. When she first came to this world, she got stripped of most of her power and her true music name. Right when Mariel was getting all excited, a minion rushed in to report that the labyrinth they'd cracked was putting itself back together. Hearing that, Mariel's good mood totally evaporated. Music. She shot up furious and got in her subordinate's face. That rudder guy is a stickler for the rules.
He wouldn't mess with me cracking his labyrinth.
Why would it reorganize? Her lackey added that Rudder only follows the rules as long as he isn't using someone else to do his dirty work. Hearing music, that Mariel froze. Was it possible someone else was messing with the maze? It clicked pretty fast. It's him. Music, that warrior Mikkel Walperus. Staring at the shaking crystal ball in front of her, Mariel balled her fists in pure rage. That freaking warrior. He was the reason her foolproof plans in the Divine Country and Draculan both blew up in her face. Music. And now he's here in Gorton to get in my way again. He's like a ghost that won't stop haunting me. If she got a chance, she had to be the one to kill him. If I find an opening? No. Everything I've tried so music far has failed. Just as Mariel was freaking out, a familiar voice slithered into her ears. You look stressed, Mariel. The voice belonged to the greater demon Belf G. Hearing music, Mariel's whole body went stiff as she looked to where the voice came from. Why are you here, Lord Monarch? Didn't we agree to stay out of each other's way? What are you doing in my territory? That was the plan. But Baji B is dead, and you've also completely botched a major plan. You get that there are plenty of monarchs, right? If one of us kicks the bucket, it's pretty normal. Music Belf G greedily licked his lips as if looking at Mariel like she was his next snack. You get the picture, right? Hearing that, Mariel totally zoned out, too scared to even talk, shaking like a leaf. She knew if she messed this up again, she was totally done for. Music. All she could do was act chill. I got this. I have a plan to take care of the warrior. We just gotta block him from getting Ushar's power back and make sure he doesn't snag anymore. Artifacts to completely blow up his plan. Belelf gave her a skeptical look. We don't even know where the tombs are. You do. Music. But whatever Belelf went along with her plan, making it crystal clear, this was Mariel's absolute last shot. If Mariel blew it again, she was toast. Meanwhile, over in Rudder's garden, Set shrank back to her regular size and was chatting with Rudder. Mikhail is 22 years old. Right, I don't sleep on humans, but for a kid his music age to pull off so much and to figure out a divine artifact that fast, that's a whole other level. Both his power and his spirit are way beyond human limits. He's on another level of existence. Besides, any warrior that Set decides to follow music is obviously not going to be some random dude. After all, that's your own punishment to deal with. You were the one naive enough to try and make up for it all by yourself. Hearing that, Set started shaking music, then balled up her fists about to explain herself. But Rudder cut her off. Even though you say what happened that day was the price you had to pay, the truth is you got dragged into that mess too. It's not 100% on you. Set whipped around all fired up and ready to argue about to speak music her mind, but then she saw Rudder stand up. Look, I was seriously ticked off about it back then, but music, after all this time, I've chilled out. Rudder glanced up in Mikhail's direction. Maybe that whole incident was set up by you-know-who. How music interesting. Meanwhile, I was deep in the zone, totally focused on the labyrinth. It was insanely complicated. The whole layout was shifting every single second with music. Tons of spots looking completely different than they did a moment ago. So beating this maze wasn't about finding an exit. It was about forging a path through the constantly music-morphing walls. A path that would actually get me to the goal. Pretty soon I found one. It was the path Mariel had already cleared more than halfway, but I wasn't gonna just trash it right away. Music. The second I messed with it, it'd be useless to her. But I wanted to use it to keep her busy until she finally realized I was playing her. Then she'd get so mad she wouldn't be able to think straight. Music. And by that point, it would be way too late. Ryan and the butler I sent off earlier should be able to handle things on their own. Speaking of them, Ryan was giving the butler a serious music side-eye. Listen, old man, let's be real that Mikhail dude is a total psycho. There's no way he didn't know. He totally music wanted us to sit here and figure it out, so he just dumped it all on us and bailed. He's such an antisocial jerk, Ryan yelled, looking up at the sky, basically cussing me out behind my back. But the butler just closed his eyes, not buying a word of it. I mean, he'd music. Been following Mikhail forever. Young Master Ryan, what are you even saying? How can you call the young master a psycho? Do you know how offensive that is to actual psychos? That's a major insult. You need to apologize to all the psychos out there. Calling the young music master a psycho is an insult to the entire psycho community. The butler's eyes suddenly shot open, and his dead serious expression totally freaked Ryan out. Ryan thought he was about to defend my honor. But nope, it was that. Putting a pin in music, their ridiculous argument, they got down to business about what they saw in Gorton. The demons could turn every single person in Gorton into a hostage in a split second if they felt like it. After all, to a demon, a human life is worth less than a pebble on the street. But the head demon in charge was too busy to deal with this place and hadn't noticed them. Yet. They knew this was the opening I'd made for them, and they had to make it count. Ryan impatiently scratched Music his head. Can't we just go chop off all the demons' heads? Actually, you can. A voice piped up from Ryan's shoulder, making him jump, Music out of his skin. Ryan glanced over and found a little green sprite just chilling on his shoulder. He frowned, totally confused about what this thing was doing there. What the music heck is this thing, geez? The sprite just sat there happily while sound came out of a magic circle in front of it. What do you think Music is? It's a sprite I'm controlling from a distance. It's me using the circle to talk. I stuck it on you before we split up. And yeah, I heard every single thing you Music 2 said trashing me. When they heard that, the butler and Ryan started sweating bullets. Alright, let's cut to the chase. Butler, Music, didn't you get trained in stealth ops? The big demon hasn't gotten all her strength back, so what is she using to pull off this perfect mind control trick? The butler got it instantly. Music, totems. The demons are using totems as a channel to cast curses and control everyone. Hearing the right answer, I told the butler to find and smash every single totem. But young Master Music Mariel's goons are probably crawling all over this place. The butler asked, sounding worried. Butler, you're in a maze, remember? I'll use the music sprite to show you the way. And just like that, it clicked for the butler. Just follow the path I laid out to dodge the demons. And the next thing on their to-do list was to wreck the totems and break the mind control over the townspeople. The butler and Ryan took off immediately following the sprite. What is going on? My totems in Gorton are getting smashed one after another. Mariel was shaking with rage, breaking out in a cold sweat. What is happening? She slumped down, holding her head in her hands. Her music last way out was just totally blocked. She'd been on the losing end like a million times. But this time she was finally ahead of the game. The problem wasn't her, it was that warrior who could always see her moves and totally wreck her plans before they even started. That guy didn't just have better intel, he knew exactly how to use it. He must have used some secret path into the tomb that she had no clue about. Just thinking about it, Music. Mariel slammed her fist on the table, wishing it was Mickey's face. Crap. What was she supposed to do, Music, now? This was literally her last shot. If this kept up, she'd either get eaten by Belelf or go down fighting. Music. As a greater demon, there was no way she could accept that kind of ending. But still, if she was gonna bite it anyway, she might as well take a huge risk. She had to use that asterisk method. Mariel called her minions, telling them to get the mind-controlled residents, Music, to storm the Holy Land no matter the cost. Mariel herself was getting ready to go all out to take down the warrior for good. So she shoved her claws right through the great chief's music body. Useless fool. Die. It was only then, as he was dying, that the great chief realized everything Mariel had promised him was just one big lie. Then Mariel used the chief's blood for a ritual to forcibly get back the power and true name she lost. Even Music. If it cost her own life, she was going to destroy that warrior in her most powerful form. This was her final play. A goat's face slowly formed over hers, and then she started to get massive. As the ritual went on, all of Gorton was thrown into total chaos. At Music that moment, a giant black goat appeared in the world. With roar after terrifying roar, she screamed, I, the greater demon Asodas, have arrived. Music here. She immediately slammed her huge, powerful horns against the tomb's barrier. In just a second, she'd put a ton of cracks in the super strong shield. Sensing the barrier was under attack, Rudder shot to his feet, totally shocked. Music. The labyrinth's been breached. That freaking demon was actually dumb enough to try and smash her way through. She basically put herself on a death clock as the price for getting her true name back and returning to her ancient form. Over with the butler and Ryan. Music. Their fight was hitting its peak too. The butler and Ryan were a perfect team, taking down demons one by one as they showed up, looking at the goat Music skulls all over the ground. Ryan had this look of total disbelief. These guys aren't even being subtle anymore. They just keep coming, we can't kill them all. Right after they cleared that spot, a creepy crying sound came from the center of town. The sound echoed all over Music, super piercing, like a demon was whispering in your ear. The butler looked towards the central area. It must be going down over by the young master. He tried to calm Ryan down. I know the young master can be a handful, but his strength? Music. You can totally trust it. They just had to clear out the demons on the outside. The second he finished talking, a huge crimson fireball came flying at them. Luckily, the butler was a pro. He instantly threw up a defensive shield blocking the spell. Seeing the butler was so chill about it, Ryan stopped worrying about their six. He just charged forward with his sword to slice up some demons, totally trusting the butler to have his back. Music. Ryan finally got to the demon controlling the Gorton people. Its whole body was wrapped in chains connected to the residents. Ryan leaped Music into the air, his spirit power flowing from his core up his arm and into his blade, bringing it down hard. The demon had to let go of its puppets, trying Music to throw up a hand to block Ryan's attack. Seeing the demon raise its left hand left it wide open, so Ryan lifted his sword to strike again. Music. But just then, the demon used its other hand to make the Gorton people jump right in Ryan's way. Ryan had to stop his attack, planting his foot against the townspeople to block Music their wild swings, while using the push to jump back. He couldn't risk getting hurt just because he was holding back. The butler, meanwhile, had circled behind the demon, focusing all his power into his fingertip music, aiming for the back of its head. After charging up his magic, the butler shot out a single finger to fire the blast. Who would have guessed the Gorton people would pop up behind the demon's head, ready to take the hit for it? To keep the people safe, the butler had to yank his hand up, cutting off the magic and changing the music shot's path at the last possible second. The attack missed completely.
The butler had to fall back to Ryan's side. These demons all just showed up out of nowhere. He figured the main fight must be hitting its climax too. The demons were using the possessed people as human shields. The fight just got 1,000,000 times harder. They had to stop attacking. But Ryan was silent. His face was stone cold. Music, gripping his sword so tight it looked like an extension of his arm. Then he looked up at the demon. I don't know why, but I feel like I can hit it. Young Master Ryan, what do you mean? The butler had no idea what he was talking about. After all, every other try, music had been a total fail. Ryan was completely in the zone, totally ignoring whatever the butler was saying. Then he sheathed his sword and got into a drawing stance, and the music whole movement was just so fluid. Ryan's hand was on the hilt, the blade a total blur. He held the pose as this insane spirit music power swirled around him. Suddenly, Ryan remembered the lesson he learned fighting his future self. Yeah, this is it. A divine power lit up in Ryan's eyes. He could see it clear as day, a single line showing him exactly where to cut the music demon as if it had been there the whole time. In a flash, Ryan switched his stance. He totally morphed into a blue streak of light zipping across the battlefield. By the time you could even see Ryan again, he was right in the demon's face. The demon was shook, but it wasn't dumb. It threw up a huge hand to block, but was way too slow. Divine and spirit energy just surged into his hilt, creating this insane blade of power. Next thing you know, there was a flash of light and the demon's head went flying. Music. And just like that, Ryan pulled it off. All the outer demons in Gorton were totally cleared out. Every single person from Gorton made it. But on the flip side, there was Lord Rudder. Music. That demon just busted her way in, so she's not a challenger anymore. She's just an enemy who broke into the tomb. You're supposed to punish anyone who ditches the trials, right? I scooped up the labyrinth that had fallen on the floor, music holding it tight while I laid out the whole situation for Rudder. His eyes started getting this intense look and he grilled me. Is this some kind of setup? Are you trying to use me to take on the greater demon Acidus? Music. Lord Rudder. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just telling you how it is. Rudder didn't say anything. His face was a total blank slate, so you had no clue what was going on in his head. Then he music let out a small laugh like he was buying what I was selling. Just like you said, she came into this tomb as an invader, which gives me every reason to get involved. All right, I'll help you take down that greater demon. He grinned and gave me a solid punch to the gut. Music. But Set was totally stressing about whether I could actually beat Asodius. I mean, we're talking about a greater demon who got her true name back. Seeing the super worried look on Set's face, I knew she was scared I'd mess up like last time. I gave Set my most confident smirk. Trust me, Set, we've got this. If I wasn't fully confident, what would be the point of this whole second life? Music. Right when Asmodus was about to totally shatter the barrier, Rudder jumped in and held it steady. He asked me what the game plan was for dealing with a powerhouse like Asmodus. I told him we didn't need one. We just overwhelm her with pure power. Who cares if she got her true name back? After she finally smashed the barrier, I could hear Asmodus's roar loud and clear. Warrior, I'm going to slice you into 1,000 pieces and finally face him again with my honor restored. You think you right now can match me now that I have my true name back? Wasting you will be a piece of cake. But her trash talk didn't faze me one bit as I flew right up to her human form. Then I used ring expansion to juice myself up, cranking my power level way higher. I immediately threw down some 8th ring Heil Sacred Magic Sacred Paradise. A massive magic circle lit up the sky, trapping Asmodus in a forbidden zone. Set was floored that I could even cast a spell like that. Music. I guess I'd leveled up fast. As the zone took shape, Asmodus's giant body started getting forced to the ground. But she wasn't just gonna lie down and die. Tons of black lightning bolts blasted out from her horns. You think these music-pathetic little tricks are enough to stop me? The lightning crackled like crazy as it shot toward me. Seeing that attack coming, I threw up my hand and cast an 8th ring Heil Sacred Music defense spell, Sacred Shield. The shield tanked every single hit. Staring at all that insane black lightning brought back some memories. Back in my past life, when her power was at its absolute peak, she could unleash hundreds of super powerful lightning music bolts in an instant. Those bolts were strong enough to wipe out hundreds of knights in a flash. But right now, Asmodus was running on fumes. Her lightning was way weaker. Music. Every attack got shut down by my Sacred Shield and Rudder's barrier. Seeing her lightning get blocked just made Asmodus even more furious. She called down lightning from the sky, but Rudder and I blocked all of that too. That move was totally useless against us. As music, Modus just kept screaming, "A mere mortal dares to challenge a greater demon who has her true name back. You think we're some kind of pushovers?" Yeah, I kind of think you are. Music, I cut her right off. Asmodus totally lost it, gathering lightning between her hands and forming this terrifyingly powerful orb. Music, just die already. The lightning sizzled and crackled as it came together. The sound was deafening, echoing everywhere. I can't let her finish charging that thing.
Using my music past life experience, I cast my own spell right away. This version of Asmodeus had no clue how many greater demons I've already taken on. I went on the music offensive, charging right at her. She totally fell for my fake out and split off some lightning to stop me. I just used my shield to block it. She could never know how many times I failed music in my past life, or just how much pure hatred I built up for her kind. And now it was payback time. The second Asmodeus launched that lightning sphere, I teleported right behind her. Seeing music, that Asmodeus got even more pissed, screaming, "How dare a pathetic ant like you defy me?" I lifted my staff, channeling divine power into it, and swung with everything I had, music right at her. "You talk way too much." The timing was perfect. I nailed her right in the middle of her spell's cooldown, hitting her hard. Taking a hit like music, that Asmodeus' huge goat body staggered, and she crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. Even though the plan, music worked, taking out a greater demon is never that easy. When the dust cleared, Asmodeus was coughing her lungs out. But music? I knew she wasn't done yet. A greater demon's true form is basically made of magic, so it's super hard to kill them with normal spells. Music. And she knew that better than anyone. She started trash-talking, trying to mess with my head, and buy herself some time to recover. If she could just heal up, she thought she'd be unstoppable again. But there was no way I was giving her that chance. Divine power kept flowing into my staff. It was time for Heil Music's Sacred Magic Requiem. Pure. Yeah, this was the sacred spell from the church's OG warrior, the one who gave me the saint's robe back in my past life. Regular magic couldn't touch her for real, but this holy stuff I was throwing down, it just might do the trick. Asmodeus was totally shaking, feeling that fear of death creep in, but the end she was expecting never came. She opened her eyes and saw the beam of light I shot only seared a hole right through her forehead. She just started laughing like a maniac. "You think that little glow stick can take me out? Your light is pathetic. Die, warrior." She lunged at me again, but I didn't even flinch. I just kept pumping out the holy magic. Requiem, see? I'd already used my divine power to set up a whole magic circle. That light beam was just the key to turn it on. The second Asmodeus' hand hit the light, it just erupted in these insane flames. See, Asmodeus wasn't like Bayab. Even though she wasn't at full power, she had her true name back, so a basic Requiem wouldn't work. That's why I remixed it, using it to totally warp this forbidden zone. I basically turned the forbidden zone from sacred paradise into a space where she literally couldn't exist. I slammed my staff down on the last point of the circle. And boom, the whole formation was complete. Asmodeus' entire body just exploded into fire. She was shaking and screaming in pain, trying to fight it. And I was like, "You really think I'm just gonna stand here and watch you squirm?" I lifted my staff again, pulling in even more divine power. Eighth ring, holy magic, sacred lance. A spear made of pure divine energy and magic just blasted right through Asmodeus. After getting torched by those endless holy flames, Asmodeus was barely conscious, still mumbling about her big future, her master plans, her so-called victory. So I just casually lifted my foot and planted it right on her arrogant face. "Your future." "Yeah, I just completely wrecked it. This is the ending you deserve." Her giant goat body started to fade away, and just like that, Asmodeus' evil schemes were officially over. The land of Borton was finally peaceful again. Rudder was just staring at the disappearing black goat, totally blown away that I actually took out Asmodeus. "You kept your word, so you passed my test. The divine artifact is all yours." "Seriously, thank you. You took a huge weight off my shoulders." Rudder was actually smiling. He thanked me again, but I knew we weren't done. The moment I'd been waiting for was finally here, with Rudder leading the way. We headed for the center of the Great Tomb. Rudder was pretty shocked that I had both the Storm and Harvest divine artifacts, but what really got him was how my intuition and knowledge were way beyond what any normal human should have. So he asked if Heka gave me some kind of special boost. Nope. I was sure my whole rebirth thing had zero to do with Heka. She was completely in the dark. It made sense that Rudder was suspicious, though. I mean, futures that go off script always freak people out. If I ran into some crazy unexpected stuff, I'd probably react the exact same way. Pretty soon, we got to the spot where the real holy artifact was kept. It was this huge blue flower bud that hadn't bloomed yet. Totally different from any divine artifact I'd seen. I could feel this insane divine power radiating from it. It wasn't just an illusion, it was solid and crazy huge. "So, how am I supposed to use this thing, Lord Rudder?" But Rudder just said I'd already pushed it to its limits. Like, why was I even asking? I told him I was just winging it, using it however I needed to at the time. "Isn't there like a manual or something?" "Nope." Rudder gave me this super serious look. "I'm telling you, you've already maxed it out." So that's why he thought I was some kind of prodigy. Which I guess makes sense. But I knew for a fact that when I used it, I felt like I could totally handle it way better. When I thought about it, not even Heka could figure out my true level, or know that I'd been reborn. If that was the case, I figured I should just trust my gut. I looked up at the labyrinth and put my hand on its surface. I focused, trying to feel any changes. And yeah, the labyrinth I used on Asmodeus was just like the storm replica from before I was reborn. They were both like flowers that were never meant to bloom. From what Rudder said, this flower had never bloomed ever. So it was a flower that couldn't bloom. No, wait. It was a flower that just *hadn't bloomed yet. I stared at the labyrinth, but flower buds are supposed to open up eventually, right, to show off their petals. I closed my eyes and poured my consciousness into it. As I did, I could feel divine power surging through the labyrinth. I found these spots where the flow was totally broken like a dam in the current. So I tried pushing some of my own divine power into those breaks. Out of nowhere, it just exploded with this blinding light. The real divine artifact, the one that even the guardian couldn't figure out, was now blooming right in my hands. The giant bud opened up. This incredible light just flooded the Holy Land, and I was completely swallowed by it. "Look," a voice said. I'd never heard that voice before. "Who was that? Should I do that?" The voice kept talking, but all I could see was this endless black void. It sounded super divine, though. It was coming from behind me, so I stumbled around trying to turn. When I finally turned, I was staring right into this creepy crimson eye. I couldn't see who it belonged to, but I could feel all these messed up negative vibes coming from it. Definitely not friendly. For a second, I thought it was looking at me, but then it clicked. This wasn't real life. This was like the ancient past. So the red eye wasn't looking at me, but I couldn't hear the person it was looking at, and I couldn't see them either. There's no need for anyone else but us. Who else can even handle this? No. How long are you going to be this stubborn? The voice behind the eye was starting to sound seriously ticked off. What is going on? I'm so lost. Did the labyrinth send me into this vision? But why? I tried to take a step, but my foot just went through nothing. There was no ground. And then I totally lost my balance and was just like falling forever. Music. I could still hear these voices, though. "No, you're wrong. No one can replace us." Then everything just started to fade away. Seriously, what am I even supposed to get from this? A super loud roar totally snapped me out of it. "You're the one who's wrong. Ashar? Ashar? Oh, music. I get it. This is a memory shard the labyrinth's been holding onto. And yeah, Rudder looked just as clueless as I felt." After a blinding flash of light, Mickey just blacked out. Rudder was freaking out, yelling, "What's happening?" I music figured the labyrinth must have some serious glitches. Set just chilling on his shoulder was like, "The way I see it, there's a reason you're being kept in the dark about the labyrinth." Seeing Rudder was, music, still confused, Set decided to drop her theory. There has to be something that only the person with the divine artifacts can see. When Set said that, music, it finally clicked for Rudder too. Set was totally right. Mikhail has 3 divine artifacts. That means some next level stuff is happening that not even the apostles can pick up on. Music. While Rudder was trying to process all that, the labyrinth's pistol shot out a bunch of light beams right at me. These lights, music, started to merge into me, lifting my body up, and I could feel myself slowly coming back. I couldn't help music but crack a smile. 2 days later, even with Asmodeus, a disaster-level greater demon, showing up, the butler and Ryan came in clutch. The Gorton people, music, all snapped out of the mind control with 0 casualties. All the fallout from my fight with Asmodeus got blocked by Rudder too. The only thing that got wrecked was Gorton's scenery, music, which totally tanked its reputation as a tourist destination. I had Rudder show up to the Great Chief and act like a god delivering a divine message. He was so not into the idea of playing music god, but he couldn't say no after I bugged him about it non-stop. Rudder's pep talk worked, and the Great Chief got his confidence back, deciding to lead the Gorton people to rebuild their home. The Great Chief then led everyone else to thank Music Me, saying they'd be my friends for life. The whole Gorton situation was handled perfectly. I got the divine artifact. It was the best case scenario, but music. The labyrinth left some kind of mark on me. Summon? I had no idea what it did, so I decided to use Ryan as a guinea pig. Music, summon. At the exact spot I picked, Ryan just appeared out of nowhere, totally naked. He was literally in the shower washing his hair, and then bam, music. He's suddenly outside looking completely lost. What is going on? Before he could even finish, music zapped him right back. So it seems the labyrinth lets me teleport specific people without any issues, but it only works on people I've marked who are nearby. The biggest win from this Gorton trip, though, was getting those memories from the past. At first, I had no clue whose memories they were, but now I knew they belonged to the demon god and Ashar, 2 actual gods. So I asked Music Set what the deal was between the divine artifacts and info from the old era. She said pretty much anyone who's worthy enough can get that info. I mean, after all, Music, you can't fight demon gods if you're clueless. So that means I can see Asher's memories too, right? Hearing me say that, Set totally froze. Wait, Music, did you see his asterisk memories in that light? The divine artifacts are literally pieces of Ashar's body. You absorb the artifacts, so in theory, Music, yeah. But humans subconsciously fight his memories off. No human is mentally strong enough to handle his memories. But I'm totally fine, aren't I? I looked at Set, Music, super confused. Set thought about it for a second. I heard one of your ancestors wasn't human, but after so many generations of dilution, that bloodline should be totally gone by now. But then Set froze up again. Music. If that special ancestor could handle Asher's memories, then Mikhail... Seeing Set just spacing out, I had to snap her out of it. But Set still looked at me, all worried, probably thinking about Music, what this all meant for me. It can't be just a coincidence, right? Anyway, with that sorted, the 2 great demons we took out were the weakest of the Music 7 great demons. The good news is, in my past life, all 7 of them were running around at once. Now there are 5 at most. Music. The bad news is that the 5 who are left are on a whole other level compared to Beb and Asmodus. Beb was all muscle and no brains. Everyone treated him like an idiot. And Asmodus was just all about being sneaky. Both the music otherworldly demon gods and the 5 great demons are getting ready to make their move. You can't underestimate those 5 for real. Music. Especially Bel LFG. He's definitely gotten his true name back by now. The only reason he hasn't done anything yet is probably because he knows he can't go up against Heka. Music. I mean, as a full-on god, Heka is basically unbeatable as long as the demon gods can't fully show up here. But there's no way they're just gonna wait around forever. Music. So next, they're for sure gonna target the heavy hitters of this world, either the Grand Masters or the Great Archmages, Music, because they're humanity's best shot at actually fighting back against the Great Demons. And among that group, the lone wolf types who like to work alone are probably gonna get on the Great Demons' music radar first. Like, for example, Milliam Arian. So it looks like our next stop is the Lawless Zone. Before I left Gorton, I found Rudder just zoning out in the Holy Ground. Music. It was like he knew I was about to leave, and just straight up told me what was on his mind. The demon god's arrival can't be stopped. That's why the apostles scattered and hid Ashar's remains. The hero who collects all the divine artifacts will get the tools to deal with the demon god Music from them. The demon god wants to get here as fast as possible for that exact reason. He wants to take out the hero quick. But every hero that's ever shown up, nobody before me even knew this tomb was real. I get it now. Before I got this second chance, I had the intel, but could never find the real tombs. Just like Siegfried in my past life, everything they got was a total fake, just phony divine artifacts and bad info. Music. In other words, if you're not the chosen one, having all the secrets is totally useless. Ever since I got my hands on that first divine artifact. Music. It was a sign that I was chosen and I'm the only one. I'm the real hero who's gonna be the game changer. And yeah, the demon god is totally watching me too. So even if the great demons have already laid a bunch of traps, I, Music, have to go, cause I'm not rolling solo. I've got Set and these freed apostles on my side. Even though the future's a blur, I'm not afraid. What I've scored isn't just some powerful artifacts, but also the music restoration of these holy grounds that literally push back against demons. As long as all the apostles are freed, the round table will pop up again, and then music. A massive light is gonna cover the entire world. I mean, this is all just intel I got from Thoth, but I've gotta roll with it. Since you're the one chosen by Asher, you'll for sure walk the right path. We apostles will always have your back. Rudder's voice cut through my thoughts, and then he said, Music. He was gonna watch over this Gorton place carefully from now on. The more divine artifacts I find, the more juiced up the apostles and the holy grounds' music power and influence will get. I sat down next to Rudder, just chilling and staring at the sick view of Gorton in the distance, Music promising him I'd keep grinding. I swore it to myself. In this life, I have to rewrite the tragedy of my past where everyone suffered and Music, the world literally fell apart. To build a future that doesn't repeat the same old mistakes. For this dream I'm chasing, I have to keep throwing down in these insane battles and never stop moving forward. I have to become a hero that can't be beaten. Music. Take down the great demons. And completely own the demon god. While we were walking through the Gorton jungle, I gave Ryan and the butler the scoop on our next stop, Music. When Ryan heard we were heading to the Lawless Zone, he got crazy excited. He was all like, there's no better place to get real fighting experience. Looking at this laughing doofus, I was just like, who on earth made him like this? Just Music then. The butler came over rolling up his sleeves and asking if I could feel the difference in his power. I was like, honestly, nah. I mean, hasn't he always been this extra? Seeing Music that, the butler tensed up his whole body and let out a wild roar. His clothes just exploded, showing off these insanely over-the-top muscles. What the heck? Before my do-over, this did not happen with these two. So freaky. Could it be from that workout routine I gave him 2 years ago? The butler explained that autonomous circulation hits everyone differently, and he wasn't your typical mage to begin with. His total magic music power is directly linked to his physical strength. He lifted a hand and shot out a massive fireball. The butler's whole theory is this muscle power is a new kind of armor that exists under his magic. He's calling it under armor. Watching one idiot flex his muscles, while another idiot swings his sword around with a stupid grin yelling about fighting, I really couldn't deal. I couldn't stop myself from cussing. What in the world is going on here? At that same time, Music. Out in the Empire's western territories, in the lands of Count Ixion, the Border Lord, the Empire's 6th-ranked knight. The guardian of the West, Count Ixion, the Border Lord. Fiery red hair, a crazy strong body, the scar on his face, it all screamed that he was a total beast. And yet Music, a guy like that, was dealing with a massive headache because he got word from his crew that the adjudicator had arrived. He thought that lawless adjudicator was such a pain. He figured after ghosting for 2 years, she'd finally found a life she liked. I mean, Music, technically, the Lawless Zone wasn't his to rule. He was just supposed to be its guardian. He had no idea what the adjudicator's deal was for Music coming back this time, but facing her meant he had to be ready for a full-on brawl. He straightened his clothes and grabbed his sword. Then he went to meet the adjudicator, totally ready to fight her. But William just bowed right to him, saying sorry for showing up out of the blue. The border count wanted to get straight to the Music point, asking why the heck she was there. But William's words just confused him. As far as I know, your lordship also has some great kids. Music. They're just kids who don't listen to a word their dad says. I guess all kids are the same. William lowered her music. Head. What are you trying to say? The border count pushed. Then she gave him a death glare. I have a favor to ask you. The border count immediately went on high alert, getting even more wound up his hand, ready to draw his sword at any second. Music. My son ran away from home. Hearing the adjudicator finally spit it out, the border count let out a huge sigh of relief. Oh, I see. Music. Your son ran away. Son? Wait, what? The border count was totally lost. Adjudicator, what did you say? I said my son ran away from home. The adjudicator's voice echoed across the empty plains. At that very moment, the butler Ryan and I were walking through the city that the border count protects. The butler was thinking that for a great music demon, taking over this super fortified city wasn't impossible. I totally agreed with his take. Any place a great demon wants it gets. It's just that right now, if they tried something like that, it would be a complete suicide mission. Music. Ryan didn't get it, obviously, and I wasn't about to explain it to that moron. If Asmodeus had actually won, they might have made their move by now, but just in case. We still had to go see the border count. But then out of nowhere, the wall next to us just explodes with this massive hole and a crazy loud bang. Some dude comes flying out of it and lands right in front of me, looking like he totally got rocked, still muttering curses. Then another person just strolls out of the hole in the wall. The butler and Ryan were completely shook when they saw who it was because it was no joke my old pal Eileen just chilling with her sword on her shoulder. She totally roasted the dude she just sent flying like, for real, you thought your little crew of losers could actually mess with me. Seeing the guy was about to run his mouth again, Eileen just flashed her sword at his face. Since he couldn't win the fight, he just spit out some lame threats and scrambled away looking totally defeated. Eileen let out a satisfied sigh, super happy about doing her good deed for the day. But then out of the corner of her eye, she spotted 3 familiar faces. She could not believe it, her eyes going wide for a double take. And yup, it was totally the 3 of us. The whole scene was crazy awkward. When Eileen snapped back to reality, she looked like she'd just seen a ghost while I just smiled and said, well, if it isn't Eileen, long time no see. After that, we ducked into a tavern and grabbed a table. I told her straight up that she was looking good. Eileen got all defensive, asking if I was making fun of her. In the background, the poor shop owner was literally crying over his wrecked store, but nobody was paying him any mind. I was like, no, for real, you're in way better shape now than before. Eileen didn't even try to deny it. She was definitely happier and had way more energy now. I decided to just cut to the chase. So since you're here, Milliam's gotta be around too, right? Eileen immediately looked down, refusing to meet my eyes, like she was trying to hide something. She said Milliam went to find her son, so she should be over at the Condor Mercenary Corps. Except they've had beef for a long time, so things between them are a little tense. I was like, wait, what? Because I thought their relationship was getting better. Eileen just sighed. I wish it was that simple. Turns out Karaman ran away from home, which was a plot twist I totally did not see coming. But that didn't change my read on the situation. Eileen wasn't telling me the whole truth. That much was obvious. So I just asked her straight up, why did Karaman run off? What really happened at the Condor Mercenary Corps? Hearing that, Eileen's eyes got all shifty, and she knew she had to spill the tea. After they bounced from the capital, Milliam found her son with the Condor Mercenary Corps. And then, some super tear-jerking reunion went down. I had to cut Eileen's dramatic story short, telling her to just give me the real version. Eileen was so annoyed by that. She finally dropped the act and admitted that Milliam had been watching from the sidelines as Karaman got used to the mercenary life. He's a guy with a super strong moral code, which is why he joined the Corps to begin with. Eileen said that Merc Corps was way too by the book. On one mission, the Condor Mercs got word that a demon had popped up in some isolated village. The demon was poisoning and infecting all the villagers there and slowly turning them into monsters. The kids, being all innocent, were less messed up by the poison. And yet the Condor Mercs went in and took out all the villagers. Blood literally splattered across Karaman's face. He was in total disbelief. Eileen asked me what I thought about it. Honestly, I didn't think anyone was really in the wrong. Taking out demons is the right move, but that whole operation just didn't fit the Merc Corps' usual vibe. Eileen and I were totally on the same page there. But just hearing her side of it, I was only getting half the story. So I made a plan to find Karaman and ask him myself. But Eileen was all confused. She said Karaman had totally vanished and they couldn't find him anywhere. I told her I could find him. Eileen was shocked by that and practically yelled, "How?" I had to explain that with the potion I'd given him before, as long as he drank it. I could find him. Eileen asked if I messed with the potion. I was like, messed with it? What kind of person do you think I am? Of course I messed with it. Before I was reborn, Karaman was basically a nobody, but to Milliam he was her entire world. So I gave the potion a little upgrade, boosting his constitution and planting a little tracking mark on him. Then, I held out my hand and cast some magic, and I could tell Karaman's condition was seriously bad, so I told Eileen and the guys to just hang at the tavern. I planned to go check on Karaman alone, but Ryan and Eileen were not having it. They were like, at least tell us what's going on, but I had already teleported away. Ryan trying to follow me was useless. So the 3 of them were just left sitting at the table staring at each other. They kept standing up, then sitting down. It was super awkward with nothing to talk about. Ryan finally decided to break the silence like, so how about we chat about our MBTI types? By that time, I'd already popped up at Karaman's location. The place was completely empty, probably some abandoned spot in the border count's territory. Hiding out here would make him super hard to find, but I still found him huddled in a dark corner. His shadow was totally bugging out, moving all over the place. That's definitely not something a normal person's shadow should be doing. Watching that dark red shadow creeping around him, I was 100% sure Karaman was turning into a monster. Seth appeared next to my ear asking me what the plan was. At this rate, he was totally going to become a monster. I told him I could purify him. Seth immediately told me to hurry up, but I need to figure out who's behind all this, so I can't just purify him yet. I know Karaman was super lucky to be born with some insane talent. After all, he's got Milliam's bloodline. But for a guy like that to get corrupted, I knew this was definitely not your average demon. At that moment, the black shadow on Karaman just kept writhing around like it was trying to threaten me, basically telling me to music back off. The shadow had this whole fox vibe going on, like really some random monster thinks it can square up to me. So this holy energy just started blasting from me. I straight up music summoned my staff and just went wild, cracking it right on the fox's head. Seth saw the whole thing and was like, yo, is bonking things with a staff a family thing or what? But I was like, music, nah, it's cool. My hits only work on demons anyway. Out of nowhere, Karaman shot up, giving me this totally savage look. The second I saw him, I knew exactly who was behind this mess. Meanwhile, the other three music were just standing there completely speechless. The three of them were just like staring at each other, totally bug-eyed. Eileen was so over the awkward silence when she suddenly realized the butler had like leveled up or something. The butler immediately popped up looking, music super hyped, and giving Eileen this majorly excited look. Then he hit this pose and got all up in her space, telling her to check out his new power. Eileen literally had no time to say no. Eileen, what are you even doing here? And the junior swordmaster, music too. A calm girl's voice totally cut them off. It was Mayam. The butler just explained that they rolled in with the young master. Finding out her hero, music was here too. Mayam was low-key thrilled. Eileen stepped up and gave her the rundown on the whole situation. Both of them were super worried about Karaman, but the butler was like, don't sweat it, Karaman's good. My guy already handled it. The second he said that music, Mayam heard this huge crash right behind her. Then out of all the smoke and dust, we hear Mikhail's voice. Whoops, my music teleport was a little off. When the smoke finally cleared there, I was bringing Karaman back through a magic circle. William and Eileen were both totally shook by the way I made my music entrance. The shop owner behind them looked absolutely wrecked seeing his place get trashed again. Milliam just stared at Karaman floating in the magic bubble music. And then she looked at me like, whoa, hold up. Before I answer you, you gotta answer me first and be straight up what exactly went down at the Condor Mercenary Corps. Milliam suddenly started stammering music. Like she totally didn't want to spill the tea. I knew she was bugging about the crowd here. I was already planning to bounce anyway, cause someone music else needed to be in on this conversation. Then the scene flips. We're at the border count's mansion. The count's by the window looking all worried. He got sent by the emperor like a year or two ago to guard this place from a demon invasion, music, but the guy has zero experience fighting demons. In all this time, he hadn't even laid eyes on a demon. If the legendary hero could just give him some pointers, music, maybe things would be a little less of a nightmare. And right then, a massive crash rings through the border count's music place. Being a total battle pro, he grabs his sword and heads for the door. The guards hadn't shown up to report. Could it be demons? As he's thinking this, a music. He slowly starts to draw his sword. A young guy's voice suddenly pops up from behind him. Greetings, Lord Border Count. Acting on pure instinct, the border music count whips his sword out in a flash, spins and takes a swing. Oh crap, I totally swung on reflex. He could feel zero bad vibes from the guy. Music, the border count thought. But it was way too late to stop his swing. Then there was a loud metallic clang. The sword got blocked by a magic barrier. Who are you? You've got some nerve trespassing in my mansion. State your name. My bad for just dropping in on you like this. Lord Count Ixion. I'm the current hero, Male Walpurgis. Oh, so you're the hero, Mikhail. Wait, hero. Music. Male Walpurgis. You're the hero. Yeah, that's me, Lord Border Count. I gave the totally dazed count a sincere look. Then why did you break into my house? Little did he know I'd used sleep magic on the guards. After I explained music, the border count looked over at Karaman and got lost in thought. Karaman had definitely been corrupted by demons. I told him I could help purify music the kid. Please do it now, benefactor. Hearing that purification was an option, Milliam was totally ecstatic. If you can save my child, I will definitely pay you back for this. Okay, but first, music, you have to tell me honestly what happened at the Condor Mercenary Corps. I stared right at Milliam. I was 100% sure Karaman got corrupted at the Mercenary Corps. Milliam finally slowly started to tell the truth. That day after she and Eileen got to the Corps, she could feel that everyone there was super cagey around her. That's not so weird since you were just guests, the border count cut in. Besides, the Corps leader Miles is a man who really values honor. He used to be a knight, music, which is why people call the Corps a knight order.
But how could he be so rude then?
Milliam's face got dark. Ixie and I was at the Corps for over a year, and I never once saw the leader Miles. Hearing that, everyone was totally shocked. I frowned. Looked like this was way more serious than I thought. I always just assumed he was busy, Milliam Music said, watching as her son was slowly being purified, until my son ended up like this. Then she remembered something else. Benefactor, do you know the Condor Mercenary Corps gives its own people new names? I said I knew. The world just thought it was to build a sense of belonging, but the truth was nothing like that. According to the Condor Mercenary Corps' whole deal music, they only took on missions with super clear reasons. But what Milliam was saying was way different. The names they give are a little weird, Milliam kept recalling. They gave Karaman the name Mel Orin. The second I heard that, music was completely floored, and then it all clicked. Everything could be explained now. Seeing their confused looks, I laid it all out. Those three letters EL, music, and M are exactly what demons always use when they name their underlings. And Mel is just those letters scrambled. Music, which meant the Condor Mercenary Corps had already been invaded by demons. I reached in and literally yanked the demon out of Karaman's music body, then hit it with some high-level sacred magic. Requiem Pure, to totally cleanse it. The demon hit the ground and turned into a red fox. I explained why it turned into a fox. All the big shot demons have their own symbols, and the fox is the low-level trademark music of the great demon Enoch. The butler then remembered that Enoch's name had popped up a few times in history. He's the one who makes warriors fall and fills them with some serious self-hatred. Music. The great demon Enoch. Man, before my rebirth, there weren't many guys as full of themselves as him. Quick heads up, great demons can track these patterns, which means he's about to set his sights on the Border Count's territory. Music. Right now, we need to check out the Condor Mercenary Corps first, Ryan said. Smart for once. Your lordship be on guard for an ambush. And just like that, music. There was a knock on the door. It was the Border Count's subordinate, Jackson. After coming in, he reported that someone saw some weird wriggling black things at the western wall. The Border Count went on ahead to check the music situation. Milliam and I were walking through the mansion. That guard's timing with the report was super sketchy. It was right after the demon inside Karaman was wiped out, and he specifically reported news about a suspected demon. Music. And yeah, sure enough, demonic energy started leaking out of the walls all around the mansion. Seeing that, I immediately summoned my staff. I was so confused. Seriously, since when are demons this extra music? The hole where the demonic energy was gathering got bigger. Soon a hand reached out from inside it. Milliam and I got back to back, ready to fight back. Two masked people leaking demonic energy blocked our way, and their eyes looked exactly like a fox's. Seeing things were about to get real, I stood in front of everyone. After I got a clear look at them, Eileen totally screamed, "It's demons!" Milliam whipped out her sword, jumping in front of us, and was like, "Who are you guys?" The head demon just strolled out of the hole, throwing his hands up like, only a total idiot would tell a swordmaster their name. Then he held up one finger and said, "We're here for just one thing, to get our buddy back." Yeah, right, he totally can't feel Karaman's aura anymore. Duh, that's 'cause I'm the one who wiped it out. I could see right through his act. Cut the bluff. A little bug really thinks they took out our Lord's blessing. Hey, nothing's ever a sure thing in this world. The demon I ticked off gritted his teeth and charged at me. But before he even got close, I stopped him cold, and he just broke out in a sweat. Then he balled up his fist, and this nasty demonic energy flared up all over him with this creepy black shadow writhing around. Could he be a traitor from the mercenary corps? So I told him to just give up. An erosion that bad is super hard to completely cleanse. But he wasn't about to surrender, and even laughed at me. Wow, for a human, you're pretty cocky. Weren't you human once too? I just gave him a look. That just made him even more mad, and he blasted a ton of demonic energy from his hands. The energy rushed us, but all it did was cloud up the area. Just as the demon was about to run his mouth again, I used my Forbidden Zone magic and completely shattered the space he worked so hard to build. The backlash hit him hard, and he collapsed, making this totally confused sound. I figured it was time to drop the act. Waves of holy power started pouring out of me. Still haven't figured out who I am. He totally freaked. No way. Are you the hero? Too bad for him, he figured it out way too late. His buddy Marin still tried to pull a sneak attack. He got behind me and jumped up with his blade ready, but my back wasn't exactly undefended. Zet blocked it easy peasy with his storm. They looked like they were about to say something, so I just smashed my staff right in their faces. Milliam and Eileen just stared totally speechless that I'd use my staff like that. Suddenly the lead demon threw his hands up trying to surrender. I zapped his mouth shut with magic. Phew, that was close. Almost let him actually surrender. Then while I was wailing on them with my staff, I asked if they were ready to give up yet. After a good 20-something minutes of them screaming, I was totally exhausted. These guys just would not talk. Seriously, their willpower was insane. I wiped off my staff, which was kind of messy. These demons showing up basically proved what we were thinking. The Condor Mercenary Corps might already be in the hands of some great demon. No, not might be, it's a sure thing. I wonder if their leader Miles has caved to Enoch. Just then, Karaman's eyes started to flutter open. So I figured we should hear his side of the story first. when Kariman was a kid. His dad was found in a pool of his own blood, and his mom totally broke down from it, just forcing herself to keep going. But back then, he didn't stick by his mom's side or help her get through that dark time. Instead, he just ran away and ended up getting sold by some sewer rats. Kariman was just too little back then to take care of his broken mom. As time went on, that whole thing was like a knife that would twist in his gut every once in a while, just tearing him up inside. He'd lost track of time when his mom finally found him. Seeing his mom smile, he finally felt that pain go away, because his mom wasn't drowning in sadness over his dad anymore. He even stopped smelling that coppery scent from that night with his dad. Just like his mom, it felt like he was finally free, too. But then this magic started taking over his mind until he blacked out and became Mel Orin. But when he opened his eyes again, his mom Milliam was right there. Kariman's voice cracked as he asked, "Mom, what are you doing here?" Hearing that, Milliam couldn't believe it. She turned her head totally stiff and in shock. Then she just pulled her son into a super tight hug, and he could feel his mom's warmth. Kariman knew this had to be real. "No, Mom, get away from me, quick! There's a monster inside me!" Kariman, finally snapping out of it, yelled, but Milliam wouldn't let go. Then Kariman heard a calm voice say, "The monster inside you, I already took care of it. Don't worry. This is the first time you're seeing me when you're actually awake. I'm the current hero, Mika Walperus. Yeah, the asterisk hero. You're the hero whose mission is to take out the great demons." Kariman got all excited and balled up his fists. His eyes totally lit up looking at me. "I heard he's a pretty straight-up guy, so I figure we'll get along just fine." I had Kariman take a look at the guys we took down. Kariman pulled off their hoods and saw it was Marine and Baskerville, his seniors from the mercenary corps. Just as I thought they were from the core unit. So Kariman had noticed they willingly let themselves get corrupted, and that's why he bailed on his own. I frowned. "Why didn't you go to Milliam for help?" He looked down at his now normal human hands, probably remembering how they looked when they were all demonic and Kadamine told us the truth. He didn't want to get corrupted by demons, and he definitely didn't want his mom to see him like that. So he just hid all alone. I told him I got it because it reminded me of myself in my past life. From him, I learned that by the time he escaped, half of the core unit was already corrupted. And get this, the leader was betrayed by his most trusted second-in-command, Kyle, and is now locked up, his freedom totally gone. I got ready to use soul-binding magic to get control of these two attackers. Milliam and the butler were both totally shocked when they heard that. I know why, though. It's because that magic isn't just crazy hard to pull off. Yeah, it's brutal, I know. But I needed intel on Enoch, so I had to rip their souls right out of their bodies. That way they couldn't exactly say no when I started asking questions. Look, I'm cool with most humans, but for guys who trade souls, yeah, they get zero chill from me. While I was doing my thing, I got these flashes of their pasts. One dude was offing innocent people in the name of faith, and the other got his kicks from torturing people. Seriously messed up. They have no clue how much misery they caused. Next thing you know, 2 orbs of pure demon energy are just chilling on my staff. They were begging me to end it, but nope, they weren't getting off that easy. I guess I was looking pretty psycho, cause Set ran over to try and calm me down. Music, dude, going all out is great, but don't burn yourself out. You're carrying way too much, man. You're still human, remember? Music. Hearing him say that, I could feel myself finally chill out a little. So then I totally flicked Set's forehead. "I'm good." Music. He whined and covered it up. "Cause I know the world I'm looking at isn't just full of suffering anymore, you know? Music. It's filled with endless possibilities for the future. The mission's not over, so how could I just give up? If I was that lame, I never would have tried this whole rebirth thing in the first place." Okay, so outside the border count's walls, I met up with the guy at this massive hole in the wall. I gave him the rundown and he was totally stressing about Miles' situation. I told him not to worry, that once I went to find Miles, it would be all good. Music. But first I had to figure out where this Count dude stood on the whole demon issue. The Count was just staring at the wall, which was basically screaming demon energy, and he was still having a hard time believing it. Even with the Emperor's orders, music demons felt like a myth to him, since he wasn't some holy knight or super religious guy. I totally got where he was coming from. Honestly, that's how most normal people would be. So before I bounced, I knew I had to get him to see the real picture. I was just about to explain how high the music stakes were, when some guard runs up and totally interrupts me. It was this guy Koher who the Count had called for. Something about him felt off. He bowed super fast. Music was rocking new armor and held himself all formal. I was like, "I'm the hero, Mikhail Walpurgius." He was about to shake my hand, but when he heard my name, he literally started shaking. "Haha, so asterisk Yuri asterisk the hero." I shot a look at the border Count, giving him the signal, get out the demon detector. The Count starts patting himself down, music, and pulls out this badge with a holy cross on it. Right as he was gonna hand it to Koher, he sees Koher totally demon out lunging at him, music, with fangs and claws. The Count just froze, watching those sharp claws get bigger and bigger in his reflection. Then bam, music. A flash of golden magic rips right through Koher's head, sending him flying. The smoke clears, and yeah, that was me. Blasted him with my staff using Requiem Pure. Game over for Koher. "Listen up, your lordship. Demons are sneaky. They don't just roll up with huge armies. They slip in among us.
They love playing the mole, turning humans against each other to get what they want.
And this is a holy relic that'll spot him. Use it to find any other demons who snuck in. The border count was shook, realizing 2 more demons had gotten into his turf.
He just stared at Kohor's wrecked body for a hot minute, totally processing. But you could see it lit a fire under him. He was gonna get every last demon out of his land. I'm so ashamed. I almost let them cause a total disaster. The Count was really beating himself up. So I grabbed his hand, music, shoved the holy relic in it, and was like, it's not too late to start now. I had a good feeling he could handle it. Find them. Kick them out. And with that, we all took off for the Condor Mercenary Corps. Sure enough, we heard later that the Count found and dealt with 5 more demons. Knew I was right about him. I was trying to figure out our next move with the Condor Mercenary Corps when Ryan, of course, butts in asking about treasure. Ever since he found out I knew about future loot music, Ryan has been bugging me about that nonstop. I swear I finally snapped and called him a massive idiot, which only made him yell louder. But whatever. I mean, he has gotten way stronger, music. Which is good for me, I guess. Plus, he's supposed to be the next sword saint. Everyone's counting on him, you know, music. That's a crazy amount of pressure. He acts all goofy, but the weight on his shoulders is legit. Ryan, I said, I'm taking back what I called you. Music. Ryan looked totally confused. Ryan, you're a legendary massive idiot. And yeah, that made him want to fight me to the death. Obviously, I wasn't gonna music take him up on that. Come on. I'm not really into beating up on weaker guys. But since he was so hyped to fight music desperate to get stronger, I had to help him out being his bro and all. So I yanked open some bushes. And there was a whole crew of dudes hiding there all trying to look tough. Music. The guy in charge was that Highland loser Eileen wrecked before. He points right at Eileen and starts running his mouth, swearing he was gonna take us all down. Eileen was just like, why are these clowns talking so much smack? Me and Ryan literally started clapping for the guy. All talk, no game. It's honestly impressive. Then I shoved Ryan forward and was like, music, go on, take out the trash. Oh, and I told him no spiritual or holy power allowed, just his sword skills. But Ryan was all like, where's the loot, or he was out. When he found out the treasure was basically his own hard work, he just raised an eyebrow. So what's the holdup? The Highland crew was already rushing us, looking like they seriously wanted to eat us for breakfast. So I was like, Ryan, go get him. Music, go Ryan, make it quick and take him out. Next thing you know, Ryan was sending them flying, totally living up to being the big doofus I was betting on. Music. And to cut down on travel time, we took a sketchy shortcut that was crawling with monsters and bandits. But one dude was always out front with a sword, our boy Ryan. Even when facing these massive music monsters with his insane sword skills, he didn't even tap into his spiritual power. After a few clashes, Ryan saw his chance and with one swing took the music monster's head clean off. Game over. The butler who was literally carrying the horse was totally floored. Young Master Ryan actually won without using any spiritual energy? Yeah, I told them, letting Ryan embrace his wild side was a good thing. It's like super important for him to level up. Anyway, after taking out the monster, Ryan just let out this epic roar to the sky. Seeing him let loose like that, I honestly had no clue how he turned into this guy. The moon tonight was crazy bright, lighting up the dark and like our future too. We set up camp in a clearing and made some basic food. Eileen scooped up a bowl of thick soup and gave it to Ryan to, make him feel better. Music. Ryan took it looking totally bummed out. Mayim was sitting across from Ryan just staring at him. Who knows what was going through her head? I grabbed a bowl and just casually sat down next to her. So what's your take on Ryan? I heard way back that he's supposed to be crazy talented. The next sword saint isn't just hype for real, but he's so different from the guy I saw back in the capital. He's like way beyond what I expected. Music. Milliam couldn't help but crack a smile. It's like someone saw some awful future, hit the brakes, and totally remade him. They broke the old Ryan and then carefully put him back together. Was that you? Music, my hero. When she said that, I kinda smirked, but wasn't about to give her an answer. The next morning, we finally rolled up to the Condor Mercenary Corps' music spot. Staring at the epic buildings, Ryan was like, whoa, I thought this was some kind of army fort. After music, miles vanished, they just kept growing, Mayim explained. Set flew out right then too. Looking relieved it was so out of the way. A fight with music. A major demon here wouldn't hurt any regular people. Since Modus was taken out in the middle of the tomb, the curses basically canceled each other out. I told her to chill her out. Music. Enoch's real self won't be here. It probably won't be some huge crazy battle. Just then Eileen came up and asked what my plan was for getting into the Condor Mercenary Corps. When she heard I was just gonna walk in the front door, she was super confused. I didn't bother explaining. I just called Karaman over and asked if he could act. He said yeah, so I pulled out the souls of Marin and Baskerville, music, and slid them right into Karaman's shadow. I used some magic to make him look all demony, then wiped his soul's vibe so it seemed like he got this special blessing of music stealth or whatever. Besides Enoch himself, nobody could tell anything was off with him. All he had to do was act the part. I mean, music. Last time I did kind of fake a piece of a demon god's power, so literally no one else on the planet could pull this off. So just like we planned, Karaman strolled up to the Condor Mercenary Corps. And right on cue, music.
A guard stopped him, pointed a sword at him, and yelled, "Malin, you traitor! You actually dare to show your face here!" Karaman shot back. "I didn't ditch. I went to do my job." And as he said it, he flashed his purple eyes. "I got a blessing." Caden the guard heard this and backed up totally, music bugging out, but he slammed right into a solid shoulder. It was the vice leader, Kyle. The vice leader was all smiles welcoming Karaman back. Then Kyle told Kadan, music, to get back to his post, saying Karaman was all good. Kadan looked like he wanted to argue, but then he saw Kyle's icy music smile. As he said Karaman was fine. Kadan freaked and scrambled back to his post. Finding out Karaman had accepted the change, Kyle asked where the other two guys they sent out were. Karaman told him the other two were found by the hero and got taken out. Music Kyle kept grilling him, asking how he managed to get away from the hero. Karaman just explained he got that upgraded stealth blessing, and music totally fooled the hero. Kyle listened, checking Karaman out. He really couldn't sense any demonic energy on him, but the signs of the change were still there. Kyle threw his arms out ready to give Karaman a big welcome back hug. I mean, with a special power like that, losing two guys wasn't even a big deal. But, Vice Leader, there's something I gotta report. The hero, he's here with me. Kyle was music confused for a sec, then he cooked up a plan to get rid of me, telling Karaman to bring me inside. So the changed Karaman led me into the main castle. This place was basically their home base. Music. They for sure thought they had a shot at taking me down. The second I stepped into the castle, like a million eyes were on me. Some were just music curious, but others were full of hate and disgust, like they were about to snap. Set could feel the heavy demon vibe and wrapped her arms around herself, looking super uncomfortable. Karaman led us to the vice leader's room, and I was like, just you and me are going in. The rest of the crew would stick to the plan, music, everyone checking their own targets without getting caught, then meeting up ASAP. Seeing it was just Karaman and me left, Karaman looked down like he was trying to work up the nerve to say something. Then he asked if maybe the vice leader didn't choose to go bad. I totally knew what he was getting at. After being trafficked, the leader and vice leader saved his life. No way. When he heard how serious I was, Karaman just froze. I get that you don't want to believe it, but this is the real deal. I was like, dude, stop second guessing. Focus on what's real. But before I could even finish, I heard two loud slaps. Karaman literally slapped himself twice to snap out of it, seeing that I knew he could handle the mission without me. So Karaman and I rolled up to the vice leader's door. I reached out and opened it. Kyle was just waiting inside with his hands behind his back, smiling. Welcome, hero. The room was way over the top, like crazy bright, almost like he was screaming that demons had nothing to do with him. The light was so blinding I had to throw my hand up to block it. Kyle saw me flinch and was like, "What's wrong?" I played it cool. "Nothing. It's just a little bright in here." He gave me this half smirk and asked, "So, hero, what brings you here?" I told him I received a revelation. Right then, a huge eagle was about to land on a branch outside the window. "A revelation, Meloran, you can head out for a sec." Hearing that, Karaman gave a little bow and bounced. So it was just me and Kyle. "So if you don't mind, what's this revelation?" I said I'd spill, but first I needed to know where Leader Miles was. I had to tell him face to face. Kyle, with the light at his back, had this even bigger smile on his face. The shadow just made him look super creepy. "The leader's not around right now. Just tell me. I'm running the show now. Since this is about the leader as his brother, I've got even more of a right to know." While we were going back and forth, I saw a green blur zip past behind Kyle. She gave me a signal basically saying she'd already scoped out the room. I gave a tiny nod back to let her know I got it. Then I just spread my arms out and smiled. "All right then, I guess I should tell you. The revelation is this. A giant eagle is picking out its messy feathers so it can get ready to fly higher." And right on cue, a whole flock of giant eagles flew past the window. "It's getting rid of the useless feathers, right?" When he heard that, Kyle closed his eyes. He totally knew I was calling him out and asked what I was trying to say. I just gave him a cold stare. "That's for you to figure out. The gods aren't exactly straightforward, you know." After I said that, Kyle's fist clenched up in anger. "We'll see how I understand it." Even though he was furious, he kept that creepy smile on his face. "Oh, we don't know for sure whose feathers are the messy ones, do we?" I shot back. "Oh yeah, which side do you think the eagle's gonna clean up? 'Cause I think I've already figured it out." And with that, I walked out and shut his white door. Kyle just stood there thinking for a minute. Then he called for Mel Orin. A few seconds later, Karaman was standing right behind him. "The hero knows our Condor Mercenary Corps got those blessings. Orin, I'm giving you a chance." Kyle glanced back at Karaman. "A precious chance to live as a part of that lord. I need you to get the hero to trust you. Use any method you can to keep him from leaving." After Kyle had everything set up, he got this wicked grin on his face. "Even if the hero took out two great demons, as long as the conditions are right, he can't beat that lord." His eyes went wide as he talked to himself, super confident. Deep underground in the Condor Mercenary Corps' base chains were rattling. A guy was chained up, his head hanging low with his lower half stuck in water. The guy slowly opened his eyes, gasping for air. How much time has passed? Months? A year? He had no clue. But worse, he could see the reflections of demons in the water. These things were totally corrupting him. He was barely holding on. Day in and day out, they just kept trying to break him down. "Looks like you're at your limit." I'm actually impressed you lasted this long, big brother Miles. A familiar voice hit Miles's ears. He lifted his head toward the sound. The person talking was his own brother Kyle, the vice leader of the Condor Mercenary Corps. Kyle, why are you doing this? Miles demanded, totally furious. Kyle just slowly said, You started this, big brother. You always acted like it was because of me, but I never once treated you badly, or looked down on you. Miles yanked on the chains, but they were solid and didn't even budge. Hearing Kyle's response, Miles gritted his teeth, his anger just boiling over. Why did you bring demons here, sacrificing innocent people? Snap out of it! Miles yelled with everything he had trying to get through to his messed up brother. Hearing this, Kyle just started laughing. His head was just filled with all this twisted, hateful energy. Then he slowly said, You know what? As long as people get corrupted, we as a mercenary corps can just swoop in and kill them, saying they're monsters. Isn't that awesome? We get everyone's approval while making sacrifices so easily. Miles had to listen to his brother say these totally insane things, and he was completely helpless. Stop this, Kyle! It's not too late! The torch burning brightly outside seemed like a flicker of hope. Nah, it's way too late. I'm not planning on turning back, so don't even get your hopes up. Kyle slowly walked out of the dungeon, and on his way out, he deliberately put out the flame. The only things left were total darkness, and Miles left to endure the corruption. Maybe there's only one person who can save me, and the people in the Corps who've been pushed to the edge. And that's the hero who's here right now. I'm really hoping he can save everyone and shut my brother down. 'Cause once Miles finally breaks music and is totally corrupted, Enoch is gonna use him as a host to pop in. And Kyle actually thinks he's gonna lead the Great Demon's big comeback tour. Music. He just threw his arms open, laughing his head off. Anyway, outside the Condor Mercenary Corps, I linked up with Ryan and the crew. I asked them for the rundown on what they found. The butler was the first to spill. Music. He totally found a bunch of hidden demon symbols. They looked like they were meant to mess with the minds of the renamed people. William pinpointed where the guards were thickest, but she was seriously stressing out about tipping them off so she didn't music go digging too deep and accidentally trip some of their crazy traps. I was like, good call. I mean, staying off their radar was the most important thing. Okay, so I've got good news and bad news. Before I even finished music, Ryan totally cut me off like, gimme the good news. The good news is, I'm pretty sure I know where they're keeping Miles locked up. And the bad news? The bad news. If our luck sucks, we might have to throw down with the great demon Enoch himself. Hearing me say we'd have to fight a music great demon, all four of them just stared totally shocked. I mean, for real. Great demons are on the whole other level than the little guys. And unfortunately, Music Enoch is supposed to be on another level of psycho way beyond what we can imagine. Ryan jumped in like, Wait, Enoch and that Asmodeus guy you took care of are on the same level, right? Finding out Enoch was way stronger than Asmodeus, Ryan just groaned and buried his face in his hands. But Milliam, she cut right to the important part. You're saying the Great Demon is going to make a move himself. A Monarch's music brand showed up. Great Demons slap that on the minions they actually think are worth something. It's a seriously terrifying symbol. Even among the traders, only a few ever get one. And Set found that brand in Kyle's room. Eileen, who'd been super quiet this whole time, music finally chimed in. So basically the situation is awful. You got it, and it gets worse. They want to use Miles as their vessel. The butler, music, looked so confused, and he repeated it like he couldn't believe it. A great demon using a grandmaster's body as a host, music, then nobody could possibly stop him. Ryan was in full-on freak-out mode. Kyle is using curses to control Miles's life. We literally can't save him without going through Kyle. Seeing everyone spiraling, I said, Guys, let's not overcomplicate this. The four of them just stared at me totally lost with no idea what I was getting at. If he's completely corrupted, Miles becomes the host. Purifying him after that will take forever. And it's not like the bad guys are just gonna give up. So let's just make him go nuts a little early. In his cell, Miles was breathing hard, his whole body shaking like a leaf. Is this the end? Music can't hold on much longer. I can't feel my body anymore. It's all going numb. The demon's whisper slithered into his head again. Then just give up, Miles. Music, just surrender to me and you won't have to feel any of this pain anymore. Yeah, if there's no hope left. Miles lifted his head, completely defeated. Music. Then maybe just letting go of everything isn't such a bad idea. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound of something digging came from the ceiling, and then bam, a tiny hand punched through the bricks. A second later, a little round face popped through. Music. It was Mole. I found you. Miles stared up, not believing his eyes at this little green pixie. He watched Mole zip right up to his face. Who are you? Miles was music, totally and completely confused. Mole just ignored his question and pointed one little hand up to the sky. Forsooth, my iron fist can pierce the very heavens. Why is there a pixie here? I, music, am a hero, the little guy declared super loudly. Miles just stared at him, wondering if this was some kind of sign. Sent by the hero? Then maybe there's still a tiny bit of hope left. Music. As long as he could just hang on until the hero got there. Hero, what do you need to tell me? Miles felt that hope come back. Then Mole slowly reached out his tiny hand, pointed right at Miles and said, Fall into despair. Meanwhile, back with us, Ryan and the others were arguing against my plan. Music. even with the clock ticking like crazy.
We can't do something so dangerous. Think about it. Miles is already in a really bad state. What good will making him go berserk do? Enoch wants to make Miles into a perfect puppet, which means he has to corrupt him 100%. But what if Enoch has to possess a 95% imperfect host music? We're not trying to stop Enoch from taking over. We're baiting him, luring him into a sloppy possession.
Then what happens to Commander Miles? Ryan stared at me dead serious. That's a problem for later. I know it's harsh, but this is our only shot.
Eileen listened to us, thinking hard. Music. So next, we just have to capture Enoch and purify him.
That's the real final showdown for Commander Miles, isn't it?
Eileen totally nailed music, the key point.
I tried to give them a pep talk like, you gotta risk it to get the biscuit right, no guts, no glory. But after hearing my so-called encouragement, the music 4 of them were just speechless.
They were all probably thinking, is this guy actually a demon or something? Seeing they weren't convinced, I explained that I'd already sent Mole to deliver the message in music the dungeon.
After hearing Mole's super dramatic version of my plan, Miles was even more confused than before. So since everyone's on board, let's get this party started. Who wants to crash a demon's lair with me?
I looked around at them.
After we locked in the battle plan, I followed Karaman to go find Vice Commander Kyle. My lord music hero, just go down this path and you'll find the Vice Commander.
He says they're unbeatable on their home turf.
All the traps they've set up will be pointless. I believe you can do it, Music Carriaman replied, but his eyes were glued to my staff like he seriously wanted it.
Whoa, is this seriously the super weapon the hero's gonna use to wreck the demon's whole plan and flip the script?
This place totally reeks of Enoch set wind.
What even is this nightmare? And dude, there's a barrier. I knew something was off the second I walked in.
This barrier is no joke, so I reached out to check it out. We're talking like 8th circle level. Okay, no wonder he's acting so cocky. Once I was all the way inside the barrier, I saw Kyle just waiting for me, hands behind his back. What's up? I played dumb. Heard someone here needed a hand, so here I am. Then bam, Carrion's eyes flashed this crazy dark purple music. And before I could even blink, he came at me. I took the hit straight on and coughed up a ton of blood. Carrion knew. I staggered up, totally shaken and confused. Why would you do that?
I couldn't even finish my sentence before getting slammed into the dirt. Seeing his plan work, Kyle just lost it and started laughing like a maniac. What does it even matter if you're the hero? You're still clueless about what's really going on in people's heads.
This dagger, it's a cursed blade, a special gift just for you from the big boss. Not even a hero can cheat death. Music.
Wait, could this be the death blade? The one the big bad Enoch spent like hundreds of years making. I looked right at him. Thanks a bunch, Enoch. Then I shot up and went straight for Carrion, totally catching Kyle by surprise.
Music.
Right, you're just messing with me. No, hold on. You're supposed to be dead. What is happening?
Kyle was totally frozen.
What do you mean, what's happening? Can't you see you got played, Carrion, and I...
Music.
Totally clowned on him. This is insane. I literally saw you get corrupted with my own 2 eyes. I've been played. Kyle was still in denial. Oh, you mean this thing I said pulling the soul orb right out of Carrion's body? It pops right off, you know. Music. Seeing this, Kyle was seeing red. So what, hero? You're too late. I came prepared for anything, brought my whole crew. This barrier was tailor-made to... Music.
Trap anyone with holy power. And right on cue, you hear footsteps. A whole squad of corrupted mercs rolls up armed to the teeth. Music. Right now, you're totally trapped.
I just listened to Kyle run his mouth.
You're all talk. The second the words left my mouth, this massive explosion rips through the fortress behind us. Music.
Kyle just stared at the smoking fortress, completely stunned. That sound. That's where I had the vessel for my lord freaking hero. What did you do?
Yeah, he wasn't laughing anymore.
Oh, not much. I held up my marked left hand.
Just did what you guys do best. Music. Making your enemy feel hopeless and using that as my opening. The mark on my hand started glowing like crazy. Music.
This is Payback Labyrinth.
An insane beam of light shot down from the sky, kicking up a huge cloud of dust when it hit, and instantly shattering that 8th circle barrier. This kind of power. Music.
No way, that's impossible. Kyle couldn't believe what he was seeing.
As the dust cleared, music, the person I summoned through Labyrinth stood there. Milliam Arian. Kyle gritted his teeth, just repeating, Labyrinth and Milliam Arian. Milliam stood in front of Carrion, all protective, and spoke. Son, I know you're not a fan of me being an adjudicator. Seeing his mom there, Carrion started flashing back to when he was a kid. But then he squared his shoulders. He rushed forward and grabbed Milliam's hand. Music. Mom, I get it now. Let's finish this together. Milliam didn't pull away. She just told me to go do my thing. She and Carrion Music had this covered. I couldn't help but smile. But right as I was about to bounce, Kyle went full-on dark side. Music.
Hero, don't even think you're getting away.
Milliam raised her sword ready to face Kyle, who had totally ditched his humanity. She wasn't gonna hold back. The demon mode Kyle had completely lost his mind. Just roaring, anyone who gets in my way is dead, music. Milliam pointed her sword to the sky, shooting a beam of spiritual power-up that formed this insane vortex. You're a disgrace to all humans. Music. And I'm sentencing you to death. Milliam swung her sword down. Music. Starfall's sword. A ton of meteor-looking things rained down from the vortex, wiping out the demonized mercs in a flash. Music. At the same time, over at the Eondor Mercenary Corps' fortress, the whole castle just got wrecked from the inside. A huge explosion, a roar of pure despair. And then this figure just oozing demonic energy pops out. It was Miles, but Enoch was in the driver's seat. What's going on? Music? Miles's ghost form appeared in the air looking down at his own messed up body asking, "Am I dead? You're not dead." The sprite flew. Music. Up in front of Miles. "This was to protect your spirit, we had to separate it." After getting the rundown, Miles still looked worried. "So, how do I stop my body from going totally berserk?" Facing down the rampaging Miles-Enoch combo were 3 people. Music Ryan and his crew. Spirit Miles watched them. That's Morningale. And 2 seriously skilled kids. The butler Morningale jumped high fist ready, dark improvement style, physical burst. His super jacked right arm came smashing down with pure raw strength. But Enoch wasn't just gonna take it. He instantly whipped up a demonic sword to block the butler's hit. The impact was huge, sending them both flying back. Enoch caught himself with his hand. Music. Not bad, pretty strong, even if this body is kinda pathetic. While Enoch was still sizing up his new ride, Ryan saw his chance and went in for the attack. Music. Pure instinct made him swing his sword to block Ryan, but Eileen swung her sword at the exact same time. Enoch had to summon a second sword out of nowhere to block Eileen's epic strike. The 3 of them were in this insane fight, but like no one was even landing a hit. Enoch was getting seriously ticked off. If anyone so much as touched his cursed sword, the effect would be instant. But in a moment, this gnarly "why are they smiling?" Enoch just didn't get it. Miles was watching their whole crew battle, totally blown away by their skills, but it still wasn't going to be enough to take down the head demon. Such disgusting bugs. Enoch just exploded with this massive demonic energy, sending Ryan and Eileen flying. I've dealt with humans like you before you, and that so-called hero who wrecked 2 of the lords. I'm going to totally crush you. Enoch went into full-on rage mode, demonic energy just completely covering him. All right, let's start with you 2 kids. And just like that, Enoch unleashed 3 sword strikes. The crazy powerful sword energy was right in Ryan's face before he could even blink. Young Master Ryan, watch out. The butler tried to save Ryan, but he was way too far. The massive attack sliced through the fortress wall like it was butter. Watching all this, Miles's spirit just dropped to its knees, completely devastated. It's over. How did my body end up like this? Mole landed on Miles's shoulder and was like, "Don't sweat it, I'm here now." Miles had no clue what he was talking about. Mole just ignored him. As the dust started to clear, Ryan, who was under the wall, started glowing with this dazzling light. He looked down at himself, totally confused because he wasn't hurt at all. He definitely took that hit. While everyone was bugging out, the corner of a cloak fluttered, announcing that its owner had arrived. Yep, it was me, Mickey, on the scene. Ryan was totally fine because I used some magic to block the hit for him. Looking at the wrecked wall in front of him, Enoch was pretty satisfied. Next up, he was gonna bounce and finish putting his body together. Even if it's not perfect, this body is still top tier, more than enough to handle them. Then all of a sudden he felt like something was wrong. This presence is... Enoch stared in total shock at Ryan, who I was protecting, standing in the dust without a single scratch. "You recognized me that fast?" I said, stepping out of the dust. "Guess I'm pretty well known in your circles. You demons should really just be living like rats in the sewers." "Why did you have to show up? Shut up, you arrogant insect!" Enoch swung his demonic claws at me, but you could tell he was getting super anxious deep down. 8th Circle Advanced Magic. Gravity suppression. With a massive slam, Enoch was smashed flat on the ground, totally unable to move. "Give it up, Enoch! You're not even close to your full power right now," I taunted him on the ground. "How dare you!" Enoch trembled, trying to push himself up with both hands, fighting to break free from the gravity spell. "You're just a mortal. How dare you pull this on me?" Enoch shot up, absolutely furious. I could feel Enoch secretly gathering his demonic power, but his whole "I'm going to kill you" vibe was seriously fading. He was talking a big game, but he was secretly getting ready to bail. It looks like he doesn't want to be my enemy anymore. I summoned Set, asking if she could show up in her true form. Set was super excited and said it was no problem. I watched Enoch pretend to charge at me. I totally knew his plan. And sure enough, he turned into a black shadow and tried to dip out. Set started shifting back to her normal size. It seems like even when Enoch acts all tough, he'll still run from a real fight. Then she activated Storm. Insane green tornadoes just ripped across the battlefield. Her controlled storm totally sealed off the area, forcing Enoch to escape as just a spirit leaving the body behind. But no way was Enoch about to ditch this body he prepped so carefully, so he started furiously cursing out Set. "You actually got your power back," Set just sneered. "I'm one of the apostles after all. I'm not making the same mistake twice." I looked at Enoch, who had finally given up fighting. "I'm giving you 2 choices. You can leave Miles's body willingly, or I can beat you up first, and then you'll leave." Hearing that, Enoch immediately put his hand over his heart. "I could also just choose to destroy this body. Your plan would be a total fail." I just looked at him, totally unbothered. "Maybe, but you can try." Just like I figured the great demon Enoch could only threaten me by using Miles's body as a hostage, I used a teleportation spell to pop up right in front of Enoch. He instinctively jumped back 2 steps. "What if I'm not the only one you have to deal with?" Hearing that, Enoch broke into a cold sweat. Who else is here? Then he lifted his magic sword to swing at me, but he was defending in completely the wrong direction. Mole appeared on Enoch's right shoulder looking thrilled. Then its eyes shot out a red light. Spirit shackles, burning thorns. In an instant, tons of burning thorns wrapped around Enoch, searing his soul. Enoch blasted out his demonic energy, shattering the thorns. You think this can hold me? A sprite's power alone isn't enough to hold a great demon, but those 2 seconds were all I needed. Then I powered up my staff with a bunch of enhancement spells and holy power. 7th circle, holy advanced magic, holy burst. I raised my staff high, smiling as I swung it right at Enoch's head. Enoch went flying for several meters from that massive hit, his whole body getting embedded in the fortress wall. He struggled to stand, only to hear me mercilessly taunting him. Are you still planning to destroy this body now? Don't be ridiculous. You kinda need hands and feet to self-destruct, right? I'll just break all of them. Won't that work? After all, I know healing magic. After I break them, I can just fix them later. I walked out of the dust, happily carrying my staff. But you're not in prime condition, so you can't heal yourself. Enoch's super arrogant expression completely vanished, replaced by pure terror. Before he could even say anything, I grabbed my staff and smashed it down hard on his head. This isn't a hand or a foot, though. Enoch whined all shaky as he tried to sit up. You psycho aren't heroes supposed to be like heroic. This is just savage. Shut your mouth, you can't talk to me like that. So I swung my staff and totally shattered his hand. I'm the hero here. That means my rules. And you're not even close to hero material. Enoch took the 1 second I wasn't rearranging his face to spit out a curse. But before he could even get the word out, I zapped his mouth shut with a little magic. Then I brought my staff right to his lips. Dude just loves the sound of his own voice, still trying to yap until my staff was slick with red. Seriously? This is the big bad demon. Gotta give him props, not even a peep after getting messed up like that. I gave Enoch a slow clap while he cradled his head. How about a round 2 with my enhanced holy burst? Whoa, he started shaking like a leaf, a total heck no vibe. A corner of his eye started leaking something shiny. I did a double take. What is that, yo dude? No way! I was literally staring, couldn't believe this guy was just lying there bawling his eyes out. What are you even crying about? Enoch was just a mess on the floor, probably having a flashback to his grand entrance. At first, it was all going according to plan, turning Vice Commander Kyle to his side. That guy was a super easy target because his brother was a total rock star. Kyle, always stuck in his bro's shadow, saw a chance to finally one-up him. He walked right into my trap, and the Condor Mercenary Corps, they're a massive army. The second I got a hold of Miles, I realized that by puppet mastering his body, I could run the whole show. I was even thinking I wouldn't need to get my real name back. But then this freaking hero showed up. Before this dude, I never gave heroes a second thought. I mean, Modus got totally outsmarted and wrecked by him, so I figured he was some kind of super logical genius. Wrong. So wrong. Way more unhinged than I ever imagined. I've never been like this, never been scared of a human. I messed up. Now that I'm stuck in a physical body, my soul is trapped. I was shaking all over, but I forced myself up even with my hands and feet totally busted. Okay, you win this round, but you can't get rid of me. Next time I show up, I'm gonna tear you apart. I just watched Enoch, the guy I literally beat, until he cried and just laughed at him. I was kinda shocked he could even stand, let alone keep running his mouth. Seriously, why are you still here? I was so over this. I'm getting bored. You want me to light you up with another holy burst or... The second he heard holy burst, Enoch went quiet, bailed from Miles's body and just zipped away into the distance. Poor Miles's spirit was just floating there, watching his own body get thrashed, completely frozen. When he got back inside, I blocked his senses so he wouldn't feel the pain. It doesn't mess with his health, but all that built-up exhaustion. That's not going away. Miles got to his feet holding his arm and tried to thank me. I seriously owe you one. I told him it was no big deal, but when he held out his hand to shake it, just kept shaking. Seth asked him what was up. Miles just kinda admitted that watching his own body get put through the ringer left him feeling a little messed up. I saw his eyes were glued to my staff, which was still dripping with his own stuff, and I was like, oh my bad. I made it disappear. Then I brought up how Milliam should be the one dealing with Kyle. If you're worried about him, maybe we could... But Miles cut me off, saying his brother's betrayal was crushing, but he knew when to make the tough calls. I respected that. Then I had the butler go grab that thing I asked for. It was a cloak. I gave it to Miles. At the same time, across the way, Milliam and Corman had already taken out all the other corrupted guys. The mother-son duo had their swords aimed at the last one standing, Kyle, who was still trying to put up a fight. Corman was trying to get Kyle to just give up. Kyle grabbed at his own neck, totally shocked when he realized Enoch's little power-up mark was gone. No way, how could he have lost? Corman cut him off. Vice Commander, was this really worth making a deal with a demon for? What would you know about it? Kyle yelled, reaching out like he was trying to grab something that wasn't there. I was always the one stuck watching my brother's back. You have no idea my parents got framed and died without ever expecting anything from me, Kyle screamed. Even when they were dying, it was my brother's name they kept saying over and over again, but never mine. Kyle was getting more and more furious. Corman, you used to be filled with hate just like me. I thought you of all people would get it. Corman just looked down saying nothing. Miles and I showed up just in time to see Kyle totally losing it. He spotted us too. His empty stare locked with Miles's furious one. Miles shrugged me off and walked forward by himself. Kyle just started laughing like a maniac. Well, look who it is. You here to give your little brother a lecture? Miles drew his sword. Quiet. I don't want to hear it. I'm not here to see my brother. I'm here to see Vice Commander Kyle. At those words, Kyle's last shred of defiance just crumbled. Condor Mercenary Corps Rule 3, Article 1. For those who commit unforgivable acts, the sentence is death. The Vice Commander broke the code. So as Commander of the Condor Mercenary Corps, I will deliver your sentence myself. Miles lifted his sword high, his eyes filled with pain for his brother and guilt for his parents. And the worst part? This was a rule that Miles and Kyle had made up together. I just watched as Miles's hands shook while lifting that sword. Was the sword too heavy? Or was it the weight of his own grief? I couldn't tell. Kyle just dropped to his knees, totally defeated. He knew this was just like Miles always taking the whole world on his shoulders. He remembered that time at their parents' grave, how Miles had knelt there for what felt like forever. Kyle had been the one watching from behind that time, seeing that impossible weight on his brother. And then it started to rain. Music. The rain was like totally trashing the two brothers. Kyle dropped to his knees in front of Miles. Yeah, Commander. Rules are rules. Maybe there was a better way once upon a time, but this is how it has to be now. You can't change what's already happened. The rain drenched Miles's hair, dripping down his face. Just let it go. Miles's voice was shaking as he started to speak. Kyle just squeezed his eyes shut, music ready for it, just waiting for the end. The downpour got even crazier, so you couldn't tell if it was rain or tears streaming down their faces. Music. Then through the storm a sword flashed. Asterisk. Next time around I hope we're still brothers. When the rain finally stopped, the sun came out, lighting everything up again. With all that drama over, it was time for us music to bounce. Miles walked us out of the fortress to say goodbye. He was thanking me again for like the 100th time. Hey, I just did what anyone would do, I said with a smile. Music. But for real, dude, are you seriously gonna carry that thing around? Miles was clutching this red staff like his life depended on it. And the craziest part? It was an exact one-to-one copy of the staff I used to wreck Enoch. Miles held Music the staff and just started laughing like a total psycho. That day, watching you, Lord Hero, go to town on me with that staff, I finally got it. A sword doesn't have to be just a sword. Wow, that's a super deep take. I was literally speechless. But then he was like, just kidding. Set perched on my shoulder, started messing with my face. Music. Great, you've officially broken another perfectly normal person. I just laughed. Hey, this is how you build a better tomorrow. Miles pumped the staff in the air, all hyped up. I'm gonna use this to wipe out every single demon I find. Lord Miles, I get why you're so angry. The demons took your brother and your whole crew, but you gotta handle this the right way. Don't let all that hate, music mess with your head and make you lose yourself. Miles totally got what I was saying. He knew he couldn't go down that dark path again. He pulled out his sword, stuck it in the ground, and took a knee. Please continue your music journey. Carrion, who was sticking with the mercenaries, did the same, and so did the other guys. We'll always have your back. I told them the honor was all mine. Then me and Ryan hopped on our horses and took off, even though the butler was dead set on just carrying his horse and running. Heading out already? Music, Mayam's voice cut through the air. Looked like she and Eileen had been waiting for us. Huh, I figured you'd be with Caraman. I hopped off my horse. Milliam said she was going to travel around a bit, that it was time to move on from all the pain. Looks like Caraman's whole glow-up music was contagious. I was pretty stoked to hear Milliam was going to travel as an adjudicator, basically taking down demons and bad guys. Music. Hero, instead of me, I want my student to go with you. Mayam looked right at Eileen. Me and Ryan just kind of froze. Music. I mean, we did call off our engagement and everything. Eileen even yelled, "Wait, Master, hold up!" Mayam just asked Eileen if she remembered their deal, and that it wasn't just about learning to use a sword. It was about responsibility, too. And now Eileen totally understood the heart of the Starfall sword style. She just needed some real-world fighting experience. We'll see each other again, Milliam said, patting Eileen's head. And then I'll tell you what the next step is. So music, keep practicing hard until then. After following her master for 2 whole years, Eileen started crying, obviously not ready to say goodbye. The butler and Ryan were also tearing up at the whole music-touching scene. Lady Milliam? I raised my hand, totally killing the vibe. I don't really want to travel with Eileen. You have like zero chill, you jerk. Music. Ryan and the butler looked ready to kill me. Did anyone ask you to talk? Mayam explained that Eileen was amazing and totally ready to graduate from her training. Music. Look, it's not that I don't like Eileen, I said, but one more person means a lot more stuff like travel expenses, risks in a fight, and all that. I'm not sure what you're offering for the trouble. You are so unbelievably shameless. Music, even Set, was at a loss for words. Milliam actually thought about it and was like, yeah, you've got a point. She couldn't just expect the hero to take Eileen for nothing. She pulled Music out this little packet of medicine. The Beast King's elixir. I stared at the stuff in my hand. Milliam didn't even seem surprised that I knew what it was. In my past life, the Beast Music King was on my team. He carried this stuff all the time. Milliam told me she got it from someone she saved. Music. Someone with the Beast King bloodline who gave it to her as a thank you. Seeing me hesitate, Milliam thought maybe it wasn't enough. No, this is way too valuable, I said. I was actually pretty blown away. Music. I snatched that precious gift up real quick. Then my student is all yours, hero. If you ever need anything, just find me. And with that, Milliam turned and walked away all cool and smooth. I'm expecting big things from you, hero. So I kept going with my new bigger crew. Ryan asked where we were headed next, saying he'd follow me anywhere. To my house, I said, the second Ryan heard my music words. Oh, you mean Purgus Maris's house? Oh heck no, dude. I just remembered I have super urgent business. I'm out. Ryan literally tried to bolt on his horse. I just reached out and grabbed him. Nice try. You're not going anywhere. This is music insane, Ryan was screaming in total panic. Why do I have to go to your house with you? The reason's simple. I gave him a little smirk. We're a team, and I'm about to do something that's really going to tick off my dad. I'm gonna need some strong friends to act as human shields. All three of them just stared at me completely stunned. Human shields, dude? Are you even trying to hide how you're using us? Meanwhile, over at Music, the Hall of 10,000 Demons. In the big demon meeting room. Out of the 7 flames burning around the main table, only 5 were left, and one of them was looking super music pathetic. Oh, Enoch, my dear, why is your little flame so tiny? That was Belelf's voice echoing from the fire. Damn it, Belg, shut your mouth! Enoch's music angry voice crackled from the weak flame. You're no better than Bajeb and Asmodus, Belelf G kept on taunting. That stupid hero. Unlike the real heroes, you're a total nobody. You're Music, a complete zero who can't even remember his own name. You don't have the right to even say the word hero. Shut up. With only 5 of us lords left, Music, we don't have time for this drama, another lord snapped. The old man's right, was Belelf's only reply. I mean, only 3 of us even showed up. Music. The other 2 lords couldn't be bothered with another meeting. That old one was Avaridia, the one who always runs these meetings. Music. But why can't we just take out the hero before he powers up? Right in the middle of the table, a projection of my face popped up. And what if we screw up? Avaricia's music voice was laced with venom. If we fail, we'll wreck everything the Lord put in place. You want to be responsible for that? Belef went silent. Just wait, Avaricia said again. Soon the hero's gonna face a storm of chaos he can't even begin Music to handle. I'm telling you, a plague is about to sweep the entire world. Enoch bought it. Avaricia wasn't the type to make crazy claims without a reason. But then Enoch flashed back to the hero totally wiping the floor with him. Old woman, are you positive? Enoch asked, trying not to push it. I'm positive. Music. Avaricia's voice was solid as rock. Then we cut to the Walpurgis family's land. After 2 years, finally home. Man, it feels music weird. I stared at my house from a distance. Yep, this is it. Ryan and Eileen looked super bummed. Just awesome. Ryan scowled, asking me what the actual plan was. I just blew him Music off and said nothing. I didn't think the idiot would actually figure it out. You've pulled this before. Was any of that even real? See, this is why I hate smart Alex. I laid out the whole situation for them. Music. I'm planning to check out the Bloodline Grimoire. I'm pretty sure I meet the conditions for the challenge now. All 3 of them just echoed Bloodline Grimoire, but I bet only Music, the butler, actually knew what that meant. This book records the entire Walpurgis family history. And it's a crazy powerful magic book, too. Music. The book's real name is Lem Mitten. It only answers to someone with Walpurgis blood, which is why everyone calls it the Bloodline Grimoire. Every single page, Music, is packed with the history and power of my family. The very first Walpurgis made it. In my past life, it got totally torched in the Music War. Cracking open the Bloodline Grimoire is like picking a fight with the entire history of the Walpurgis family. Ryan stepped up. So what happens, Music, if you fail this challenge? You get eaten by it. Become just another part of the book. But if I win, I become Lem Mitten's master. Get eaten or become the boss. Pretty simple, right? Music. Honestly, I never really cared about being its master, but I definitely wasn't planning on getting eaten. I just want to dig into where our bloodline even came from. Like what even Music was the first Walpurgis. He wasn't just some 9th Circle Archmage. He had to be something way more special. Music. Besides, if I'm gonna do big things, I need to get my hands on the knowledge inside Lem Mitten. Alright, let's move Music meat shields. Set's eyes went wide. He is so not thinking that. Of course not. As my trusted friends, you should have faith in me. Music. Why would I ever say something like that out loud? Viscount Nostra was strolling through the Walpurgis Manor, but this super bad feeling was creeping up on him. On the surface, it was just another boring day. So where was this anxiety coming from? It's cool. Everything's cool. Music. The Viscount shook his head, trying to shake off the weird vibe. Ever since I beat him, he'd totally turned his life around. Logically, nothing bad should be happening. Even though he once music dropped to the 5th circle and was stuck there for ages, he was actually happier for it. He worked his butt off and finally stabilized at the 6th circle. It was all thanks to his teacher, and man was he grateful. So why did just thinking about him give him the creeps? Oh God's music, please, please don't let him come back, the Viscount prayed. Then a voice from behind him said, "Who are you talking to?" The Viscount spun around and saw the one person he music never wanted to see again. So he just bowed his head and started praying again. I must be totally exhausted, I'm even seeing things. Yeah, I definitely need music to take something for this. He mumbled to himself and tried to walk away. Oh, great God, shield me with your eternal light. Great. Smack. Before he could finish, I caught up and smacked him one. I snatched him up and just like that, I got my 4th shield. Music. I chucked him over to Ryan and the crew. Perfect. That's 4 of you. Should be plenty. What are you planning on doing? The Viscount had no clue what was going on, but when he heard I was about to challenge Lem Mitten, he totally freaked. Music. Young master, don't do it, teacher, just stop. The Marquis will never allow this. Besides, it'll be yours when you're the head of the family anyway. Yeah, I don't have that kind of time. This isn't about time. It's about having permission to read it. You're not actually planning to smash through the barrier, are you? Smash through it, yep, that's the plan. I'm forcing my way in. Then music, who's going to stop the Marquis? 1, 2, 3, 4. Awesome. My amazing shields, you guys better pull your weight. Music. The second I break that barrier, my dad's gonna feel it. So your job is to hold him off. Got it. You all ready for this? Ryan didn't say a word. Music. He just threw up a certain universal hand gesture. I was totally satisfied with that. Now that's how teammates should act. Anyway, right in front of the Prophet's library, I got music blocked by a couple of guards. One of them asked what business I had at the library. I'm the Marquis's direct heir. I have every right to go inside. But the guard was a total stick in the mud. Said only with the music Marquis's personal say-so could they let me pass. Set, who was perched on my shoulder, piped up. Well, you were a massive jerk before. Music. Now that you've actually gotten your act together, they probably can't believe it's real. These library guards had no idea what I've been up to. To them, I'm still that same old punk. So I unleashed my holy power, told them I was here as the hero, and flashed the Emperor's brooch. Now getting in my way means pushing back against the church and the Empire. Music. The 2 night guards totally didn't dare say no, so I waltzed right in. Set was like, so how old is the Walpurgis family history? I told her like other families it's pretty basic, but the OG Walpurgis was a whole different story. The records on him, music, were super sketchy, like barely anything there, even though he was a 9-circle archmage with some insane military wins. But before that, who he was, what he did, nobody knew. Set was getting a major headache just listening. Soon enough, I found the off-limits room. Set music took one look at all the barriers and was totally overwhelmed. I had to get through these crazy high-level barriers before my dad showed up. But these things are keyed to our bloodline, music, which means no outsiders can get past. But like that might not be a problem for me. I whipped out a dagger and sliced my palm. Yeah, it was complicated, but I've dealt with way crazier and music deadlier stuff in my past life. These were all different barriers set up by the old family heads, and they were basically perfect. So right now, I'm pretty much fighting generations of my ancestors' music, through their magic. I flicked my left hand hard and my blood went flying. It splattered all over the corners of the barriers. Is this blood magic? Music. Set was confused. See, I wasn't trying to smash these things, just like turn them off for a bit. This huge cloud of smoke made Set squeeze her eyes shut. After music, the smoke cleared, we were plunged into like total darkness. I just started walking, trying to get my bearings. I totally didn't expect the floor I was just on to get chomped by a giant mouth. Set looked back completely freaked and asked what was going on. I told her it was the Walpurgis family's signature devouring magic. The barrier was still up. I just kept pushing through the dark, dodging every attack. Set probably thought I had it all planned out, music. But honestly, I was just going with my gut. Then I ended up in front of this massive barrier. Looked like the final boss. I saw the pattern and knew it instantly. This was my dad's barrier. So I shattered music it. I was not expecting what was behind it. You're not Aiden. Some blonde guy was just chilling, chin in his hand, staring at me. Is that you? I couldn't stop myself from scowling. If you're asking what I am, some call me history, others call me magic. Honestly, music, they're both right. My name is Lemigadon. And right then, a massive explosion rocked the Walpurgis estate. Guards were scrambling music for their lives, screaming, "The Marquis has lost it." What idiot set the boss off? Does he want us all to get wrecked? That freaking music bastard son. The Marquis's veins were popping as he slammed his fist into the wall. How dare he just waltz in and touch Lemigaton? The Marquis grabs his ridiculously huge magic weapon. This time I'm gonna break every bone in your body. The Marquis's face was twisted with rage. You'll be on the ground begging me to stop. First one to take the heat is Ryan, the future Sword Saint music, who just charges in like a maniac to stop the Marquis. After 2 years of leveling up, does he even stand a chance? Get out of my way. The Marquis sends Ryan flying with just one hit. These huge lightning bolts started chasing after Ryan. Music. I totally saw this coming. Ryan was running for his life, scared he was about to get zapped for good. This power level is insane. Ryan got careless for a second and got blasted totally outmatched music on power. My lord, please, you need to chill. Seeing Ryan go down, the butler steps up to try and talk some sense into him. Music. He's a 7-circle dark mage and totally ripped, thinking he can actually stop the Marquis. Butler, you're so naive. The Marquis sends the butler flying with a single music hit. You really think muscles can stop an 8-circle mage like me? Then he hits him again, launching music the butler into the sky. Aiden? My lord, just hear me out. The Viscount was totally shaking, clutching his staff. Please, music, just chill. Let's talk about this. The 6-circle Viscount could barely pull it together to stand up to the Marquis. Nostra, you know I don't think I've ever hit you before. Should have done it ages ago. The 6-circle Viscount also got sent flying by the Marquis's staff. No way. Another screaming body music went sailing into the sky above the Walpurgis estate. Seeing the 3 of them get taken out instantly, Eileen was shaking from head to toe. What is up with that staff? Why is it covered in blood and nails? Staring at the Marquis, who was giving off this creepy red glow, Eileen's legs were jelly, not music, even daring to move. Right then, Eileen was like a bunny cornered by a tiger, totally helpless. Eileen was still shaking, but then out of nowhere, Ryan got back up. Even though his sword was chipped and he could barely hold it, Eileen was totally inspired by Ryan. She found her courage and stopped shaking. Seeing music, Ryan pointed his sword at him again, just made the Marquis even more furious. Parlov's son and Lyndall's daughter. Why are you helping that brat Mickey? Can't you trust your own son? He's the hero now. Music. Ryan's eyes were determined. He wasn't backing down an inch. The hero, huh? Perfect. The Marquis's face went ice cold. The Marquis took one step forward, and his aura just exploded. The pressure was so intense, Ryan and Eileen could barely stand music, but they didn't go down. Like you said, he's my son. And that's exactly why I know why he's doing this. That's the whole problem, Ryan, Eileen. The pressure forced Ryan down to one knee. You think I'm scared of him being devoured by Lemmigaton? Ryan pushed through the pain, using every ounce of his strength to try and stand up. Kids, time for a nap! The Marquis grabbed Ryan and Eileen as they were trying to get up. Sleep magic hit them instantly. They both just collapsed. It's totally music. Because Mickey became a hero that the Marquis rushed over. I mean, heroes are the ones who hate and get rid of demons. If he starts seeing Lemmigaton through a hero's eyes, just thinking about it, the Marquis just grinds music his teeth. Then the scene flips. Yo, you're trying to copy the ancestor, aren't you? That's right. Your ancestor who also happens to be my creator. It's like Lemmigaton knows exactly what's on my mind. A pretty legendary dude. He slides the tea he just poured my way. You really put in the work to break that barrier. Okay, but for real, let's just skip all the formal crap. I just smack away the tea he pushed at me. I get right in his face and use magic to obliterate his table and tea set. This tea music set and the chair you made with magic? Yeah, they could easily take someone out. Are you gonna keep up this act? I give him an ice-cold stare. How long are you gonna drop the formalities with me? I'm the avatar of the first Walpurgis music, and you're just his descendant. Yeah, I'm a Walpurgis descendant for sure, but I clench my fist, feeling that killer music instinct kicking in. I'm also the hero. So why does Lemmigaton reek of demonic energy? There's no doubt in my mind this guy is a demon. I'm not using any honorifics on a demon. Music. A demon. You're calling me a demon just because of some demonic energy, Lemmigaton says to me super slowly. It makes me stop and think. I hate those stupid demons too. If I'm one of them, then aren't you one too? Music. So how are you gonna prove you're not a demon? I look down at him. Lemmigaton just keeps on talking. You're the one who crashed through the barrier without permission just to face me. What right do you have to demand I tell you music everything? And now I'm stuck. Lemmigaton and I are in a total standoff. Neither of us is willing to explain anything. Aiden is coming. What are you gonna music do if you just stand there? You're gonna get thrown out. I don't answer him. I can also sense my dad is right about to come in. So what about you? You've been trapped in here for ages. Once I'm gone, you're back to being completely alone again. Lemmigaton. Music. Totally freezes because he knows what I said is true. After a second, he lifts his hand and snaps his fingers. The library completely transforms in a flash and time just stops. Music. Fine then. Now let's talk for real. Lemmigaton points a finger at my shoulder. That apostle can join in too. Music set just stares at Lemmigaton, completely shocked. No one is supposed to see her except other apostles. How did you spot me? Storm's apostle Set, a being that should have been long gone since you couldn't get any protection. It seems you patched up the barrier where Set lives. Music. That's not something you can do with simple 8-circle magic, so I'm betting your insight goes way beyond the 8th circle. So what? I know what he's getting at, but I act clueless anyway. I hope you can answer one question for me. Young Walpurgis. Music. Can you bust me out of here? No. Just like I thought, he asks the one question. I see. Lemmigaton lowers his head, ready to get time moving again, but I stop him. I can give you limited freedom, though. Music. Limited freedom. Lememitin pulls back his hand. What does that even mean? I explain. It's the same kind of setup I have with Set, which would let him music get out without totally leaving this place for good. Honestly, I could probably free Lememitin completely, but I'm not going to do that. No matter what, if Lememitin wants to get out of here, he music needs to be totally under my thumb. This so-called limitation means you gotta sign a contract with me. So what do you say? Lememitin doesn't even hesitate and signs the contract on the spot, because being lonely for that long can seriously mess with you. Even though Lememitin is this crazy, powerful grimoire, he just can't handle being alone forever. If he could, he never would have signed that contract with me so fast. According to the terms of our deal, music, his power is completely under my control and he has to tell me whatever I want to know. I split him in two, changing him into a kid who looks about 14 years old. Even though he can only use a sliver of his real power, he couldn't care less. After music, he got his end of the bargain. He asks what my demands are, but he says he can only get to about 30% of the content at the moment. That's pretty much what I figured would happen. Music. I just smile and reply, hey, 30% isn't nothing. First up, I need to know everything about the first Walpurgis. Lememitin tells me he can't really give me a lot of info on that. Apparently he was created right when the first Walpurgis founded the family, so he doesn't know anything from before that, and he doesn't even know everything that happened after. I just go, fine, then just tell me whatever you know. Lememitin says it's something you can't just explain. Here, music, let me show you. After he says that, he gives me a push with his hand. I go flying back with absolutely no way to stop it. The whole spiritual vibe around me keeps changing, and my consciousness, music, is slowly coming back. Where the heck am I? I look up and it's my dad's office, but the person sitting there is the first Walpurgis. I casually pick up some of the materials the ancestor left behind. Higher genetics music, trait changes, nature reversal. There are mountains of this stuff. What exactly was music the ancestor trying to do? Lememitin. The ancestor suddenly calls out, remember every single word I say. Don't miss a thing. Someone who isn't qualified can't access this, not even the most talented descendants. Talent, music, and qualification don't always go hand in hand. It has to be inherited by someone who is qualified. I will remember. Yes, these music materials need to be separated. We have to complete this. A blast of chaotic noise hits my ears. I gotta concentrate. Music. Just one more word. I have to protect this world. We're nothing like them. Like them. What does that even mean? Who are they, anyway? And just like that, I'm yanked out of that bizarre place. After a flash of blinding light, I'm slammed back into reality. Oh, my head is absolutely pounding. Set's holding me up, asking if I'm okay. The info I got is all jumbled, but I can totally tell my ancestor was terrified of something, I just have no clue what. I ask Lememitin if he knows the key, but he's obviously not gonna spill. I guess for now I'm just not on the need-to-know list. Like I don't have the clearance for the real tea. Back in the ancestors' day, all the major families were making their big plays. Fights were breaking out constantly all over the continent. But whatever my ancestor was afraid of, it wasn't all that drama. With what I know now, I can't figure it out. But getting even this much intel is a major win. I ask Lememitin how much of the stuff about the plague I can get into. He just says all of it. So I lead the newly freed him out of the library. This whole trip was a score. I got a contract and a ton of information. So you ready? Lememitin asks me. Oh, I know exactly what he's talking about. My super enraged dad is waiting just outside. This is it time to face the real boss battle. And even though I'm prepared to lose both my legs for this, not gonna lie, I'm still kind of freaked out. If only it wasn't me about to get totally wrecked. I could just kick back and enjoy the show watching someone else get it like Ryan. Ugh, stop it. Just gotta suck it up and face the music. As the last grain of sand falls, the time freeze wears off. Immediately, a voice that makes my blood run cold echoes from outside. Lememitin looks like he's ready for the show to start. With a massive boom, the library door is just blasted into splinters. And standing there is my father. Aiden Walpurgis, get your butt out here this instant and prepare to be erased. I try to talk my old man out of getting violent with me. Like violence just leads to more bad stuff, you know. But he's totally not listening, just stalking toward me step by step. As he gets closer, the Marcus notices something's off because Lememitin is standing behind me completely unbound. Looks like you didn't have time to actually read Lememitin, he says with a smirk. Breaking the barrier was a decent move, though. I give him a look that says I totally did access it. Hearing this, his mocking expression just melts into pure shock. We even signed a contract, Lememitin adds casually. I can't believe it's been 20 years, Aiden. The Marquis stares at the young man in front of him, finally realizing it's really Lememitin. He doesn't see me as some kind of threat like you and your ancestor do. Mikhail! My dad's face gets super dark like he's about to blow a fuse. Then he narrows his eyes. Did you see Lememitin's origin? He grills me. I tell him, I don't know the specifics, but where he came from doesn't matter to me. I mean, I have my guesses, but I don't think that's the real story. Just because you're the hero doesn't mean you have to care about that. If I wasn't supposed to exist, the gods wouldn't have picked me. I'm not gonna hate on the family just because Lememitin might have a connection to demons no matter what happens later. Although I did grant Lememitin his freedom for now, it's just within the Walpurgis territory. Our estate is huge, after all, plenty of space for him to hang out. Lememedin promised he won't go crazy with his power.
He's just sick of being lonely.
The Marquise's killer aura completely vanishes. It looks like he's actually not going to beat me up. Hey, maybe I get to keep my legs after all. Thanks for understanding, father. I take the chance to keep talking. I'm really sorry for barging in like that, but as the hero, I've got to do my hero duties and think about humanity and all that. I figured you'd get it. This is my chance to dip. But then my dad calls my name from behind me, really dragging it out. Every hair on my body stands on end. I turn around, trembling a little, and ask if there's anything else. He's got this big happy grin, so I start to chill out. First, let me put this down. The Marquis tosses his weapon aside. Son, you know what equivalent exchange is, right? You got lame medin, so you've got to pay the price. Dad is now really the time for this. I try to laugh it off. The Marquis just spreads his hands. As your father, I should let it slide. But I'm also the head of the Walpurgis family, and my job as head tells me I can't let you off the hook. Seeing his aura flare up again, I decide to make a run for it and use teleportation magic to peace out. In the blink of an eye, I'm hovering over the Walpurgis estate. Set's on my shoulder, giving me a totally disgusted look for running away. You really don't get him at all. Hey, I'm a lover, not a fighter like him. You just don't understand. Set is probably mentally comparing us, trying to figure out where we're different. Awesome. All I gotta do is lay low until he cools off and then head back. The plan is perfect. Worked like a charm with Leon. I'm a genius. Wait a second. I suddenly realize my body is completely frozen. Then something huge presses hard against my back. A staff. My father's voice comes from right behind me. Long time no see, son. Why'd you stop running? The Marquis hoists his staff. Now get ready to get wrecked. It won't even take me 1 second to pulverize you. The Marquis swings the staff down with terrifying force. Dad, wait! I yell, seeing it get closer. Oh, so now you're begging, finally calling me dad again, you little punk. At the same time, back inside the Walpurgis mansion, the rest of the crew is sitting around like statues. Do you think his plan will actually work? Eileen asks softly. Don't worry, that guy's a sly one. I totally believe he's got this, Ryan says, patching himself up while trying to chill Eileen out. Whoa, look outside, you guys. The butler suddenly points at the window. No way is that a shooting star in the middle of the day. Everyone make a wish quick. So all 4 of us make our own wishes. The scene changes. My leg bones healed up like way faster than I imagined, totally back to normal in just 1 week. I'm just lying in bed, thinking about how my legs have been busted up a million times and I always bounced back. Man, my past self was a total beast. I sit up feeling pretty good. Then Set starts his usual trash talk. Wow, you look way too pleased with yourself. I'm like so over Set's smack talk. I just switch gears. Set, I've got a bad feeling the demon's next play is a plague. A plague, you for real? How do you know? So I lay out my whole theory for Set, all my predictions about what's coming. Okay, so 2 major demons are just gone. Enoch got totally wrecked. They're not going to be down to lose any more of their heavy hitters, so they're not showing up in their final forms again. They'll lay low until the demon god shows, but they are asterisk, not asterisk, giving up. They're totally going to hit humanity where it hurts body or mind, and the easiest way to do that is a plague. Its whole deal is that it spreads like wildfire. In my past life's timeline, it was the exact same thing. The plague just rolled over everyone. People lost their minds and started taking each other out. People used it as an excuse to do all kinds of messed up stuff. By the time I figured out it was the demons behind it all, it was way too late. It was just so huge, and like a bajillion people were affected. My past self had no clue what to do next. But now things are still manageable. I have to shut down the source before this plague goes viral. In my past life, the whole thing kicked off in the Dark Forest. So guess that's our next stop. Your leaving contractor Lamimet just kinda appears by my bed. He says he came to give me like a knowledge access pass since he's stuck in his own territory. He grabs my hand, and this red energy starts flowing from him right into me. He says this way I can tap into Lememitin's recorded knowledge whenever I want. Looking at the energy coming off him, I can tell it's definitely got a demonic vibe, but it's like a mix between demon and human energy. Not quite one or the other. I take the energy he passed to me to form this little Lamedin thing in my hand. He says it's got all the useful info I'm cleared to see. All I have to do is want to access it, and the info just downloads straight into my brain. So I immediately try to pull up everything on the Dark Forest. The little Lamedin in my hand starts flipping pages like crazy. A second later, all this info on the Dark Forest floods my mind. Dark Forest. Good. As the hero, it's your job to purify the poison seeds there. Poison seeds. They were once pure beings blessed by the World Tree. And the ones who escaped the World Tree are now called poison seeds. So basically, dark elves. That's why I'm headed to the Dark Forest. This time I barely even get to my father's door before I hear him tell me to come in. What's with this rare Dad of the Year act? He's got this super nice smile like he's not the one who literally just broke my legs. You seem to be in a good mood, Father. I'm heading out. I'm planning on taking some people from the Talia Guild. Dad looks surprised by my plans. When he finds out I'm going to the Dark Forest, he gets this look on his face like he's super amused. So, Hydos and the crew, their whole deal is, that's right, They're dark elves from the dark forest. I know my dad has been sus about it for a long time. Even if not all dark elves are from the dark forest, the noble ones definitely are.
Meanwhile, Hydos is totally stressing over all the new intel. I mean, Purgus really is one of the 4 great families. Dad! Mia bursts in all frantic. Something awful is happening. He's here.
Mia's looking at Hydos, totally panicking. Hydos has no idea who could get Mia this freaked out. And then he sees who's behind her. The one person he absolutely never wanted to see again.
Mia straight up goes invisible trying to bail. Long time no see. What's with the face? You look terrible. Did something happen?
Hero, you're back.
Hydos immediately bows down, showing respect.
I tell him I need to talk to both of them, but it's not the kind of business Hydos is thinking of. Ever feel like taking a trip back home to see the old neighborhood?
Hydos, you can't just ignore this forever.
Am I wrong? I turn and look at Mia, who's still trying to make a run for it. Apprentice Priestess Mia. Hearing me drop Mia's real title makes Hydos flash back to how it all started.
It was a desperate dark elf girl on her knees begging Hydos to get me out of there. Hydos starts explaining to me why the priestess is such a big deal. Turns out the clan decks them out all fancy, making the priestesses seem super important.
But really, they're just sacrifices for the ancestor. Deep in the forest is the grave of the ancestor who died after her own sister betrayed her.
Right before she died, the ancestor cursed her sister and the whole forest. So the dark elves pick out girls who look like the traitor sister and sacrifice them to the ancestor. It's how they've been able to survive in this forest. For generations, the priestesses are supposed to calm the ancestor's anger, but all their own resentment just ends up fueling the ancestor's rage even more. This whole vicious cycle has been building up, and now it's basically a ticking time bomb about to go off.
Hydos is trying to convince me to just stay out of their business.
Yeah, I'm not planning to listen, especially after he basically spilled his guts to me. If he's not here for my help, who's he kidding? He brought up the apprentice priestess, which means the current one he's protecting must be going through some serious stuff. I see Hydos's fists are clenched super tight, and I can totally tell he wants to go back and handle business. I just rest my staff on my shoulder to chill him out. It's all good. I'm going with you and we'll wipe this whole mess out. Music. Hydos wanted to talk me out of it at first, but he knew he was in deep and couldn't turn down my help.
For the next few days, the guards just did their usual patrols completely clueless. But yeah, people are lurking in the shadows. Assassins sent from the dark forest to snatch Mia. Thanks to a little setup from yours truly, they slip in with no problem music and start hunting for Mia.
They find Mia pretty fast.
One of them sneaks up behind her holding some kind of knockout tool ready to make his move. Then music he lunges, probably already thinking he's won. But suddenly a dagger is pressed right against his throat. His gut is screaming at him not to even look at this music person. Seeing the assassin in my grip totally frozen, I give him a nod to look at the ground. He looks down and sees his buddy, the one who's supposedly even better at stealth music, than him already knocked out on the floor. He starts bugging out shakily asking who I am since he didn't see a single thing.
I seriously love it when people ask who I am. I'm Music, just your friendly neighborhood hero passing through.
You better remember that. I ask Hydos if he knows these two guys. Hydos confirms they're from the crew that's all for the music priestess sacrifice.
And they're even more extreme. They worship the dark forest's vengeful spirit and call themselves Karen. They Music think vengeful spirits are the final destination for all life and want, the spirits to spread across the whole continent.
Hearing that, I just stop cold. Isn't this the exact source of the plague I've been looking for? Unlike my past life this time, Mia is alive and kicking.
But the music little spark called Karen is still around. I have to put them out before they become a whole wildfire. Then I feel these weird eyes on me, so I follow the stare. Right when I look over, Mia immediately looks away. I ask, "You good, Mia?" She's trembling, Music, and points at my staff, not wanting to look right at it. I'm still not getting what she's on about. What's wrong with the staff? It's totally normal for it to have a little blood on it. This guy has zero common music sense left. Set just facepalms, totally done. Anyway, moving on. Do all the Dark Forest people want to sacrifice the priestess? Mia explains that there are still some sane groups, Music, and others who want to fight the vengeful spirits, but they don't really have a say. The huge majority, Music, just wants things to stay the same. I get it. So I guess that means we don't have to take them all out. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something weird? No, it's nothing. I thought you were Music, about to wipe out our entire clan. Eileen mutters under her breath. Man, that stings. Even my simple words get twisted. Set, Music, you've been with me for so long. Don't you think that's a little over the top? What isn't that what you were thinking? Set is already used to my vibe. They're such a buzzkill, it hurts my feelings. Then I drag those two dark elves, Music, into a dream, getting ready to squeeze them for info. After a few friendly chats, I get the intel I need. They said an outsider came into the Dark Forest and is backing Karen. And this outsider, Mia, you know how the Dark Elf's ancestor is that sacred music being ether. Well, this outsider is an elf who looks almost exactly like your ancestor. On top of that, her name is also Ether. The scene switches to the Dark Forest capital. Music.
An elf in a silver silk dress with bright blonde hair that totally clashes with the darkness is looking out over the music forest. What do you think, Lady Ether? A dark elf dude in some seriously fancy clothes steps out of the shadows. Music. Not bad. Today is a day worth remembering, the woman named Ether replies. You don't have to worry, Karen already has a major advantage. The guy is the dark elf king Brain, and his people hold over half the seats. This is a huge deal. It means the smart ones are finally speaking up. My king, music, listen to me. I don't want my grudge to be stuck only in this forest. Humans are the reason my resentment is tied to this forest, music, making me and my descendants carry it. This bad energy can't just stay in the forest. Unlike us, humans have never had to deal with this stuff. Music. They're gonna get all paranoid and start fighting each other for sure. And that's when we make our move. The king's heart is racing, thinking about all the years they've been trapped here. Like music birds in a cage with absolutely no freedom. Thinking about it, the king just drops to his knees. Mother, we've been waiting for you to return. What do you need me to do? Ether gives the king a cold look and says, First I want to see how strong my malice has become, and then I want to meet our priestess. The scene changes again. The butler is still running, literally carrying a horse about to catch up to Mia on her horse. The stars in the night sky are crazy bright. Maybe it's because we're getting closer to the dark forest, but looking at this beautiful starry music sky, memories from my past life are flooding my brain. This stupid starry sky. Anyone who didn't know better would think we were living in peaceful times. Music. The one talking is the Beast King. The Beast King, the Saint, and the Elf King are all arguing about how chaotic the world is. The Beast Music King is always looking at the starry sky with this cynical vibe. The Saint just yells a bunch of cuss words at the sky. The music. Elf King Jia just watches them with a pained smile, and then there was that freaking jerk of a hero, Siegfried. Music. Even though war was pretty much constant back then, the starry sky that night was honestly beautiful. Today is different from how things used to be. It would be amazing if this warm feeling could last. Music. The night gets deeper. We find a clearing and make camp. Mia actually sits next to me to talk, which is like a first. Normally when she sees me, she squeaks like a kitten and just bolts. But with all the past drama out in the open, Mia just yells, What, I can't get close to you for real, though I actually have something to tell you. Mia was nervously twisting her fingers. Being a priestess is way more complicated than you think. The current priestess, that's my sister. I don't know if it's like this for everyone, but we're totally different. For my sister, if I became the priestess, she could stay with Hios. No, I mean with our dad. Wait, you can just swap out the priestess whenever you want, I'm so confused. Mia wasn't sure either, but she knew her sister literally gave up everything for her. Anyway, I know you're here cause it's your job, hero, but I'm still grateful you came with me. She's thanking me. Mia was always destined to walk this messed up path to become the priestess. In my past life, she had to face it all alone. This time, I just showed up a little early. She was already braced for it. I just gave her someone to lean on. And just as I figured, she's dead set on changing the Dark Elves and breaking free from that ancestor's curse. But with just her and Hydos's power, it was a total suicide mission, and they still went for it in my past life. At that exact moment over at the Dark Forest ritual site, Mia's sister, Rowena, is being tormented by the ancestor's rage so badly you wouldn't even recognize her. She's forced to play the part of the ancestor's sister Hera, taking on all that ancient anger for her people until her mind just shatters, leaving behind nothing but resentment for her own people just waiting for the next priestess. And the crazy part is, she's not even the one who betrayed the ancestor. All she wanted was to protect her sister. Just then, the king shows up. This means the ritual is on pause. Awesome. I'm totally cool with the amount of bad juju they've gathered. A woman steps out from behind the king. Once Rowena gets a clear look at her face, it's Ether, a dark elf who's a dead ringer for the ancestor. It triggers Rowena's deepest fear. She screams trying to get away, but there's nowhere to go. Ether just stares at Rowena like she's the most delicious thing she's ever seen. The scene changes. Our crew has finally made it to the Dark Forest. Ryan is checking out the bizarre scenery, super curious. But even he can feel this seriously creepy vibe here. Hydos tells him it's normal. I mean, all the resentment built up in this forest for ages has nowhere to go. Warning, warning. Mole suddenly zips out, flailing his little limbs and screaming his head off. Enemy incoming, major hostile vibes. Mole keeps freaking out, and he's even wearing this tiny suit of armor. Set explains that since Mole is a spirit sensing, all the hostility in the Dark Forest is totally normal for him. Yeah, no kidding. Even I can feel how messed up this place is, and I've got a druid's blessing. I mean, they're dark elves who literally worship vengeful spirits. I'm just thinking about all this when I hear the asterisk thwip asterisk of an arrow being fired. In a flash, a sharp arrowhead slices through the air, heading right for us. But I'm not that same person anymore. I bat the arrow away easy. Well, what a warm welcome! The butler stares at the arrow sticking out of the ground. The second he says that, a bunch more arrows come flying at us. Set! I call out, totally calm. Immediately, Set's storm whips up in a circle all around us. Hydos knows it's his cue. He instantly pinpoints all the archers. Then like a phantom, he takes them down. One of them screams that Hydos is a traitor, but Hydos doesn't even flinch, cause he's nothing like these corrupted losers. I ask Kaidos if he knows them. He explains, these guys are probably supposed to be guarding the priestess. Since they're just washed up failures, they don't need to exist anymore. I grip my staff. The leader keeps running his mouth, cursing Kaidos. I've had enough of this crap. My staff smashes right into his mouth. Shut up. You're so freaking loud, you people snatch human kids and twist them into assassins. What right do you have to say anything? I already got the whole story from Kaidos on how he became a guardian. I don't care about your rotten little sob story, so take us to your bosses. Anyone who even thinks about saying no, I'll end them. The scene changes. Yo, hey, is this how you lead? Can you move any slower? You asking for a beatdown. While leading these clowns, I keep feeling these weird eyes on my back. It's gotta be my imagination. Hey, the traitor's here. That's a phrase I really don't like hearing. I turn to see who said it. Where the voice came from, a mob of people are beating and screaming at some guy on the ground they're calling a traitor. The closer we get to the capital, the more unhinged the crowd gets here. They literally burn their own people who have different beliefs, thinking they'll get some kind of power from it. The power to bring back the ancestor. In other words, they did this exact same thing in my past life. My grip on my staff tightens. Right now, there's only one thought in my head. Set seems to sense something is way off with me. She tries to warn me, but I'm just seeing red. Right now, I just want to wipe every last one of them out, and they just keep up their psycho ritual yelling, "Glory to Ether, resurrect the ancestor." Male, calm down. Set yelled, trying to snap me out of it. Her voice was enough to cool my head a little. This is seriously not the time to lose control. I've got way more important things to deal with. I explained to everyone that the situation just got a whole lot worse. No need to find the higher-ups. We're totally out of time. Kaidos, you still have someone you need to save, right? I asked him. You're talking about Ruena, right? Yeah, I totally need music to go save her. Kaidos, go do your thing. This should give you a boost. But hey, don't be reckless. Wait for the perfect moment to use it. Lord Hero, music, thanks a lot. I'm trusting you with Mia. Watching Kaidos just poof into thin air, I was seriously impressed. That dude is a legit music assassin. All right, time for a plan B. Okay, listen up. I just need one of you six to hang back. Who's it gonna be? Everyone else can music bounce. So I told them to close their eyes and point at someone to be my guide. With 6 people, you just know there's gonna be one snake who rats someone out. And just like music, I called it only one dude pointed a finger. Even his own crew was giving him the side eye for it. So I kept Mr. Traitor and wiped the memories of the others before sending them on their way. So with this total liability leading the way, we started getting closer to the sacred music grounds. Master, I've got a really bad feeling. Mole whispered, all curled up and shaking. I mean, it made sense she was creeped out. This whole place was crawling with corrupted elves who definitely had it out for her. Mia looked super bummed out, seeing how all the once cute elves had been totally taken over by their ancestors. These elves were completely consumed by hate and had totally lost their minds. They started closing in on us, music, looking like they were about to jump us. Crap, this is the exact reason I wanted to avoid this place. You reckless outsiders are about to meet your end. Oh, zip it. My staff has zero patience for your trash talk. These elves are in a sad state, but deep down they're pure, which means there's a way to fix this. They're closing in. We're not gonna win. Mole was still shaking like a leaf. But looking at her gave me an idea. I handed her a mini version of my own staff. Music. Mole, they used to be just like you. Now they need you to be their hero. Mole clutched that little staff, her face set with determination to save her friends. Seeing Mole raise the staff, music, you could tell she was ready to go save her people. I just casually tossed some enhancement magic her way. Suddenly, Mole could feel this insane power surging through her music, and this crazy, powerful aura just exploded from her. You're totally powered up in every way. Mole, go get him, and wow, Mole's fighting spirit was way beyond what any of us expected. She actually music took on a whole bunch of them at once. Master, am I strong now? Mole asked, puffing her chest out and holding up her staff. Music. I gave her a real round of applause. She seriously crushed it. Whoa, looks like even our sweet innocent Mole has gone full-on warrior. The elves Mole knocked out started coming to one by one, remembering music, nothing but a killer headache. Then they saw Mole glowing like a superstar and were like, no way, the legendary child of light and darkness is finally here. Music. Every single one of them pledged to follow Mole. A little later, Mole came over with her new crew to say goodbye. She had to take off for a bit because there were more elves, music, who'd been corrupted by all that hate and needed her to save them. Just make sure you're back for dinner. I wasn't about to micromanage her. With that much magic boosting her, there was no way she could lose. It just reminded me, music, of my real mission. My whole reason for being here was to end this 1,000-year-old grudge so demons couldn't use it against us like they did in my past life. Then it hit me I'd totally forgotten about a key player. Ether's sister, Hemera. Music. Even the Lamenton files were basically blank on her, just that she supposedly died of natural causes later on. Music. Nobody knew the real story. Just then Mia snapped me out of it. Lord Hero, there's this old legend that Ancestor Hera might actually still be alive. My eyes narrowed. That was the exact lead I'd been hoping for. If that story was for real, then this whole mess would be way easier to clean up. I asked Mia to spill the details on the legend. She thought for music a second, then started telling me about the ancestral sisters, these two legendary siblings.
So one sister was like the moon and the other was the sun. But then one day darkness just swallowed music the sun and smashed the moon to pieces. All that was left in the world was the black sun. And even today they say the black sun is still waiting for the moon to come back.
Music.
After a while, we finally made it to Ether's tomb. I went up to get a closer look, but what I found was totally shocking. There wasn't a tomb here at all, just the body music of a woman. A dark elf with a dagger stuck right in her own neck. Mia just stared, totally floored at her ancestor's body. Eileen and Ryan were confused too. Their ancestor's body was just left out here, and it looked like Music, did it to herself. While I was checking out the body, the butler pointed out that something was off. If this really was the dark elf ancestor, her own people should have given her Music a proper burial. What the butler said was exactly what was bugging me. This was all just too weird. Music. Even if they were scared of a curse, they should have at least buried their ancestor somewhere safe and blessed. But they didn't do that. It's like they just ignored her on purpose. My train of thought got cut off by Mia, who was bowing like way too Music low in front of the body. I used to think the ancestor cursed the forest because she got betrayed. But now I get the hate and anger she must have felt. I get all of it. Just as Mia's fingers got close to the body, this crazy bright light totally caught my and Set's attention. Mikhail, it's way too quiet here. It was Eileen Music, coming back from her patrol, snapping us out of it again. That entrance we just came through, it felt like someone was locked up in there. Eileen had a point. This place was giving me the creeps. I had to double check. Normally, vengeful spirits flare up and then fade out fast, but the hate and the curse in this dark forest, that's been here forever. I was on a mission to find this so-called vengeful spirit. The whole forest gave off majorly creepy vibes, like it was cursed from top to bottom, but surprise, no spirit anywhere. Music. So if there's no ghost, then this whole place is like pointless. Just when I was thinking that, the badge on my chest totally exploded with this insane flash of light. When it died down, there were two people wrapped up inside. It was Hydos and Rowena. A sec later, Hydos came too. Seeing what was up, he got on his knees and started apologizing to me. He totally let his feelings get the best of him and blew off my warning. Luckily, I'd set up a magical failsafe. Hydos gave me the rundown on why. After he bounced from the group, he made a beeline to find Rowena. When he finally tracked her down, he found Ether doing some seriously messed up stuff to Rowena. Even though I told him to chill and wait for the perfect moment, he just couldn't stand by and watch Rowena get wrecked right in front of him. Just as he was about to make his move to save Rowena, Ether showed back up. Being a top-tier assassin, he went straight for Ether, but she shut him down like it was nothing. Right when Ether was about to finish him for good, that thing I gave him, the one on his chest, started lighting up. Ether tried to stop it, but the second her shadow hit the light, poof, Hydos and the others were already gone. Ether just stared at the busted pendant in front of her. She knew exactly what this meant. The hero had figured it all out and was coming. Hydos, look, we've got a lot to talk about, but we're totally out of time. After Mia got the healing potion down her sister's throat, she was frantically checking on her. Seeing her long-lost sister tormented like this, Mia just lost it. She grabbed her sister and just broke down. Priestess, I have some questions and I need answers. I looked over at Rowena. I need the full story on Ether. And that's when Rowena told me Ether's soul was like long gone. The Ether out there now wasn't the real ancestor. Stop lying. You're just trying to ditch your duties as priestess. You're coming back with me to pay for what you've done. The chunky prisoner I snagged suddenly got all tough with Rowena. Did I say you could talk useless trash? I sent him flying with one punch. Wasting my time is my biggest pet peeve. Sister, the ancestor's soul might be gone, but the curse is still here. Mia was basically asking what I was thinking. But what Rowena said next totally threw Mia for a loop about how it's crucial to unite the Dark Elves. A long time ago, as the ancestor got weaker, her followers started getting way out of line. Her beef with her sister was starting to fade, but the tribe needed that hate to survive. So the first Dark King and the elders decided to do something completely forbidden. They locked up the weakened ancestor, basically forcing her to keep on hating. Right here in this so-called tomb, the ancestor's hatred was just constantly pouring out, giving them the protection they craved. This whole situation kept going right up until the ancestor finally died. So that explains it. Ether really was gone, but the hate lived on even after her soul did. Her grudge against her own descendants just kept going. Is he missing a few brain cells? The ever-so-sharp Ryan finally piped up. The Dark King knew all of this, and still sided with Ether. Rowena explained it was all because of the Dark King's insane ambition to rule the world. She begged me not to, wipe out the entire Dark Elf race, which for the record I wasn't planning on doing. I'm a hero after all. I just cut out the bad parts and saved the good ones like Rowena. But before we get to that, Rowena, you're still holding something back, aren't you? I stared right at her. You've already figured it out, haven't you, Lord Hero? Guessing isn't knowing for sure. Rowena got my drift and finally spilled everything she'd been hiding. The ancestor's soul shattered into a million pieces, and most of them just became pure hate, spreading all through the forest. But one piece, the one that was closest to who the ancestor really was, has now grown into a person. In other words, the ancestor was reincarnated and she's still alive. Who is it?
Mia was looking all over the place trying to spot the reincarnation. Then she realized Rowena and I were both just staring at her. Wait, no way, Mia pointed at herself. Are you saying I'm the ancestor's reincarnation? Mia was in total shock. Mia, if you don't believe me, just do what I tell you. Touch the ancestor's body again. Mia still couldn't wrap her head around it, but it felt like the only thing she could do. Shaking, she reached out for the ancestor's remains. The second she touched them, this insane light just exploded everywhere. Then the remains turned into this blue light and flowed right into Mia's body. Watching her, I knew things were going exactly as I expected. Welcome back, founder of the Dark Elves. Mia. She still couldn't accept that she was the ancestor reincarnated. I mean, even if she was, she didn't have any of the memories. Ancestor, I didn't recognize you, I deserve to die. The guy I captured started bowing over and over to Mia. I let the loser do his thing and explained to Mia that it's totally normal for a shattered soul not to keep its memories. The body you just absorbed is part of it too. Maybe you'll change, maybe you won't, but honestly, I don't think you even need those memories. I think you're perfect just the way you are now. Whoa, hold on! If Mia is the reincarnation, then who's the ether chick outside? Ryan, Mr. Smarty Pants, chimed in again. What else is there to say she's a fake? I really didn't have the energy for him. Listen, Mia, you don't have to force yourself to get those memories back. Being a reincarnation doesn't mean you have to be a carbon copy of her. That stuff would be way too much for you to handle. Right now, we only have one mission: get rid of the curse in this forest and take down that phony ether. Since she's sucking up all the hate and bad vibes from the forest, we'll just let her finish powering up, and then we'll take her out in one shot. So don't even sweat the memory thing. But Mia was determined to get her memories back. Tears were just rolling down her cheeks, and it looked like her heart was physically breaking. I got it, I really did. After I was reborn, I sometimes felt the exact same way. Since she'd made up her mind, there was nothing else for me to say. You only get it if you've been through it yourself. I can totally get that feeling. Figuring the time was right, I called over the dark elf I'd caught. You kept bowing like crazy. Does that mean you're admitting Mia is your ancestor? But didn't you just call her a traitor? I asked him all sweet-like. Please don't tell anyone, I'll do anything, he begged, grabbing my leg. You said you'd do anything right. Well, there's this one. Music thing only you can do. Go out and start a rumor for me. Tell everyone Hamora showed up at the tomb. A few days later, some chubby dark elf was sprinting through the woods screaming that he'd seen Hamora. The whole dark forest totally freaked out because of this. Music. I mean, it makes sense. They all hated Hamora's guts. She backstabbed her own sister, which is why their tribe got hit with the curse. Music. To them, Hamora was basically pure evil. They had every right to hate her. A few elves weren't on that hate train music, at least not until that crazy bright sun appeared over the tomb. So naturally, they put all their hope in Ether, the one person who wasn't affected by all the crazy music and evil vibes and could just waltz in and out of the dark forest. With her back against the wall, Ether had to whip out the lamentation crystal to calm everyone down. Your mother, Music, will put a stop to this mess. Ether hadn't fully soaked up the curse yet. This was so not the time she wanted to throw down. Music. She kept grabbing her head while some voice was just messing with her mind non-stop until her eyes went all demon-like. Music just chilled where the body used to be, waiting for Ether to show up. Pretty soon, this thick darkness just rolled over the Music whole tomb. Okay, that's enough. I pulled out the staff made from the world tree and just zapped the darkness away. I heard the new hero is a mage. Seeing you now, you're actually pretty interesting. How else am I supposed to get rid of music demons and things like you? When she heard that, Ether's face got super dark. If only I could see her pretty side like a normal person. But all I could see was her messed up side. Mickey, Music set knew something was off too. I'd seen that look before in my past life. Anyone with that look had made a deal with a demon god. At the same time, the Dark King was hyping up his crew, probably already picturing himself ruling the world. Mole came back too with even more followers. Wait, you're saying you took over the whole forest, Music, in just a couple of hours? Ryan was so confused. Yep, 'cause I'm super powerful. Mole was totally feeling herself. Music. You know, now that I think about it, Mikhail brought this one. It'd be kinda weird if she were normal. Mole said she could livestream my fight with Ether. The butler finished Music setting up the 7th circle. Phantom theater on the ground, and boom darkness just covered the whole forest. Mole led her squad flying right to the middle of the magic circle Music, live streaming the fight inside the tomb through the Phantom theater. A bajillion arrows made of shadows started shooting Music at me. Wished I could block attacks like that in my sleep. So you got dragged here by a rumor. Did it really get to you that much? That was just me, like Music, testing the waters. I looked at the lamentation crystal in her hand, some ancient elf thing, but she couldn't even use its full power, which meant the relic was being forced Music to work by a total faker. I wasn't in the mood to waste my breath on a demon, so I just went for it and dropped the 7th circle high-tier magic holy domain declaration. This move was gonna juice up Set's storm Music, and it instantly covered half the sky. You're gonna regret being so cocky. Ether's body just exploded with endless shadows. These shadows kept hitting my holy domain, then poofing away Music. then surging right back up. I know you want my children to see this, but we were literally born to walk with darkness. Everything your music.
Doing is totally pointless. Her shadows kept pushing against my holy domain, but I wasn't just gonna stand there and let her break through my music shield. You've been alive for thousands of years, and I'm not doubting you're strong. But have you ever heard of the lame metin my ancestors made? What kind of garbage is that just become fuel for our world takeover? Her attacks got way more intense. These crazy shockwaves were blowing everything away. But luckily, I'd already told Ryan and the others to bounce. Seeing she wasn't falling for it, I just went straight to it, music, and started chanting the spell I had ready. Once upon a time, there were two women. One was the sun, the other was the moon. Sun and moon shined as one. Stop. How do you know that? Ether's attack got way more focused. The shadows weren't just flailing around anymore. Tons of black chains came at me from every direction, but Set already had the storm up blocking everything. Music. Darkness ate the sun and wrecked the moon. Only the black sun is left and the moon is gone waiting to come back. Just die. Ether's hand busted through the storm and came right for me. Mass destruction Hamora. The second music. The spell was done. Hamora's disguise just completely fell apart. She let out this agonized scream. She was so freaking close and it all got ruined at the last second. That scream, which had been echoing for a 1,000 years, was coming from the one and only person standing under the black sun, the sister who threw her own sis into the abyss. Music Hera. She covered her face, totally bugging out about how I knew those spells. I just stared her down. You're not getting off easy, hero. I'm gonna tear you apart. 8th Circle High Tier Holy Magic Triple Sacred. So this is the real you, Hera. Shut it. Hera's aura totally exploded. Demon Sealing Divine Pillars rise up. 3 pillars of pure holy power shot up, blocking any escape. Demon Slaying Holy Net. Tons of spiderweb-like nets wrapped all around her. Hero, if you hadn't shown up, my plan would have been perfect. I could have gotten revenge for my sister. Revenge? Are you kidding me? You're the one who destroyed that bond with your own 2 hands. This is 100% your fault. But you'd rather blame everyone else than own up to what you did. And about bringing your sister back, newsflash, she's already been reincarnated. As for you, you're just a straight-up hypocrite. I told you to shut your mouth! The shadows were starting to totally consume Hera. Some crazy power surge let her just rip through the nets holding her. She jumped like way high, lifting that lamentation crystal, like she was gonna smash it right on top of me. I grabbed my staff with both hands, just barely blocking her wild attack. Her hit was so heavy I couldn't block all of it. The force of it just sent me flying backwards. She looked nothing like the noble girl she used to be. She was decked out in these jet black robes, and even her hair and body were different. Hey, no matter how much you change your look, you're still just Hera underneath it all. World Tree Branches. The branches I'd laid out as a trap shot up and pierced right through Hera as she rushed me. You think this can stop me? She just ripped the World Tree branches out with her bare hands. Go die! Hera didn't even care that she was hurt, just came at me swinging that lamentation crystal. Way too fast. I didn't even have time to blink. This hit was gonna mess me up bad. But then all of a sudden the lamentation crystal let out this sad cry. The whole artifact was shaking like crazy, like it was trying to get away from Hera. And then boom, it flew right out of Hera's hand. The lamentation crystal is fighting me. Hera couldn't believe what she was seeing, but you can't just wish facts away. The crystal flew over to Mia, who was hiding in the shadows watching us fight. She looked at Mia, and it was like she was slowly coming back to her senses. She knew that face better than anyone. It was the person she'd spent all her time with, her own sister Ether. Her mind flashed back to 1,000 years ago, when she and her sister were just kids playing in the forest. Then this weird voice echoed in her head. That squirrel is about to die. And just like that, the squirrel in front of her dropped dead. In the next few days, every living thing she looked at died just like the voice said it would. Until the day, the voice's death sentence was for the person standing right in front of her, Hera's sister, Ether. Hera tried to smash her own ears, anything to get the voice out of her head. But it didn't matter what she did, the voice was always there. Until it told her it could cure her beloved sister. Hera hesitated. It felt like she had no other choice. So she did what the voice told her to. She let the shadows consume her own sister. And yeah, the shadows took away the sickness. But when she excitedly pushed open her sister's door, the girl on the bed wasn't beautiful anymore. Her whole body was corrupted by darkness, and she just stared with so much hate, asking what she'd done. Hera couldn't stop crying, her hand shaking as she reached out, trying to touch the Mia in front of her. To touch Mia. Just like that day. Sister, I'm so sorry, But it was me standing there, not Mia. And I wasn't about to let her get close until I got that demon god's power out of her. 8th Circle High Tier. Holy Magic, Holy Fire Judgment. A massive firestorm just washed over Hera. Look, maybe she was a victim too. But I couldn't just forgive what she did. Holy Wall, Divine Order, Divine Shackles. She wasn't even fighting back, so I quick casted 3 spells to completely strip the demon god's aura and power from her. Staring at the firestorm in front of me, I figured maybe Hera was gone with it. But Hera didn't die. She spoke, her voice low. I was about to hit her with another spell,
but what she said next made me freeze. I just wanted to say I'm sorry to my sister. I never should have let the shadows take her like that. Even though I was trying to save her from the curse or the demons, I just wanted my sister back. I wanted to destroy anything and anyone that ever hurt my sister. Mia looked at this pathetic girl in front of her and couldn't stop herself from reaching out a hand. The second I saw Hera about to get near Mia, I decided to just end her for good. Stop, Miki! You already broke the demon god's contract. Set, stop me. Even though her memories were fuzzy, Mia started crying and her eyes began to change. It's over, Miki. You don't have to do anymore. Let Mia handle this. Get up, Hera. Go kill the hero. That demon god's voice was still rattling around in Hera's head. If you want, I can give you even more power. No, it's all over. I knew it from the start. Making a deal with a demon god only leads to ruin. It's way too late for any of that now. She just collapsed, totally accepting that she was about to be destroyed. She reached out a shaky hand trying to grab her long-lost sister's hand, but it was hopeless. Then out of nowhere, Mia took her hand. You poor thing. You've really made a mess of everything. Is this a dream I'm having before I die? Hera couldn't believe she was actually hearing her sister's voice. Nothing else mattered anymore. Hera just wanted to say sorry to the girl in front of her. Sister, you have no idea how much I hated you through all that despair and sadness. It took me forever to finally accept that you did all this to save me ***, but that's all in the past now, isn't it? My sister hearing that familiar voice. Her *** eyes snapped open. Even if no one else on Earth forgives you, I will. Ether's voice carried so every single dark elf could hear. Everything you've done for me, everything you've put up with is more than enough. You're exhausted. Music. It's time for you to finally get some rest, sis. As a race that lives forever, Hamora had dealt with almost 1,000 years of hate from her own people. Now she could finally be at peace. Not too far, music away, right next to a patch of withered, rotting grass, a brand new little green sprout was pushing its way up. Maybe the same music thing was happening for Hamora. Seeing that their sister moment was over, I asked Mia if she was Ether now. Ether nodded, basically saying she was just music, a consciousness left inside of Mia. So you're just gonna, fade away. Soon I stood up and walked over to her. Not completely. I'm only here temporarily because Mia hasn't gotten her memories back. If one day Mia decides to accept all the memories, then she'll basically be music me and I'll be her. Thank you, hero. I know you were just doing your job, but because of you, my sister can finally rest. Wait, music. What about the royal family who messed you up and tortured you for so long? You want to roll with me and go wreck their world? The second I saw the totally psyched look on Ether's face, I knew what she was thinking. I mean, since she's the closest thing to Ether now, of course she'd want some payback. The Dark King watched the whole scene play out, totally unable to believe that the person he'd been worshipping was actually Hamora. The crowd below was giving him the ultimate death stare. After music, all Hamora was pretty much their public enemy #1. He knew exactly what this meant. If he admitted this was all true, he'd be kicked off his throne in a second. My people, this is all just a trick and illusion made by Hamora. Don't believe it. The Dark King, music, had to get the situation under control and tried to team up with the Council of Elders. The elders from the Karen faction also knew music things were about to go south and stepped up to back the Dark King. Yeah, it's an illusion. Why would the king ever lie to us? Actors he planted in the crowd started stirring everyone up. Seeing his little scheme actually working, the Dark King started to feel hopeful again. He just needed to stall for time and he'd find a way out. But that smirk didn't last long, because applause started echoing from above him. Sorry to interrupt, music, Dark King. I'm the hero. That applause was from me just chilling on top of the castle. It's a bad habit of mine. Whenever I hear someone spouting complete nonsense so seriously, I just can't help but clap. You dare show your face here. Someone take him out. The Dark King raised his hand to call his assassins. Music. In the blink of an eye, a few of them slipped out of the shadows and came right for me. Stop. A powerful female voice echoed over the palace. The assassins' movements just froze like they weren't in control anymore. The one who showed up was Ether herself, slowly floating down beside me. The dark elves below watched. Their ancestor come down and totally stopped rioting. Then a huge music part of the plaza just dropped to their knees, all chanting. Looks like that worked out well. You're seriously impressive, Ether. Can you just shut up? You've completely killed the mood. Music set looked totally disgusted. The game was over. Nothing was going to command more respect than Ether music showing up in the flesh. Even the Dark King had no choice but to kneel from the sheer pressure. You look like a little kid caught by his mom doing something wrong. Children, stop. Forcing our hate on others is just selfish. Don't go down the same path I did. You have to look toward the future. Even though she was betrayed countless times, she still chose to forgive her people. She had the power to curse them all, but she didn't do it. Music. Ether held up the lamentation crystal, pulling all the hate and curses from the forest into herself. The forest music, after suffering for 1,000 years under that curse, finally saw sunlight again. The dark elves didn't have to carry that pain anymore. It was music a win-win for me and the dark elves. They weren't trapped here any longer. No ancestor. We need your curse and your hatred to defend ourselves. King, don't think for a second I don't know. You've been treating me like a music tool to be used. I'm not going to let you get away with it. You and your ancestors are all the same 1,000 years of twisted hearts. I wasn't your first victim. My descendants who music served as priestesses all died because of you. Seeing that Ether was no longer playing by his rules, the music, Dark King angrily whipped out his sword and pointed it at the one person he really shouldn't have. Warriors draw your swords. He tried to rally the others to fight with him. I have wanted to mess this guy up for so long.
Music, that plague in my past life, yeah, he was the one behind it. Since he's basically asking to die, I might as well help him out. I instantly teleported in front of him. The elders seeing this all shot out dark magic trying music to protect their king. But I'm the hero. Any kind of dark magic is like child's play to me. The 7th circle magic I cast, Realm of Hekau music, straight up absorbed all of their attacks, then shot them all right back. The elders hit with their own dark magic all collapsed in pain. Die hero music. The Dark King swung his sword right at me. I blocked his attack with just 2 fingers. With that level of strength, music, did he really think he could hurt me when you chose to be king? You took on a responsibility, not a free pass for your own ambitions. I got handed a legacy once too, but I wasn't my father and I completely tanked it all. Now I'm staring at this Dark King I'm propping up and he's still got that fight in his eyes. It was like I was looking at my cringy past self. Is this what they mean by same-sex repulsion or whatever? The more I stewed on it, the more I was seeing red. My hands were just itching to throw down and I had to give them what they wanted. After I totally schooled him, I could finally breathe. Now get your heads up and look at your own people. The second he swung his sword at Ether, every single dark elf's vibe turned toxic toward him. Those were the kind of looks you give a total backstabber. Music. The king tried to take out the ancestor. The king messed up big time. We have to get rid of this fake king. All this noise from the cheap seats was getting on my nerves. Music. Like again and again, this was so not what I wanted to hear. I just threw up my hand and cast a spell to literally shut the ringleader's mouth. Anyone else want to say something? Music. 'Cause you're next. Don't act like you're any better than the Dark King. You all did the same thing calling Hemor the progenitor. Music. And backing her up. Am I wrong? We didn't have a choice. What gives an outsider like you the right to talk all this trash? Hearing that, my music whole mood soured. No choice, is that seriously your excuse for wrecking the outside world? Just as I was about to unload on them, Ether music stopped me. She held up the lamentation crystal, and it just started sucking up all the curses and hate from the dark elves' bodies. Hidio's even got his human body back. This forest music is about to have a brand new day. The curse isn't haunting this forest anymore. Mia came and found me. She wanted to ask for music my permission for something. She wanted to build a proper tomb for Hemmer at the burial site. I told her the whole thing was up to her to figure out, since that was kinda her sister in a way. Everything was finally starting to head in the right direction.